The deep pain was etched in Zhang Yi's heart like a needle piercing through. The once trusted friends and neighbors treated him so mercilessly, knocking him to the ground with punches and sticks, leaving him unable to breathe. In this apocalyptic world, they had the audacity to be so ungrateful, to lay hands on him in such a brutal manner. As he teetered on the brink of death, he faintly saw his goddess, Feng Yuqing, standing in the crowd, pleading, "It was me who let him in. Please give me an extra ration." It was her, using Zhang Yi's kindness to put him in danger. Zhang Yi glared at her, filled with hatred and regret. He could only blame himself for being too naive and kind-hearted in the first place, allowing others to trample on him like this. He longed for a fresh start, swearing not to be soft-hearted next time, to only live for himself. His vision blurred, consciousness fading away. However, the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and sat up from the couch. The pain still vivid on his body, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Was it all just a hallucination moments ago? Why was he still alive? Coming to his senses, he looked around and realized it was his own home. Yet, the warm and comfortable environment puzzled him. Since the extraterrestrial supernova explosion in December 2050 AD, Earth had plunged into the cryogenian cold. The temperature in Tianhai City where Zhang Yi lived had dropped to -60 to 70 degrees, with relentless blizzards engulfing the entire city. It was said that in the northern part of Huaguo, it reached over -100 degrees, the land covered in ice and snow, leading to mass extinctions and over 95% human mortality. Zhang Yi got up, grabbed a water bottle from the fridge, and drank it down in big gulps. Despite the extremely low temperature, it was a precious liquid to him. During the apocalypse, people had to risk their lives to melt snow for water. This kind of work was simply perilous. After finishing the water, he glanced at his phone, the date showing November 12, 1 month before the Doomsday. He understood that everything he had experienced was not a dream, the pain was so real. A feeling of gratitude surged in his heart, along with a determined look. The memories of those who harmed him remained fresh in his mind. In this life, he vowed to survive, never to be soft-hearted towards those beasts again. Zhang Yi was filled with burning anger, determined to seek ruthless revenge against those who had wronged him. However, the most pressing issue at the moment was to find a way to survive the impending doomsday. Zhang Yi's living conditions were relatively good. His parents had passed away, leaving him a 120 square meter property and over 2 million in savings. In peaceful times, such assets would be enough to live a comfortable life. But with the arrival of doomsday and global shortages, his wealth would not last long. To survive on his own, a large stockpile of supplies was necessary. With proper preparation, Zhang Yi not only wanted to survive but also hoped for a certain quality of life in the future. Balancing food, entertainment, and ensuring self-preservation with weapons were essential to prevent a breakdown from prolonged stress. Additionally, weapons and equipment were indispensable for his safety and to carry out his revenge plan against his neighbors. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed before Zhang Yi's eyes. His right eye felt a bit blurry, but as he rubbed it, a peculiar thought unexpectedly appeared in his mind. It seemed that the white light was a part of him, as information flooded his mind. With a sudden impulse, his consciousness entered the vast white space, feeling like he was in a different dimension. Could this be an alternate dimension space? It seemed that after his rebirth, he had gained some special ability. This unexpected space allowed him to easily store a large amount of supplies for the impending doomsday. Excited by the gamma rays effect that had mutated his body, Zhang Yi now possessed extraordinary powers. With this enormous space, he could effortlessly stockpile resources for any future needs. However, he was eager to know the capacity and limitations of this space. After returning to his room, he began to experiment by placing household items into the space. Starting from teacups and basins, he effortlessly stored them. He then tried to put large home appliances such as TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, computers, air conditioners, and vacuums, all of which were swallowed into the white space without exception. With just a thought, he could retrieve the items. However, some items influenced by external forces or not existing independently could not be stored. Zhang Yi realized that this alternate space had many rules that needed to be explored gradually. Nevertheless, This space capable of storing items was sufficient to hold a massive amount of resources. Licking his lips, a bold plan formed in his mind. Zhang Yi was the manager of the warehouse in the South China region of Walmart. As the world's largest supermarket chain, Walmart had a wide range of goods. In Huaguo, there were 3 massive warehouses, with the South China warehouse being particularly gigantic and terrifying. Built in 2040, the South China warehouse is a massive structure that is truly awe-inspiring. It stretches 1,500 meters long and 720 meters wide, covering an area of over 1 million square meters. This warehouse is hailed as the world's largest mega warehouse and was once praised by the president of Walmart Greater China as the 8th wonder of the world. While the world only recognizes 7 wonders, the self-proclaimed 8th wonder has garnered thousands of such titles. However, the sheer size and storage capacity of the South China warehouse are unmatched, dominating the global logistics field. The supplies stored inside the warehouse are enough to sustain the weekly consumption of millions of people in several cities. Zhang Yi knows very well that even if he were to move all the supplies from a warehouse to his own space, he would never be able to use up so much in a lifetime or even 10 lifetimes. What's more, Walmart has extremely strict quality control, and the warehouse contains no low-quality miscellaneous goods. Whether it's food, everyday items, or luxury goods, they are all reputable big brands. If Zhang Yi successfully empties out a Walmart warehouse, not only would he not have to worry about post-apocalyptic supplies, but he could also live a very comfortable life. As the manager of the warehouse, Zhang Yi is familiar with every shelf, surveillance device, and staff schedule. For him, emptying the entire warehouse is definitely not a difficult task. With a firm determination in his heart, Zhang Yi feels relaxed and pleased. Just then, his stomach suddenly made a protesting sound. Zhang Yi touched his hungry belly and his gaze fell on the yellow braised chicken with rice on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and shook his head, giving up on the takeout. With only 1 month left until Doomsday, many delicious foods must be enjoyed quickly, or there will be no chance later. Why be so stingy with oneself? At this moment, he eagerly wished to taste some piping hot delicious dishes. What use is money anyway? When the end of the world comes, money will be worthless, so it's better to spend it generously now, rather than waste it. Zhang Yi turned around gracefully, ready to head to a high-end restaurant he had never visited before, to truly enjoy a sumptuous meal. As Zhang Yi stepped out of the house, the outside scene was peaceful and harmonious, filled with the joy and comfort of human life. Many parents were playing with their children in the community square, their faces beaming with happy smiles. However, Zhang Yi understood that in another month, all of this would disappear without a trace. He briskly walked away from the community, and not far away was a Michelin 3-star Western restaurant. A meal there would cost at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, and in the past, Zhang Yi had always hesitated to step inside. But now, he didn't care at all. A new lease on life called for a good celebration. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi chose a window seat without hesitation and ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu, along with a bottle of Lafite Estate red wine. This extravagance cost him 50,000 yuan. Even the waiters in the restaurant looked at Zhang Yi with ambiguous eyes, assuming he must be a wealthy second generation. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person spend so lavishly on a meal? Zhang Yi didn't care about others' opinions. As the sumptuous dishes were served on the table, he began to devour them heartily. Perhaps having experienced 6 months of Doomsday, tasting such delicious food at this moment moved him almost to tears. Consequently, his eating manners became somewhat ferocious, attracting discussions among the surrounding diners. But Zhang Yi paid no attention, because after Doomsday arrives, people might even kowtow for a packet of instant noodles. By the time, all civilization and morality would vanish into thin air. While Zhang Yi was enjoying his meal, a woman passing by outside stopped in her tracks. She had long flowing hair, exquisite makeup, Gucci high heels, and an LV handbag slung over her arm. This woman was none other than Fang Yuqing, who had caused Zhang Yi's death in his past life. Beside her was her friend Li Caning. As they passed by the Michelin 3-star restaurant, they couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. They had always longed for such a luxurious place. Unfortunately, their budget didn't allow them to splurge there. But that didn't stop them from scrutinizing their surroundings with discerning eyes. Perhaps they could find a high-quality second-generation rich man to hook a big fish. To their surprise, Feng Yuqing discovered Zhang Yi sitting inside, with a table full of top-notch delicacies in front of him. "Isn't that Zhang Yi? How could he afford to dine here?" Feng Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Li Keining also covered her mouth in astonishment, saying, "Zhang Yi is so wealthy?" In the midst of their conversation, she glanced at Feng Yuqing and said with a smirk, "Yuqing, you're really lucky. The lackey who's been pursuing you turns out to be an invisible second-generation rich man. Just look at what he's ordered, worth at least 50 to 60,000. How can an ordinary person be so extravagant at the dining table?" Li Keining said enviously, because she knew that Zhang Yi had been pursuing Feng Yuqing for 2.5 years. Feng Yuqing had been stringing him along, neither rejecting nor accepting him. Feng Yuqing was a thorough gold digger, always dreaming of marrying a high-quality second-generation rich man and becoming a young mistress. But she couldn't bear to let go of Zhang Yi, a petite bourgeois with a car and a house in Tianhai City. Feng Yuqing has always regarded Zhang Yi as a spare tire, with an attitude of not taking the initiative, not rejecting, and not taking responsibility towards the spare tire. However, today, when she saw Zhang Yi enjoying a luxurious meal worth tens of thousands of yuan alone, Feng Yuqing began to have doubts. Could it be that Zhang Yi is an invisible second-generation rich? Feng Yuqing propped up her chin and began to ponder this possibility. She recalled common plotlines in TV dramas, where wealthy people intentionally hide their wealth in search of true love. This idea made Feng Yuqing feel hopeful. If it were true, she could save a lot of effort. After all, Zhang Yi has been pursuing her all along, and she believes that as long as she nods, Zhang Yi will propose. Lin Keining also advised, "Yuqing, let's go in and find Zhang Yi." Actually, she also has her eyes on that table of delicacies. This Michelin 3-star restaurant's cuisine is a luxury for ordinary people, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Feng Yuqing hesitated for a moment, shook her head and refused. "It's not a good idea. It might make him think I'm a materialistic woman. Let's wait outside and pretend to run into him by chance." Feng Yuqing is not foolish. She won't lose her self-respect for a meal. Even if Zhang Yi is truly wealthy, she wants to maintain her goddess demeanor. Only in this way, when they are together in the future, she can control Zhang Yi and make him continue to pursue her. So the two of them hid near the restaurant, waiting for Zhang Yi. After eating for over an hour, Zhang Yi patted his bulging belly with satisfaction. For him, who had just experienced a rebirth in the apocalypse, the taste of the Michelin 3-star restaurant was ordinary but enough to move his taste buds. Next, he planned to go shopping at a nearby supermarket to test the storage capacity of the alternate space, just in case. Although he was confident in moving supplies from Walmart, he was cautious. Having experienced hunger, he couldn't tolerate any accidents. After paying the bill, Zhang Yi left the restaurant with a smile from the waiter. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside him. "Zhang Yi, what a coincidence." Zhang Yi turned his head and saw Feng Yuqing and Lin Keining. Feng Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ears, revealing her fair neck and pink earlobes. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. This move was a classic tactic to make a man's heart flutter. Feng Yuqing, this green tea white lotus, naturally understood this trick. Unfortunately, the current Zhang Yi is no longer the naive lapdog of the past. Not long ago, he was almost killed by this woman, even preparing to boil his ribs into soup. Thinking of this, a coldness flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, revealing his killing intent. With the apocalypse approaching, even if he killed her, it wouldn't matter. Feng Yuqing felt a surge of indescribable fear in her heart, sensing Zhang Yi's gaze as cold as a knife. Trembling, she asked, "Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Yi casually replied, "It's nothing, I mistook someone for another." However, deep down, he had other plans. He thought that simply killing this woman would be too easy for her, and he didn't want to face the legal consequences. He didn't want to be stuck in prison when Doomsday arrived. He decided to make her taste the bitterness of despair first, and then end her life in some way. Prepared for this, he had enough time to plan. Coupled with memories from his past life, he had countless ways to make her suffer until death. Therefore, He believed there was no need to rush things now. The most important thing at the moment was to build a safe shelter, ensuring his own survival in the apocalypse. Zhang Yi's attitude towards Feng Yuqing was cold and calm. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning also noticed this attitude. However, when they mistakenly thought Zhang Yi was an invisible second-generation rich, they did not get angry at his indifference. Instead, they became more proactive in approaching him. After all, what's wrong with rich people being a bit willful? That's called having taste. Oh, Zhang Yi, did you just dine at this restaurant? Lin Caning casually asked. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, thinking that this woman was no different from Feng Yuqing. They conspired together to trap him in a difficult situation, so they were equally responsible. Zhang Yi coldly replied, then put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the supermarket. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning hurriedly followed. Zhang Yi, where are you going? Feng Yuqing asked gently with a smile. To the supermarket. Zhang Yi replied indifferently, with a hint of impatience. If it weren't for wanting them to experience the helplessness of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi would have taken action long ago. Feng Yuqing signaled to Lin Caning and quickly said, we also need to buy some things, let's go together. Zhang Yi suddenly realized, they must have seen him feasting at the Michelin-starred restaurant and mistakenly thought he was a second-generation rich. That's why they suddenly became so enthusiastic. He couldn't be bothered to explain and headed straight to the supermarket. However, the more Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning acted like this, the more convinced they were that he was a second-generation rich. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? The two of them followed Zhang Yi closely, with Feng Yuqing getting even closer to him, intentionally touching him from time to time. Whenever Zhang Yi looked at her, she would pretend to be shy, turning her head away with a blush on her face, as if she were very coy. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly, green tea bitch, your acting skills are top-notch. You could win an Oscar for Best Actress in a movie. Zhang Yi walked into the supermarket, pushing the shopping cart inside. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning hurried to catch up. Zhang Yi, who are you dining with? Feng Yuqing asked with a smile. Zhang Yi headed to the food section and said lightly, can't I eat alone? Feng Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she quickly explained, I just thought the food there was quite expensive. I thought you were treating someone. Lin Caning couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is only a little over 10,000, right? This meal would cost you half a year's salary. It seems like your family must have left you a lot of money. Feng Yuqing glared at Lin Caning, silently cursing her for being an idiot. How could she say such things? As a top green tea, the most important rule is to talk about emotions with the rich and money with the poor. Lin Caning realized her mistake and quickly tried to remedy it. Haha, just kidding. In fact, we are all good friends. Money really doesn't matter. Zhang Yi completely ignored them. He walked to the food section, looking at the shelves filled with all kinds of goods, feeling like he was in a treasure trove. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly over a pack of instant noodles. Therefore, he was filled with longing for food. Zhang Yi went straight to the shelves and put all kinds of food into the shopping cart. Ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and seasonings. He purchased a large quantity. This move left Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning stunned and at a loss. They looked at Zhang Yi in surprise, full of confusion. Zhang Yi, are you going camping? Lin Caning whispered to Feng Yuqing. Would a rich second generation prepare so much food for camping? Feng Yuqing also felt puzzled, but thinking back to the Michelin 3-star meal they had before, she was reluctant to give up the idea of Zhang Yi's identity as a rich second generation. She walked up to Zhang Yi and asked warmly, do you need any help? Zhang Yi had no reason to refuse free help. Looking at Feng Yuqing's innocent smile, Zhang Yi felt a sense of revenge rising in his heart. He had a month to prepare for the coming Doomsday. Building a perfect shelter to ensure his safety was not difficult. As for supplies, he could get them from the Walmart warehouse. This way, he could live worry-free and luxuriously in the apocalypse. He decided to deliberately reveal to Feng Yuqing that he had stored a certain amount of supplies, and then wait for her to come to him when the time comes. As for whether Feng Yuqing would leak his information and attract neighbors' attacks, this was not a problem for him. As long as his safe house was built solidly, he not only didn't have to worry about being besieged, but could also counterattack those neighbors. Thinking of their helpless looks, Zhang Yi's mouth curled up in a sly smile. Well, this plan seems good. Zhang Yi planned to have a security company build such a safe house. If feasible, he would adopt this plan. If not, he would leave the city and build an underground shelter in the wilderness, preparing for both possibilities. Zhang Yi smirked. You guys come help me push the carts. Feng Yuqing immediately nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi also asked Lin Caning to push a cart. Despite their heavy doubts, they still did as they were told. Zhang Yi bought a large amount of food, including instant noodles, sausages, cured meat, and canned goods. He also prepared a cart filled with meat, fruits, vegetables, and live fish. He wanted to test if his pocket dimension had any special effects for storing fresh food. The 3 carts were packed full, and Zhang Yi handed the cart filled with beef, mutton, and canned goods to the 2 ladies to push. It weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, making them sweat profusely. Feng Yuqing complained, Zhang Yi, can we eat all this food? Are you planning something without telling me? Zhang Yi sneered, things are unpredictable. What if Doomsday comes? I'm stocking up on food just in case. Though Zhang Yi spoke the truth, no one would believe him. Feng Yuqing took it as a joke and said with a smile, forget it, if you don't want to say, that's fine. But after helping you so much today, you have to treat me to a meal later. Her eyes hinted at something more. She was full of anticipation, hoping that Zhang Yi could take her to enjoy the cuisine of a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and agreed. However, he added, I've been too busy lately and don't have any free time. But next month, I definitely can. Feng Yuqing happily said, that's great, it's a deal then. Lin Caning quickly chimed in, fantastic, let's go together. Haha. She felt extremely happy about the simple task of just pushing a shopping cart to enjoy good food. Seeing Lin Caning so ignorant, Feng Yuqing couldn't help but glare at her. However, Lin Caning pretended not to see it. After Zhang Yi finished paying the bill, the shopping cart was filled with more than 10,000 worth of goods. He paid without hesitation, with no trace of hesitation in his eyes. In the post-apocalyptic world, the value of these goods would increase at least several times, if not priceless treasures. Considering that Zhang Yi purchased a large amount of goods, the supermarket readily lent him a cart. Zhang Yi directed the 2 ladies without hesitation, asking them to help push the items back home. Although he had a car and could have easily driven the items back home, with free labor available, why bother exerting himself? Despite the 2 ladies complaining about being tired while pushing the cart, Zhang Yi promised to treat them to a lavish meal, which immediately lifted their spirits. So, the 3 of them pushed 3 carts full of goods back to the residential area together. Zhang Yi and 2 others pushed 3 carts full of supplies back to the community. On the way, many neighbors witnessed this spectacular scene and started talking about it. Despite the chatter, Zhang Yi paid no attention to being scrutinized for hoarding supplies. After all, his 2 green tea buddies were already aware of his shopping plans, and the news was no longer a secret. If he just wanted to survive, he could easily sell all his assets and escape to a remote wilderness to build an impregnable fortress. However, how could he seek revenge on the neighbors who brutally dismembered him in his previous life if he didn't wipe them all out? If he didn't exterminate those people, the resentment in Zhang Yi's heart would never dissipate. Therefore, one of his doomsday plans was to stay in this community and seek revenge on all those who owed him in a different, cruel way. Of course, the premise of this plan was that the security company could build him an impregnable shelter. If this condition couldn't be met, he had to prepare a backup plan to build an underground shelter in the desolate wilderness. Zhang Yi gazed at the surrounding neighbors, who were gossiping about the purpose of his massive purchases. He even envisioned the scene when the apocalypse arrived, and those neighbors tried to break into his home to snatch supplies. He could see it all clearly in his mind. However, he was not afraid because this time, he would be prepared in advance, making sure those people could see but not touch, leaving them frustrated. Zhang Yi and Feng Yuqing lived in an apartment building. As Zhang Yi worked as a manager at the Walmart warehouse, neighbors often tried to please him, asking for help to buy discounted goods. Therefore, everyone was quite familiar with Zhang Yi. When a grandma playing with her grandson saw Zhang Yi and the others pushing the carts full of supplies home, she walked over. She looked at the food and fresh beef and mutton in the carts and felt envious. Xiao Zhang, How come you brought back so much stuff? Are you dealing with warehouse matters? You can't use up all these things yourselves. Do you want to share some with the neighbors? This lady, named Mrs. Lin, worked in the neighborhood committee and often bullied others, considering herself a leader. In the past, she often asked Zhang Yi to buy cheap goods for her, showing her greedy side. In the previous life, she had also squeezed some food out of Zhang Yi. However, when all the neighbors rushed into Zhang Yi's home to rob, she not only didn't stop them but also worked harder than the young people. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning didn't want trouble and quickly explained, these things were all purchased by Zhang Yi. We're just helping him bring them back. Mrs. Lin immediately turned her gaze to Zhang Yi and said with a smile, Xiao Zhang, it looks like these are all items from your warehouse. How about sharing some with Mrs. Lin? As she spoke, her grandson Xiaohu had already climbed onto the cart and reached for a box of imported chocolates. Although he was small, his eyes were sharp, and that box of chocolates would cost over 200 yuan in the supermarket. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi quickly took back the chocolates and coldly said to Mrs. Lin, sorry, I'm keeping these for myself. With the apocalypse looming, he had no time for unnecessary pleasantries. Mrs. Lin's expression suddenly changed. Feeling ignored by the community leader Zhang Yi, she was filled with anger. Especially when her grandson Xiao Hu was pulled away by Zhang Yi and started crying for chocolate. Xiao Hu pointed at Zhang Yi, angrily shouting, you bad person, give me back my chocolate. Otherwise, I will beat you to death. Zhang Yi coldly stared at Xiao Hu, warning in a heavy tone, say one more word and I will slap your mouth. Xiao Hu was frightened by Zhang Yi and burst into tears, throwing a tantrum on the ground. Mrs. Lin quickly comforted her grandson, then angrily reprimanded Zhang Yi, saying, you are already so grown up, why bother with a child? It's just a box of chocolate, it won't hurt to give it to the child. Or you can give it to him, I will pay you. Who wants to take advantage of you? Zhang Yi's lips slightly curled up, showing understanding for the popularity of mobile payments. Mrs. Lin's words were obviously trying to avoid paying. She firmly said, this is mine, if he wants to eat, go buy it at the supermarket. Zhang Yi sneered, then called Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to leave. Not long after they left, Mrs. Lin loudly cursed behind them, but Zhang Yi ignored her. Mrs. Lin's son and daughter-in-law work outside, leaving her alone to take care of her grandson at home. The old lady usually only buys groceries for a day, so after the apocalypse, their supplies depleted the fastest. Zhang Yi had helped them before out of kindness, but this time without Zhang Yi's help, this unethical old lady and naughty grandson Xiao Hu wanted to survive became a miracle. Zhang Yi was not cruel, but after the apocalypse, everyone had to take care of themselves first. After pushing the supplies back home, Zhang Yi asked them to leave. Don't forget to treat me next time. Fang Yuqing playfully reminded Zhang Yi with a wink, but Zhang Yi felt a wave of disgust in his heart, simply responding. The two women had originally planned to stay and find clues to Zhang Yi's hidden rich second-generation identity. But faced with Zhang Yi's lukewarm attitude, they had to leave first. After they left, Zhang Yi opened the dimensional space and stored the supplies inside. Ready to observe the changes in these supplies in the space. It was late, but Zhang Yi did not rush to rest, instead took out pen and paper, carefully planning the preparation work for the next month. To survive, he showed his hidden potential. The first priority for a better life in the apocalypse was to solve the food problem. This problem was relatively easy to solve. Besides the daily purchased items, others could be taken from the warehouse. But he couldn't be hasty, needed to investigate first, take them out in a few days to avoid attracting attention. Zhang Yi checked off food on the notebook, then moved on to heating. After the apocalypse, energy supply was scarce, air conditioning couldn't be used, only simple heating methods could be used. The fireplace is Zhang Yi's top choice. This ancient heating method is widely used in the harsh winters of Europe, similar to the principle of a firebed. Thinking about renovating his house, Zhang Yi felt a slight unease in his heart, the terrifying experience of his home being invaded in the past still haunting him. To ensure safety, he decided to turn his home into an impregnable fortress. The top priority was reinforcing thick steel plates or alloy materials, capable of withstanding at least the force of a common explosion. In times of apocalypse, people must prepare fully by any means necessary for survival. Life is no joke, and Zhang Yi deeply understands the terror of death, unwilling to experience it again. Solving the security issue was not difficult. There are companies in Tianhai City that specialize in providing security services for the privileged, including the service of building safe rooms. Zhang Yi also remembered seeing news reports in his previous life about a top billionaire abroad who built a super fortress that could even withstand attacks from small arms. Next, he needed to consider the issue of medications. To prevent diseases, Zhang Yi realized the need to stock up on medicines. While Walmart warehouses have drugs for common illnesses like colds and fevers, it's far from enough. He knew the Cambrian period lasted for at least several decades, so he must prepare adequately. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had good connections in Tianhai City. As a warehouse manager, he knew some hospital warehouse staff. With enough money, he could obtain any medication. With these issues resolved, Zhang Yi tapped on his notebook with a ballpoint pen. The last problem he needed to address was weapons. In the apocalypse, humanity deteriorates, and battles for resources are everywhere. Life is fleeting, and to survive, one must have enough firepower. Although Zhang Yi was not a martial arts expert, even the strongest martial arts couldn't withstand a kitchen knife. With enough powerful weapons, one could fearlessly face such problems. Machetes, crowbars, and axes were easy to come by, while crossbows, air guns, and compound bows had channels to acquire. But the most powerful weapon was the American katana, only obtainable through the black market domestically. Buying abroad was not realistic. Unfamiliar environments would waste too much time. He didn't have a foreign gun license and couldn't purchase from a weapon store. Rubbing his chin, Zhang Yi realized this problem was temporarily unsolvable. However, he had a month to find a solution as long as he was willing to spend money. After spending 3 hours devising a perfect plan, he took a refreshing hot shower and lay down in his comfortable bed, drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Yi got up early from bed. He had slept restlessly all night, often waking from nightmares. Waking up to find himself still lying in his warm and comfortable bed at home, he breathed a sigh of relief. The apocalypse had caused immense trauma to his soul. To avoid repeating the same mistakes, Zhang Yi became even more determined to prepare thoroughly and flawlessly. After getting up, he made himself breakfast. Upon opening the dimensional space, Zhang Yi was delighted to find that the meat, fruits, and vegetables inside had miraculously remained fresh and showed no signs of decay after a whole night of storage. Normally, meat tends to spoil at a slower rate, but fruits and vegetables can lose their freshness overnight. However, inside the dimensional space, these fruits and vegetables appeared as fresh as if they had just been purchased. Perhaps Zhang Yi's dimensional space operated on a unique time rule, where time passed slower or even stood still. This discovery thrilled him. It meant he could confidently store various items in it. However, when he checked the fish he had placed inside, he found that they had died without any signs of decay. After some chin-scratching contemplation, Zhang Yi deduced a pattern. Living beings could not enter the dimensional space, and even if they did, they could not survive for long. This meant he couldn't live inside it himself, but that wasn't an issue. The dimensional space was devoid of any comforts of home, after all. The crucial point was that he could store items in it. With this in mind, various possibilities flooded Zhang Yi's thoughts. Since he could preserve raw meat and fresh ingredients, why not store cooked delicacies as well? While he could cook, he knew he was no match for professional chefs. Cooking for himself always felt mundane. So, he promptly reached out to the top-notch 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This hotel offered delivery services with top-notch dishes, which were his favorite. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Grand Hotel. How may we assist you? Zhang Yi immediately exclaimed. I am hosting a grand 3-day banquet and would like to reserve 500 tables of food. A surprised voice came from the other end of the line. 500 tables of food was a massive undertaking that would require a considerable amount of time. Moreover, as a 5-star hotel, the price per table was not cheap, at least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Altogether, 500 tables would cost over $1 million. The waiter didn't dare make a decision and quickly said, Please wait, let me consult with our manager. After a moment, another voice took over the call. Hello, I am Chen Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Grand Hotel. May I ask for your name? Zhang Yi proudly declared. I am Zhang Yi. He decided to order 500 tables for the banquet and confidently made this huge request to the manager. The manager was shocked by this massive order, a challenge they had never encountered before at the hotel. However, faced with such a large order, they could not refuse. The manager quickly responded, "Mr. Zhang, the cost of 500 banquet tables could reach $1 million. If you are sure you need them, we will start preparing immediately, but we require a deposit of 200,000. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi replied, "No problem, I will transfer the money to your account." The manager breathed a sigh of relief, immediately sent the bank account details to Zhang Yi, and quickly added him as a friend. Zhang Yi promptly transferred the 200,000 deposit. After confirming receipt of the deposit, the manager immediately mobilized all departments. They eagerly began stocking up and paused other takeaway orders from the kitchen. They had to complete the request for 500 banquet tables within a day. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although the money will be spent in a month, I still need it to buy things now. He had inherited money from his parents and his own savings, totaling about 2 million. This time, half of his savings disappeared, making him a little regretful. However, he realized it was also a good thing. Many people have a large sum of money that eventually vanishes. Not everyone has the opportunity to use money wisely. He realized he had many more expenses ahead, so he began thinking about how to raise more funds. His eyes fell on the property in his home, a 120 square meter house located in the center of Tianhai City, built 10 years ago. According to the current market price, it was worth at least over 5 million. He thought of using a mortgage to raise funds, feeling relieved that he wouldn't need to repay the loan immediately. So, he immediately left home and drove to the bank to apply for the loan. On the way, he received a message from Feng Yuqing expressing her loneliness and boredom. Zhang Yi glanced at the message, casually threw his phone aside, and focused on going to the bank. Due to the large amount of Zhang Yi's loan and complete documentation, as well as the full payment for the property, the loan was quickly approved. The bank finally approved his loan amount of 4 million. Zhang Yi did not negotiate, as this amount was easy for him. He gladly signed the documents, and the bank transferred the loan amount to his account. After deducting the expenses of over 1 million for purchasing the banquet, he still had about 5 million on hand. This money was enough to support him in renovating the house. However, he still needed a large amount of money to buy medicine and weapons, which might not be enough. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, thinking about how to raise more funds. Just then, a blond man noticed Zhang Yi deep in thought, his eyes gleaming, and walked straight over. "Brother, do you need a loan?" he asked. Manager Chen Shang, dressed in a Benetton suit, looked at Zhang Yi in front of him with a slight frown, showing a hint of hostility, as if his social experience had made him somewhat cunning. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's situation to manager Chen Shang, who smiled and invited Zhang Yi to sit down, straightforwardly asking, "Mr. Zhang, how much money do you need?" This loan company has always been known for its direct and aggressive style, with high interest rates and quick debt collection methods. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and admitted that he needed to borrow 5 million. Manager Chen Shang hesitated for a moment, and solemnly reminded, 5 million is not a small amount. Our interest rates are relatively high, so you need to be prepared. Hu Minghua added, "Mr. Zhang's business urgently needs working capital. Once the business improves, repayment won't be difficult." Right? The two tried to convince Zhang Yi in unison. Zhang Yi pretended to look anxious and firmly stated, "Yes, I will repay as soon as possible." The smile on Huang Mao's face deepened, as he lowered his voice and asked, "Do you urgently need funds now? The bank won't lend to you." Zhang Yi realized that the person in front of him was offering a high-interest loan. He pretended to be hesitant and said, "Yes, I urgently need working capital, but the bank." Huang Mao immediately understood the situation and expressed sympathy towards Zhang Yi. He continued persuading, "Bank loans are limited, with cumbersome procedures and slow disbursement. But, buddy, if you urgently need funds, I can help you out." Zhang Yi looked at Huang Mao with a bit of caution, hesitantly asking, Are you sure you can do it? I need millions in funds." When Huang Mao heard the amount, excitement flashed in his eyes. He took out a business card and proudly said, "We at Duoduo Loan Financial Services specialize in helping those in urgent need of funds. As long as you need it, We're here to serve you anytime. Zhang Yi looked at the information on the business card, feeling excited. He asked eagerly, "Can you really lend me the money? I need 5 million. As long as you help me through this difficult time, I promise to repay it within 3 months." Hu Minghua smiled and said, "This can be discussed. We have the capability to help those in need of funds. Let's go, we can discuss further at the company." Zhang Yi nodded expectantly and followed Hu Minghua to the remote office building where their company was located. Upon entering the company gates, Hu Minghua led Zhang Yi to the boss's office. Boss Chen Shang appeared rugged and imposing, dressed in expensive suits, seemingly trying to show the company's formal image. However, there was a hint of ferocity between his brows. After Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's situation to Boss Chen Shang, he smiled and invited Zhang Yi to take a seat. Zhang Yi walked into Chen Shang's office with a smile on his face. Chen Shang greeted him warmly and offered him a cup of coffee. "Welcome. The interest rate here is 4%, he patiently explained. "If you borrow 5 million, the total repayment amount will be 7 million. So, before signing the loan agreement, you need to issue a promissory note for 7 million and provide valuable collateral, such as real estate, factories, or cars." Zhang Yi pretended to hesitate for a moment, then confidently took out the property deed. It was the one he used to apply for a loan at the bank, conveniently on hand. The house was valued at over 5 million and could be used as collateral. "I also have a Mercedes worth 300,000. If there are difficulties with repayment, you can take it," he said sincerely. Chen Shang took the property deed, carefully examined it, and secretly rejoiced. According to the market, the house was worth at least 5.5 million. With the car included, this deal seemed quite profitable. Nevertheless, Chen Shang still put on a dissatisfied expression. "Mr. Zhang, the actual value is only around 4 to 5 million. 5 million is a bit of a loss for me." Zhang Yi looked surprised and eagerly pleaded, "Mr. Chen, please help me. I really need this funding urgently. Just 4 million will be enough if you can transfer the amount to me today." Chen Shang and Hu Minghua exchanged a playful glance, revealing a hint of amusement in their eyes. They were adept at seizing the opportunity when others urgently needed funds to profit from it. After some bargaining, they finally reached an agreement, settling on a sum of 4 million. Zhang Yi insisted on receiving the payment into his account on the same day. Although the lending company was unscrupulous, their efficiency was surprisingly high. Shortly after the contract was signed, Zhang Yi's account received 4 million in cash. He was delighted, while Chen Shang secretly congratulated himself. This deal was like picking up easy money for him. Zhang Yi left the office with a smile on his face. Outside, he heard Chen Shang and Hu Minghua's hearty laughter. "Haha, this business is too easy. That kid, he took the 4 million and ran," Chen Shang said triumphantly. "We can make at least 2 to 3 million from this deal. This month's performance is guaranteed." Hu Minghua asked worriedly, "Boss, he was so easygoing when signing the contract. Could there be a problem with the house?" Chen Shang, holding the property deed, chuckled and reassured. "This property deed is genuine and valid, no need to worry. As long as the house is in his name, he can't run away." With the property deed and the promissory note of 7 million in hand, they were confident and in control of Zhang Yi's future. Chen Shang squinted his eyes, elegantly sipped his coffee. "If needed, we can also contact overseas institutions to sell valuable parts from him. We never make a loss." In the end, they decided to utilize more tactics to the extreme, completely draining every inch of Zhang Yi's wealth. Zhang Yi walked out of the lending company, brimming with joy. He glanced back at the towering skyscraper with a hint of cold smirk in his eyes. These people, how naive, actually handing over the money to him. From now on, Zhang Yi will have no further dealings with Chen Shang and Hu Minghua. In fact, they are likely to perish in the end-of-month cold wave. Currently, Zhang Yi has already obtained around 9 million in funds, enough to fulfill his plan. After all, whenever he makes any purchases in the future, he can choose to pay with a prepayment deposit. This 9 million will have the purchasing power of tens of millions. He feels that there is no need to make more money, otherwise he doesn't mind making some money on various online lending platforms. Driving to the famous security company, War Dragon Security, in Tianhai City, Zhang Yi was full of anticipation. War Dragon Security is one of the top security agencies in Wagwo, specializing in providing security services for the wealthy and celebrities. Sometimes they even provide assistance to the government's high-level officials. He chose to find them because he had heard that War Dragon Security had built a top-class safe house worth $1 billion for the son of the richest man in Jiangnan province. That family is the second generation of real estate tycoons. Even if Doomsday arrives, they can still live comfortably. The credit for the safe house built by War Dragon Security for them is indispensable. Zhang Yi arrived at War Dragon Security and explained his purpose to the front desk. Immediately, someone from the business department escorted him to a lounge. The female receptionist brought him freshly ground coffee, emitting bursts of aroma. Soon, a burly man with a crew cut walked in. He was wearing a black suit, giving off a gangster vibe in a suit, making people worry that the suit might burst. But it cannot be denied that seeing such a person, guests feel doubly secure. Wu Wai-ren sat down beside Zhang Yi and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Wu Wai-ren, the manager of the business department. What can we do for you?" Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and calmly said, "I need you to build a safe house for me. The kind that can withstand the end of the world. A top-class safe house." Wu Wai-ren's eyes immediately became serious after hearing this request. This request may sound absurd to others, as no one would really believe that the world would end. But for War Dragon Security, this is not a joke. Because in this world, those who are the wealthiest and most powerful are often the most afraid of death. A long time ago, there were billionaires abroad who spared no expense to build doomsday shelters worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Over the years, many billionaires around the world have started to follow suit. Some may be genuinely concerned about the arrival of large-scale natural disasters, while others need to increase their sense of security due to numerous enemies. And the end of the world safe house of War Dragon Security caters to this market demand. Wu Wai-ren became enthusiastic upon hearing Zhang Yi's request. They only take on a few such large projects every year. He said to Zhang Yi, "Mr. Zhang, War Dragon is a world-class security company. We will definitely be able to meet your requirements." Zhang Yi's eyes were firm as he asked without hesitation, "If I tell you that you need to completely renovate a house on the 24th floor of a high-rise building, do you have the ability to do it?" Wu Wai-ren smiled slightly, with a strange gleam in his eyes. Generally speaking, safe houses are built in standalone villas or underground shelters, and the wealthy rarely set up safe houses in apartments. However, since the client has made such a request, as a company, they will certainly do their best to fulfill it. Wu Wai-ren confidently stated, "Of course, that's not a problem. Our Dragon Security Company is considered top-notch in the world, and with our technical strength, we can fully meet your requirements." Hearing Wu Wai-ren's confident promise, Zhang Yi felt relieved. In that case, he decided to turn his own house into a safe house. The only reason he stayed was to witness those who had harmed him receive their due punishment. Wu Wai-ren took out a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. He patiently explained, "Our company's services are all tailored to your needs. You can choose the services you need here, and there are corresponding price tags for each." In the information age, communication has become extremely convenient. Zhang Yi took the tablet and began to carefully browse the service content on it. It had to be admitted that a professional company was truly exceptional. As long as you can afford it, Dragon Security Company can almost meet all your needs, including building a safe house underground 100 meters or under the sea. However, for Zhang Yi, time was of the essence, as he only had a short month. After reading the introduction about the safe house, Zhang Yi immediately chose the services he needed. First, he decided to reinforce the entire house by replacing all materials with 200 mm thick alloy materials for the walls, ceilings, and floors. This aerospace material weighs only 1/3 of steel but is 10 times stronger than stainless steel. Using this material to build a safe house can seamlessly integrate into Zhang Yi's residence while avoiding the problem of overload. The windows will be equipped with the world's top bulletproof glass. Additionally, he requested the installation of a ventilation system with air filtration to prevent harmful gases from entering. Finally, he asked for a full surveillance system to achieve comprehensive monitoring inside and outside the house. Furthermore, all doors will be replaced with heavy-duty vault doors equivalent to those in banks, making it difficult to break open even with small bombs. In short, Zhang Yi's only requirement is to turn his house into an invincible fortress. After making his selection, Zhang Yi handed the computer to Wu Wai Ren. After reading it, Wu Wai Ren couldn't help but widen his eyes. A house of only 120 square meters turned into such a strong fortress. With weapons added, it's simply an impregnable fortress. Wu Wai Ren muttered to himself. Hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Oh, so you also have knowledge about fortresses? Wu Wai Ren laughed. I used to be a mercenary abroad and am well versed in military knowledge. Suddenly, an idea popped into Zhang Yi's mind. He lowered his voice and asked Wu Wai Ren, do you have a way to get firearms? This question made Wu Wai Ren's expression serious. In this country, private firearm ownership is prohibited. Mr. Zhang, you should know that, in principle, private firearm ownership is not allowed, Wu Wai Ren said softly. Have you encountered some formidable opponents that make you so worried? Zhang Yi asked tentatively. Yes, I have gotten myself into some trouble with dangerous people who are ruthless and have guns. I'm thinking about arming myself for self-defense. It's not wise to just hide in the house and take a beating. Wu Wai Ren smiled. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid I can't help with this matter. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Wai Ren's eyes, Zhang Yi could tell that it was not that he couldn't do it, but rather he was unwilling to take the risk. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi said to Wu Wai Ren, building this safe house project will cost over 8 million. If anything goes wrong, it will also damage your company's reputation. I just want a means to protect myself. If you can help me, I would be very grateful. Wu Wai Ren remained silent, furrowing his brow as he weighed his options. He knew some channels but was unsure about Zhang Yi's background, so he didn't dare to make any rash introductions. You should go back first. I can't do this for now, but I will inquire about it. If I have any information, I will contact you, Wu Wai Ren said, clearly hesitating. Zhang Yi did not put too much pressure on the gun issue because he knew that firearms needed to be handled with care. He smiled and said, all right, I will wait for your message. Then, he eagerly requested them to quickly help him build a safe house. Wu Wai Ren said, we can finish the construction in at most half a month. After reaching an agreement with Wu Wai Ren, Zhang Yi immediately signed the contract and paid a deposit of 1 million RMB. As for the remaining balance, he knew he would never have the chance to pay it. The accommodation issue was basically resolved after leaving the War Dragon Security Company. Next, Zhang Yi returned to his car and called his friend Lu Yong. Lu Yong ran a hunting ground with many legally obtained crossbows, compound bows, and air rifles. Zhang Yi had been to the hunting ground a few times and had Lu Yang's contact information. He asked Lu Yong to help him purchase a batch of weapons and was willing to pay a premium. As a businessman, Lu Yong readily agreed. He asked, Zhang, what are you going to do with so many weapons? These can only be used for hunting or entertainment, not to harm people. Though his tone was light, he was slightly cautious. After all, if Zhang Yi used the weapons to harm others, he would also get into trouble. Zhang Yi explained with a smile, I have arranged to go hunting in a wildlife park in Africa with a few friends, so I need more equipment. Hearing this, Lu Yong exclaimed, oh, Zhang, you really know how to have fun. But Africa has many dangerous animals, so be careful. He promised to prepare the weapons quickly, and Zhang Yi immediately went to the hunting ground to purchase the necessary equipment. He bought 5 high-quality steel crossbows, 3 advanced compound bows, and 300 arrows each. In addition, he also purchased 2 premium hunting knives made of Damascus steel, sturdy and sharp, suitable for self-defense and slashing. The trunk was filled with these equipment, and looking at the pile, Zhang Yi felt a sense of security. He then brought the equipment back home. Since all the purchases were made through legal channels and he had obtained a hunting license before, he was not worried about being questioned by the police. When he returned home, the sun was already setting. Zhang Yi went to Hai Di Lao alone and enjoyed a hot pot meal to the fullest. Thinking that he might have to make hot pot by himself in the future, he immediately ordered 10,000 packs of hot pot base. The waiters at Hai Di Lao were all stunned, as if Zhang Yi was a spy from a hostile force planning to cause trouble. Fortunately, Hai Di Lao is known for its high-quality service, so they managed to control their emotions and did not get into a conflict with Zhang Yi. Shortly after, the manager personally came over, inquired about the situation, and decided to accommodate Zhang Yi. However, to prevent potential damage, the manager requested Zhang Yi to pay in cash. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi immediately paid a large sum on the spot. This generous gesture made the manager overjoyed, and he even gave Zhang Yi an extra 500 servings of food, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Zhang Yi left an address for the staff at Haidilao to deliver the hot pot base ingredients. As for the food materials, they could be directly taken from the warehouse of Walmart. The hot pot base, however, would not be sold. Even the pre-packaged ones available in the market were far inferior to the ones used in the restaurant. Otherwise, there would be no customers coming to the restaurant for hot pot. After finishing the meal, Zhang Yi prepared to go home when he received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. "Mr. Zhang, the 500 tables of banquet you ordered are ready. Are you available to receive them now?" "Yes, just send them over," Zhang Yi replied. When he returned home, he was waiting for them to deliver all the delicious food and drinks. These 500 tables of banquets would be enough for him for 2 to 3 years. With millions of dollars in his hand, he didn't mind spending money now and was eager to spend it all. On his way back, Zhang Yi thought about what else he liked to eat. So, he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City, asking them to deliver 100 tables each. Ordering thousands of tables of 8 major cuisines, including Western food, he had covered his half-life meals. Soon after, the catering trucks from the Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. Dozens of cars blocked the road, leaving the neighbors in the community dumbfounded. The security guard, Uncle Yu, hurried forward to stop them and asked about their purpose. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu insisted that the owners had to come before he could open the gate. The scale was too large, and he was concerned about the safety of the community. The hotel manager had to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi then came downstairs to the entrance of the community. There were many people gathered, including the neighbors from the residential building and onlookers like Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning. Zhang Yi walked up to Uncle Yu and said with a smile, "Uncle Yu, these are the meals being delivered to me. Let them in." Uncle Yu was surprised. "Meals? What are you eating that requires a dozen cars to deliver?" The neighbors heard it was a meal truck and were in an uproar. "Wow, this must be at least a few hundred tables. Where does he plan to put them? Is there something happening at Zhang Yi's house, a banquet perhaps? Is he getting married? A few hundred tables is too intimidating. Look carefully, that's the Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Ordering a few hundred tables from there would cost at least 100,000. Oh my, spending over 100,000 on a banquet. Zhang Yi is truly a hidden dragon. We only knew his family was well off, but now it seems he's a tycoon." The neighbors were discussing animatedly, and their eyes towards Zhang Yi were filled with admiration. Feng Yuqing on the side of the road saw this scene and pursed her lips, strengthening her determination to win over Zhang Yi. She took the initiative to walk up to Zhang Yi and asked with a smile, "Zhang Yi, what's been keeping you busy at home recently? You bought so many things." Zhang Yi ignored her and instead handed a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Seeing the owner had arrived, Uncle Yu opened the gate and let the convoy from the Hongfu Tianxia Hotel enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way, with Feng Yuqing following behind. Although he didn't pay particular attention to Feng Yuqing, she didn't mind at all and chatted with him easily and happily. She felt puzzled why he didn't tell her anything about what was going on at home. Weren't they good friends? She hoped to understand Zhang Yi better and not be treated like an outsider. Zhang Yi looked at her deeply and sarcastically said, "These things are all purchased for the boss. Last time we went to the Western restaurant, he treated. If only I were really rich." Feng Yuqing's expression immediately changed. She hesitantly asked, You're not joking, are you?" Zhang Yi shrugged. "Why would I lie to you? We've known each other for so long, don't you understand my family situation? Both my parents have passed away, I'm just a warehouse supervisor. I don't have that much money." His explanation made Feng Yuqing's expression complicated. She had suspected Zhang Yi was a second-generation rich, thinking his family must be running a big business. However, now that Zhang Yi admitted he wasn't a second-generation rich, Feng Yuqing's doubts were answered. She quietly distanced herself from Zhang Yi, adjusted her hair, and politely smiled, saying, "Whether you're a second-generation rich or not, we are still the best of friends, right? I'm not that kind of materialistic woman." She deliberately emphasized the word, friend. Green tea never cuts off all ties, because she needs backups and lapdogs to serve her. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile, saying no more. Meanwhile, the employees of Hongfu began to move tables of delicious food to the location designated by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had a good network, so he managed to borrow the underground warehouse in the residential area from the property management, allowing them to store the food there first. Although the quantity of food for 500 tables was huge, it didn't seem overly bulky after being packed. Zhang Yi ordered a variety of top-notch delicacies, and everything was readily available. Moving 500 tables of banquet food was time-consuming and laborious, but it didn't take up too much space once packed. The hotel manager was also surprised to see this scene. He had been a manager for many years and encountered such a large takeout order for the first time. However, Zhang Yi told them to just move the food to the warehouse. While others might have doubts about him, Zhang Yi didn't care. In this busy world, who has time to care about an insignificant person? Therefore, whether it was neighbors or hotel staff, at most, it was just idle gossip, and no one would truly care. Soon, Zhang Yi stored all 500 tables of banquet food in his own pocket dimension. In the evening, Zhang Yi received a call from the manager of the War Dragon Company, Wu Weiren. Wu Weiren informed Zhang Yi that they were ready to go and could start building the safe house at any time. He asked Zhang Yi when he would be available to start working. Zhang Yi told them directly that he could start tomorrow. He planned to move to the hotel first. After discussing the matter of the safe house, Zhang Yi anxiously awaited the next steps from Wu Weiren. He had another crucial matter to discuss with Wu Weiren, which was to acquire an item for equality among all beings. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Weiren finally lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yi, "If you truly have this need, I can assist you. However, the price may be quite high." Zhang Yi nodded slightly, understanding the situation. Money was no longer an issue for him, as long as the quality of the item was top-notch. Wu Weiren casually added, "In that case, I will provide you with some clues. In 3 days, I will inform you of the specific location for the transaction." Zhang Yi felt relieved, as he had finally taken a step towards achieving his goal. The preparations for the firearms had been completed, and Zhang Yi felt relaxed and content. In the face of the impending doomsday, having firearms meant maintaining a strong sense of confidence when dealing with both humans and mutants. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi organized and stored important items from his home into his own space. In order to build a safe house, he had to temporarily move to a hotel. The Yulu community welcomed 3 black vans, from which a large group of War Dragon Company workers in work uniforms got off and began measuring the data of Zhang Yi's home. The neighbors around saw this scene and their eyes revealed strong curiosity. They speculated one after another, wondering if Zhang Yi had encountered something strange recently. Why did he always make inexplicable moves? Some colleagues even joked that they had seen him buying 3 carts of food at the supermarket the other day. Haha, could it be that he sensed the end of the world was near, so he hoarded so much food? If it expires, wouldn't it all go to waste? Some even suspected that he might have a mental problem. Everyone was puzzled by Zhang Yi's abnormal behavior, but no one really cared, just treated him as a joke. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning thought Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Lin Caning suddenly realized and said, "I understand. No wonder he dined at the Michelin 3-star restaurant that day. Turns out his brain is not working right." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling very unhappy. Thinking back to the day when she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Zhang Yi and helped him carry so many things back home, she felt a surge of resentment. She thought, what is Zhang Yi up to? However, Lin Caning, with some concern, said, "But he promised to treat us to a big meal. He won't forget, right?" She was eager to go to the Michelin 3-star restaurant for a delicious meal. Fang Yuqing sneered and said, "Forget it. With him acting so strangely lately, even if he treats me, I won't go. If we are seen eating together by others, it would be embarrassing. I am looking for a wealthy husband, can't ruin my reputation." Hearing Fang Yuqing's words, Lin Canning felt reluctant but helpless, and could only give up. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, didn't care at all about what the neighbors thought. A month later, they would understand who the truly ridiculous person was. Zhang Yi left his front door and drove to the Walmart warehouse. Today was Monday. He needed to go to work and also investigate in the warehouse to prepare for future actions. The Walmart warehouse was located in the Economic Development Zone, on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Due to the relatively cheap land prices here, many large companies had set up warehouses, and even some pharmaceutical companies had warehouses here. This provided convenience for Zhang Yi to acquire some special medications in the future. Arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in on time for work. As the warehouse manager, he was familiar with everything here. It could be said that he was familiar with every warehouse, even every shelf. In the past, he always found it extremely boring to come here. But today, facing these massive supplies, his heart was unusually excited. Not long after, all these things would be taken away by him, becoming his most precious survival resources in the apocalypse. As the main warehouse of Walmart in southern China, the abundance of supplies here is beyond imagination. Various daily necessities are piled up, with tens of thousands of Coca-Cola quietly waiting. The warehouse covers millions of square feet, filled with a wide array of goods, including food, clothing, hardware tools, as well as cars, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. Almost all items sold in supermarkets can be found here. Zhang Yi has worked here for many years and knows every item on each shelf like the back of his hand. He is familiar with the schedule and the positions of the cameras. Even with strict surveillance, he can disable the monitoring system within 10 minutes. Then, taking advantage of the system's vulnerabilities, he would take away all the supplies. However, at this moment, Zhang Yi did not act in haste. There was still plenty of time, and he didn't want to alert the snake. After circling the warehouse, he quietly left, carrying a pack of Wamhalo cigarettes, and headed to the adjacent warehouse of ruining pharmaceutical company. Because he often worked in the same place, he was familiar with the employees here. Finding the warehouse manager, Zhou Heron, Zhang Yi talked to him and subtly hinted at his needs. He hoped to obtain several boxes of special medicine for treating critical illnesses. Zhou Heron was initially cautious, but when he heard that Zhang Yi was willing to pay double the price, he couldn't help but be tempted. In the end, they struck a deal for 5 large boxes of medicine at a price of 3 million. With the medicine sorted out, Zhang Yi almost had all the supplies he needed for the apocalypse. With less than a month left before Doomsday, he had no mood for work. So, he requested a 20-day leave from the warehouse manager, claiming that his ancestral grandfather had passed away and he needed to return to his hometown for the funeral. Zhang Yi had good relations with the manager, so the leave was smoothly approved. Next, he planned to spend his time comfortably in a 5-star hotel, waiting for all the supplies to arrive in the safe house to be built. As he was leaving the office, he happened to see Feng Yuqing pouring coffee, with a seductive and captivating demeanor. A group of young male dogs were attracted and began to chase after her. Among them, one young man with a beaming smile warmly invited Feng Yuqing to join him in watching Jay Chou's concert, holding up the proud ticket in his hand. This young man's name is Zhou Peng, and he left a deep impression on Feng Yuqing. They both live in the same community, and Zhou Peng is a loyal follower of Feng Yuqing, even saving a place for her among his past enemies. Zhou Peng was enthusiastically pursuing Feng Yuqing on the side, but Feng Yuqing was not interested in Zhou Peng. In terms of economic conditions and lifestyle, Zhou Peng was far behind Zhang Yi. He even rented a house. Nevertheless, Feng Yuqing still smiled and said to him, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. But I'm sorry, I already have plans tonight." What a coincidence. A hint of disappointment appeared on Zhou Peng's face, as he had spent an entire month's salary on those 2 concert tickets. He had hoped to confess to Feng Yuqing at the concert, but he did not expect to be rejected. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He knew very well that Zhou Peng, this lapdog, was destined to get no reward in the end. However, in the midst of Zhou Peng's disappointment, he noticed Zhang Yi's smug expression, which ignited his anger. To divert the awkwardness, he walked straight to Zhang Yi and rebuked, "Zhang Yi, what you did was really unkind. A grown man like you, making a woman help with moving things. Aren't you ashamed? Yuqing complained about her back pain all day at work today. I hope next time you won't let her work for you again. Zhang Yi glanced at Feng Yuqing, realizing that she had spilled the beans. Feng Yuqing put on an innocent look and said, "It's okay, I'm actually fine. Just can't lift heavy things. My back is a bit uncomfortable." With that, she touched her back, showing a painful expression. To show his masculinity, Zhou Peng aggressively pointed at Zhang Yi and said, "You quickly give Yuqing $500 for medical treatment." But he didn't expect Zhang Yi's eyes to turn cold as he angrily retorted, "She volunteered to help with the moving. I never asked her for help. Besides, who do you think you are, bossing around here? Do you think you're something special?" Zhang Yi's stern rebuke shocked both Zhou Peng and Feng Yuqing. Zhou Peng was just an ordinary clerk, without any power. The only reason he dared to shout at Zhang Yi was because Zhang Yi was usually gentle and avoided conflicts. But when Zhang Yi truly got angry, Zhou Peng couldn't help but shrink back in fear. "Why are you shouting so loudly? I just wanted to discuss with you," Zhou Peng said. Zhang Yi sneered and left directly. He didn't bother wasting words with Zhou Peng, because in his eyes, 99% of these people would perish in the storm of the future apocalypse. What's the point of talking to dead people? After Zhang Yi left, Zhou Peng walked up to Feng Yuqing and whispered, "Yuqing, I've told you before, this Zhang Yi is not a good person. It's best to stay away from him in the future." Feng Yuqing frowned and pondered, noticing that Zhang Yi had clearly changed recently, no longer greeting her as before, and not even chatting with her at night. This sudden change puzzled her. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, precisely the Hongfu Tianxia that he had booked before. Upon learning of Zhang Yi's arrival, the manager greeted him with a warm smile and kindly arranged his guest room. The luxurious rooms in the 5-star hotel cost over 1,000 yuan per night, but Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. With millions in his pocket, he didn't feel the pinch of the expense. That evening, Bai Lianhua, Feng Yuqing, took the initiative to message Zhang Yi, breaking their previous silence. Feng Yuqing curiously inquired about Zhang Yi's recent strange behavior, hinting at the possibility of something significant happening. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, admitting to the recent changes. Feng Yuqing keenly noticed his transformation, feeling a bit displeased, but Zhang Yi seemed indifferent and coldly responded before setting his phone aside. On the other end of the phone, facing Zhang Yi's coldness, Feng Yuqing felt a deep sense of disappointment. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Yi had been caring and attentive, chatting with her every night. Now his attitude had changed, becoming distant and aloof. Despite not having feelings for Zhang Yi, Feng Yuqing couldn't bear the thought of him losing interest in her. To her, it meant losing a valuable catch. Although Zhang Yi wasn't born with a silver spoon, he was a high-quality middle-class entrepreneur. If she couldn't find a better match in the future, she would still consider accepting him. Feng Yuqing anxiously sent another message, hinting at the dwindling contact between them, making her feel lonely. However, after a long wait, there was no response. Feng Yuqing nervously bit her lip, starting to feel uneasy about Zhang Yi's silence. Her roommate, Lin Caning, heard about Feng Yuqing's troubles and walked over with a smile. Lin Caning was also puzzled by Zhang Yi's recent strange behavior, questioning his intentions behind purchasing a large amount of food and banquets. Feng Yuqing frowned and asked Lin Caning if she thought Zhang Yi had received some kind of message that led to his worries about potential changes. Lin Caning, slightly surprised by the question, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She advised Feng Yuqing not to worry unnecessarily, as if there were any significant events, the authorities would surely inform them. Feng Yuqing chuckled self-deprecatingly, indicating her understanding. Zhang Yi stayed in the luxurious suite for several days, not leaving the room, focusing on purchasing banquets from various hotels. In the room, Zhang Yi began practicing the use of compound bows and crossbows. Fortunately, he had always had a passion for hunting, which laid a solid foundation. At this moment, he stood 15 meters away, hitting the target with every arrow. With a professional-grade compound bow in hand, his shooting skills reached new heights. The modern equipment allowed him to shoot arrows accurately like an ancient divine archer. Not only could he deal with humans, but even facing wild boars, jackals, or large dogs, he could cause significant damage. Zhang Yi was filled with confidence and a sense of control, enjoying every shot as if the arrow had become an extension of himself. 3 days later, with the help of Wu Weiren, Zhang Yi successfully acquired 2 guns and 100 rounds of ammunition. Despite the hefty cost, Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. Holding these heavy weapons, he felt more confident about his safety in the apocalypse. Additionally, he completed a drug deal with Zhou Heron and obtained 5 boxes of imported high-end drugs. A week later, Wu Weiren informed Zhang Yi that the customized safe house was completed and invited him to inspect it. Zhang Yi left the hotel where he had been staying and drove back to the Yulu residential area. Wu Weiren personally accompanied Zhang Yi to inspect the safe house. Zhang Yi was impressed by the security standards of the Battle Dragon Company. The safe house, reinforced with 200 mm thick alloy plates as per his request, showed no visible changes on the exterior. Wu Weiren patiently introduced the various facilities. The ventilation system was military-grade, capable of filtering harmful gases and preventing gas attacks. The heating system used professional-grade materials, and besides meeting requirements, it also reduced temperature loss by 99.5%. With a mysterious smile, Wu Weiren introduced the surveillance system, with 300 cameras installed throughout the building, allowing Zhang Yi to monitor each floor. Zhang Yi was amazed, marveling at the power of money, which could buy services beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Stepping onto the balcony, he found it had been transformed into a huge bulletproof and explosion-proof floor-to-ceiling window, sturdy yet providing good natural light. Zhang Yi was extremely satisfied with the safe house, believing that no one could break in unless with heavy weapons. He smiled and told Wu Weiren, "I am very pleased with the safe house you have built for me." Wu Weiren also smiled and asked Zhang Yi to sign the contract, reminding him to settle the final payment within 3 months. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, knowing full well that he would not be paying the final installment. With just a deposit of 1 million, he could own a safe house worth nearly 10 million, which was truly delightful. As he lay on the sofa, admiring the perfect safe house, he suddenly realized an important issue: water source. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh my! How could I forget such an essential thing?" In the frozen world, even though the outside is covered in ice and snow, securing a water source is crucial. The biting cold outside, with temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees, makes it unbearable for people to endure. Every time he goes out, Zhang Yi is filled with the potential danger. He cannot tolerate any loopholes in his safe house. After careful consideration, he resolutely placed an order on a food delivery platform to purchase 100 huge water storage barrels, each capable of storing 500 cubic meters of water, enough for him to use for several years. Combined with the ability to always get bottled water from the warehouse, the water resource issue has been perfectly solved. The speed of the delivery guy is amazing. A few hours later, the delivery arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep. Zhang Yi walked to the entrance of the community and asked the security guard Uncle Yu to let the delivery guy in. The surrounding neighbors saw Zhang Yi buying a bunch of things again and started discussing. Some said, "Is this Zhang Yi crazy? Always buying strange things. A few days ago, when their house was being renovated, I saw people carrying steel plates over 10 centimeters thick." Others mocked, "Maybe he has a problem in his head, trying to recreate a safe house from movies." Some people saw in foreign videos that some rich people do this kind of thing out of boredom. Isn't this just overly cautious? Now he's bought so many water barrels, does he think Tianhai City will run out of water? Ha ha. Faced with the ridicule of the neighbors, Zhang Yi disdained to explain. He sneered in his heart, waiting for the ice-sealed Doomsday to come. They would understand how foolish they were. Zhang Yi dismissed them, as these people only saw him as a fool and would not listen to his advice. They might even frame him, accusing him of spreading rumors and disrupting social order, and come to arrest him later. The security guard Uncle Yu and neighbor Grandpa Tang were chatting. Uncle Yu walked over and kindly asked, "Xiao Zhang, why did you buy so many water barrels? If you need help, just let me know, I'll help you." Zhang Yi looked at the warm-hearted Uncle Yu, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart. Uncle Yu is a retired soldier with no children. He has been a security guard in the community for over a decade, always dedicated and responsible. He once donated his last food to a mother and daughter on the brink of starvation during the apocalypse, eventually starving to death himself. He is a rare beacon of humanity in Zhang Yi's eyes. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "Uncle Yu, the temperature is unusually cold this year. I received insider information that this winter may be very difficult. It's best to prepare more food and water in case of emergency, to avoid price surges." Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi have a good relationship, and Uncle Yu knows that Zhang Yi is a kind and caring young man. Besides, the elderly are always sentimental, so when he heard Zhang Yi's reminder, he also began to worry. Frowning, Uncle Yu asked, "Xiao Zhang, is this information reliable?" Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Since I've prepared so much, you should also stock up on some instant noodles and bottled water. It won't hurt to buy a bit more." Uncle Yu immediately agreed. Living alone, he had long developed the habit of stocking up on instant noodles and ham sausages. Since Zhang Yi said so, he decided to take some time to store more food. Zhang Yi stood in front of the supermarket shelves, holding a bag of coffee with a slight frown on his face. He was thinking that buying too much of this kind of thing wouldn't hurt, and it was also a kind of peace of mind. Just as he was thinking this, Mr. Tang beside him heard his words and couldn't help but walk over. Mr. Tang, with a smile on his face, gently said to Zhang Yi, "Xiao Zhang, you mustn't say such things casually. Nowadays, society is stable and harmonious. Where is there a shortage of goods? Be careful not to be reported for spreading rumors by talking nonsense like this. It could be troublesome. You might even be invited for a chat." Zhang Yi, feeling helpless, just rolled his eyes and didn't pay much attention. He thought to himself, he had already been warned. Whether they believed it or not was up to them. Zhang Yi asked the delivery guy to send 100 giant water barrels to the warehouse. Then he had them placed inside his storage space and brought them back home. Once he got home, Zhang Yi started turning on all the faucets in the house and filling up the water barrels. At this rate, he could potentially finish filling all 100 barrels within a week. Day by day passed, and Zhang Yi was constantly busy. He spared no expense and spent every penny in his hand. He dined at the best restaurants every day and purchased large quantities of food from top-tier restaurants to store in his storage space. During this time, he also practiced archery and firearms shooting at the shooting range in Tianhai City every day, striving to improve his skills. It wasn't quite realistic to become a martial arts master in just 1 month, but with his bow, firearms, and a super safe house with a full metal shell, he would fear no danger that might come his way. Such actions naturally didn't escape everyone's notice. However, everyone around him treated Zhang Yi as a joke, thinking he had lost his mind and privately ridiculed him. Even Feng Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from Zhang Yi and was unwilling to communicate with him. As time passed day by day, more than 20 days went by quickly, and the end of the world was approaching. Zhang Yi had collected a massive amount of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. However, these were not enough to provide him with a sense of security. He decided to target the giant warehouse at Walmart. By taking down this warehouse, he would have access to a massive amount of supplies that he could never use up in his lifetime. Why didn't he choose to act on the last day? Because Zhang Yi remembered something. In his past life, he vaguely heard that the higher-ups had actually received news of the gamma-ray arrival in advance. So they had quietly started to transfer a large amount of living supplies before ordinary people noticed. Zhang Yi didn't dare to take a risk. He had to act in advance. Moreover, following this logic, even if all the supplies in the Walmart warehouse disappeared, the high-ranking officials eager to seek refuge wouldn't have much energy to investigate. This gave Zhang Yi a suitable buffer period. So, Zhang Yi returned to the warehouse and resumed his work as usual. There were always people on duty at the Walmart warehouse 24 hours a day, but at night, there were only 10 people on duty. Zhang Yi decided to use the most straightforward method, adding sleeping pills to the tea they drank. Since the end of the world was only 3 days away, he wasn't afraid of being caught. As these people were all familiar to Zhang Yi, he easily succeeded. When the drugs took effect, they fell into a deep sleep, and Zhang Yi went to the control room and turned off all the warehouse cameras. He knew this place too well, could think of every corner with his eyes closed, and with countless plans and rehearsals in his mind, he executed everything smoothly. After doing all this, He changed into a pair of oversized shoes, put on gloves, and quickly made his way to the warehouse. Looking at the massive warehouse in front of him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and began collecting the supplies. With just a glance from his right eye, he could move an entire shelf into his storage space with just a thought. Zhang Yi was the first to arrive at the beverage area, where various mineral waters, drinks, and alcohol were piled up in front of him. Premium red wines and spirits were all there. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi swept all the beverages, emptying the warehouse in an instant, as if these drinks were an indispensable part of his life. Next, he headed to the fuel area for daily necessities, where smokeless coal, barrels of gasoline, and alcohol were displayed, enough to sustain life for hundreds of years. Zhang Yi didn't consider leaving any for others because after Doomsday, these precious supplies might not fall into the hands of ordinary people. Without hesitation, he occupied all these valuable goods, utilizing his years of warehousing experience to distribute them properly in a separate space, preparing for his future use. In the third step, he entered the food area, where tens of thousands of tons of food filled his site, canned goods, cooked food, and snacks piled up like small mountains. Zhang Yi sighed, saying that these foods were enough for him to eat for 10 lifetimes. He grabbed without being picky, collected the food in his bag, and then headed to the sports equipment area. In his safe house, sports equipment was also particularly necessary, as only by maintaining good health could he protect himself in critical moments. Although space was limited, Zhang Yi unreservedly moved the necessary items, taking full advantage of the infinite capacity of the separate space. He even found some specially practical equipment, such as baseball bats, fencing gear, and national-level professional cold-resistant clothing that could withstand extreme cold temperatures. These technological products impressed Zhang Yi, and he unhesitatingly moved these top-notch equipment into the warehouse. After 2 hours of effort, Zhang Yi single-handedly emptied the Walmart warehouse. Faced with the empty warehouse, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Even if the Ice Age came, he had confidence in safely getting through it. Back at his post, Zhang Yi took off his gloves and shoes, put them into the separate space, drank a cup of tea with sleeping pills, and fell into a deep sleep. He was abruptly awakened after an unknown period of time, and his colleagues told him in shock that the warehouse had been emptied. Zhang Yi was extremely surprised, immediately stood up, facing the empty warehouse, feeling endless shock in his heart. Zhang Yi paced to the warehouse, his heart sinking at the sight of emptiness before him. Though he knew exactly what had happened, his legs still felt weak, and he trembled as he asked, "What on earth has happened? How could all the goods in the warehouse disappear?" The employees around him looked tense. The warehouse held goods worth billions. Even transporting them by truck would take days, yet they had vanished in the blink of an eye. They all knew they had been sleeping just moments ago, but remained silent, as taking a break during the night shift was nothing new. Zhang Yi remained expressionless, pretending to pace anxiously, before finally blurting out, "This situation is too bizarre for us to handle. We should notify the higher-ups immediately." The employees, though nervous, did not panic. After all, once the situation escalated, they would not bear much responsibility. The disappearance of goods worth billions in just 2 hours was clearly beyond their capability. With a monthly salary of just a few thousand, they were not willing to go all out for the company. Therefore, upon hearing Zhang Yi's suggestion, they nodded in agreement. Let the higher-ups deal with this mess. Zhang Yi immediately called the warehouse manager to report the situation. When the manager received the call, he was shocked to the core, even suspecting that Zhang Yi was joking. Zhang Yi emptied the Walmart warehouse in South China. Goods worth billions were all transported into his pocket dimension. However, he acted as if nothing had happened, promptly reporting the situation to Walmart's senior management. The news quickly spread throughout the South China region, and various executives were surprised, rushing to the scene and alerting the authorities. The warehouse manager, Tom Watson, stared at the empty warehouse, his face as pale as paper, feeling extremely anxious. He realized he had to explain to the headquarters because they had ordered the goods to be transported back to the country in the shortest time possible. It was said to be an order from the headquarters, and the ship they sent was already heading to Tianhai port. The situation became extremely critical. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was not worried at all about the exposure of the incident. In just 2 hours, goods worth billions disappeared without a trace, leaving everyone bewildered. Even with the police conducting a thorough investigation, it would be difficult to find any clues in the short term. Furthermore, Walmart being a foreign company, the investigation naturally wouldn't be too rigorous. Despite this, he pretended to be nervous and fearful, actively cooperating with the police investigation. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was eventually released back home. The police still had doubts about the incident because they reviewed the surveillance footage inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal footage was tampered with, moving millions of cubic meters of goods would definitely leave traces. However, no signs of vehicle activity were found in the surrounding surveillance footage. This meant that the disappearance of goods worth billions was either a mysterious event or Walmart staging a self-deception. From a logical perspective, the latter seemed more reasonable. Unless a supernatural event occurred, it was impossible to explain how millions of cubic meters of goods disappeared without a trace in a short time. As for Zhang Yi and other ordinary employees, although they raised suspicions, solving the logical puzzle of the missing goods was more important. Walmart being a foreign company, not involved with domestic officials, the case was massive, and the police's efficiency was low. To avoid international repercussions, the investigation reached a deadlock. It would take quite some time to uncover the truth. Zhang Yi was confined to Tianhai City, cooperating with the police and internal company investigations. He cooperated actively and was eventually released. Back at home, he looked out through the blinds of the French windows. It was December 10th today, with only 2 days left until the Ice Age. He just needed to stay at home and wait for the future. Thinking about the billions of goods in his pocket dimension, Zhang Yi felt extremely relieved. After a busy night of interrogation and cooperation, Zhang Yi returned to his bedroom and lay down, feeling a bit exhausted. He fell into a deep sleep and woke up in the evening, turning on the TV to find the news reporting on the theft at the Walmart South China warehouse. The stolen goods were of great value and the situation was mysterious, with major news outlets rushing to cover the story. It was unbelievable that such a large warehouse could be emptied in a matter of hours, indicating foul play by someone. It was highly likely that internal staff were involved, and there was even speculation that it could be orchestrated by Walmart's senior management for insurance fraud. With millions of cubic feet of goods, even with large trucks for transportation, it would be impossible to empty the warehouse overnight. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, realizing that this mystery might remain unsolved until Doomsday. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Yi stayed indoors, not stepping foot outside. He knew time was running out and he was determined not to leave the safety of his home. The police and investigators from Walmart headquarters summoned him for questioning multiple times. Although they suspected Zhang Yi's behavior on that night to be somewhat suspicious, due to the short investigation time and lack of concrete evidence, they couldn't arrest him despite their doubts. During this time, some acquaintances sent messages trying to dig for inside information, but Zhang Yi cleverly evaded them all. Finally, December 12th arrived. The gamma rays passed through the blue star, freezing time at 2 a.m., bringing destructive consequences to Earth. A few hours before, Zhang Yi closed off his room and lit the fireplace. As the energy supply depleted, the air conditioning and heating systems would fail, leaving the fireplace as the only source of warmth. At exactly 2 a.m., he sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a beer, gazing outside. Suddenly, a white light appeared on the edge of the sky. Though the night was quiet, the earth suddenly brightened as if it were dusk. However, the radiance lasted only 2 seconds before vanishing. Most people had already fallen asleep and didn't notice this brief change. Only Zhang Yi, who understood the implications behind it, felt a chill down his spine. He took a big gulp of beer, the cool liquid slightly calming his nerves. Thinking quickly, he threw a few high-quality firewood logs into the fireplace. Turning on the TV, he watched a program while waiting for the world to change. Just a few minutes later, snowflakes began falling heavily from the sky outside. Initially, they were the size of fingernails, but within 2 minutes, they grew to the size of goose feathers. The wind howled, and the snowflakes seemed to instantly turn into a blizzard. Over the entire city, dense snowflakes suddenly filled the sky. This was the power of nature, changing silently and swiftly. Zhang Yi's heart started to race with nervousness. Despite having built a perfect safe house, Zhang Yi couldn't help but worry after experiencing the ice apocalypse. He was anxious about whether the 8 million safe house could withstand the test of the future deep freeze. However, the roaring flames in the fireplace made the indoors unusually warm, even a bit too hot. The indoor temperature had already reached 32.6 degrees Celsius, while the city outside had long been submerged in a blanket of snow. Zhang Yi felt slightly reassured, reduced the charcoal to adjust the indoor temperature, as excessively high temperature was also uncomfortable. He was not in a hurry to sleep, but continued to pay attention to the changes outside. Rest? That was something for later. No need to worry about going to work at the moment. In less than half an hour, a thick layer of snow had accumulated on the balcony. Checking the news on his phone, Zhang Yi found that reports of the sudden drop in temperature were spreading like wildfire on the internet. People were complaining about this sudden harsh winter, with no preparation for the winter. The weather had dropped ghostly to below zero, and tomorrow the streets might be frozen, making it difficult to go to work. However, some people were delighted by this. After the heavy snowfall, they could enjoy a holiday, especially friends from the south who excitedly took photos with the snow, claiming they had never seen such a magnificent scene in the south. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was just the beginning. The heavy snowfall to come would last for 3 months, and the temperature would gradually drop. By then, they would no longer have such a relaxed mood to appreciate the snow scenery. The Ice Age officially kicked off, and the southern city of Tianhai was hit by heavy snowfall, sparking discussions online with some complaining and others feeling fortunate. However, they were unaware that this heavy snowfall and drop in temperature were not just temporary, but would persist and intensify. Ultimately, it would bring about unbearable disasters. At this moment, Zhang Yi was comfortably lying on the sofa at home, enjoying the warmth of over 20 degrees Celsius in the safe house, savoring an ice-cold Budweiser beer, feeling content. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he picked it up to see a message from the mobile chat groups, including the former classmates group, interest groups, and the residential community group. The heavy snow came unexpectedly, and even the weather forecast did not give an early warning. Woken up in the middle of the night by the cold, he hurriedly turned on the air conditioner. However, the heating effect of the air conditioner at home was not satisfactory, and it was getting colder. Not knowing how long this cold weather would last, he hadn't had the chance to buy winter clothes. The group was abuzz with discussions, with everyone expressing their feelings. However, Zhang Yi could sense that most people did not take the sudden drop in temperature seriously, but rather felt somewhat surprised. He knew deep down that this was just a temporary change. Yawning, he no longer paid attention to the group chat. Returning to the warm bed, he covered himself with a velvet blanket and comfortably closed his eyes. The bed was extremely comfortable, a high-end item moved from Walmart's warehouse. Especially the mattress, rumored to be worth up to 3 million, the same as a certain female celebrities. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, the cold wind was howling, while the fireplace inside was burning brightly, warm and pleasant. In such a cozy environment, Zhang Yi quickly fell asleep. The next morning, the phone ringing once again woke Zhang Yi up. Opening his eyes, he found it was a call from Bailienhua Fang Yuqing. Being awakened, Zhang Yi naturally felt annoyed. Answering the phone, he impatiently asked, "Hello, what's the matter calling so early?" Fang Yuqing heard Zhang Yi's indifferent tone and felt slightly surprised. However, she persisted, "Zhang Yi, it's very cold outside. You hoarded supplies before. Did you have a premonition?" Fang Yuqing's voice trembled slightly, as if enduring some pressure. Hearing this, Zhang Yi smirked sarcastically. This Bailienhua was indeed attentive to everything. He lazily replied, "It was just casually mentioned by a friend, didn't expect the temperature drop to be so severe." Uncovering the blanket, the warmth inside the house made him slightly sweaty. Putting on slippers, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and the scene before him caught his attention. The heavy snow had submerged the entire city, streets and shrubs disappearing in the white snow. Only the outlines of buildings could be vaguely seen, with the ground floors of many buildings almost submerged. The heavy snow continued to pour down, with no sign of stopping. On the other end of the phone, Fang Yuqing continued, "Why did you hoard so much stuff, Zhang Yi? Come on, you didn't even tell me about this kind of thing in advance." I was frozen. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, never expecting her to still have the nerve to come and complain to him. He directly hung up the phone and threw it aside. Then he went to the bathroom to take a nice hot shower. After that, he took out a top-grade A5 Wagyu beef from the space and had steak with pasta for breakfast. While having breakfast, he turned on the TV to watch. Just as the temperature dropped and there were no power outages yet, the TV could still be used normally. But even if there were power outages, Zhang Yi had prepared various backup power sources, along with dozens of generators and a huge amount of gasoline. In terms of energy, it would last at least 300 years without any problem. After turning on the TV, Zhang Yi first tuned to the morning news channel. Although as a reborn person, he knew what was happening outside. But at times like this, watching the situation outside was also a way of entertainment. On the news channel, both anchors were wearing thick down jackets. You see, in places like TV stations, central air conditioning is not spared, and it is a priority place for power supply. But if the anchors need to wear down jackets, it means the temperature has reached a point where the central air conditioning cannot fully resist. The female anchor facing the camera tried to speak in a steady tone. Last night, a strong cold air hit various places around the world, causing a drastic change in global temperatures. The general temperature drop reached 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is investigating the cause of this cold air attack. In the next few days, we hope everyone will pay attention to keeping warm and try not to get frostbite. If not necessary, try not to go out. The authorities will properly handle this issue, and we hope everyone will not panic. Do not spread rumors, do not believe rumors, and do not engage in hoarding of goods. The snow disaster will soon pass. Hearing the female anchor's words, Zhang Yi sneered. After the Ice Age arrived, the only way to survive was to rely on oneself. If you just stay at home doing nothing, you will definitely be among the first to die. In the upper right corner of the TV, it was already showing that the outdoor temperature in Tianhai City had reached -65 degrees. You see, yesterday during the day, the highest temperature in Tianhai City was still 15 degrees, which means it dropped by 80 degrees in an instant. Zhang Yi shrugged. This level of temperature drop was exactly the same as in his previous life. But now he was wearing pajamas, drinking red wine and eating steak with pasta, feeling no hint of the cold outside. After all, it was a safe house built for 8 million, and he emphasized the insulation function, so the temperature inside the house would hardly dissipate. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone rang again. He was curious to see what his neighbors, who had made fun of him before, were talking about. The first message he saw was from Feng Yuqing. Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? It's snowing heavily outside. I can't go out. Didn't you buy a lot of food? Can you lend me some first? And I will pay you back when the snow disaster is over. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Feng Yuqing was smart, knowing that with such heavy snow, food would become very expensive. She didn't want to go out in the extremely low temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees, so she asked Zhang Yi for food. But Zhang Yi knew that this Ice Age disaster would last a very long time. It wouldn't pass quickly at all. He was never going to give Feng Yuqing any food. In his past life, he was deceived by this hypocritical woman, generously sharing his food with her. As a result, she ultimately led to the death of Zhang Yi and even planned to dig out his ribs to make soup. Now, Zhang Yi just wants to play a trick on her and watch her miserably pass away. Thinking of this, a provocative smile appeared on his lips as he sent a message to Feng Yuqing. You should have told me earlier, my food at home is almost gone. Look, I just fried a steak this morning. Zhang Yi said, deliberately taking a selfie with himself, the steak on the table, and the red wine. He intentionally included his appearance in pajamas in the photo and then sent it to Feng Yuqing. Feng Yuqing curled up in the cramped rental room, wrapped tightly in 2 blankets. Despite setting the air conditioning to 40 degrees, the indoor temperature was still bone-chillingly cold, as if a cold wind was flowing through the air. After peeking at the photos sent by Zhang Yi, she widened her eyes in astonishment. Unbelievably, in such cold weather, Zhang Yi was wearing thin pajamas, enjoying delicious steak and red wine as if in another world. Feng Yuqing stared eagerly at the tempting steak and high-end red wine on the table, almost drooling. As a slightly knowledgeable Lotus-loving girl who appreciates the finer things in life, she could tell at a glance that the steak on Zhang Yi's table was definitely top-grade Wagyu beef, and the French red wine by his side was of premier quality and quite expensive. She shivered from the cold, while Zhang Yi was living comfortably and leisurely, which made Feng Yuqing couldn't help but feel jealous. She immediately messaged Zhang Yi, expressing her desire to taste the steak and red wine as well. Based on past experiences, Zhang Yi should have willingly delivered the delicacies. However, upon seeing the message, Zhang Yi cheerfully replied, "If you want to eat, go buy it at the supermarket." Feng Yuqing's face froze upon reading this response. What a pointless suggestion. It was freezing outside, and she could easily get frostbite at any moment. How could she, a delicate girl, make such a request? She gritted her teeth and said indignantly, "Zhang Yi, you really don't act like a man. You don't even know how to seize such an opportunity. HMPH." Despite her eagerness to taste the steak and red wine, in her heart, Zhang Yi was just a fish in a pond. She believed the snow disaster wouldn't last long, maintaining her proud goddess image without showing any weakness. Zhang Yi ignored Feng Yuqing and turned to check other group chats, getting ready to watch the excitement. In the neighborhood owners group chat, he saw Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone to stay calm and not panic. She emphasized that this was just a sudden drop in temperature and would pass in 2 or 3 days at most. Aunt Lin also urged everyone not to hoard supplies, trust the authorities, and assured that the neighborhood committee would do its best to help everyone get through this difficult time. Some raised concerns about the snow situation persisting. Aunt Lin firmly pointed out that hoarding would only cause prices to soar, urging everyone to follow the regulations and avoid impulsive actions. Upon seeing Lin Mama, who was commanding everyone in the group like a leader, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and disdain. It was the first day of the Ice Age, and the outside was unusually cold, with the supplies in the supermarket still not being depleted. Despite the risk of frostbite from venturing out in the snow, there was also an opportunity to stock up on supplies. However, Lin Mama's threats made many people feel lucky and choose to stay home. The outcome was predictable. Suddenly, Lin Mama's gaze turned to Zhang Yi and tagged him. "Xiao Zhang, you stocked up on a lot of supplies before. Now that the snow disaster is severe, you mustn't set a bad example. Stay at home honestly during this time. If I catch you shopping outside again, don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Yi's expression changed slightly. This old lady, still holding a grudge from being refused something last time, was looking for a chance to pick on him this time. But for Zhang Yi, what was this neighborhood committee mama? He coldly responded, "Lin Mama, no one knows how long the snow disaster will last. If you can't go out shopping for a long time, can you bear the consequences?" This questioning represented the voice of the people. Everyone was dissatisfied with Lin Mama but had to endure it because of her status. Zhang Yi took the lead and asked, "If you prevent people from stocking up on supplies, who will be responsible for the food shortage in the future? Are you willing to bear the consequences?" Under the retort of the crowd, Lin Mama became flustered and hated Zhang Yi even more. Openly refuting her in the owners group made her lose face. "Rest assured, our neighborhood committee will ensure the supply of goods, and the snow disaster will soon pass. As for you, Zhang Yi, don't incite emotions at this time, it's illegal." Lin Mama, crouching at home, gritted her teeth and said menacingly, "This Zhang Yi is really arrogant, I'll find a way to catch him." Zhang Yi laughed heartily. At this point, the old lady surnamed Lin still wanted to show off her power, which was ridiculous. In this cold weather, he wouldn't even go out if she called him. His supplies were already well prepared, and he didn't need to rush to the supermarket. Those who believed Lin Mama's words would surely regret it in the future. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly, knowing that when Doomsday arrived, some people were destined to freeze or starve to death. Some people deserved it, like those who had killed their neighbors in a past life. Zhang Yi had already made up his mind to survive at all costs, indifferent to the life or death of others. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, extremely bored, yawning. Despite the bone-chilling cold outside that others were enduring, he was enjoying a carefree life. His safe house was equipped with a perfect insulation system and ample fuel reserves, keeping it constantly comfortable and warm. He didn't need to worry about anything, just needed to ensure he was in a good mood every day. The TV shows were dull, and various live broadcasts had stopped due to the extreme low temperatures. His favorite female anchors couldn't bear dancing in thin clothes in -60 or 70 degrees or even lower temperatures. If anyone could do it, Zhang Yi would only admire their courage. He opened his private game room, filled with numerous game consoles and unopened games. Various game consoles like PS5, Switch, and Xbox were all there, in the hundreds. The number of games was even in the thousands. Zhang Yi took out a brand new PS5, connected it to the enormous 100-inch Sony TV at home, and started playing the latest AAA action game, Devil May Cry 3. Beside it were The Witcher 3 and Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice, among other games. These games were the ultimate choice for passing the time. If he wanted to challenge himself with longer games, there were Civilization and Cities, Skylines, games that he couldn't get enough of. No longer needing to consider work and complex relationships, this life was even more comfortable than before Doomsday. Zhang Yi was only wearing comfortable pajamas, snacking, and immersing himself in the gaming world, enjoying it endlessly. However, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at it, it was his neighbor, Aunt Lin, mentioning him in the community group chat. Aunt Lin said that all the roads outside were blocked by heavy snow and asked for help in shoveling. Zhang Yi noticed that almost no one responded in the group chat except for him. Looking at the thick snow outside, the entire building was almost buried. It was nearly impossible to clear the 3 meters of heavy snow manually. Moreover, this snowfall would last for more than 3 months. Going out to shovel in such weather would only freeze him like a popsicle. He firmly refused the proposal to go out, as the icy and snowy environment was not suitable for human survival. Others also expressed their support, pointing out the unusually cold weather outside where one could get injured within minutes of going out. Aunt Lin became anxious, blaming everyone for not being willing to help the community. She believed that young and strong people should take the initiative to help others instead of avoiding responsibility. She particularly criticized Zhang Yi and others for not being willing to lend a hand. Zhang Yi received a notice from the neighborhood committee, requiring him to clear the snow. Lin, the leader of the neighborhood committee, issued this order emphasizing the importance of unity and obedience to commands. She warned that opposing the neighborhood committee is opposing leadership and will be held accountable in the future. The homeowners felt angry but dared not speak out. In the early stages of the snow disaster, order had not yet collapsed, and everyone dared not resist. Although the power of the neighborhood committee members was limited, because of the close daily contact, no one dared to offend them. Faced with this situation, everyone chose to remain silent, unwilling to be scapegoats. However, they hoped that Zhang Yi would stand up and confront Lin, speaking out for everyone. Zhang Yi understood everyone's expectations and a hint of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth for their cowardice. However, he could not remain silent, so he decided to confront Lin directly. Looking through the chat records, he found that Lin only mentioned some easygoing young people, avoiding troublemakers and influential individuals. So, Zhang Yi bluntly sarcastically remarked, "Lin is right, the neighborhood committee should lead the snow clearing, why only call a few of us? Do you think we are easy targets? Why turn a blind eye to socialites and second-generation wealthy?" Facing Zhang Yi's questioning, other homeowners nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi was indeed the mouthpiece that everyone talked about. They all wondered why Lin did not call Chen Zhenghao and Xu Hao. Everyone knew their identities. For example, Chen Zhenghao in room 601 on the 6th floor was a well-known figure in the local community with hundreds of subordinates. Xu Hao in room 802 on the 8th floor. His father was a famous real estate developer, and their family had officials. Lin was clearly afraid of the strong and had lost face. She did not mention those powerful figures because she was timid, and they would not pay attention to her. These people have always been afraid of the strong. If Zhang Yi had been like this before, Lin would not have asked him to clear the snow. Feeling embarrassed, Lin angrily sent several voice messages in the group, emphasizing that snow clearing was for the public interest and accusing some people of being petty and lacking a spirit of dedication. She called these people the troublemakers in the homeowner group and claimed she did not treat anyone specially, she just didn't want to mention them one by one. Lin Mama's accusations seemed to be getting more and more outrageous, which made Zhang Yi burst into loud laughter. When Lin Mama threatened to call the police, Zhang Yi found it even more amusing. Some of the other homeowners, who were a bit timid, started to grab their tools and clear the snow, showing signs of fear. However, Zhang Yi was unfazed by her. She didn't believe that Lin Mama's unreasonable behavior would be supported by the police, nor did she think that the social machinery would work in her favor. Zhang Yi had long regarded Aunt Lin's words as nonsense. However, feeling bored, he decided to tease the old lady. "Oh, Aunt Lin, you are so charming. Since you are so tough, why not call Chen Zhenghao and Xu Hao to come downstairs and shovel snow together?" Zhang Yi ruthlessly called out their names in the group chat, completely disregarding their dignity. Chen Zhenghao, also known as Brother Hao, was a notorious troublemaker. It was he who led the way into their house brandishing a machete. Xu Hao, on the other hand, was an arrogant second-generation rich kid and the first one to lay hands on Zhang Yi. In short, most of these neighbors, with a few exceptions, had participated in attacking or robbing Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi even speculated that in his past life, these people had all taken advantage of his death. Therefore, he showed no mercy to anyone, bluntly exposing their true colors and making them feel disgusted. Aunt Lin looked at her phone, her expression suddenly changing. Zhang Yi's direct call-out had put her in a difficult position. Regardless, if she showed weakness now, she would become the laughingstock of everyone. From then on, no one would listen to her commands. Helplessly, she had to add Chen Zhenghao and Xu Hao in the group chat. "Folks, the neighborhood is our home, and snow shoveling requires everyone's effort. I hope residents with free time can bring tools and go together to shovel snow." Before long, Chen Zhenghao with ID 25 number 602 sent a few question marks, followed by a voice message in the group. "Shovel snow? Shovel your head. Haven't you seen it's still snowing heavily outside in the biting cold wind? Are you out of your mind? If you have a problem, go see a doctor instead of barking here. At me again, and I'll slaughter you, believe it or not." Chen Zhenghao harshly insulted Aunt Lin, using extremely offensive language. The homeowners in the group couldn't stop laughing at his words. Aunt Lin considered herself a big shot, but she was completely ignored by others. As a mere member of the neighborhood committee, she might have some influence on ordinary residents, but in the eyes of these social elites, she was not worth mentioning at all. The rich kid Xu Hao also sent a voice message. "What does shoveling snow have to do with me? I don't have to go to work, so I can sleep in every day at home." With that, he also sent a picture of himself lying in bed with a woman in his arms. This house was just a place for Xu Hao to keep his mistresses, and he happened to be trapped here. He thought Aunt Lin was crazy to ask him to shovel snow. Aunt Lin dared not talk back to Chen Zhenghao after being scolded, let alone provoke the real troublemaker. But seeing Xu Hao's provocation, she still said firmly, "Anyway, you are also one of the homeowners. Shoveling snow is your duty." Xu Hao disdainfully replied, "Bah, is the monthly property fee a charity? Without my money, these neighborhood committee people would starve to death. They take the homeowners' money every day and act like big shots. What a joke." These rich second-generation kids were not easy to deal with, and although Xu Hao was idle, he was well informed. He didn't even consider a small neighborhood committee lady worth his attention. After making that sarcastic remark, he looked smug, with a hint of mockery playing on his lips. "I owe my success today to my family background and my parents' support. How could you poor wretches possibly understand? Hurry up and go clear the snow. You still need to work hard to make a living. Once the snow is gone, I can leave this godforsaken place." Xu Hao taunted, his words leaving the people present feeling angry and helpless, unable to refute. After all, they knew that although Xu Hao's words were harsh, they were not without truth. The dispute between Chen Zhenghao and Xu Hao made the atmosphere cold and silent, and Aunt Lin's persuasion was no longer effective, being ignored. Aunt Lin was seething with anger internally, but directed her fury towards Zhang Yi. She believed she had successfully mobilized the homeowners, only to be disrupted by this troublemaker Zhang Yi. So she angrily messaged Zhang Yi, questioning, "Zhang Yi, are you deliberately opposing me? What do you want to achieve? I asked everyone to go out and clear the snow. Does everyone need to go out? Now no one is doing it. Are we going to be trapped at home?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, sneering, "Another troublemaker looking for a fight? Stop pretending, useless coward. Barking here for what? Get on my nerves. Be careful, I'll deal with you." Aunt Lin was powerless to fight back, knowing she was weak in front of Zhang Yi. His threats made her tremble with fear, as she knew she wouldn't stand a chance if Zhang Yi really acted out. So she chose to block Zhang Yi, afraid of stirring up more trouble. Her shivering body was a mix of cold and fear. Aunt Lin gritted her teeth, thinking, this guy is despicable. It's best not to provoke him now. Wait, one day I will make you regret it. She fantasized about using her position to make things difficult for Zhang Yi in the future, like intentionally delaying the distribution of supplies or not informing him about community activities. She imagined Zhang Yi's regretful expression, even thinking he would come begging for mercy, and she would coldly refuse. You're so arrogant, keep being arrogant. Aunt Lin smiled contentedly, achieving a small victory with a sense of self-satisfaction. Then she continued to urge others in the group to go out and clear the snow. Despite some people disliking Aunt Lin, they still took their tools and braved the cold to clear the snow, considering it necessary for work. However, Zhang Yi did not expect that just as the dispute with Aunt Lin had not settled, someone else came to stir up trouble. This time, he received a call from an unknown number. He glanced at the profile picture and surprisingly saw Chen Zhenghao, the person in the group chat. It seemed that Zhang Yi had mentioned him in the group chat earlier, which angered him, prompting him to call and intimidate Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had always harbored resentment towards this guy, so when he saw his call, he immediately frowned. At this moment, he actually wished for this ignorant guy to come and cause trouble. After all, in this safe house, Zhang Yi couldn't leave. But if someone dared to stir up trouble, he had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve to make sure the other person met a gruesome end. So, Zhang Yi answered the phone. As soon as the phone was answered, a fierce roar came from the other end. The caller hurled insults, claiming, "Who do you think you are, offending Chen Zhenghao? Are you tired of living, kid? I have 100 ways to make you know where to hide in this city, do you believe me?" Chen Zhenghao was a notorious thug in Tianhai City, with many subordinates under his command. It was said that he had been involved in several fatal lawsuits. People in the same community avoided him. No one dared to provoke him. To establish his authority, Chen Zhenghao had a tough and aggressive style. Anyone who dared to cross him even slightly would face severe punishment. This was the so-called social order. Therefore, even if Zhang Yi just mentioned him in the homeowners group, Chen Zhenghao saw it as a provocation. On the phone, he raged and insulted, "You are really asking for trouble. If you have the guts, face me. Don't talk behind my back." Zhang Yi, of course, did not back down, coldly retorting, "Who do you think you are? Stop pretending here. A social scum, a useless person, you are the real waste." Zhang Yi felt extremely satisfied. For this former enemy from his past life who had killed him, he had long accumulated a burning anger. On the phone, Chen Zhenghao was surprised that Zhang Yi dared to talk back. He couldn't contain his anger, his words becoming even harsher. Zhang Yi, without showing any weakness, said, "You only know how to talk big, who are you scaring? Disappear quickly." After that, Zhang Yi hung up the phone and blocked the number. Hanging up and blocking the number, thinking of Chen Zhenghao's angry face, Zhang Yi felt particularly pleased. He walked to the TV and turned on the surveillance camera. When the War Dragon Security Company built the safe house for him, cameras were installed throughout the entire floor. It could be said that the entire building was under his surveillance. Zhang Yi watched the 6th floor where Chen Zhenghao lived, and soon their door was rudely pushed open. Chen Zhenghao, wearing a down jacket and holding a baseball bat, walked out aggressively. However, as soon as he stepped out, he felt bone-chilling cold. The temperature outside had dropped to over -70 degrees. To show off, he only wore a thin shirt under the down jacket and deliberately left the zipper open to reveal the tattoo on his chest. However, the severe cold quickly taught him a lesson. After confirming that there was no one around, Chen Zhenghao hurriedly rubbed his hands and rushed into the elevator. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, pulled out a hand crossbow from under the coffee table, acting calmly. This type of crossbow was used for hunting. Even a 300-kilogram wild boar could be shot with an arrow that could penetrate its body. He hummed a tune while loading the arrow. After practicing for a while, he had mastered the use of the crossbow proficiently. Within 15 meters, although not every shot was a bullseye, a target the size of a watermelon would not be missed. As the elevator kept going up, Zhang Yi, holding the crossbow, arrived at the door. There was a shooting hole specially left on his massive security door, and Zhang Yi stood on a chair to open the shooting hole. With an indomitable spirit, Zhang Yi held a hand crossbow, vigilantly watching the corridor outside. To ensure safety, he also discreetly concealed a handgun in his pocket. No matter how powerful Chen Zhenghao was, he was doomed to be unlucky if he dared to break in today. Suddenly, the sound of the elevator rang out, and Chen Zhenghao cursed as he walked out of the elevator. Through the information in the homeowners group, he easily found Zhang Yi's residence. Standing at the door, he raised a baseball bat, shouting insults and smashing the door furiously. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, come out!" he continued to rant. "Weren't you arrogant just now? Dare to come out now and see how I deal with you." Chen Zhenghao roared fiercely, pounding the door with all his might. However, the security door was 20 centimeters thick, a fortress that even a large tank couldn't easily destroy. Chen Zhenghao's relentless pounding only left his hand in excruciating pain. He continued to curse, unaware that a crossbow arrow had already targeted him. Watching Chen Zhenghao's fierce expression, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. He aimed his crossbow at Chen Zhenghao's head. However, he changed his target in a moment of thought. In this apocalyptic moment, except for him, almost everyone else in the building was doomed to die. Chen Zhenghao, a scumbag, was no exception. Killing him now would be too mediocre. After all, in his past life, he had been torn to death by these crazy neighbors. Zhang Yi's evil smile widened. He wouldn't let this scum die so easily. So, Zhang Yi changed his target. With a faint swoosh, a sharp crossbow arrow shot directly into Chen Zhenghao's calf. The arrow, powerful enough to hunt wild boars, pierced through his leg. Chen Zhenghao let out a piercing scream, falling to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. In the extreme cold of over -70 degrees, suffering such a serious injury, his leg was doomed to be disabled. And due to the lack of medication, infection was inevitable. Next, he would die in despair, suffering in pain and cold. Chen Zhenghao, in excruciating pain, finally realized that he had provoked a terrifying ruthless character. These thugs relied on being audacious and bullying the weak. They bet on honest people not daring to resist them. But when they encountered a ruthless person willing to use a crossbow, they would also feel fear. Chen Zhenghao was terrified, not even seeing where the arrow came from. However, as a social thug, he stubbornly dragged his injured leg back to the elevator. Zhang Yi chose to stop because he hoped Chen Zhenghao could live a little longer. After all, he wasn't a demon. When Chen Zhenghao returned to the elevator, he was drenched in cold sweat, instantly freezing in the extreme cold of over -70 degrees. However, at this moment, his heart was colder than the icy air. The merciless attack just now made him feel the ruthless intent. In this era, those who dared to use a crossbow to attack others were definitely not to be trifled with. Chen Zhenghao looked at his leg pierced by the crossbow arrow, blood staining his pants red, then freezing. In the freezing environment, Chen Zhenghao felt that his sense of pain seemed to be diminishing. However, this brought him no comfort, but instead filled him with extreme fear. He was acutely aware that without timely treatment, his legs might become irreparable in less than half an hour. Chen Zhenghao exerted all his strength, trying to endure the unbearable pain, in order to survive, and not let this severe cold become the last winter of his life. Chen Zhenghao felt fear engulfing him. He picked up his phone and dialed 120 for emergency assistance. However, the call could not get through, and after dialing for a full 2 minutes, all he heard was a busy tone. The anxiety in his heart grew as the biting cold wind outside seemed to seal off the hospital in a blanket of snow. Even if there were hospitals still holding their ground, the ambulances couldn't reach him. With mounting anxiety, Chen Zhenghao made a hesitant decision to perform the surgery on himself. At the very least, he needed to remove the arrow from his body. Struggling back home, he retrieved a knife, an alcohol lamp, gauze, and hemostatic drugs from the drawer. Being someone accustomed to handling things with his own hands, these tools were naturally available at home. Chen Zhenghao cut open his trouser leg with the knife, and upon seeing the wound, his face turned pale. In the freezing environment, his wound had already frozen, and though he temporarily stopped the bleeding, the area around it had turned purple, and his lower leg had lost sensation. With a heavy heart, Chen Zhenghao realized he had to rely on self-rescue at this point. Fortunately, being someone experienced in dealing with dangerous situations, he began the self-surgery after careful consideration. With the lower leg already numbed by frostbite, the pain was reduced, and even without anesthesia, he successfully completed the surgery. However, the excruciating pain during the operation almost made him faint. And that lower leg was clearly disabled. Lying on the sofa, gasping for breath, Chen Zhenghao's eyes gleamed with hatred towards the archer, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I swear I will bring you to your end. Chen Zhenghao's eyes flashed with killing intent, his determination unwavering, resolute in his decision to kill Zhang Yi. Because he knew that without eliminating Zhang Yi, he would have no place in Tianhai City. Chen Zhenghao picked up his phone, now blocked by Zhang Yi, and could only mention him in the homeowners group. Zhang Yi, just wait. I, Chen Zhenghao, swear to etch you into eternal disgrace. Though the homeowners were unaware of the details, upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Chen Zhenghao, they secretly shuddered. Chen Zhenghao was a complete villain, ruthless in his methods. However, if they knew that Zhang Yi not only shot Chen Zhenghao but also caused his disability, they would likely be shocked. Nonetheless, some people were unusually excited. For example, Aunt Lin, who had suffered losses before, joyfully said, tit for tat, both sides suffer. Let this thug Chen Zhenghao defeat Zhang Yi and let this despicable person reap what he sows. Bai Lianhua Feng Yuqing also saw the group message and couldn't help but sneer, secretly hoping for Chen Zhenghao to take action against Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi had been so indifferent to her, even ignoring her request for a dish. However, everyone in the group remained silent, afraid of being implicated. After seeing the message, Zhang Yi laughed heartily. As long as he didn't leave the safe house, Chen Zhenghao's threats were hardly worth worrying about. He sent a voice message on his phone. Zhang Yixin was filled with anger, cursing loudly at his phone. Who do you think you are? Just a barking dog. Dare to provoke me again, and I'll disable your other leg too. The residents in the group were shocked to hear this voice message. They never expected that Zhang Yixin would dare to confront Chen Zhenghao. And it seemed like he had actually injured one of Chen Zhenghao's legs. Chen Zhenghao tightly gripped his phone, almost crushing it. You bastard, Zhang Yixin. Just wait and see, I will make you pay. Zhang Yixin mercilessly replied, you coward, if you have the guts, come over here. Let's see who will be finished first. Undoubtedly, after the Doomsday arrived, Zhang Yixin became very unrestrained. Without social norms and moral constraints, he could now act recklessly, feeling extremely liberated. On the other hand, Chen Zhenghao was almost exploding with anger. Back in his room, he gradually regained consciousness by the faint air conditioning. However, the intense pain in his leg made him grimace. Now, he could only move with the help of a cane. After careful consideration, Chen Zhenghao believed he could easily deal with Zhang Yixin. He thought he was only hit because of carelessness. Now, with precautions in place, he could easily gather his men, break into Zhang Yixin's house, and defeat him. The cold outside was severe. The hospital and police station were both paralyzed. Now was the perfect time to commit violence. Chen Zhenghao immediately contacted his men, instructing them to bring weapons and come help him take down Zhang Yixin. Many of Chen Zhenghao's men lived nearby, and upon receiving the orders, they arrived at Chen Zhenghao's house with knives and sticks. Seeing Chen Zhenghao injured, they shouted to seek justice for him. Chen Zhenghao coldly said, I'm fine, I'll go to the hospital after the snow melts. He turned and accused, that guy actually dared to shoot me, he's asking for trouble. One of his men immediately volunteered, Brother Hao, tell me his room number, I'll go deal with him now. Chen Zhenghao told them they lived in room 2401, but that guy was cunning and had a crossbow. One of his men angrily said, this guy has no shame. Using sneak attacks, Chen Zhenghao said, be cautious, I know he's alone in his house. Just don't get shot, break in and handle him as you please. Chen Zhenghao's men were all used to violence. Although aware that Zhang Yixin had weapons, they showed no fear, but rather extreme excitement. With the city snowed in and the law ineffective, they could openly seek revenge. Malice was unleashed on them without restraint. So, armed with weapons, they decided to head to Zhang Yi's house and break in. Zhang Yi also knew that Chen Zhenghao would not give up easily and would definitely seek revenge. However, Zhang Yi was not worried at all. He was at home, playing games while monitoring the entire building through surveillance screens. When Chen Zhenghao's henchmen arrived, he saw through them all. The table in front of him was filled with various equipment, waiting for them to come knocking so he could teach them a lesson. Chen Zhenghao had no mercy in his heart for these scoundrels. Soon, Chen Zhenghao's dozen or so henchmen gathered at Zhang Yi's door. They knew Zhang Yi was armed with a crossbow, so they approached cautiously. Some of the small fry held up wooden boards as shields, standing alert at the front. Once they confirmed Zhang Yi's safety, they began to act. "Open up! How dare you shoot at our boss? Today you will regret it. Your day of reckoning is near. Open the door now." They cursed and threatened, viciously pounding on Zhang Yi's door with hammers and iron rods, attempting to break in, beat up Zhang Yi, and then hand him over to Chen Zhenghao for punishment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was focused on playing a game, calm and composed. He was challenging the first-level boss but had died 7 or 8 times in a row, feeling a bit frustrated. Hearing the yelling and banging from outside, Zhang Yi impatiently shouted, "Can't you be more gentle? Haven't you eaten yet?" The small fry, hearing Zhang Yi's arrogant tone, became even angrier and more ruthless in their actions. However, the security door made of 20-centimeter thick alloy was difficult to budge even with a small explosion. They could only resort to primitive violence, laboriously pounding on the door, leaving only a few faint marks on it, impossible to break through. The small fry were stunned, marveling at the door being made entirely of metal, so sturdy that they were at a loss. Although they had promised Chen Zhenghao to beat Zhang Yi half to death and take him back, now unable to break the door, they couldn't fulfill their task and could only continue to pound on the door and yell outside. Zhang Yi's game character died again. Hearing the noisy commotion outside, he finally grew impatient. He went to the kitchen, connected a water hose, climbed up to the shooting hole. The small fry outside were still noisy in front of the door, unaware of the danger above their heads. Zhang Yi smirked, turned on the tap, and aimed the water flow at them, spraying down. The rushing water in the narrow hallway poured down like a torrential rain, instantly soaking their entire bodies. In the extreme cold weather of over -70 degrees, Zhang Yi held a large water pipe and poured icy water towards the crowd outside the door. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors reached about 100 degrees, and when the water flowed out, it still carried heat. However, once it touched someone's body, it quickly solidified into ice. Those who were soaked wore down jackets and sweaters, and the cold water completely soaked their clothes, making them feel as if they were in an ice cellar. They shivered, their lips trembling, and some even fainted due to extreme low temperatures. Faced with this icy torture, they would rather be severely beaten than endure it again. Zhang Yi originally wanted to discipline these people with a crossbow, but considering the slow speed and the danger of retaliation, he chose to use a large water pipe instead. The soaked people hurriedly returned to Chen Zhenghao's house, their lips turning purple from the cold. Chen Zhenghao, seeing them return in a sorry state, was furious and demanded to know the whereabouts of Xiao Tuzai. The younger brothers had to hastily search for blankets and sheets for warmth, as their clothes were already frozen stiff. In the room, more than a dozen people scrambled for clothes and blankets to keep warm, having to embrace each other for warmth. This scene was somewhat strange, infuriating Chen Zhenghao, who demanded an explanation of what had happened. The younger brothers trembled as they explained that Zhang Yi had attacked them with a water pipe, making it unbearable for them. Chen Zhenghao frowned upon hearing this, and although the door was indeed sturdy and a direct assault difficult, he smirked, indicating that there would always be a loophole. He ordered his men to guard nearby, waiting for Zhang Yi to show up, ready to shoot him on sight. Chen Zhenghao's men were all desperate characters, all coldly agreeing to obey. However, they never expected that Zhang Yi had no intention of going out at all. For them, the outside was hell, while his room was a paradise. How could he easily give up this peaceful enjoyment? After dealing with Chen Zhenghao's men, Zhang Yi continued to enjoy his gaming world. Although he knew these guys wouldn't give up easily, they didn't have the ability to break into his home. As for going out, Zhang Yi would never make that choice even if there was only a 1 in a million chance of risk. Isn't it nice to just stay comfortably at home? Shortly after, Zhang Yi went to the French window to check the view outside. Indeed, there were people using tools to clear the snow. He seemed to see Uncle Yu, the security guard, a straightforward and enthusiastic veteran who always rushed to the scene first. The dozen or so people downstairs were some of the more amiable young residents in the community group. However, members of the neighborhood committee like Aunt Lin were nowhere to be seen. Facing the thick snow layer of 2 to 3 meters high, they were struggling to dig through. However, Zhang Yi knew that this was completely futile. Not to mention digging through to create a path from downstairs to the community gate would take an entire day. But even if they managed to clear it, what then? The outside roads were completely covered as well. Such thick snow could only be slowly cleared by professional large snowplows. But in the south, there were no such professional vehicles to begin with. Going out had become an impossible thing. Moreover, with temperatures of over -70 degrees, they couldn't last long. Their cold protection equipment couldn't keep up, and their bodies couldn't adapt to such low temperatures. There was a risk of frostbite after just half an hour outdoors. Zhang Yi shook his head. These honest people were indeed quite pitiful. However, Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to say anything about their choices. After all, at the moment, everything had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to live well. In the afternoon, Zhang Yi felt a bit hungry, so he took out a feast from the alternate space. It was a simple meal, just a plate of oysters, a Wellington steak, 2 Wangshen buns, and a bottle of cola. He had plenty of such delicacies in his space. Now, staying at home every day, Zhang Yi's routine had become more relaxed. In short, he slept when tired, ate when hungry, without distinguishing between day and night. The heavy snow outside kept falling. Zhang Yi took a look at the area below the building in the community. The snow sweepers had all gone back. The cleared area they had worked so hard on was soon covered by the heavy snow again. Perhaps they also realized that with their strength alone, they were unable to fight against nature. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa in autumn clothes. The temperature in the room was at a comfortable 27 degrees. He turned on the TV and watched the programs. Many national TV stations had stopped broadcasting directly. Only some provincial channels and CCTV were still airing. Among them were official work propaganda and encouraging slogans. At this moment, our attention turned to Xinjiang. The authorities are directing the final assault against the snow disaster. It was reported that due to the inadequate prevention and control of the snow disaster, the Great Rice Country had caused 2 billion people to be affected, with millions of deaths. The development of our country's snow disaster is within a controllable range. Everything is moving towards improvement. Hope everyone doesn't panic. Believe in the power of the authorities. Zhang Yi shook his head. The enormity and horror of this snow disaster were beyond human imagination. Despite the authorities' best efforts to address the issue, in the face of nature, human power seems so insignificant. The protagonist is filled with awe, fully aware of their own insignificance and vulnerability. Nevertheless, they do not give up hope, but choose to face the challenges with determination. In the midst of turmoil, their heart is like a beacon, illuminating the path ahead. Despite the numerous obstacles, they always maintain optimism and courage. Though their strength may be small, it shines with an undeniable radiance. In the battle against nature, they may get hurt, they may fail, but they never fear, because they know that even if they are weak, they must still give their all to protect everything they hold dear. In the homeowners group, Aunt Lin kept talking non-stop. Have you all seen the news? The country has enough strength to combat this snow disaster. Don't worry, all issues will be resolved. If anyone needs supplies, please do your best to help. After all, the snow disaster will soon pass. There's no need to hoard supplies. However, few people replied to her. Obviously, 2 days have passed, and there is still no sign of the snow disaster ending, causing many people to start feeling worried. Feng Yuqing messaged Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi, are you okay? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Feng Yuqing might feel affected by Chen Zhenghao. But he didn't think Feng Yuqing was acting out of goodwill. I'm fine. Oh, that's good then. Feng Yuqing was actually a bit disappointed inside. But soon, she said, our food at home is running out. I remember you bought a lot of things. Can you lend me some? I'll treat you to a meal later, okay? Zhang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Sure enough, this woman must have ulterior motives for finding him. He remembered that when he went shopping at the supermarket last time, Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning also bought some things. Although not as much as him, it shouldn't be all gone in 2 days. Oh, you're talking about a long time ago. I don't have those things at home anymore. Actually, I don't have much at home. Feng Yuqing was not giving up. Can you give me a few packs of instant noodles then? As a warehouse manager, would your home still run out? Zhang Yi was very straightforward. There really are no instant noodles left. Look, I usually can only eat these. He took a picture of the indomie and steak on the table and sent it to Feng Yuqing. Feng Yuqing saw the photo and furrowed her brows in anger. Damn it, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Her best friend Lin Caning peeked out from under the covers. Because it was too cold, the two of them slept on the same bed. Seeing the delicious food in the photo, Lin Caning's eyes lit up. These little princesses usually don't cook at all. Either they order takeout or let men treat them. Being snowed in for a few days, they were starving. They could only eat some instant noodles and canned food that they didn't like. Seeing Zhang Yi still enjoying good food, they were both angry and envious. Angry that Zhang Yi was enjoying it alone, and didn't even consider sending some over to them. Lin Caning said enviously, "This Zhang Yi is too much. Having so much good food at home, I never imagined it. He used to say he liked you. HMPH, he's totally hypocritical." Feng Yuqing was also not happy. This wasn't the first time Zhang Yi had sent her a photo. She knew that Zhang Yi was deliberately trying to provoke her, but she believed that Zhang Yi still liked her. He just used this method to force her to compromise. HMPH, just because of some food, he wants me to be his girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you're too naive. Feng Yuqing sneered. As a proud girl, she had to maintain a noble image. Looking at the photos sent by Zhang Yi, her eyes revealed a desire for a better life that she couldn't hide. Lin Caning knew her thoughts well, so she suggested, Yuqing, why don't you just tell Zhang Yi directly that you hope he can invite you to dinner? Of course, he will cover the food expenses. This way, you can maintain your dignity and enjoy delicious lobster and steak. I believe he will immediately agree. Feng Yuqing frowned, pondering for a moment. In her heart, Zhang Yi was just a superior backup among the backups. Although he was handsome and wealthy, he was still far from her ideal Prince Charming. Normally, she would never show weakness. However, at the moment, the days of instant noodles and canned food were unbearable. Perhaps giving him a chance to dine together wouldn't hurt. Feng Yuqing said reluctantly, Zhang Yi, it's been a while since we last met. Why not come to my place for dinner tonight? Zhang Yi saw the message and smiled. Are you inviting me to dinner? That's great, thank you. This made Feng Yuqing's face turn pale with anger, perhaps also due to the cold. She complained to Lin Caning, this Zhang Yi is so ungrateful. I wanted to invite him to dinner as a favor, but he turned around and asked me to treat him. Lin Caning was stunned, not expecting Zhang Yi, who had been pursuing Feng Yuqing, to become so unreasonable. Strange, could a licking dog also have a day of awakening? Feng Yuqing angrily threw her phone aside. This Zhang Yi, I was considering keeping him as a backup. Now he's moved down the line. I'm really angry. From now on, I won't talk to him. It's useless for him to beg me. Although Lin Caning was also insincere, she cheered Feng Yuqing on. That's right, look at his selfish nature. Wanting to pursue you but being so stingy, such a man is destined to grow old alone. The two continued to criticize Zhang Yi for a while. Meanwhile, Feng Yuqing held her phone, eagerly awaiting an apology from Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi remained silent, fueling her anger. Meanwhile, Lin Caning began to have ulterior motives and secretly sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, why are you so foolish? Yuqing is angry now. Do you know how serious the situation is? Upon seeing the message, Zhang Yi habitually glanced at it. For him, reading messages from various chat groups had become a source of enjoyment. In the face of the impending doom, human nature's performance was more exciting than anything else. Seeing that it was a message from Lin Caning, Zhang Yi smiled. One playing the good cop, the other playing the bad cop, huh? You two have quite the show. This combination of green tea and white lotus, Zhang Yi had long seen through it. Usually, Lin Canning would stand up for Fang Yuqing because Fang Yuqing needed to maintain her pure goddess image. So, the matters of gifts and hinting for men to spend money on Fang Yuqing were all handled by Lin Canning. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Canning innocently, not understanding what he had done wrong. I haven't done anything wrong, he said. Lin Canning sneered, are you stupid? The city is currently blocked by a snowstorm, and there is hardly any food left at home. Isn't this the perfect time to show your sincerity by sending some delicacies over to Yuxuan? If it were me, I would send over all the delicious food like steak and lobster from home. Yuxuan would definitely be touched, and your chances would be even greater, right? Zhang Yi read Lin Canning's message and could imagine Yuxuan's greedy expression, feeling contempt in his heart. This kind of behavior, isn't it just trying to please? Ridiculous. If you want to please, just do it directly, why bother with a condescending attitude? It's as if by giving them food, they're giving him an opportunity. This hypocritical act made Zhang Yi want to give them a good slap in the face. Disgusting. He decided to play a trick on these two green tea bitches. He replied, but we don't have much food at home, just enough for me. Lin Canning frowned and criticized directly, foolish. The snow disaster may last for several days. If you endure hunger for 2 meals and seize the opportunity to pursue Yuxuan, wouldn't that be a big win for you? You can't even bear with this small matter. I doubt your sincerity towards our Yuxuan. Zhang Yi mocked even more coldly. These two women, one giving and one taking, have all revealed their scheming. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi had been reborn and had long seen through their hypocritical faces. Faced with Lin Canning's calculations, he simply replied with an, oh, and then threw his phone aside, ignoring her. Lin Canning was furious when she saw this, oh, what does this, oh, mean? I've been talking to you for so long, and this is your attitude? Lin Canning demanded angrily, hurry up and send the food over. I want to eat steak and lobster too. Lin Canning is a food lover. She hasn't had good food in these few days, and seeing Zhang Yi enjoying himself made her mouth water. She originally wanted to use Yuxuan's name to trick Zhang Yi into sending all the food to her. However, things didn't go as planned, and that, oh, almost made her burn with anger. Could it be? He's no longer interested in Yuxuan? Impossible. Lin Canning recalled Zhang Yi's care for Yuxuan over the years, shook her head, and firmly believed that he was just momentarily confused. Feeling resentful, Lin Canning found Fang Yuxuan and told her everything. Of course, she claimed that she was only looking for Zhang Yi to help Fang Yuxuan secure supplies. Fang Yuxuan coldly said, who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me again. Now, if Zhang Yi wants to become her follower again, he must first sincerely apologize, and then pay a huge price to have a chance at her forgiveness. Lin Canning nudged Fang Yuxuan and reminded her, this Zhang Yi is clueless. You have other suitors, right? Like that Zhou Peng. Fang Yuxuan knew exactly who Lin Canning was talking about. She disdainfully pursed her lips, thinking that Zhou Peng couldn't even be considered a spare tire. Although Zhou Peng had been working at Walmart, he didn't have his own house in Tianhai City and still lived in a rented apartment. Fang Yuqing seemed to be using him to gain some small advantages and didn't have any good feelings towards him. Lin Canning persuaded, the weather outside is so cold, with heavy snow falling. We can't go out shopping, so why not make use of him and ask him to help us with some things? Fang Yuqing hesitated slightly, feeling that Lin Canning's suggestion made sense. So she sent a message to Zhou Peng. Surprisingly, in less than 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came over excitedly, bringing a backpack full of food. After all, working in the Walmart warehouse, they would usually bring some discounted goods home. Therefore, they naturally had some inventory at home. When Fang Yuqing casually mentioned it, Zhou Peng was like a chicken blood, specially selecting good things to give to her. Zhou Peng also earnestly promised, Yuqing, if you need anything, just say it. I'm willing to do anything for you. Fang Yuqing rarely showed a smile. Thank you, Zhou Peng. You are really great. After a few sweet words, she sent Zhou Peng away. Then she returned to the room and immediately changed her attitude. HMPH. A talentless person like you. How dare you have any ideas about me? Let's talk about it in the next life. The atmosphere in the whole building gradually became strange. Despite the extreme cold, even with the air conditioning on, the indoor temperature remained below zero. This made it difficult for the southerners in Tianhai City to adapt. Moreover, they were not used to hoarding supplies, and 2 days of heavy snow had already emptied the refrigerators of every household. Although Aunt Lin still claimed that the snow disaster would soon pass, everyone had their worries. However, all of this made Zhang Yi feel pleased. When Doomsday arrived, all his preparations were very adequate, and he lived more comfortably than before Doomsday. He quietly watched everything outside like an outsider. After being taught a lesson by Zhang Yi, Chen Zhenghao and his men did not come to cause trouble again for the time being. They knew that Zhang Yi's home was hard to break into. Moreover, Chen Zhenghao's leg was almost disabled, and if he didn't go to the hospital, he would be permanently disabled in a few days. As for the other men, they all caught a cold and fever after getting wet. Without heating, their bodies were weak, and they might not die from food shortage, but die from high fever first. At home, Zhang Yi played games and chatted in groups to pass the time. When he had free time, he would exercise. The house was equipped with many international brand fitness equipment, or he would read various professional books downloaded from the internet, such as the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and the Militia Training Manual. Being prepared and mastering these professional knowledge might be best unused, but in case of an emergency, it might be able to save himself. Outside, heavy snow was falling. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was difficult to distinguish between day and night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi got out of bed, enjoying a delicious cheap Fang's roasted duck while looking at the clock. "It's almost time, the show is about to begin," Zhang Yi said lightly. 3 days after Doomsday, Zhang Yi anxiously awaited the beginning of the show. He had long anticipated this day, staying up all night just to witness the opening of this drama. As he predicted, the power in the Yuelu community suddenly went out, leading to a chain reaction that cut off the water supply. None of this caught Zhang Yi by surprise. In the early stages of Doomsday, no one could predict how long this extreme cold disaster would last. The authorities had been working hard to support and try to solve the problems brought by the snow disaster. However, by the third day, they finally realized that this was a challenge that could not be solved by manpower alone. With the cold weather, hydroelectric power plants stopped one after another, and thermal power plants could not operate due to a lack of manpower. When the nation's reserve power was depleted, power outages became inevitable. At this point, only a few nuclear power plants were still running, but the electricity generated was fully supplied to official institutions. The power and water outages plunged ordinary people's lives into darkness, but Zhang Yi was prepared and had started 2 silent generators to provide power for his home. After completing these tasks, he turned on his phone and found the chat group filled with calls for help. Everyone's homes were without power or water, unable to use air conditioning or heaters in the cold weather, and their lives were in distress. The authorities seemed too busy to care for the people, and survival had to rely on themselves. Zhang Yi knew deeply that now was the real coming of Doomsday. Without power and food, humanity would face massive deaths. He looked at the warm and safe scene in his home, feeling a hint of warmth in his heart. The residence's group chat was filled with tense discussions, as people lamented the advancement of technology while being unable to communicate due to the failure of cell phone batteries in low temperatures. They worried that phones would eventually become useless, indoor temperatures would drop sharply, water and power were cut off, and the pressure to survive increased dramatically. Some began to ask Lin Dama, who also felt anxious and uneasy. At this moment, her inner fear was greater than that of her neighbors. The homeowners were still hesitating, unsure of how to deal with the current situation. However, Aunt Lin had already obtained some inside information through the neighborhood committee. Currently, the whole world is engulfed in a snowstorm, said to be a rare snow disaster that only occurs once every tens of thousands of years. Perhaps, this is another precursor to a mass extinction event, as if Doomsday is approaching. Despite the official full support, facing over 1 billion people in our country, they are simply unable to cover all bases. Several important cities in the country have already fallen into crisis. In such a situation, survival can only rely on oneself. It is necessary to stock up on supplies as much as possible, especially food and heating materials. She has already started collecting supplies from house to house on behalf of the neighborhood committee. Will this harm others? If she doesn't do this, her family will face starvation and cold within 3 days at most. She can't afford to think about that much. This snow disaster is likely to take away many lives, and she can only ensure the safety of herself and her family first. Yes, while we still have some influence, we should quickly gather more supplies. At such times, staying alive is the most important thing. Aunt Lynn stared at the messages in the neighborhood committee group, trembling all over. Although the indoor temperature had dropped to over 30 degrees below zero, she was still sweating cold on her forehead. Lying in bed, covered with 3 layers of blankets, almost suffocating under the pressure, but she dared not lift the blanket. Because the room was as cold as an icehouse. At this moment, her grandson Xiaohu in the bed asked, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Dad and Mom come back?" Aunt Lynn looked at her grandson, feeling heavy in her heart. She had just talked on the phone with her son and daughter-in-law, who were both working in another city, stuck in a rental house, their situation no better than hers. She must protect them, mother and son, and they must survive. Aunt Lynn clenched her lips, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. "Xiaohu, everything is fine. Dad and Mom will be back soon." After comforting Xiaohu, Aunt Lynn picked up her phone and spoke in the homeowners group. "Everyone, the disaster is only temporary. It's not surprising that there is no water or electricity outside in such cold weather. Please rest assured, the staff are working hard to repair. The official notice has been issued. During this special period, our neighborhood committee will manage the community owners collectively. We hope everyone will cooperate with our work. Any uncooperative person causing serious consequences, we will request the police to investigate." Aunt Lynn's words were filled with severity. This speech aroused dissatisfaction in the hearts of the homeowners. They did not expect that at this critical moment, the neighborhood committee did not explain the reason for their inadequate work, but instead threatened the homeowners. Despite their dissatisfaction, no one dared to refute. Zhang Yi held his phone, leisurely reading Aunt Lynn's message. He raised an eyebrow and let out a disdainful laugh. He knew Aunt Lynn was lying. She had used such despicable means to cheat a lot of supplies in the previous life. However, he had no intention of exposing her tricks. After all, whether the other neighbors live or die has nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi turned on the TV and continued to focus on playing games. Despite the water and power outages, it's not a problem for him at all. His warehouse is stocked with backup batteries, generators, fuel, and solid alcohol. When it comes to water, he not only has 500 tons of tap water in reserve, but also tens of thousands of tons of mineral water and various beverages. Moreover, when necessary, he can also obtain water by melting snow. In short, he is absolutely well prepared in terms of both fresh water and energy. In this challenging world, he always makes sure to be fully prepared, ensuring that he is not affected by external conditions. Zhang Yi was immersed in the game, enjoying the taste of imported snacks. The entire city of Tianhai, and over 99% of the world, was trapped in a situation of no water and no electricity. The water problem was relatively easy to solve, as some people could go out to dig snow for water. However, the lack of electricity was the most unbearable. The delicate bodies of modern people could hardly withstand the severe cold of tens of degrees below zero, almost disregarding their lives. Yet, this was not the fault of the authorities, as most power stations could not operate normally due to workers being unable to go to work. Although there was a period of electricity supply each day, the authorities did not want the people to die. However, the electricity provided by 21st-century industrial nuclear power stations and new energy power stations was very limited, only enough for basic needs like charging phones or boiling water, and could not support high-power appliances like air conditioners and heaters. At this time, neighbors were wailing in the homeowner group, driven by fear to gather together for warmth, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Chen Zhenghao, who had his leg broken by Zhang Yi before, was now dragging his disabled leg at home, almost freezing to death. The torture of injury combined with the extremely low temperature made him suffer even more. His buddies were even more pitiful, as Zhang Yi only soaked them, but in this cold, there was no way to keep warm. The indoor temperature gradually approached the outdoor temperature, dropping to 50 to 60 degrees below zero. Many people started to have high fevers, with the lowest body temperature reaching 39 degrees, and even a few exceeding 40 degrees. Since they had no spare medication and even no ibuprofen at home, it was impossible to go out to buy medicine in such weather, so they had to tough it out. That's why Zhang Yi didn't kill them at that time. Letting them freeze to death in despair would be more painful than ending their lives directly. Zhang Yi sat on the carpet, focusing on playing games. Outside, the cold wind was biting, and heavy snow was falling. Inside the room, it was warm as spring, bright as daylight, with plenty of food and water. Perhaps the only regret was the lack of a female companion. However, Zhang Yi was not blindly pursuing emotions. Having suffered in his past life, safety and quality of life were his top priorities now. Unless absolutely safe, no one could enter his safe house. In the apocalypse, human hearts were unpredictable. He had witnessed a woman kill her own husband for a packet of instant noodles. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone lit up again, and he picked it up to see that Aunt Lin was reminding everyone in the homeowner group. The blizzard had a great impact on everyone's life, and according to official notices, the blizzard would continue for some time. To ensure that everyone maintains their dignity in times of hardship, the neighborhood committee has started to collect supplies from each household for centralized distribution. This is an official directive, and we hope that everyone will cooperate actively. Otherwise, those selfish families who refuse to cooperate will face severe sanctions from the organization. Do not underestimate the power of the organization, as every family has its vulnerabilities. Zhang Yi coldly smiled, recognizing the familiar scene before him. Although Aunt Lin holds limited power within the neighborhood committee, her sources of information are broader than the average person. She had long been aware of the impending doomsday and the paralysis of the authorities in Tianhai City. Therefore, she attempted to deceive and intimidate people into surrendering their supplies. However, Aunt Lin's tricks were clearly not sophisticated enough. She was just an elderly person with a high school education, and clever individuals quickly saw through her flaws. Even if there were centralized controls by the authorities, they would not issue such orders. Nevertheless, in this building, there would always be some timid individuals who succumbed to Aunt Lin's intimidation. Zhang Yi had no intention of intervening. He simply wanted to observe the situation unfold. As expected, Aunt Lin demanded forcefully to confiscate supplies from each household, which finally angered some people. Wang Min from the 15th floor, Zhang Yi's colleague, a thrifty homemaker who often brought things home from the warehouse, was known by the neighbors for this. So, they knew that Wang Min's family could not escape. Wang Min said, "With the heavy snow blocking the roads, we cannot go out, and the food at home is already running out. How can you collect supplies for centralized distribution? Is this reasonable?" Another homeowner, Sun Jichao, also expressed, "Everyone is struggling to get by, and saving some food is already very difficult. To confiscate it is too much." Aunt Lin gritted her teeth and firmly pressed the voice key. "I have already said, now is an extraordinary time that requires extraordinary measures. The snow disaster will soon pass, so you don't need to worry. It's just a matter of redistributing supplies. Many families are lacking food now. Are you all so selfish? Can't you think more about your neighbors?" In this situation, those families lacking supplies naturally stood up to support Aunt Lin. They believed that mutual assistance was only natural during this special period. Two opposing voices began to emerge in the WeChat group. Zhang Yi remained silent, while Bailianhua Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning also did not express their opinions. Despite having a considerable amount of supplies at home, they would never easily surrender them based on their personalities. Zhang Yi initially intended to just observe, but soon he received a private message from Aunt Lin. Xiao Zhang works in the warehouse and usually keeps a rich supply of food and drinks at home. He remembers buying 3 loads of supplies last time he went shopping. Now facing trouble, he needs to step up. Despite feeling worried, he firmly believes that after the snow disaster passes, everyone will surely repay his kindness. He knows well that his colleagues will remember his contributions. Aunt Lin stirs up emotions in the WeChat group, creating a panic atmosphere that makes some timid people feel uneasy. Then, she starts to break through the defenses one by one. As long as she can deceive a family, she can get some supplies to help her and her grandson survive a few more days. Meanwhile, Walmart's warehouse manager, Zhang Yi, has become the target of Aunt Lin's focus. Zhang Yixin's heart was filled with a hint of cold laughter. His experiences from the previous life had made him deeply aware of the seriousness of snow disasters. Back then, he thought he could win the favor of his neighbors by generously sharing the supplies he had hoarded. However, the result was unexpected. His neighbors did not appreciate his good deed, but instead mistakenly believed he had more supplies. In the end, he was broken into and brutally killed, becoming food for others. All of this was closely related to a certain Mrs. Lin. With a slight smirk on his lips, he lazily sent a voice message. "Great, our stock at home has run out. Mrs. Lin, if you find some supplies, remember to save some for me too." Mrs. Lin was so enraged upon hearing this that she exploded on the spot, fiercely scolding, "Don't think I'll believe you. You must still have a lot hidden at home. After working in the warehouse for so many years, I don't believe your hands are clean." Her certainty stemmed from Zhang Yixin often helping neighbors purchase discounted items from the Walmart warehouse, such as damaged packaging or soon-to-expire food, all sold at extremely low prices. As an internal warehouse employee, they had the privilege of priority purchase, sometimes even as an employee benefit. Mrs. Lin's face turned ashen, her teeth clenched, but she refused to give up. She firmly believed that Zhang Yixin was a big fish, and as long as she uncovered his secrets, she and her daughter could obtain a large amount of supplies, at least enough to survive for another week. Mrs. Lin took a deep breath, trying to speak in a gentle yet stern tone. "Zhang Yixin, don't play games with me. You're the manager of the Walmart warehouse. How could your home lack food and clothing? This is an organizational order, you must comply. Your contributions will be remembered by everyone in the organization. Quickly, hand over the supplies at home and set an example." Zhang Yixin picked up a toothpick to pick his teeth, having eaten roasted lamb leg for lunch, which got stuck in his teeth. He lazily said, "I didn't lie to you, we really ran out of everything at home. Even the landlord's house has no leftover food now. Mrs. Lin, can you spare a few packets of instant noodles for me? As a member of the neighborhood committee, you should take the lead and pull yourself together." Zhang Yixin sarcastically added. Seeing Zhang Yixin unaffected, Mrs. Lin understood that the soft approach was not working. Her tone became heavier, and her voice lowered. "Zhang Yixin, refusing to listen to advice, huh? You think I'm negotiating with you in a personal capacity? I represent the organization. Refusing to hand over supplies is going against the organization. Be prepared to face the consequences." Zhang Yixin coldly retorted, "Representing the organization? Do you think you're so great? You're just a neighborhood committee worker, not even considered a civil servant. You usually pacify the elderly, but now you're pretending to be a big shot here. Ridiculous. If you have the guts, give it a try. I'll be waiting at home for you." Zhang Yixin ruthlessly exposed Mrs. Lin's true identity. Neighborhood committee workers were just social workers, not civil servants, let alone officials. Even if Mrs. Lin had any status, at this moment, Zhang Yixin would not yield to her. After a heated argument with Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi decisively hung up the phone and blocked her number. He didn't want to be entangled with such a quarrelsome woman, as he had no time or energy to waste on meaningless arguments. This action enraged Aunt Lin, almost making her explode with anger. Zhang Yi kept provoking her time and time again, rubbing her face in the ground. How could she, who considered herself the leader of the community, tolerate this? "Zhang Yi, you damn guy. I really want to get rid of you," Aunt Lin shouted angrily. However, she could only say a few angry words, because in fact, she herself was in a dangerous situation and couldn't take real action against Zhang Yi. She wanted to kick Zhang Yi out of the owners group, but upon careful consideration, it seemed that this would not cause any substantial harm to Zhang Yi. She also considered calling on everyone in the group to denounce Zhang Yi, but then everyone would know that Zhang Yi refused to share supplies. If everyone followed his lead, she would no longer be able to deceive them. In any case, she couldn't deal with Zhang Yi right now. The more Aunt Lin thought about it, the angrier and more uncomfortable she felt. However, she was powerless and could only suppress her anger. At the moment, her most pressing issue was how to deceive others out of their supplies. She had to deceive as many people as possible before they realized it. Over the next 2 days, Aunt Lin managed to deceive some people into giving her supplies through a combination of soft and hard tactics. However, not everyone was easily fooled. In the face of the apocalypse, everyone's first consideration was the survival of themselves and their families. Some chose to ignore Aunt Lin's demands, while some hot-tempered individuals directly drove her away when she came to ask for supplies. She didn't even dare to approach people like Chen Zhenghao and Xu Hao, who were difficult to deal with. Zhang Yi, through the surveillance cameras, could see everything clearly. However, he lived his own life and enjoyed it without having to worry about others' affairs. It was already the 5th day since the ice and snowstorm began. The food reserves of ordinary families were only enough for 3 to 5 days. Although some people here worked in a large warehouse and had relatively more supplies at home, the consumption rate was faster due to the need for fuel and food for heating. These days, a sense of anger gradually spread in the chat group. Initially, the owners who were waiting for official rescue organizations were rational, but due to the lack of energy for heating and food, their mindset began to change. Especially those families who had been deceived by Aunt Lin before finally started questioning her in the group, asking how the supplies were distributed after being taken away. Unit 1502. Lin Chunxia, Aunt Lin, didn't you say that the supplies would be distributed uniformly after being taken? Our food is all gone. It's been 2 days already, please give us some. That's right, we agreed on uniform distribution so everyone could have something to eat. The owners clamored. Even those who hadn't received supplies before hoped to get a share. However, Aunt Lin seemed to have disappeared, with no response at all. She certainly saw these messages, but at this moment, she had no intention of distributing the supplies. In the entire building, only she and Zhang Yi truly knew what had happened. The world outside has descended into chaos, where people must rely on resources for survival, or else face certain death. Holding her grandson tightly, she curled up under 5 layers of thick blankets, gritting her teeth as she declared, "These resources were hard-earned by me. How could I easily hand them over to you?" Her eyes were filled with resignation and determination, as she was determined to protect her family, even if it meant sacrificing others. The neighbors realized that Aunt Lin was indifferent all along, and began to realize that they had been fooled by Aunt Lin. The chat group was filled with enthusiastic greetings to Aunt Lin. However, ever since Aunt Lin decided to deceive the neighbors, she no longer cared about how they criticized her. Nevertheless, someone has already set their sights on the goods she swindled, such as the socialite Chen Zhenghao. Although Doomsday has arrived for 5 days, everyone is still in the dark about the real situation outside, so it has not reached the point of fighting desperately for supplies. In Zhang Yi's memory, Chen Zhenghao had led his men to plunder goods from others and even killed people. However, at this moment, he did not intend to seize the neighbor's supplies by force. He was not completely crazy and still retained some rationality. Even though Zhang Yi had shot off one of his legs, he did not dare to break into Zhang Yi's house again. Now, their family's supplies have been exhausted. These socialites are not accustomed to hoarding supplies. Although there are plenty of beers in the fridge, they have frozen and cannot fill their stomachs. If they want to drink, they can only gnaw on ice cubes. Aunt Lin's behavior caught his attention. Aunt Lin promised to collect supplies and then distribute them uniformly. Although he was skeptical of Aunt Lin's words, it is evident now that Aunt Lin obtained some neighbors' supplies through deception. This gave him enough reason to seize these supplies. Even after the snow and ice melt, if the situation deteriorates, Aunt Lin will not be able to take any action against him because she is in the wrong. So, Chen Zhenghao picked up the phone and called Aunt Lin. At this moment, Aunt Lin was happily eating cookies with her grandson Xiao Hu. Instant noodles had to wait for the brief power on time each day to boil water. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. Xiao Hu pointed to the phone and said, "Grandma, phone." Aunt Lin snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. She thought the call must be from the neighbors who were fooled into giving her supplies. She felt no guilt towards those fools and even thought they were all idiots. However, when she saw the name displayed on the incoming call, a hint of fear appeared on her face. Chen Zhenghao? What does he want from me? Chen Zhenghao is a well-known socialite with many followers, and it is said that he has a powerful background, not someone that she, a mere community worker, can provoke. Aunt Lin answered the phone. Chen Zhenghao's voice came through. "Hey, Aunt Lin. You are really something. Getting everyone's supplies into your hands." Aunt Lin heard the word supplies, and immediately became alert. She coughed and said, as a community worker, managing supplies is my responsibility. Chen Zhenghao sneered, hey, that's great. We are short of supplies at home, so please send some over quickly. Aunt Lin's face changed. She did not expect this thug to come to extort her supplies. She seemed to have forgotten that she had also used unsavory means to swindle goods from other neighbors. Although Aunt Lin is afraid of provoking Chen Zhenghao, she is unwilling to easily hand over the supplies in her hands for the sake of herself and her grandson's survival. She grits her teeth and firmly states, I still need to further process these supplies, and there are still some items from other families that have not been turned in yet, so I cannot distribute them at the moment. Chen Zhenghao is starting to feel impatient. He looks at Aunt Lin, angrily saying, old lady, can't you just be honest? Are you hiding these supplies? Let me tell you, hand them over quickly, or I'll come and get them myself. Aunt Lin is scared, her face pale and trembling, not knowing how to respond. She is used to being tough with ordinary residents, but facing someone like Chen Zhenghao, she feels helpless. Bravely she says, what do you want? I warn you, don't act recklessly. I am a staff member of the neighborhood committee. Chen Zhenghao sneers, thinking you're someone important. If you don't give them to me, I'll take them myself. With that, he decisively hangs up the phone. To keep warm, Chen Zhenghao gathers his men at home, while also having someone sick who needs care. He realizes the situation is not good and nervously mobilizes his men to ensure he has absolute control. However, the people need food. Without hesitation, he leads his men, aggressively charging towards Aunt Lin's residence, holding a mop and a baseball bat. All of this is clearly seen by Zhang Yi on the monitor. Zhang Yi sits in front of the TV, legs on the coffee table, enjoying potato chips, watching the scene on the screen intently. He excitedly says, looks like a fierce fight is about to happen. It's so unexpected, such an exciting drama on the 5th day of the apocalypse, and both sides are people I dislike. Zhang Yi, in a great mood, suddenly remembers the neighbors who were deceived by Aunt Lin. Based on his past life memories and understanding of the neighbors, he knows that even after this incident, some will still fall for it. People always hold onto a sense of luck, influenced by the 1,000-year-old Confucian ideology, tending to obey the neighborhood committee representative Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi thinks, gently stroking his chin, and comes up with a plan. What if I post all this in the group? What will happen? With a mischievous smile on his face, he decides to record this scene. After Chen Zhenghao and his men arrive at Aunt Lin's house, they begin to loudly rebuke and demand Aunt Lin to open the door. Yuelu district is a mid-range community, with every household having anti-theft doors. However, it is well known that anti-theft doors are only effective against thieves and are powerless against forced entry. The contrast between Aunt Lin's house and Zhang Yi's house is stark. Despite Aunt Lin's best efforts to protect her home, even the anti-theft door lock could not stop a group of greedy thugs. They wielded baseball bats, steel bars, and crowbars, violently smashing the lock, quickly breaking through. Clearly, this was not their first time doing such a thing. Once the lock was destroyed, the tables and sofas Aunt Lin used to block them were useless. Watching through the surveillance camera, Zhang Yi saw the look of despair written all over Aunt Lin's terrified pale face. Soon, Zhang Yi heard Lin Dama let out a miserable scream, like the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Chen Zhenghao rushed into the room and mercilessly slapped Lin Dama across the face. Old hag, you deceived your neighbors. Today I will deliver justice on their behalf, he said with a big grin. Lin Dama fell to the ground, dizzy and almost unable to speak. Chen Zhenghao ordered his men to search the house and take all the food they could find. The neighbors worked hard to save up those things, and this old woman shouldn't profit from it. The men laughed and jokingly rushed into the kitchen and bedroom, thoroughly searching every corner of Lin Dama's house. They quickly found a pile of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and bottled water. Lin Dama crawled over, tears streaming down her face, pleading with Chen Zhenghao not to take everything as they still had their own reserves. Chen Zhenghao coldly stared at her and sneered, none of my concern. Get lost. With that, he kicked her in the face, causing her to scream in pain and fall backward. Just then, a roar came from the bedroom, you beasts, get out. It was Lin Dama's grandson, Xiao Hu, who had hidden chocolate cookies discovered by someone, his eyes red with anger. He grabbed a fruit knife from the drawer and lunged at one of the men holding a caramel. In such a vile environment, any injury could be fatal. The man who was stabbed groaned in pain, and seeing that it was a child who attacked him, he was even more furious. How dare you! The man with the caramel was burning with rage and kicked Xiao Hu in the abdomen with all his might. The force of an adult against a 6-year-old child was unbearable. Xiao Hu let out a piercing scream as he was kicked into the air, then crashed heavily into the wall and fell to the ground like a heap of trash. As the saying goes, a blow is like hanging a picture, and this scene vividly illustrated that proverb. Chen Zhenghao and the others saw this and laughed heartily. Ha ha, Lao Wu, when did you become so skilled in your leg techniques? You actually kicked that little guy into the air, amazing. Lao Wu, the man with the caramel, pulled out his knife, feeling proud, and said, cool, right? This scene should have been filmed. Lin Dama, who had pretended to be dead on the ground, saw her beloved grandson seriously injured and cried out in despair, Xiao Hu, my grandson. She rushed to Xiao Hu. Chen Zhenghao pointed at Lin Dama and said sternly, this is the consequence of deceiving your neighbors. I am delivering justice. With that, the group laughed heartily and left Lin Dama's house with their spoils. Zhang Yi witnessed this cruel scene and raised an eyebrow. Watching the despicable Lin Dama and her family being beaten, Zhang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart, without a trace of sympathy. This scene left Zhang Yi with mixed feelings, as if the social rules of the whole building were beginning to crumble. He knew well that similar brutal events would escalate, just like cracks spreading rapidly on the ice once it starts to break. However, he was indifferent to it all, only able to lie helplessly at home and watch others fight desperately for a little material goods, feeling extremely bored. Zhang Yi lay leisurely on the imported sofa, smiling as he let out a sigh. Then, he shared the video he had taken in the homeowners group. In the group, the homeowners who had been deceived by Aunt Lin were still indignantly accusing her. However, when they saw the video of Aunt Lin's home being broken into by Chen Zhenghao and his men, the mother and son being violently attacked, and all the deceived goods being taken away, they unexpectedly felt a sense of pleasure. For a moment, some even hailed Chen Zhenghao as a hero, praising him endlessly. Although these deceived homeowners knew that Chen Zhenghao would not return anything, seeing Aunt Lin being beaten still gave them satisfaction. Some even thought that Chen Zhenghao was the embodiment of justice, offering him advice and praise. Chen Zhenghao gained both fame and fortune, not only without facing resistance from the homeowners, but also receiving a large amount of goods. However, as Zhang Yi watched the conversations of the homeowners, he couldn't help but sneer and shake his head. These homeowners failed to realize an important issue. Today Chen Zhenghao could break into Aunt Lin's home to rob. Tomorrow he could do the same to their homes. With people's desperation deepening towards the outside world, this danger will swiftly approach. Nevertheless, the homeowners could still speak freely in the group, indicating the fact that they still held a certain amount of goods. Many residents of the Yuelu district were accustomed to stockpiling goods, so even in difficult times, they could persevere for a period. Despite the current hardships, with careful budgeting, they could still barely sustain their livelihood. Zhang Yi vividly remembered in his past life when he held out for a month, only to be torn to pieces by starving neighbors driven mad. Everyone knew the importance of guarding their wealth, and the so-called crying poverty was just to avoid others borrowing goods from them. However, they were merely surviving, already devoid of quality of life. Zhang Yi no longer paid attention to the group chat, but took out a target from another space and quietly hung it on the wall. This target seemed to be a warning from his inner self about the future. Every day, Zhang Yi would engage in shooting training in his safe house. No matter how dangerous the outside world was, he dared not slack off. Armed with a crossbow and a compound bow, he constantly honed his shooting skills, which were crucial for his survival. Although the safe house was extremely sturdy, in the post-apocalyptic world, he knew that only by persistently practicing could he protect himself. For Zhang Yi, shooting was not only a training for survival skills but also a source of enjoyment. Despite being a member of the shooting association and being well versed in the use of firearms, he did not believe that his marksmanship had reached its peak. However, firearms themselves possessed immense deterrent power, which gave him peace of mind. Even though bullets were limited to just 100 rounds and couldn't be reused like arrows, He still cherished every bullet because in the post-apocalyptic world, conservation was the key to survival. Mrs. Lin was robbed by Chen Zhenghao, her belongings were stolen, and she and her grandson, Xiaohu, were beaten. Despite being severely injured, Mrs. Lin remained strong, struggling to support her body. However, her grandson Xiaohu was cruelly kicked in the stomach by one of Chen Zhenghao's henchmen, Little Karami. This 6-year-old child could not bear such a heavy blow, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Helpless, Mrs. Lin could only send out a distress signal in the homeowners group, hoping that someone would lend a hand to save her grandson. However, due to her previous deceitful actions, she had aroused the disgust of the people, and no one was willing to help. Mrs. Lin cried out in desperation, pleading, "I know what I did before was wrong, but my grandson is innocent. He is just a child, please save him." Her voice was full of despair and pleading, but the homeowners were indifferent to her. Some even cynically remarked, "Who knows if this is true or false? Besides, we are not doctors and cannot provide assistance. If it weren't for your previous actions, how could Brother Hao have laid a hand on your grandson? It's all your fault." Mrs. Lin was heartbroken, crying in pain, admitting her mistakes, but only begging for her grandson's life. However, in the group, no one sympathized with her, and some even mocked her. Just then, a woman named Zhou Keir sent a message, "Let me see the child, but I cannot guarantee a cure." Mrs. Lin remembered that Zhou Keir was a doctor and hurriedly took the child to the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. Half an hour later, Mrs. Lin anxiously asked in the group again, "Does anyone have hemostatic drugs, anti-shock drugs, and antibiotics at home? My grandson needs surgery, please help. I am willing to kowtow to beg you." Xiaohu's injuries were very serious, with a ruptured liver. Although Zhou Keir was a doctor, her home lacked the necessary medications. When the homeowners heard the request, they remained silent, and Chen Zhenghao sneered, "These drugs are not something everyone has at home, and what's the use of kowtowing in the group?" Mrs. Lin's voice was filled with tears and pleading, but no one offered to help. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, knowing that he had these medications in his spatial dimension but decided not to bring them out. In the post-apocalyptic world, medications were extremely precious, and he was unwilling to expose them. Furthermore, he was deeply repulsed by Mrs. Lin and Xiaohu's behavior, believing they did not deserve assistance. Therefore, no matter how much Mrs. Lin pleaded, no one paid attention. After Dr. Zhou Ke's emergency treatment, Lin Xiaohu's injuries were temporarily stabilized. However, this situation is only temporary, and it is necessary to go to the hospital for surgery as soon as possible to ensure the child's life. Dr. Zhou Ke expressed in the group that she is willing to help if anyone encounters an emergency. Soon, the group was filled with praise and gratitude. Even those who were usually indifferent to Zhou Ke, like Chen Zhenghao and Xu Hao, expressed their gratitude one after another. In times of crisis, everyone is afraid of death, so they try to please Zhou Ke. Zhang Yimeng silently observed everything in the group without speaking. In the past few days, Feng Yuqing has not contacted him, allowing Zhang Yimeng to enjoy a moment of tranquility. He knows very well that Feng Yuqing will come to him for help sooner or later. Although she has not contacted him for the time being, it is only to maintain her fragile vanity. She has always believed that she is a superior woman and will not easily bow down to men, except for wealthy ones. However, what about the future? The heavy snow is still pouring down, covering the entire first floor with thick snow. Even now, if you want to leave the neighborhood, you have to face snow walls as high as 4 to 5 meters. The shortage of supplies is inevitable. By then, Feng Yuqing's vanity will certainly drive her to come to Zhang Yimeng for help. It has been a week since the arrival of Doomsday. For those who endure the cold and huddle at home every day, 7 days seem incredibly long. At first, they were full of hope, but now almost everyone realizes the harsh reality. The possibility of waiting at home for rescue is slim, as they have learned through the internet that the whole world is in the midst of a once-in-a-millennium snowstorm disaster. The entire world is covered in snow, and the temperatures in some northern cities have dropped to over 100 degrees below zero, with many cities submerged in heavy snow. Although the authorities are still encouraging people to unite and help each other through the difficulties facing the frozen city outside, people's moods have become heavy. The shortage of supplies has led to more acute problems. Lin Dama's food was all taken by Chen Zhenghao, and her grandson fell ill in bed, driving her into a frenzy. She kept clamoring in the group, claiming to be the leader of the neighborhood committee and demanding that everyone hand over their supplies to her. However, everyone has become smarter and no one pays attention to her. In the homeowners group, Baoma Xie Laimei on the 12th floor sent out a request for help, asking if there was any food left as she and her child had not eaten for 2 days. This message sparked subtle changes in the group. In the past, people thought the disaster would pass quickly and the city would be unblocked, so the price of food trading was only slightly higher than usual. However, now more and more families have run out of supplies, and food is their life and hope for survival. Soon after, someone suddenly mentioned that they still had a few packs of instant noodles at home and were willing to sell them. A bag for 1,000 yuan. Instant noodles for 1,000 yuan. This was unimaginable in the past. They may not have expected that this transaction would have a huge impact on the entire building. Zhang Yichuo rested his chin on his hand, his eyes fixed on the phone screen, and whispered, "A miracle is about to happen." Xie Laimei remained silent, showing a hint of hesitation. At least for now, people still hold on to a glimmer of hope, believing that the storm will eventually pass. By then, life will need to go on, and making money is still the top priority. Just then, Exahao, the rich second generation who hadn't spoken in the group for a long time, suddenly interjected, 2,000 yuan per pack. How many do you have at home? I'll take them all. The remarks of the second generation rich Lin Hao caused a stir in the chat group. What? A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 bucks? People in the group were shocked and started to worry about the soaring prices. Some expressed their inner fear tremblingly, trying to calm themselves down. They hoped the snow disaster would pass quickly and life would return to normal. However, the actions of the wealthy mom Xie Laimei and the second-generation rich Chen Hao, who were buying food at high prices, left them feeling shocked and desperate. Some tried to use humor to diffuse the tense atmosphere, joking, 2,000 bucks for a pack of instant noodles? Is it the end of the world? Zhang Yi just smiled bitterly and shook his head. He believed that instead of comparing this event to a zombie siege, it was better to face the threat brought by natural disasters. In his view, humans appeared so small and fragile in the face of nature. Xu Hao appeared confident in the group, believing that being rich means being willful, solving problems with money. What's wrong with that? He tried to hide his inner fear and unease. However, observant Zhang Yi had already seen through Xu Hao's disguise. He understood the fear and anxiety behind Xu Hao's actions, otherwise, Xu Hao wouldn't have offered such a sky-high price. Despite Xu Hao's wealth, at the moment of the apocalypse, he also felt the fragility of life. Being rich does not mean being fearless, but a deeper awareness of the severity of the crisis. Xie Laimei sighed, "Our family is already out of food. Food is the source of life for us." Xu Hao responded indifferently, "I'm just offering a high price. The choice is in their hands." Xie Laimei pleaded in the group, "My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, there will be no milk. We will starve." However, silence loomed in the homeowner group. People's selfishness and indifference were evident. Xu Hao offered 2,000 bucks for a pack of instant noodles, while Xie Laimei's price was only half of that. With an average monthly salary of 5,000 bucks, who would easily sell their hard-earned goods at a low price? Many people negotiated privately with Xu Hao, starting trade talks. Xie Laimei realized all this and continued to plead for help from the people in the group, but no one responded, not even a word of comfort. Sherry May is a helpless mother, struggling with the challenges of life while taking care of her 8-month-old baby. Her tears flowed like a spring, her heart filled with despair. Zhang Yi's memory of her is not profound, thinking that she has always presented herself in a delicate manner, relying on sympathy to meet her survival needs. However, the memories of their past lives that surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind showed that Sherry May and her daughter were doing well, which left him puzzled. He began to suspect the hidden complexities and darkness behind Sherry May. In a world on the brink of apocalypse, a maternal mindset is fatal, so Zhang Yi chose to watch coldly, only concerned about his own survival. However, Sherry May's crying eventually touched the heart of the security guard Uncle Yu, who agreed to share some food with her. Sherry May was extremely grateful, vowing to always remember Uncle Yu's kindness. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi discovered that Chu Hao had purchased some supplies with money, enough to sustain him and his girlfriend for a few weeks. He sneered at this, believing that the value of money in the post-apocalyptic world had greatly depreciated, and that the true value lay in supplies. Chu Hao's actions affected the residents of the entire community, as everyone began to realize the scarcity of supplies. On the 10th day of the icy apocalypse, the supplies in Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning's home were running out. The two argued incessantly over a packet of instant noodles, facing the threat of hunger. They sat on the sofa, their faces pale, with only the last packet of compressed biscuits left. Lin Caning looked at the food and said to Feng Yuqing, "Yuqing, this might be our last food." Feng Yuqing's eyes were filled with pain and despair, her once picky taste replaced by hunger. These meager rations were now their only hope for survival. Whenever she sits down to enjoy a meal, she always shows a special focus and delight. Each bite of food is savored carefully, as if savoring the beauty of life. Even the most inconspicuous food residue, she always can't bear to waste. She will pick it up carefully, chew it slowly, and enjoy every bit of flavor. This delicate taste and love for life fill her life with beauty and happiness. Lin Caning continued, "We still have 5 bags of instant noodles and 3 bags of ramen left. There's half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce in the kitchen, but we've already finished the steamed buns and dried noodles." Feng Yuqing, holding her head in pain, said, "Instant noodles just can't fill my stomach." Lin Caning stared at her intently. "Yuqing, the situation outside is not looking good. Will this heavy snow ever stop?" Feng Yuqing paused for a moment, then turned blankly to look out the window. Through the frosty glass, she saw snowflakes continuously falling. It had been snowing for a full 10 days. The second floor was already submerged, making it impossible to go out. The street was eerily quiet, with no sign of snowplows. Feng Yuqing felt like she was falling into an abyss of despair. She didn't know when this snowstorm would end, or if it would end at all. Feng Yuqing cried in despair, "Ningning, what should we do? We're going to starve to death." Lin Caning gritted her teeth and asked, "Is there any food left at Zhou Peng's place?" Feng Yuqing shook her head. "I've tried a few times, he doesn't have anything left. He even sent over 2 packs of instant noodles, his last bit of food. He's so thin now, he probably can't even feed himself." Lin Caning clenched her fists unwillingly. "Are there any other men we can try? We're both so pretty. Some guy should be willing to help us, right?" Feng Yuqing looked at her disapprovingly. "You're thinking too simplistically. Everyone now sees food as their lifeline. Even if they are tempted, they won't easily share their food. And with the weather so cold, even if we were willing to offer ourselves, the other party may not have the energy." Feng Yuqing's eyes flickered with pain as she said this. Lin Caning didn't know that Feng Yuqing had already tried this tactic, trying to exchange her looks for survival, but the demands were too high, and it was all in vain. Even the neighbor's 60-year-old grandfather said, "You're too late, otherwise I would have made a brave attempt." Lin Caning bit her lip, filled with fear. She had originally planned to use her looks as a last resort, but she found that satisfying hunger was more urgent than desires. Suddenly, a man's face flashed in her mind. She said to Feng Yuqing, "Oh, Yuqing, don't forget there's still a lapdog." Feng Yuqing, of course, knew who she was referring to. She clenched her lips stubbornly. "That guy, unless he begs for my forgiveness, I won't go to him." She had tried a few times, hoping he would send something to please her. But his attitude was cold, even provoking her with photos. Feng Yuqing felt extremely angry, swearing that Zhang Yi would come to lick her feet. If she were to contact him first, wouldn't that ruin her image as a aloof goddess? That was absolutely unacceptable to her. Once her image was destroyed, how could she still find a rich second-generation boyfriend? Lin Caning reminded her, "Don't you remember? Zhang Yi's family had stored a lot of food before. Even after a month has passed, they still have more than the average family. If you reach out to him, he will definitely agree to send you food immediately." Upon hearing the word, food, Feng Yuqing felt a bit swayed. However, she hesitantly said, "But, when I contacted him before, he was very indifferent to me." Lin Caning explained, "You are really silly. He may feel unworthy of you, so he wanted to give up. After all, you weren't very warm to him before." Feng Yuqing immediately became excited. "It's all his fault. Clearly just a commoner. yet pretending to be a rich second generation, causing me to waste so much emotion. Lin Canning laughed and said, but now he's also a backup plan. Isn't the role of a backup plan to be used when needed? If you treat him a little better, he will rekindle his hope. Then he will listen to you, won't he? After listening to Lin Canning's advice, Feng Yuqing felt that she was absolutely right. But more importantly, at this moment, she felt extremely hungry. Just the thought of those tempting images of steaks, lobsters, and desserts that Zhang Yi had sent before made Feng Yuqing's mouth water. She no longer cared about her image and just wanted to fill her stomach. So she picked up her phone, found Zhang Yi's WeChat, and recorded a gentle voice message to send over. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was sitting on the sofa at home watching TV shows. Although major TV stations around the world had basically stopped broadcasting, he had already downloaded many classic movies and variety shows to pass the time. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and saw that it was Feng Yuqing calling. A mischievous smile crept onto his face. This woman finally let go of a bit of her pride. He opened the voice message and heard Feng Yuqing's trembling voice. HMPH. Zhang Yi, you annoying little brother. You haven't contacted me for so many days, you're really mean. I regretted saying those things to you at the time, but as a girl, I felt embarrassed to contact you first. You heartless little brother. Feng Yuqing, as a girl who was good at being cute and coquettish, could easily bewilder Zhang Yi in the past life, showing off her skills. Hearing her sweet voice, Zhang Yi felt a bit softened. He clenched his teeth. This little troublemaker, if he didn't know how cunning she was, he really wanted to scold her. Zhang Yi replied with a message, claiming that he was not feeling well recently, probably sick, which was why he was too lazy to check WeChat. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuqing hurriedly asked, sick? Do you have a cold? You must keep warm in this weather. No, I have a fever, Zhang Yi replied. Feng Yuqing looked puzzled at Zhang Yi's response. A fever? Are you kidding me? The temperature in our house is already 50 to 60 degrees below zero. We have to wrap ourselves in blankets and snuggle with Lin Canning every day to keep warm. We can't feel any heat at all. Oh, I have a fireplace at home, so I don't feel cold, explained Zhang Yi. It gets really hot when it's burning. Maybe I caught a cold a few days ago when I slept too close to the fire. He said, taking a picture of the flames burning next to the fireplace and sending it to Feng Yuqing. In the photo, his legs and the snacks piled on the coffee table, along with the leftover lamb chops and chicken legs, were also captured. Seeing the photo Zhang Yi sent, Feng Yuqing felt jealous. A fireplace is truly a great tool for keeping warm, even in the extreme cold of the north. As long as there's a fireplace, the icy world outside is no problem at all. This magical thing provides warmth even better than a heater, making you feel like you're sitting by a cozy fire. Feng Yuqing has been almost frozen stiff for the past 10 days, desperately in need of not only food but also a way to keep warm. A few days ago, she and Lin Canning even lit a chair on fire in the house just to stay warm. Although the heat only lasted for a short 15 minutes, the high temperature of the flames moved her to tears on the spot. However, there were few combustible things left in the house. After burning everything, she could only silently reminisce about that moment of warmth. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi actually had a fireplace, a luxury item, in his home? As a southern city, Tianhai City, in the dead of winter, doesn't require wearing down jackets, and no one would install a fireplace at home. Feng Yuqing didn't have time to ponder this issue. Her gaze was fixed on the photo, with only one desire in her heart. She longed to go to Zhang Yi's house. Seeing Zhang Yi's relaxed posture with food spread out on the table, he had become Feng Yuqing's biggest aspiration at that moment. Lin Canning, curled up in a blanket beside her, also noticed Feng Yuqing's changing expression. She leaned over to take a look and was immediately stunned, exclaiming, "Oh my God! Is this photo edited? How can anyone be so comfortable at a time like this? It's like heaven." Feng Yuqing suddenly realized, yes, everyone is starving and freezing at home now. Why should Zhang Yi be so comfortable? Perhaps these photos, even the previous ones, were all retouched by him. She came up with a plan and immediately made a video call to Zhang Yi. The truth would be revealed at a glance. Lin Canning also leaned in, staring at the screen intently. Zhang Yi saw the call request, a playful expression on his face. He really wanted to see how this delicate flower would look when asking for help. If he couldn't witness her despair with his own eyes, how could he make up for his miserable self from the previous life? So he answered the call. After the call connected, both sides saw each other's current situation. Zhang Yi had just finished exercising, lying casually on the sofa shirtless. The bright light in the room illuminated the fitness equipment behind him, and the kitchen was stacked with various ingredients. Occasionally, he would cook for himself as a form of relaxation. Therefore, the kitchen was filled with boxes of dried scallops, fish maw, abalone, as well as high-end instant noodles, caviar, truffles, and other luxury canned goods. For him, these were just occasional fast food treats, but for Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning on the other end of the camera, it was like a dreamy feast. Compared to Zhang Yi's comfort and leisure, Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning on the other end of the camera appeared quite disheveled. Wrapped in thick blankets, unable to use many cosmetics due to the low temperature, they looked somewhat worn out and no longer as refined as before. Seeing Feng Yuqing's appearance, a hint of disappointment flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. The goddess he had once pursued so ardently turned out to be just ordinary without makeup, at best a 6 out of 10. For a long time, Zhang Yi's mind has been obsessed with Asian sorcery, silently cursing and grinding his teeth. However, the two ladies were completely unaware of the turmoil in Zhang Yi's heart. At this moment, their attention was drawn to the scene in Zhang Yi's home. The bare upper body revealed the warmth and comfort of Zhang Yi's home. The bright lights, despite the daily power limit of less than an hour, made them hesitate. After all, official regulations prohibit the use of high-power appliances, or else the power supply will be cut off. Especially in the kitchen, the pile of food like a mountain caught the eyes of the two ladies who had been eating compressed food for a long time, sparking jealousy in their hearts. During the video call, Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning were shocked to see Zhang Yi's current living situation. The comfortable and abundant food made them feel like they were in paradise. They couldn't believe that in just 10 days after the Doomsday, someone could live in such luxury. Zhang Yi casually asked, "How have you been lately? You both look slimmer, congratulations." Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning wanted to protest loudly in their hearts. Did they want to be slim? That's because they were starving. Nowadays, they could only afford to eat 1 pack of instant noodles a day, otherwise, their food at home would have run out long ago. Lin Caning's eyes were fixed on the food in Zhang Yi's house, drooling and greedily asking, "Zhang Yi, how come your family has so much food? Did you stock up last time we went shopping together?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and casually replied, "Those are just snacks, I only eat a little when I'm lazy to cook. I don't usually move much." Zhang Yi's words were true. His space was filled with delicacies, as he had ordered countless dishes from various restaurants. Among the billions of supplies in the Walmart warehouse, there were tens of thousands of types of food. His nonchalant attitude seemed like showing off to Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning. After all, instant noodles in their group were selling for 2,000 yuan per pack. Zhang Yi clearly saw them salivating continuously, obviously longing for the food. However, Zhang Yi remained silent, quietly enjoying their eager eyes. "There's so much food in Zhang Yi's house, it's amazing. Many people outside can't even have a meal now. You're so smart, stocking up so much stuff earlier, you must have planned it all along." Feng Yuqing said with a smile. She called Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang Yi," which was unprecedented. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "It's nothing, just lucky." Feng Yuqing asked again, "Brother Zhang Yi, your home looks very warm. And it's not the power supply time now, why is it so bright?" This was her biggest doubt. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and turned the phone camera towards the fireplace. "We have a fireplace at home. It's very warm, the room is too hot." He deliberately said, "You seem very cold, is it really that cold outside?" "I haven't been out for 10 days, I'm not sure about the outside situation." This statement ignited Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning's anger. How could he not know the outside situation? Just by chatting in the homeowners group, he could understand how low the temperature was at other people's homes. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning were filled with resentment, understanding that Zhang Yi now lived in a place like paradise, with a fortune like Versailles. Feng Yuqing had only one thought, which was to move into Zhang Yi's house. Because in her eyes, The food in Zhang Yi's house must be incredibly abundant. The warm environment is always desirable. Feng Yuqing came up with a plan. She put on a shy look, blinked her watery eyes, and sweetly said, Zhang Yi, you are really amazing. I admire you so much. Can you take me to your place to have a look? Long time no see. I miss you so much. Feng Yuqing was convinced that this trick would work. After all, in the past, she had made her followers obey her every command with this trick. Moreover, Zhang Yi had confessed to her before. She believed that as a goddess, as long as she made a little effort, Zhang Yi would definitely agree. Once she stepped into his home, she would have more opportunities to stabilize her position. She could even give Zhang Yi some sweetness. Are men always so pitiful? However, she did not expect that when Zhang Yi saw her acting coquettishly, he felt disgusted. He began to doubt whether he had been deluded before, to have pursued this kind of woman for 2 years. In the past, they worked in the warehouse, with few women around. Feng Yuqing dressed up coquettishly, and over time, Zhang Yi regarded her as a goddess. However, since he was betrayed and killed in his past life, the veil of the goddess had long since disappeared. Looking at the plain-faced Feng Yuqing, Zhang Yi felt nothing in his heart, but instead found her affectations nauseating. He raised the corners of his mouth and said mockingly, It's so cold outside, it's best to stay at home and rest. The temperature outside is probably very low. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning did not expect to be rejected. The two of them were stunned, full of disbelief. Feng Yuqing's eyes were full of shock and grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was a backup candidate. As long as she beckoned, he would obediently comply. Now that she took the initiative to suggest going to his house, he actually refused without hesitation. This struck a blow to her confidence. What made her even more uneasy was Zhang Yi's arrogant tone. No, she couldn't accept this ending. Clearly, her unit had warmth and an abundance of food, yet she was hungry at home. She couldn't bear it. She is a goddess. Feng Yuqing's face darkened, then she forced a smile. She said, Zhang Yi, don't joke around. Weren't you the best to me before? Why can't we even meet now? I just want to see you. She pouted, showing a look of grievance, which was endearing. Normally, a man might feel pity and fulfill her request when seeing this, but Zhang Yi was an exception. Since he was betrayed and killed by Feng Yuqing, he had no other feelings for this woman, only resentment. Zhang Yi said with mixed feelings, in the past, every time he invited Feng Yuqing to his house, she always found various reasons to decline, claiming that they were both single and worried about negative gossip from outsiders. He thought she was right, as they had no special relationship. Maintaining a distance might be more appropriate to avoid criticism from others. When Zhang Yi used to pursue Feng Yuqing, he needed careful planning to ask her out for dinner or to watch a movie. He had to prepare gifts, arrange surprises, and choose upscale restaurants to have a chance. But whenever he wanted to invite Feng Yuqing to his house, she always made various excuses to decline. Now, Zhang Yi jokingly brought out all the excuses Feng Yuqing used before and handed them back to her. This scene made him feel complicated, and he also developed deep suspicions about Feng Yuqing's attitude. Feng Yuqing's face blushed slightly, secretly regretting her past actions. But how could she feel embarrassed? Especially when facing the spare tire who obeyed her every word in his eyes. Although Zhang Yi's attitude towards her remained cold, Feng Yuqing firmly believed that he was just teasing her on purpose. She was convinced that Zhang Yi had feelings for her, and as long as she tried a little harder, she would definitely win his heart. So she coquettishly said, Everything I did in the past was for your own good. Brother Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Can't you just forgive me when I admit my mistake? I'm here to make amends now. With that, she lightly bit her lip, and a blush crept up her face. It's okay. I can give you a massage. Rub your shoulders. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be amazed internally. How could she so skillfully portray the shy girl feeling in such cold weather? It's such a waste to give up being an actress. However, Zhang Yi was unmoved by all this. He solemnly said, We are not boyfriend and girlfriend. I can't accept such intimate actions. I am a traditional person. Feng Yuqing was almost infuriated by Zhang Yi's words. She took the initiative to show goodwill, and he still pretended to be serious? Did she have to be so blunt? As long as she stayed in his house, there would be many benefits and advantages in the future. Even going to bed wasn't out of the question. She felt that maybe she hadn't expressed herself clearly enough. In order to enjoy the happy life that entering Zhang Yi's family would bring, she even ignored Lin caning beside her. She directly said to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang Yi, I've always had a crush on you. We can consider being boyfriend and girlfriend in the future. After all, feelings will develop over time." With that, she pretended to be shy and covered her face. "Oh, so shy. Do you need me to be even clearer?" Her shy expression, coupled with the inviting gaze, was truly seductive. If it were the old Zhang Yi, he would definitely have been impulsive and let her in. It must be said that not everyone can be a hypocritical person. This performance requires years of experience. Zhang Yi quickly thought in his mind, should he let Feng Yuqing, this white lotus flower, step into his home? Don't get him wrong, he's not a saint. He just felt that he had pursued her for 2 years before. If they could go to bed, it would also be a closure for the past. However, this thought only flashed by and was firmly denied by him. Because the current situation is severe, any risk must be eliminated. So, he wouldn't open the door to let someone invade his rock-solid life. Living is more important than anything else. Zhang Yi sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Feng Yuqing, have you misunderstood something? I admit, we used to have a good relationship. His face was close to the camera, mocking, do you really think I'm interested in you? For a confident green tea white lotus like her, this kind of statement was like a slap in the face. Sure enough, Feng Yuqing's face immediately turned extremely ugly after hearing it. Lin caning beside her couldn't help but sneak a glance at her, a hint of imperceptible joy flickering in her eyes. Indeed, even between best friends, there are hidden agendas. There are just too many people who, on the surface, care about you, but secretly hope to see you embarrassed. Feng Yuqing questioned, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Weren't you most fond of Qing'er in the past? Zhang Yi sneered, misunderstanding, you do have some looks, a pretty little sister. But I never intended to date you, at most just for fun. For someone like me, finding a decent girlfriend in Tianhai City is a piece of cake. Where does your confidence come from? Do you think I would pursue you desperately? Zhang Yi looked mischievous. Everything he said was true. As a local in Tianhai City with a good family background, financial resources, and handsome looks, he was a top choice in the blind date market in Tianhai City. Otherwise, Feng Yuqing would not have considered him as a backup after failing to hook a rich boyfriend. If Zhang Yi had been a little more calculating in his past life, he would have had countless women by now. Zhang Yi's words were like a sharp blade, directly piercing Feng Yuqing's heart. For a self-proclaimed goddess White Lotus, the most unbearable thing was not being recognized for her charm, as that was her only reliance. She used to think Zhang Yi was just a spare tire and a lapdog. Holding on to Zhang Yi while looking for a richer second generation. However, in the end, Zhang Yi told her that she was the one being played. This fact was unacceptable to Feng Yuqing. Her anger was evident. Zhang Yi, you are too much. Zhang Yi coldly laughed, continuing to apply pressure. Stop pretending to be a pure innocent girl. I see through you. You just want to cling to rich people, always looking for a sugar daddy. Do you think rich people are easy to fool? Oh, let me tell you one more thing. You are quite famous in the rich second-generation circle in Tianhai City. Today messing with Zhang Xiao, tomorrow chasing Li Xiao. They are just playing with you, and you think you are a rich man's wife? Do you know how they privately refer to you? A bus, a public power outlet. Zhang Yi unabashedly mocked Feng Yuqing. When she thought she could win Zhang Yi over with her beauty, wanting to enjoy his wealthy lifestyle, Feng Yuqing's face turned pale with shock and her body trembled slightly from excessive anger. She had never experienced such blatant humiliation before. And to add insult to injury, it was from the spare tire lapdog in her mind. This was trampling on her self-esteem, ruthlessly crushing it. Shut up, Zhang Yi! Feng Yuqing roared. Zhang Yi chuckled. I'm just speaking the truth. Why are you so worked up? After listening to Feng Yuqing's words, Zhang Yi felt a surge of unnamed anger. She believed that these things were all done by Feng Yuqing herself, so how could she just blame Zhang Yi for everything? This sense of grievance made Zhang Yi very uncomfortable. She felt like she had to bear a lot of responsibility and yet still be accused. In a fit of emotion, Zhang Yi didn't give Feng Yuqing a chance to scold her, and simply hung up the call. Zhang Yi angrily rebuked Feng Yuqing, exposing her hypocritical nature and defining her as a hypocritical woman. His words deeply wounded Feng Yuqing's heart. Despite her excessive pursuit of money and frivolous relationships with men, she still saw herself as a kind girl. Being ridiculed by Zhang Yi struck a blow to her confidence. She felt belittled by the petite capitalist Zhang Yi, making her feel lacking in charm and unlikely to attract a wealthy second generation, let alone become a rich man's wife. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi quickly received a series of voice messages from Feng Yuqing. Although he didn't listen to them, he guessed that they were all insults directed at him. However, Zhang Yi didn't care. In the moment of the apocalypse, this hypocritical woman was destined to die alone in extreme and harsh conditions. Zhang Yi was just toying with her, witnessing her tragic fate. How could he be angry with someone who was about to perish? On the contrary, seeing Feng Yuqing's angry and desperate expression brought him a strange sense of pleasure. Ha ha ha! Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He walked into the kitchen and took out a bottle of Romani Conti worth 200,000. This precious wine had been stored in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet at Walmart. Zhang Yi didn't have many bottles of this wine, just a few dozen. Today, in a good mood, he decided to celebrate. There would be no power shortage at home because the electrical circuit had been modified during the renovation, connecting backup power sources and a noiseless generator. His energy supply was absolutely sufficient. He entered the living room, filled with a sumptuous feast including French snails, tomahawk steaks, stargazing, Jinling salted duck, accompanied by a bottle of Romani Conti worth 200,000. As the apocalypse approached, social norms were rapidly disappearing. Zhang Yi ate without restraint, pairing whatever he wanted and even treating caviar as a staple food. This luxurious lifestyle was now unique in the world. Because the apocalypse came too quickly, even those with power and wealth did not have time to make adequate preparations. For example, Xu Hao, whose father was a famous tycoon in Tianhai City. But in Zhang Yi's memory, his father passed away half a month after the apocalypse arrived. His wealth turned to nothing, and that obese old man had no ability to survive the apocalypse. Meanwhile, in the house Feng Yuqing and Lin Canning rented together, Feng Yuqing was on the verge of a breakdown, angrily smashing things and cursing Zhang Yi. Under normal circumstances, she might not be so angry. But at this moment, she saw the happy and heavenly scene in Zhang Yi's home. The comfortable and warm environment and the sumptuous food became especially precious in the icy apocalypse. Heaven was within reach, but she couldn't step into it, which she found hard to accept. Zhang Yi, you despicable guy, who do you think you are to dare insult me? If it weren't for the blizzard now, I wouldn't even bother with you. Feng Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. On the sofa, Lin Canning stared at her, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Feng Yuqing gritted her teeth, filled with jealousy and anger. What did Zhang Yi have that she didn't? Just a luxury mansion and some savings. As for her, Feng Yuqing, she was destined to be a daughter of a wealthy family, to become a rich lady. Lin Canning frowned, but at the moment, Zhang Yi's home was filled with delicious food and a warm fireplace. This kind of life far surpassed that of the second-generation rich. Looking through the window at the swirling snow outside, Lin Canning worriedly said, "Will this snowstorm ever stop?" On the TV, the few remaining official channels were still inspiring people. Experts in heavy down jackets shivered as they said, "The disaster is about to pass, and the people will surely overcome the difficulties." However, there was no sign of the disaster ending in sight. Lin Canning hugged herself tightly, fearing that if this heavy snow didn't stop, they would starve to death at home. Lin Canning's words turned Feng Yuqing's inner anger into fear. It had been 10 days. They had been trapped at home for a whole 10 days. This period of time seemed longer than 10 years. Unless experienced firsthand, one could not understand the torment. This kind of predicament could even plunge a person's heart into chaos. Despite their outward elegance, as women in their 20s, Feng Yuqing and Lin Canning were equally fragile inside. Faced with the snow that showed no signs of stopping, they had thoughts of death. Feng Yuqing curled up on the sofa, picturing the warm and comfortable scene at Zhang Yi's home. She said bitterly, "This is so unfair. Why can Zhang Yi live so comfortably while I, Who am so beautiful, am deep in misery. Lin Canning glanced at Feng Yuqing without saying a word. Wrapping herself in a blanket, she found Zhang Yi's contact information in her address book. Before long, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Canning. At that moment, Zhang Yi was savoring top-notch red wine and enjoying a luxurious feast. Seeing the message, a playful glint appeared in his eyes. The end of the world has come. Watching these women's painful struggles is more exciting than watching a movie. After reading Lin Canning's message, Zhang Yi felt great. Lin Canning, I just saw you exposing Feng Yuqing's true colors, and I'm delighted. I've long known about Feng Yuqing's hypocrisy. She never truly treated you well. It's great that you finally see her for who she is. Congratulations on waking up. Zhang Yi chuckled. The Plastic Sisters are indeed well deserved of their reputation. Feng Yuqing was betrayed so quickly. But it's only natural. Birds of a feather flock together. Lin Canning replied, it's okay. She continued, I was really heartbroken when I saw you pursuing Feng Yuqing all this time. Zhang Yi, actually, I've always liked you, did you know that? Now that Feng Yuqing is no longer your choice, let's be together. Zhang Yi almost sprayed out the wine in his mouth. Goodness, this woman was too direct. He shook his head, marveling at the wonders of the real world. It seemed like she had a pretty rough time during these 10 days. In the past, Linda has always been very honest with Jack. Despite not having outstanding qualities herself, this has not affected her deep belief that she is a fairy. Now, when she sees Jack rejecting Feng Yuqing and discovers that Jack comes from a privileged background with a high quality of life, she immediately sees an opportunity to seize. This opportunity is too rare to come by, and with excitement and anticipation, she decides to take action proactively. Zhang Yi sighed and muttered to himself, does this woman really think I'm a junk collector? Although Feng Yuqing looks pure and innocent on the outside, at least she knows how to act cute and please others, and she knows how to dress up. On the other hand, what does Lin Canning have besides self-love? But for the sake of teasing, Zhang Yi still smirked and said, oh, I see. So I just scolded Feng Yuqing harshly. You know, you two are good girlfriends. Will it affect your relationship with her if you follow me? Lin Canning's eyes lit up after hearing this, feeling that there might be a chance. She replied without hesitation, what girlfriends? We are just roommates. In order to gain Zhang Yi's trust, she started revealing Feng Yuqing's bad behaviors. She looked at Zhang Yi and said affectionately, you don't know, she's very lazy. She doesn't even want to go to the bathroom herself. She uses mineral water bottles instead. And although she looks innocent, she frequently visits nightclubs to seek men. Especially rich second generations, she actively sticks to them. If she needs money, she will go out to work part-time, earning 1,500 in one night. It's really despicable. I really look down on such a woman. Zhang Yi only then realized Feng Yuqing had this side to her. He gritted his teeth and sighed at how absurd the world can be. But he was not foolish. Although he liked Feng Yuqing, he would never be a humble follower like Zhou Peng. Lin Canning, in order to win Zhang Yi's favor, continued to expose Feng Yuqing's dark side. She said emotionally, don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. She has had a child long ago, and even let a contractor support her for 4 years. Zhang Yi listened silently, feeling that something was not right. He decided to record her words and send them to Feng Yuqing. Lin Canning clearly held resentment towards Feng Yuqing, as Feng Yuqing was better at acting cute and more beautiful, leaving Lin Canning to be just a supporting role. In this world, which woman would willingly be someone else's green leaf? The best friends of those wandering goddesses in college are usually girls with ugly appearances. After venting her emotions towards Feng Yuqing, Lin Canning continued to confess to Zhang Yi. She said with emotion, Zhang Yi, all these years watching you pursue Feng Yuqing, it has been unbearable for me. Now I finally have the opportunity to confess to you. Let me be your girlfriend. I will love you well, and you must be lonely now, right? Having a woman by your side can help you in many ways. Lin Canning made it clear that as long as she could get into Zhang Yi's house, she was willing to let Zhang Yi do whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not interested in her at all. He forwarded their chat history to Feng Yuqing and then said to Lin Canning, although touched, let's forget about this. Lin Canning, unwilling to give up, asked, why? Don't you need a woman? Zhang Yi, suppressing his disgust, said solemnly, "I do like women, but you are just too ugly." With that, he muted his phone and threw it aside. Lynn Caning's face turned pale with anger after hearing this. She was actually called too ugly by someone? This kind of defamation is simply an insult to her personality. Every time she posts carefully edited photos online, countless people praise her as a stunning goddess. Just when Lynn Canning was furious, she suddenly heard an angry scream. Feng Yuqing saw Lynn Canning badmouthing her behind her back and immediately flew into a rage. They two fought, pulling each other's hair and twisting each other's arms. They didn't stop until they were exhausted, but still stared at each other with fierce eyes. If it weren't for the cold weather and the fact that they had to live under the same roof, they might have harbored murderous intentions long ago. Lynn Canning knew what had happened and felt extremely angry towards Zhang Yi. However, like Feng Yuqing, she might be more envious. As long as Zhang Yi agreed to let them into the room to eat something, they would not hesitate to put down their dignity and crawl forward like a female dog. Zhang Yi lived a plain but affluent life. Every night, he turned on the TV and watched news that he had never paid attention to before. Although the news still had many biases, at least he could get some information from the outside world. The Tianhai city government issued a notice that to meet the electricity needs of the people, power would be supplied from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. every day. High-power appliances could not be used, only providing power to small power appliances such as electric kettles and mobile phones. Currently, major power plants are shut down, causing a shortage of electricity. They hoped everyone would consciously save electricity to avoid long power outages. Seeing this news, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. In the past few days, the daily power supply time had gradually decreased, sometimes even to just over 10 minutes. In this situation, the government was still willing to provide electricity to ordinary people, even if only for a short moment. Perhaps this was already the limit of what they could do. Most of the global power plants have stopped running, and energy consumption is decreasing. However, what Zhang Yi was concerned about was not the content of the news, but the tone of the female anchor and the form of news reporting. This time, the news anchor's tone was serious, and the content of the report was no longer focused on soothing the people. This meant that the government was no longer concealing the national disaster. After losing control, they could only release all the information publicly, so that people could recognize the reality and find a way to save themselves as soon as possible. Sure enough, Zhang Yi opened his phone and saw that all the groups had exploded. Some people denounced the government's inaction, some were desperate and crying, and more were selling goods at high prices. The price of instant noodles had risen from 2,000 2 days ago to 5,000. Zhang Yi was speechless. The greed of human nature was evident at this moment. Knowing that the world was about to end, money was almost useless in the short term, yet there were still people willing to exchange food for money. Zhang Yi remained silent, like an aloof observer, quietly watching everything. Although life goes on, even when hope is lost, people still carry the flame of survival in their hearts and are unwilling to give up easily. Despite endless arguments and disputes, the next day they still strive to fight on, making relentless efforts to continue their lives. In the end, life must go on. After the water pipes froze, residents in the community faced a drinking water crisis. In the extreme cold of -70 degrees, they had to take risks and go to the first floor to get snow water. However, the snow water they brought back became another problem because in the indoor temperatures of -50 or 60 degrees, the ice was as hard as concrete. Some residents couldn't resist their thirst and tried to lick the ice with their tongues, only to find themselves stuck and suffering from frostbite on their tongues. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi discovered through surveillance cameras that Chen Zhenghao's men were peeping at them every day. They thought Zhang Yi would also go out to get water, so they planned to take the opportunity to get rid of him. However, after several days passed, they never saw Zhang Yi leave the room. They couldn't imagine that Zhang Yi had such abundant supplies in his home that he could live comfortably in this room forever if he wanted to. Hasn't Chen Zhenghao died yet? He's quite resilient, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Chen Zhenghao's leg was hit by an arrow and didn't receive effective treatment, so his leg might be disabled. Infection could endanger his life, not to mention that any wound could cause a high fever in such low temperatures. Surviving in such an environment is truly a miracle. Is it because the temperature is too low that the virus cannot survive, so he hasn't died? Zhang Yi had limited knowledge of medicine and couldn't determine the reason why Chen Zhenghao was still alive. But he didn't care much because life and death outside didn't affect him much. Chen Zhenghao's death was just a matter of time. The next morning, Zhang Yi woke up and picked up his phone. Checking group chats and browsing forums had become his greatest pleasure. In the apocalyptic disaster, watching others struggle to survive in extreme conditions while he enjoyed a heavenly life brought Zhang Yi great satisfaction. At least, it alleviated his boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those who froze or starved to death or were on the verge of death, he was truly fortunate. Opening his phone, he unexpectedly saw messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Fang Yuqing apologized to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, I'm sorry for losing my temper with you yesterday. I was probably too cold and in a bad mood. I used to be naive and didn't realize who was best for me. Now I understand, you're the best person for me. I really like you in my heart. Forgive me. Let's be together and spend the rest of our lives together. I want to be your woman. You must feel lonely living alone, right? I can accompany you so you won't be lonely in the apocalypse." Zhang Yi was filled with mixed emotions. The once aloof and proud Fang Yuqing had set aside all dignity and arrogance in the face of disaster, even willing to submit to Zhang Yi. "Alas, my previous self was truly foolish. If I had known she was such a woman, I wouldn't have easily approached her." Fang Yuqing is the kind of person who is clearly worthless, but insists on pretending to be a high and mighty goddess. She's extremely lowly, yet still pretends to be innocent. Zhang Yi replied, "While I can accept the ordinary, I do not have such an urgent need." He is a man with a traditional craft heritage. At the very least, there are many treasures that can be used in the alternate space. Those are all high-end products, all mimicked by Sakura country. Alas, they are not what Zhang Yi wants, but Walmart's inventory is just too abundant. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat window, Zhang Yi opened Lin Caning's. This woman is bolder than Fang Yuqing. Perhaps she also realizes that her appearance is not as good as Fang Yuqing's, so she directly sent several suggestive selfies. Compared to Fang Yuqing, she is more open, and this behavior may cause her downfall. Zhang Yi quickly replied, feeling calm and even wanting to laugh. Then he ignored her. He understood that once these two women saw the beauty of his home, they would surely do everything they could to enter his home. Now they have even abandoned their dignity and stooped to begging for love. Especially Lin Caning, displaying every corner and pose of her body. Zhang Yi actually said he felt like laughing after seeing her photos? That's too insulting. Although she doesn't have the time and energy to dress up now, her appearance and figure are lacking, but she is still a woman. Doesn't she deserve respect? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Life now is like hell, not only enduring hunger but also extreme cold. Zhang Yi's home has become their last hope. Fang Yuqing clenched her teeth, her eyes flashing with a sharp light. If the situation worsens, she will directly break into their home. She must live there, no longer willing to endure hunger. Even if necessary, she will resolutely embrace violence. Despite thinking this way, she is still a woman. If she breaks into Zhang Yi's home, she is definitely not his match. Thinking of this, Fang Yuqing's gaze became cold, and she turned to the next door. She and Lin Caning have already broken up, their once close friendship completely torn apart. But now, Fang Yuqing needs a companion. So she went next door and said to Lin Caning, "That damn Zhang Yi is watching us suffer but not letting us into his home. We can't just sit and wait to die. Such a good house, he doesn't deserve to have it. Let's figure out a way to take his home away from him." When Lin Caning heard Fang Yuqing's proposal, her eyes also lit up. After experiencing various setbacks, Zhao Ming finally reached his breaking point and a burning anger towards Zhang Yi ignited in his heart. He felt Zhang Yi was too arrogant, enjoying such superior living conditions. Zhao Ming decided that if Zhang Yi didn't leave willingly, he would have to resort to more drastic measures. He was determined to make Zhang Yi taste the bitterness of being forced out of his home, feel the agony of freezing to death, or the fear of being torn apart by wild dogs. For Zhao Ming, moving into Zhang Yi's mansion seemed like the most fitting solution. Out of hatred towards Zhang Yi and a desire for her property, the two plastic sisters united once again. However, they realized that seizing Zhang Yi's house would not be easy, as they might not be able to defeat her individually. Moreover, they were currently in dire straits while Zhang Yi lived a carefree and energetic life. Lin Canning furrowed her brows and suggested, "What if we gather the neighbors to take action together?" Feng Yuqing coldly rebuked her, believing that even if Zhang Yi's household goods were abundant, they would not be able to supply so many people. Therefore, keeping the secret was the best policy. Lin Canning anxiously asked, "So what should we do then?" With a smug look, Feng Yuqing suggested, "We can bring Zhou Peng in." Zhou Peng is Feng Yuqing's loyal follower, and he always follows her instructions. Although Zhang Yi has tried to flatter Feng Yuqing before, at least she has some tricks up her sleeve and won't be easily swayed by Feng Yuqing. Zhou Peng, on the other hand, is a man without opinions and would do anything for Feng Yuqing. Therefore, Feng Yuqing decided to let Zhou Peng help seize Zhang Yi's house. Lin Canning enthusiastically praised, "What a great idea! This loyal follower is indeed useful." Feng Yuqing immediately called Zhou Peng. At this moment, Zhou Peng was already starving. As a warehouse worker, his family used to have plenty of food, but most of it was taken by Feng Yuqing. Zhou Peng, oblivious to the fact that he was just a plaything to Feng Yuqing, believed that his efforts would earn him Feng Yuqing's love. When he received Feng Yuqing's call, he forgot about hunger and cold, eagerly rushing over. Upon arriving at Feng Yuqing's house, she immediately approached him, complaining about Zhang Yi's frivolous behavior towards her. "Oh, Zhang Yi is just despicable. I only wanted some food, and he demanded that I sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you understand, I am not that kind of woman." Zhou Peng, seeing Feng Yuqing's tearful appearance, and recalling how she turned to him first when bullied, felt immensely pleased. "See, when she has trouble, why doesn't she turn to someone else but me? This shows that I hold a special place in her heart. Maybe this is love." Zhou Peng felt it was a moment to show his masculinity. Perhaps he could win Feng Yuqing's heart in one fell swoop. So, he straightened his chest and said, "Zhang Yi is despicable. Daring to lay a hand on you, I must teach him a lesson." Feng Yuqing and Lin Canning exchanged a glance, thinking, this follower is indeed easy to deceive. They had prepared many words, but before they could speak, Zhou Peng took the initiative to deal with Zhang Yi. Feng Yuqing held Zhou Peng's arm, gazing at him with enchanting eyes. Zhang Yi's house is well stocked with a fireplace, warm and cozy. How can such a villain deserve such a lovely place? Zhou Peng, we need to find a way to take over his house. In the future, we will live there together. What do you think? Zhou Peng already had some dislike for Zhang Yi, as he was handsome and wealthy. In the past, there was a subtle emotional entanglement between Feng Yuqing and Zhang Yi, with Feng Yuqing's fondness for Zhou Peng clearly surpassing that for Zhang Yi. Now, as Zhou Peng felt Feng Yuqing's arm around him, the sensation through the thick clothing was almost imperceptible, giving him a sense of triumph. Immediately, he boldly declared, "Haha, no problem. Yuqing, leave this matter to me." Seeing Zhou Peng agree, Feng Yuqing expressed her concerns, saying, "But you need to be careful. That selfish and shameless guy Zhang Yi might retaliate if we try to take his house. We need to bring weapons and strike first for strength." Lin Canning also chimed in, "I think we should just kill him directly." Her hatred towards Zhang Yi ran deep. She had once sent intimate photos to him, only to be met with indifference and even repulsion for being too dark. If this matter were to be exposed, she would rather end her own life. Therefore, Zhang Yi had to die. Zhou Peng, upon hearing this, hesitated slightly. Murder, spoken lightly, was not an easy task after living in this civilized society for over 20 years. Seeing Zhou Peng's hesitation, Feng Yuqing's displeasure was evident. "What's wrong? You don't agree? Even after Zhang Yi was so rude to me, you still hesitate. It seems that all the love you claimed to have for me was fake." Zhou Peng, seeing Feng Yuqing angry, immediately explained desperately, No, Yuqing, don't be angry. I'll do as you say, no problem. I'm willing to do anything as long as I can have you." Ultimately, as the apocalypse approached, people's moral values were gradually deteriorating. Feng Yuqing coldly said, "All right, let's go. We leave now, no delays." They quickly prepared their weapons and headed to Zhang Yi's residence. Arriving at Zhang Yi's door, Feng Yuqing and Lin Canning hid on the side, holding deadly weapons to avoid being discovered by Zhang Yi through the peephole. Exchanging glances, they signaled Zhou Peng to knock on the door and lure Zhang Yi out. Zhou Peng nodded, gripping the kitchen knife hidden in his clothes, filled with confidence. He knocked on the door. Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Peng. Hearing the voice outside, Zhang Yi became curious. Although he and Zhou Peng both worked in the warehouse, their relationship was not harmonious. Especially because they had both pursued Fang Yuqing and had some conflicts. He thought that Zhou Peng coming to him must be for no good reason. There were no good news in the world in the apocalypse. Instead of opening the door, Zhang Yi turned on the surveillance TV. Sure enough, he saw the scene outside. Seeing the two women with deadly weapons and fierce expressions hiding by the door, Zhang Yi's spine tingled. Despite being fully prepared, the ferocity of these two women still sent shivers down his spine. Facing the group of people who were trying to harm him, Zhang Yi felt a surge of anger. With a cold laugh, his eyes sparkled with determination, as if conveying a challenge to his opponents. He boldly declared, "You think you can lead me to my death? You are not even worthy. Who will emerge as the victor? It's hard to say." Zhang Yi's voice carried a hint of indifference, yet with firmness and confidence. In this life or death struggle, he displayed a unique decisiveness and courage. Zhou Peng knocked desperately on the door, but no one answered. He was in a state of anxiety and pounded harder on the door. Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng, he shouted urgently, hoping to get the others' attention. Zhang Yi heard the sound outside, sneered, took out a gun and unlocked the safety, then walked towards the door. Zhou Peng, seeing Zhang Yi with the gun, felt a pang of fear and quickly signaled to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to get ready. Although the two women were nervous, their eyes were filled with determination for a better future. Zhang Yi, our family is running out of food. Please open the door. I have something important to discuss with you. Zhou Peng pleaded with a pleading expression, but his hand quietly moved towards the dagger at his waist. Zhang Yi leaned against the door and replied indifferently, I'm sorry, we don't have any extra food here either. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning cursed inwardly, thinking, are the dried scallops, and abalones in your house just decorations? Despite this, they were mentally prepared. Zhou Peng made up his mind and took out a box of medicine from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I'm not asking for nothing. I can exchange this box of ibuprofen with you. In this cold weather, catching a cold and fever was common, and the value of medicine was no less than food. To impress Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng took out his precious ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi behind the door was thinking about how to deal with them. Killing them would be too boring, and living would be a torment. He decided to play a psychological game. He walked to the trash can, picked up a bottle, and relaxed his body. Ibuprofen? Not bad, I'll consider it, Zhang Yi said leisurely as he chatted with Zhou Peng. The three outside the door heard the sound of water but didn't know what was happening, only feeling a change in Zhang Yi's attitude and a glimmer of hope in their hearts. I just need 2 packs of instant noodles, that's all. Zhou Peng tried to persuade Zhang Yi to open the door, offering a low price in the hope of tempting him. Zhang Yi responded with a smile, how can I accept that? 2 packs of instant noodles are too few. Let's consider this bottle of iced tea as my gift in return. Thinking that Zhang Yi was already wavering, Zhou Peng couldn't help but lean on the door, urging him. Zhang Yi stepped on a stool, poured a bottle of iced tea on the 3 people outside the door, catching them off guard. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning exclaimed in surprise. Wow, what is this? Oh, it's hot water, still steaming. Initially feeling the warmth, the group felt happy for a moment. However, in less than an instant, they smelled that distinctive foul odor. This is urine. Wow, as urine poured down on them, the 2 ladies let out piercing screams, immediately dropping to the ground in agony and vomiting continuously. Zhou Peng's eyes turned red with anger. Bang, bang, bang. He pounded on the door with force. Zhang Yi, you at hash and asterisk, and %hash. You damn well better come out, I will definitely kill you. But the thick alloy door, despite being struck by his fist, remained unchanged, only causing Zhou Peng's hand to ache unbearably. From inside the room came Zhang Yi's gleeful laughter. How does my urine smell? Good or bad? A few fools, Actually trying to set me up. Who do you think you are? Zhou Peng and the others immediately realized that they had been discovered by Zhang Yi. Shocked and enraged, they cursed fiercely at Zhang Yi outside the door. Zhou Peng cursed, "Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted words with you. Just wait, I'll get in and kill you." He became more aggressive, pulling out a kitchen knife from his clothes and slashing wildly at the door. Ordinary doors are made of wood and can be opened once the lock is broken. But Zhang Yi's door was made of integrated alloy, strong enough to withstand RPG attacks. With one slash, Zhou Peng felt like he was hitting a steel plate. The door didn't budge, and the tremendous recoil force sent the kitchen knife flying. The knife grazed past Zhou Peng's head and left a deep gash on the back of his hand. His palm was also bleeding profusely from the impact. A little biology fact. The skin is more fragile in winter, and the sensation of pain is more intense. Zhou Peng was stunned, realizing how close the knife had come to hitting his face. But soon, his daze was interrupted by intense pain. "Oh!" Zhou Peng cried out in agony. The two women, seeing this, felt fearful and hurriedly abandoned Zhou Peng, running out. Inside the room, Zhang Yi looked at everything, weighing the handgun in his hand, contemplating whether to go out and shoot them directly. Not to kill them, but at least to punish them, so that they would definitely suffer in this post-apocalyptic world. However, after a moment of thought, he abandoned this plan. Why? Because there were 3 mad dogs outside. Although opening the door to go out could likely result in being injured, there was also a slim chance of being killed in return. Joking with one's life was something Zhang Yi would never do. That's right, he was the king of opportunism. He lived so comfortably, why take risks? It's okay, I'll just wait here for them to die. Let's see how long they can survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Yi remained calm and returned to the sofa, continuing to play games. Zhou Peng and Feng Yuqing ran back home, with Zhou Peng sitting on the sofa, trembling all over. He had almost lost his life just now, and he still felt lingering fear. Feng Yuqing saw the urine on his body dripping onto the sofa and immediately screamed. "Hey, get off! Who said you could sit on my sofa?" Feng Yuqing felt sorry for her beloved sofa but was disgusted by the urine stains on Zhou Peng's body. After all, Zhou Peng was the one who got splashed the worst at the door. She immediately scolded Zhou Peng loudly, telling him not to sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt extremely wronged. After all, it was because of Feng Yuqing's words that he went to find Zhang Yi trouble. At this moment, soaking wet and shivering from the cold, his wounds still ached. However, a bootlicker is still a bootlicker. Upon second thought, Zhou Peng realized that Feng Yuqing's scolding was justifiable. He knew that his actions were clumsy, covered in filth. How could he dirty the sofa in the goddess's home? The more Zhou Peng thought about it, the more he felt guilty. So, he quickly stood up and apologized deeply to Feng Yuqing. "I'm sorry, Yuqing, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning hurried to change clothes, waving at him. "Get out quickly, we need to change clothes." Zhou Peng had nothing to say and had to leave in a hurry. The two ladies returned to the room, quickly taking off the urine-soaked clothes. However, even after changing clothes, they could still smell the pungent odor. Because not only were their clothes stained, but their hair and skin were also splashed, even dripping down their necks into their collars. In the cold weather, taking a shower was simply seeking torment, so they dared not try. They had to endure the nausea. Faced with failure and being splashed with urine again, the two ladies hated Zhang Yi even more. What to do? Zhang Yi is too cunning and hard to deal with. Damn it, no matter what, I will take over his house. We must figure out a way. Believe that he must have weaknesses. While the two ladies were discussing how to deal with Zhang Yi, he sent a threatening message to Feng Yuqing. This time it's urine. Next time it might be feces. This time, considering Zhang Yi's haste, if he were well prepared, he might splash them with feces. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning's faces changed. The thought of being splashed with feces almost drove them to despair. Zhang Yi closed the chat window, no longer looking at Feng Yuqing's messages. Although he had turned off message notifications, the number of messages was rapidly increasing, and he could guess the content was not good without checking. He turned to check the homeowners group. As soon as he entered, he found a fascinating scene. Since Chen Jinhao took over the house, Aunt Lin's mental state seemed to have problems. Now she kept sending voice messages in the group, threatening everyone to hand over all supplies. I am the director of the neighborhood committee. Who dares to disobey? I will catch you all when the snow melts. Did you hear me? You must deliver the food to my house today. However, almost no one paid attention to her. Over the past 10 days, people gradually realized the current situation. The authorities were too busy to take care of everyone, and the so-called neighborhood committee mentioned by Aunt Lin had long ceased to exist. She couldn't scare anyone but instead brought mockery upon herself. Damn old lady, why don't you just die? You cheated us with a box of instant noodles back then. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Someone brought up the events from the early days of the snow disaster. If it weren't for Aunt Lin soothing everyone, telling them not to panic and hoard supplies, how would we be in this situation now? This mention immediately ignited the anger of the crowd. When the first snow fell, despite the bone-chilling cold, some still wanted to go shopping. However, Aunt Lin kept insisting in the group that the snow disaster would pass soon, and even warned that hoarders would be punished, causing everyone to hesitate. A few days later, heavy snow blocked all the roads, making going out a luxury. If it weren't for her, at least we could have stocked up on supplies for another half-month. Neighbors hated Aunt Lin to the core, criticizing her selfish behavior. Meanwhile, the rich second-generation Xu Hao also joined the group chat. He was buying food and drinks at high prices, 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles, 5,000 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. The price of instant noodles soared to 10,000 yuan, and Xu Hao's anxiety was evident, with money now as worthless as waste paper. Zhang Yi shook his head and sighed, surprised that there were still people willing to trade with money at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, someone eagerly expressed willingness to sell food from their homes. Zhang Yi was speechless. It seems that no matter when and where, there will always be people willing to do anything for money out of greed. Even though hope seems slim, some are still betting that the snow disaster won't last long. However, only Zhang Yi knows deep down that this snow disaster will be extremely long. And after the snow stops, global recovery will take a long time. Money is as useless as waste paper. At least waste paper can still be used to wipe one's bottom. Suddenly, Zhang Yi came up with a plan. His warehouse was piled high with toilet paper, much more than his neighbors. Once the toilet paper runs out, how will they wipe? But he quickly shook his head, realizing that hunger would not leave much need for excretion. However, this was just a precursor to the imminent break of peace. Zhang Yi understood that when food is completely depleted, people will turn into terrifying beasts. The next day, Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning came to Zhang Yi's door again. They pleaded bitterly, hoping Zhang Yi would open the door, claiming they were about to freeze to death. However, Zhang Yi ignored them. Freeze to death? That's exactly what Zhang Yi was hoping for. Seeing Zhang Yi unmoved, they then said, out of old feelings, even a little food would do. Through the surveillance camera, Zhang Yi noticed they were carrying umbrellas this time. Obviously, the urine splashing incident from yesterday had made them fearful. However, Zhang Yi was not a fool and did not open the door. If he guessed correctly, they might be carrying knives and ready to commit suicide to grab houses and supplies. After some thought, Zhang Yi opened the alternate space. The warehouse was filled with various items that were not usually used, but now they would come in handy. He took out 2 stink bombs. This kind of toy is designed for pranks. Once ignited, it will release an extremely disgusting smell. Moreover, this smell is hard to clean off with water and laundry detergent. He heard the voices of Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning outside the door, couldn't help but smirk, then picked up the stink bomb and walked towards the door. In a situation they couldn't anticipate, the prank is about to unfold. Zhang Yi lit a stink bomb and quickly threw it towards the shooting hole on the door. After the stink bomb exploded, a thick smoke quickly spread, filling the corridor with a nauseating smell. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning smelled the odor and immediately felt like they had opened a can of sealed feces from 10 years ago, causing them to vomit uncontrollably on the spot. The disgusting smell continued to fill the hallway. The 2 women hurriedly fled the scene, while Zhang Yi was not worried at all that the stench would return to the room. He closed the shooting hole, partially sealing off the entire room. Although the air could still circulate, The house was built with an air filtration system in mind to ensure no odors or harmful gases entered. Through surveillance cameras, Zhang Yi saw the two women fleeing in distress and vomiting, which made him unable to help but burst into laughter. However, he soon received complaints from the neighbors. The neighbors questioned Zhang Yi, asking what could smell so bad. Could Zhang Yi please consider the feelings of others? Zhang Yi's neighbors were a couple who had been living here for 2 years. However, Zhang Yi didn't interact with them much on a regular basis, at most nodding to them in the elevator. In this situation, he didn't care to maintain neighborly relations. At the time of the apocalypse, everything he did was for his own safety, and he didn't care about the plight of others at all. It could be said that as long as he could survive safely and comfortably, he would not hesitate to deprive others of their right to survive. In the era of the apocalypse, any trace of compassion was superfluous, and once it surfaced, it must be immediately extinguished. After finishing his cold words, Zhang Yi directly blocked the neighbors. He was too lazy to argue with people and felt that verbal disputes were a waste of time. Soon, Zhang Yi found out that the neighbors were criticizing him in the group chat. However, others didn't care about their conflicts at all. Zhang Yi smirked and felt the liberating feeling of being free from moral constraints. One afternoon, Zhang Yi was awakened by a loud noise in his dream. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the hallway, quickly spreading throughout the entire building. Zhang Yi's expression turned serious as the sound resembled gunfire. Someone was actually carrying a gun in their neighborhood. Zhang Yi wasn't sure if it was real gunfire or firecrackers, so he quickly went to the living room and turned on the TV to check the surveillance footage. The scene before him made his pupils shrink. At the entrance of the third-floor unit, Chen Zhenghao was holding a black gun, its dark gleam sending chills down one's spine. The door was wide open, and faintly visible on the monitor were 2 pairs of legs. A group of people under Chen Zhenghao's feet were holding food and candles, looking smug as they walked out. Obviously, the occupants on the 3rd floor had encountered misfortune, and even if they hadn't died, the person who was shot and lost all their supplies wouldn't last long. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, when each household would usually go out together to shovel snow and melt it into drinking water. Working together could temporarily increase the temperature in the hallway and avoid excessive cold. Without water, there was no survival, so this activity was carried out every day. Chen Zhenghao had seized this opportunity to start robbing and killing. The ringtone of the phone suddenly interrupted Zhang Yi's thoughts. He picked up the phone and found it was a message from Dachun. Chen Zhenghao sent a voice message, his voice carrying a hint of authority and dominance. The city was snowed in, and everyone had to rely on themselves. Chen Zhenghao volunteered to take on the responsibility of managing 25 buildings, declaring that everyone should listen to him. He showed a gun and a photo of a resident who was killed, plunging the entire group into silence and fear. Zhang Yi felt the fear and helplessness of the people around him, and a chill crept into his heart. In this closed unit building, Chen Zhenghao controlled the situation with force and threats. Zhang Yi knew that Chen Zhenghao's bullets were limited, and his power was not that strong. But it was this uncertainty that made his threat even more terrifying. Faced with the threat of death, most people chose to obey and stay quiet, even though they were filled with fear. They hoped to exchange obedience and patience for a chance to survive, even if that chance was slim. Zhang Yi looked around and smiled knowingly. He knew he had the ability to protect himself and was not afraid of Chen Zhenghao's threats. He maintained a cold attitude towards the choices of others. Suddenly, the phone beeped with an urgent message notification, piquing his curiosity. He found himself pulled into a new group chat, without Chen Zhenghao and his men. This surprised Zhang Yi, and at the same time, filled him with curiosity and anticipation for the future. The threat of Chen Zhenghao's death made some people uneasy, and they began to consider gathering together for safety. In contrast, Zhang Yi remained silent, as he knew deep down that he was not under threat. He quietly observed the crowd around him, curious to see what actions they would take. He was filled with curiosity about what this group of people would do. When the new community was established, the homeowners and tenants in each household were all talking about it. Chen Zhenghao was like a devil. He forcefully entered 3 residences, intimidating everyone. In Building 301, there were 2 young people with fiery personalities who tried to resist but were coldly shot down by him. The other 2 households, 302 and 401, were frightened into submission and handed over all their food and drinks. In such a situation, once the food and water ran out at home, it was a death sentence. Some people indignantly called for unity to fight against this thug, Chen Zhenghao. Immediately, someone responded, "Yes, with so many families, how can we fear a few of them? As long as we unite, what can he do?" However, someone expressed concern, "But he has weapons." "Huh, so what? He only has a few bullets in his hands." "Yes, if we unite, he won't stand a chance. I'll kick with my left foot and whip with my right leg, guaranteeing to make him collapse. Even if he is disabled now, he can't withstand a blow. If he is unarmed, haha, I alone can subdue him." Everyone united to fight against Chen Zhenghao, all indignant, as if they couldn't wait to rush into his residence and bring him to justice. However, someone raised a question at this moment: when do we act? This statement caused a moment of silence. It's easy to talk about it verbally, but when facing a life or death test, not everyone dares to act. Everyone understands the reason, but no one wants to be the one who rushes to the front line and takes the bullet. Talking big is actually to induce others to take the bullet. This matter is not difficult. We can definitely solve it. After all, he is a fugitive with a few henchmen. We need to consider it carefully. Yes, acting recklessly will only make one a reckless person. We should win with wisdom. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. He just shouted that Chen Zhenghao was not to be feared, and now he advocates winning with wisdom. He was speechless. At this moment, the community security guard Uncle Yu suddenly spoke up. "We can't let Chen Zhenghao rampage anymore. If this continues, we will all be killed by him. Even if we are not shot, if our food and drinks are taken away, isn't that the same as death? I am willing to take the lead, and everyone follow me to teach these villains a lesson." Uncle Yu is usually quiet. He is a veteran with a straightforward and hot-blooded nature, respected in the community. Faced with scoundrels like Chen Zhenghao who shamelessly and wantonly act, anger burns in his heart. Wow, Uncle Yu is brave and fearless. He is truly extraordinary as a former soldier of the people. "Uncle Yu, I support you. Do you need weapons? I can lend you my kitchen knife. I also have an exceptionally sharp Longchen sword purchased last year during a trip that I can lend you. Chen Zhenghao is just a cripple. Uncle Yu, you can take the opportunity to attack him from behind. Don't give him any chance." Everyone praised Uncle Yu unanimously and offered their suggestions, but no one was willing to face Chen Zhenghao with Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu was also somewhat helpless. Chen Zhenghao and his gang are armed there, so it would be unwise for one person to go over there. At least a dozen young men are needed to ensure safety. As a former soldier, he is confident that he can lead everyone in the charge. The male residents with adult men in their homes fell silent, but the women without adult men in their homes are full of fighting spirit. They know they are weak and powerless, unable to deal with these thugs. Now, men of Building 25, show your true manhood. The men in our building are all great guys, you must succeed. Show your gentlemanly demeanor and protect us delicate women. The adult men among the owners are starting to feel unhappy. Some are unmarried and live alone or share a rental with friends. Making them confront the villains at the risk of their lives. They are not entirely incapable. But seeing the attitude of the female owners, they seem somewhat at a loss. The women see it as their responsibility to risk their lives to fight the villains, which makes these men feel dissatisfied. They begin to question why women should go forward in times of danger. We advocate equality now, so let's face it together. If you can talk big online, then go face Chen Zhenghao and his gang. I am willing to risk my life, but I will only protect my wife and children. The female owners see that the men are unwilling to confront Chen Zhenghao and start to scold them. Aren't you men? Isn't it time for men to step forward at this time? How can you let women take risks? How can you say such things? It's disgusting. I will never marry someone like you in the future. Originally intended to discuss how to deal with the risks brought by Chen Zhenghao, it turned into a dispute over who should confront him, ultimately evolving into a male-female confrontation. Zhang Yi saw this scene and felt very helpless. All of this is exactly the same as in the previous life. That's why in the previous life, Chen Zhenghao was able to kill half of the people in the building and later control everyone with a gun. They could only close their eyes helplessly when they died, unable to struggle. Uncle Yu anxiously urged everyone not to argue, The most important thing now is to deal with Chen Zhenghao. There is a female owner named Lu Tianchen living in the unit building. She is the main representative of the male-female confrontation, a 22-year-old girl who has just graduated. At this point, both men and women in the group are furious, and Lu Tianchen immediately counterattacks whenever she sees a man speaking. Even when kind Uncle Yu speaks, she quickly strikes back. Uncle Yu, why are you pretending to be a good person? You were a soldier. You should be the first to charge in this situation. With so many men in our building, if they switch with them, everyone else will be safe too. Nowadays, in society, it is obvious that we women are more important, and the only role of you men is to service women. On a sunny morning, Xiao Ming walked into the company building with excitement. Today was the day he would attend the company's annual recognition ceremony, and he was looking forward to showcasing his hard work and achievements. Xiao Ming had always been a low-profile employee, but he was passionate about his work, striving hard every day in hopes of being recognized. As he entered the conference hall and saw the glittering trophies and certificates on the stage, his excitement grew. He recalled his hard work and dedication over the past year, with vivid memories of the late nights spent working overtime. He thought to himself, at this moment, he could finally show everyone his efforts and dedication. As the award presentation began, Xiao Ming became nervous. He clenched his hands tightly, closed his eyes, and silently prayed. When the presenter announced Xiao Ming as the recipient of the Best Employee of the Year award, the entire room erupted in applause and cheers, and a radiant smile lit up Xiao Ming's face. In that moment, his hard work was acknowledged, his efforts paid off, and his heart was filled with satisfaction and pride. Xiao Ming walked off the stage with the trophy, surrounded by colleagues congratulating him. He felt the kindness and well wishes from his colleagues, overflowing with gratitude. He knew that this honor belonged not only to him personally but was also the result of the team's collective effort. At this special moment, Xiao Ming decided to continue working hard, contributing to the company's development, and letting more people see his shining qualities. Lu Tianchen's remarks drew a group of male property owners to ridicule, mocking, "It's already Doomsday, who would still pamper these little fairies?" Their self-righteousness is truly ridiculous. They even questioned whether Lu Tianchen was worthy of the life-threatening protection actions they were undertaking. Uncle Yu was left speechless by the ridicule. With good intentions and concern for everyone, he was puzzled by such an attitude. Faced with the verbal attacks of others, he chose to remain silent. Zhang Yi felt the lively atmosphere in the owners' group chat and treated it all as a joke, as entertainment options were indeed limited now. However, he couldn't help but conclude that most people in the owners' group were narrow-minded. As the chat group's verbal warfare escalated, everyone seemed to find an outlet to release their pent-up emotions, with malicious and dirty words filling the entire chat group, making it unbearable. In the end, everyone forgot the original purpose of the group. Zhang Yi put his phone aside and walked into the kitchen. Although there were plenty of ready-made food in the alternate space, he occasionally enjoyed cooking by himself, savoring the pleasures of life. He took out fresh ingredients from the alternate space, such as potatoes, spring onions, ginger, garlic, and tender beef brisket, emitting a tempting aroma. As a top-tier supermarket brand in the world, Walmart's selected ingredients were impeccable. Zhang Yi simmered a pot of fragrant potato-stewed beef brisket and, following the method of clay pot chicken, placed a few pancakes on the side of the pot to absorb the broth fully, enriching the taste. Picking up his phone, he saw messages from Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning, filled with pleading. Both of them were in tears, obviously frightened by the Chen Zhenghao murder case and feeling helpless. They were not good at resisting evil and were likely to be Chen Zhenghao's next target. Especially after seeing Zhang Yi's sturdy anti-theft door at home, they viewed Zhang Yi's home as a safe haven and urgently hoped for shelter. Lin Caning even pleaded without reservation, "Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. Please let me stay at your house. I'm willing to do anything. Just please don't let me fall into their hands." Zhang Yi could feel their inner fear. If it weren't for Zhang's reinforced house and living in such a food-scarce environment, his despair might not be any less than theirs. But would he sympathize with these two ladies? Of course not. The current situation was what he desired. Their despair would bring Zhang Yi pleasure. He didn't say much, just recorded a video and sent it to them. In the video, a large pot of fragrant potato-stewed beef brisket was placed on the table, with flames roaring in the fireplace. The warm atmosphere inside the house sharply contrasted with the raging snowstorm outside, filling the hearts of the two women with fear and struggle. They not only suffered from hunger but also faced the unknown test of survival. In their plea, they tried to persuade Zhang Yi to allow them into this shelter. However, Zhang Yi chose to remain silent, leaving a glimmer of hope for them to despairingly rely on his mercy. As the day passed hastily, Chen Zhenghao's gang temporarily stopped looting, knowing that excessive actions would provoke resistance from everyone. The strategy was to regroup, appease, and then eliminate. However, as night fell, Zhang Yi noticed abnormal movements from Chen Zhenghao's team through surveillance. The entire city plunged into darkness, with only Zhang Yi's home brightly lit, while residents of other units remained oblivious. Zhang Yi witnessed Chen Zhenghao's men carrying out two bodies, and upon closer inspection, he realized that he recognized these two individuals. Due to Zhang Yi's familiarity with the building's owners, it was evident that they were not from the same building but were helpers summoned by Chen Zhenghao. After some thought, Zhang Yi suddenly realized. On the day Chen Zhenghao attacked Zhang Yi's home, he faced a fierce counterattack from Zhang Yi's water pipe. In the severe cold of -70 degrees, this was undoubtedly fatal. These two individuals must have frozen to death. Lacking a comfortable environment and medical treatment, the cold-induced diseases could likely lead to death. The two bodies were stripped of their clothing and abandoned at the stairwell, causing Zhang Yi to furrow his brow as he tried to understand Chen Zhenghao's intentions. If he only wanted to dispose of the bodies, he could have thrown them out the window, and the heavy snow would have covered everything. Why choose the entrance? Suddenly, a dreadful thought crossed his mind, and Zhang Yi squinted his eyes. Could it be that Chen Zhenghao left the bodies for food reserves? This idea sent shivers down Zhang Yi's spine, but it was the most logical explanation. In the extreme cold, the world became a giant refrigerator, and food would not spoil. Modern understanding of Doomsday often comes from movies, and cannibalism is not uncommon in Doomsday scenarios. In historical records, the brutal scenes of cannibalism during times of disaster are all too familiar. Perhaps it was the long period of peace that made people forget these cruel histories until Doomsday arrived. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and his heartbeat gradually steadied. Compared to others, he was quicker to accept the brutal reality. Having experienced an apocalypse once, he was once seen as food to be consumed by others. This experience made him deeply understand that when humanity faces a crisis, under hunger, the most brutal nature may be revealed, without hesitation to consume everything edible. Chen Zhenghao is truly a ruthless person. Although Zhang Yi does not like that big brother in society, he can't help but sigh. This is a truth that many people are well aware of. However, the person who would use his brother's body as a reserve food before the food runs out is truly shocking and utterly despicable, almost completely devoid of humanity. After Chen Zhenghao killed the resident of 301, the atmosphere in the whole building became extremely tense. The large group that used to gather before no longer dared to speak. Chen Zhenghao seemed to realize that everyone had secretly formed a new homeowners group behind his back. But there was no way to stop such a thing. He could only use various threats and inducements within the homeowners group. With the current situation being so difficult, everyone was just trying to stay alive. Nobody wanted to resort to violence. If it wasn't for that kid from 301 who first attacked my people, I wouldn't have ended up killing him. After all, I'm not a monster. I hope in the future we can all get along harmoniously and lend us some food when we need it. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee everyone can live peacefully. When these words were spoken, some people indeed let their guard down. Some even thought that maybe, as Chen Zhenghao said, the homeowner from 301 died because he struck first. This is what Stockholm Syndrome refers to. In the desperation of death, as long as the perpetrator shows a little kindness, they will be grateful. Zhang Yi still remained like a bystander, observing coldly, neither commenting nor participating. But in his heart, he became a bit more cautious towards Chen Zhenghao. Even though the defenses in his home were very complete, with just Chen Zhenghao and his few men, and that old gun, they had no chance of breaking in. However, in the apocalypse, it never hurts to be a little more careful. If he really provokes me, I'll find a chance to kill him. Zhang Yi said casually. This brief calm was shattered the next day. Although every household was too afraid to leave their homes because of Chen Zhenghao, they couldn't survive without going downstairs to chip ice and fetch water. So, some people quietly opened their doors to go dig snow while nobody was paying attention. As a result, one person was caught red-handed by the person Chen Zhenghao had sent to keep watch. The supplies they had looted on the first day were all eaten up by the hungry thugs. Now, with eyes red, they saw all the residents in the building as their prey. If they caught anyone, they wouldn't be polite and would loot everything. In the new group chat, urgent cries for help could be heard. Zhang Yi opened the chat and couldn't help but smile. The one calling for help was none other than Lu Tianchen from the 7th floor. Chen Zhenghao lived on the 6th floor, just below her. That morning, she had planned to sneak downstairs to dig snow and fetch water while it was still dark, but she was caught in the act. Living alone, she didn't need much effort to be targeted by Chen Zhenghao and his group. Plus, being locked up for almost half a month, Chen Zhenghao and his cronies were feeling uncomfortable, and they were planning to find a woman to let off some steam. Lu Tianchen wasn't particularly pretty, but she was young and had an okay figure. With limited options, nobody was being picky. So, the group of cronies came rushing up with wrenches and iron rods, grinning. Lu Tianchen quickly shut the door, desperate, and only then thought to ask for help from her neighbors. "Help, please save me. They're banging on my door. Please help, they're going to kill me. Uncle Yu, please save me. Aren't you a veteran? They definitely can't beat you." Lu Tianchen is feeling anxious at the moment. The discussions in the group chat have made her fearful. With a trembling voice, she urgently sends voice messages, calling on everyone to unite against those brutal people. However, just yesterday, she was arrogant and confrontational when challenging a group of male property owners. Uncle Yu tried to comfort her, saying that it's difficult for one person to confront the group of people and firearms under Chen Zhenghao's command. If they had formed a security team yesterday, it might have deterred the other side. Uncle Yu's words chilled Lu Tianchen's heart. She cried out, "Can't you even protect a weak woman? What kind of men are you?" Her shameless behavior and moral blackmail angered everyone. Combined with yesterday's conflicts, no one had any sympathy for her. Mocking laughter echoed in the group chat. The little fairy thought highly of herself, but now needed others to rescue her. People gloated over her misfortune, because Lu Tianchen's house was robbed and temporarily safe. Feeling the cold mockery, Lu Tianchen's spirit was completely desperate. She turned to female property owners for help, only to receive similar responses. Everyone was at a loss. Some offered insincere comfort, while others made malicious threats. Twisted minds had become the norm. More and more people joined the group chat, but the conversation took a turn for the worse. Frustrated, Lu Tianchen was about to speak when the door was kicked open. In Zhang Yi's surveillance, Lu Tianchen screamed as she was dragged out by a few henchmen. Zhang Yi sighed at the fierce intensity. In such a situation, the biological instinct is to want to continue life. Under the threat of death, people's true nature gradually reveals itself. Zhang Yi took a bite of his chocolate bar, watching the surveillance footage. Suddenly, he remarked, "The temperature is too high. Any exposed skin could be life-threatening." His voice was filled with concern and warning, revealing his high regard for safety issues and sense of responsibility. This action showcased his meticulous and thoughtful nature, as he always pays attention to details, especially those concerning life safety. Deep down, the safety of others is always his top priority. The final fate of Lu Tianchen, although no one witnessed it, could be speculated by everyone. A girl all alone falling into the hands of wolves was destined for little good fortune. Even if Chen Zhenghao and the others spared her life, she would only be left with no resources and a bleak future. However, no one felt too sad about it, rather they breathed a sigh of relief. At least Lu Tianchen could sustain Chen Zhenghao and the others for a while. Nonetheless, this incident served as a warning to the other homeowners. If things continue this way, they might not live for much longer. One afternoon, Zhang Yi suddenly found himself pulled into a chat group. In the face of this unstable environment, people's suspicions were growing, and small groups were expanding. It seemed that by uniting, they could become stronger. Zhang Yi glanced at the members in the group and found only 6 or 7 people. Neighbors like Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Caning were among them. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows slightly, not understanding their intentions. Soon, someone approached him. Feng Yuqing at Zhang Yi. It's too dangerous outside. Chen Zhenghao and his gang could show up at any moment. We must unite. Zhang Yi replied indifferently. I'm quite comfortable on my own. Lin Caning interjected. You alone against Chen Zhenghao and 5 or 6 others, with guns, it's too risky. Zhang Yi sneered. Why not ask Chen Zhenghao who broke his leg? He dares not retaliate till now because he knows I'm not to be messed with. Zhang Yi asked. What do you plan to do? Feng Yuqing hurriedly said. It's too dangerous to live scattered. We've decided to move in together to resist Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi chuckled. Gathering together doesn't make you immune to bullets, does it? Unity in numbers is just psychological comfort. Sun Jichao in the group continued. More people will at least make them wary. We can block the entrances to prevent them from breaking in. What we need now is a strong base. Feng Yuqing added. Your balcony is sturdy and perfect for facing off against Chen Zhenghao. We hope you'll join us in resisting them. Zhang Yi suddenly realized that Feng Yuqing must have boasted about the conditions of his home. These people likely knew about the excellent heating facilities and ample food supplies in his home. Zhang Yi disdainfully said, I don't need it, thank you. Zhang Yi lived a very comfortable life alone, enjoying his own space and lifestyle. When it came to those who wanted to move in and share the living space, he was firm in his attitude, directly stating that he didn't need it. He felt that having 7 or 8 people crowded together not only made the home unbearably cramped but also increased safety risks. He believed he didn't owe anyone anything, so why should he force himself to accommodate others? However, when people in the group became unhappy due to his refusal, Zhang Yi also felt the pressure. Sun Jichao and Wang Min, among others, tried to persuade him, hoping he could be more open-minded, as only unity and solidarity could help everyone get through tough times. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi remained steadfast in his belief that his life didn't need to be influenced by others. He responded with a series of mocking question marks, indicating his disagreement with being morally coerced by others. Feng Yuqing took the opportunity to express her dissatisfaction with Zhang Yi and her intention to use public opinion to exert pressure. She believed that in a life-and-death situation, Zhang Yi should show generosity and tolerance, as human lives were at stake. Lin Caning and others also joined in persuading Zhang Yi, hoping he would show mercy. However, after experiencing the troubles of the previous life, Zhang Yi had become resolute and decisive. He rejected their requests, stating that in this doomsday moment, everyone had to rely on their own abilities to survive. He believed these people held no value to him and had no right to demand his protection. Therefore, he decisively exited the group chat, rejecting any moral coercion and restraint. While enjoying the beautiful scenery of the snowy morning, he suddenly witnessed a shocking scene. A person falling from the 18th floor of a high-rise building landed in the thick snow with desperate cries, facing life-threatening danger. This scene made Zhang Yi realize that the entire building might be facing the same danger, so he decided to be vigilant and protect himself, as surviving was the most important thing. The city is shrouded in a crisis of scarcity, with people fighting for limited resources and even resorting to violence to survive. In this dangerous world, Zhang Yijing sits quietly in a corner, holding a bag of potato chips with a solemn expression. He realizes that he must not only be wary of neighbors upstairs and downstairs, but also alert to the lurking survivors outside. At the moment of the apocalypse, he understands that any mishap could happen. Zhang Yijing feels heavy-hearted and starts pondering how to survive in this crisis-ridden world. In Building 25, Chen Zhenghao and others continue to commit robberies, resulting in the deaths of 5 people. In this situation, the residents of the building began to unite. Their solution was to come together, live collectively, and block the doors with heavy objects to prevent Chen Zhenghao and others from entering. They collected water from outside the windows. Some residents on certain floors had balconies and could also catch falling snow. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning chose to live together at Wang Min's apartment on the 18th floor. Wang Min is Zhou Peng's cousin, running a cosmetics business in Tianhai City, and is an independent and strong woman. She owns some property, with a 3-bedroom apartment similar to Zhang Yi's. The others are her colleagues and friends from the company. In the face of the apocalypse, although unity is needed, one can only choose trusted companions. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning were allowed to come over because of Zhou Peng's assurance. As for the situation at Zhang Yi's home, it remains to be seen. At this moment, a group of people sat in the living room, wearing thick down jackets and scarves, hoping to wrap themselves up as much as possible. Due to Zhang Yi's rejection of the suggestion to live together, everyone's mood was a bit low. Wang Min looked at Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning and said calmly, I agreed to let you in before to give face to my cousin, and because you promised to convince Zhang Yi. Now that Zhang Yi's attitude is clear, what do you think we should do? Zhou Peng is a gentle person, but Wang Min is shrewd and sees through these two girls easily. If it weren't for their mention of Zhang Yi, Wang Min wouldn't have let them join. Feng Yuqing quickly said, Sister Wang, let me explain. Zhang Yi's house is very resourceful, and they even have a fireplace. If we can move in, our days will improve. Feng Yuqing was already disappointed in Zhang Yi and began to reveal information about Zhang Yi's home, including photos and videos. Lin Caning chimed in, That's right, we've seen the videos and know how comfortable Zhang Yi's house is. Let's try our best to move in, not only to fight against Chen Zhenghao but also to live a better life. After hearing this, Wang Min and the others couldn't help but take out their phones and watch the videos Feng Yuqing sent. The videos showed the comfortable environment of Zhang Yi's home, impressing them. Wang Min frowned and said, but his attitude has shown that he is unwilling to let us move in. At this moment, Sun Jichao, wearing glasses, raised his gold-rimmed glasses and said solemnly, he is too selfish, not considering others at all. We don't need to be polite to such a person. He lives alone, maybe we need some special means. Sun Jichao's words caught everyone's attention. It is obvious that Sun Jichao's intention is clear, to break into Zhang Yi's residence and force him to give up the property. His friend Lu Dao immediately expressed his support without hesitation, claiming it was a brilliant idea. This selfish person only cares about himself, without any consideration for others. Why should he enjoy such a superior place to live? Wang Min frowned slightly. However, according to Zhou Peng's description, their anti-theft door is indestructible. We are not the kind of rough people who are good at this kind of thing. Zhou Peng added, That's right, and Zhang Yi's behavior is despicable. Last time we went to knock on the door, he even poured urine from upstairs. Mentioning this, Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning couldn't help but feel nauseous, almost unable to hold back vomiting. Until this moment, they still had Zhang Yi's smell on their hair and skin. If it weren't for the cold weather causing nasal congestion, this smell would almost suffocate them. Sun Jichao raised his glasses and sneered, saying, This is an easy matter. We just need to wrap ourselves tightly, wear masks, carry umbrellas, and go there without fear of any means he uses. As for breaking the door, he looked at Lu Dao beside him. Lu Dao cleared his throat and said, I used to work in a locksmith company and have a lot of experience in this. I can unlock all kinds of locks on the market. Feng Yuqing and others were extremely excited after hearing this. Great. As long as we unlock their anti-theft door, we will all rush in and see how Zhang Yi can resist. Feng Yuqing gritted her teeth in condemnation. Earlier, she had begged Zhang Yi, only to be rejected and humiliated, which made Feng Yuqing deeply resent Zhang Yi. After entering the door, I will make him put his head in the toilet and taste the bitterness. Tung Dog Zhou Peng heard this and took the initiative to take responsibility. Feng Yuqing was quite disgusted with Zhou Peng's rudeness in her heart, but she still needed his help at the moment, so she smiled and said, Okay, then you should eat more tofu and onions. Everyone was excited and believed that with united efforts, Zhang Yi would not escape. So, everyone took out umbrellas, wrapped themselves tightly, and brought tools to break the door, heading towards Zhang Yi's residence. Zhang Yi's home has an alarm system. Once there is any movement on the floor, the alarm will be triggered immediately. Therefore, when everyone climbed the stairs, Zhang Yi had already heard about it. Through the surveillance, he saw everyone, but because they were wrapped tightly, he mistakenly thought it was Chen Zhenghao leading the way. It's just in time. I didn't solve you last time. It's not bad to teach you a lesson again this time. Zhang Yi said with a cold smile. However, he was not planning to take action against Chen Zhenghao for now. If Chen Zhenghao falls, who will deal with this group of bastards in the unit building? That would be no fun. Everyone arrived near Zhang Yi's house, wrapped tightly, and immediately opened their umbrellas. This action made it difficult for Zhang Yi to drive them away with water or foul smells, temporarily unable to get rid of them. All of this was thanks to the intelligence provided by Feng Yuqing. She naively thought that, despite Zhang Yi's family preparing many defense measures, resources are ultimately limited in a house. Spraying water and releasing stink bombs became Zhang Yi's last line of defense. She felt extremely anxious, filled with a sense of powerlessness in the face of the imminent danger. When people gathered at Zhang Yi's doorstep, they held umbrellas, but the number of pinhole cameras installed by the War Dragon security company on this floor was particularly high. This meant that the movements of the visitors could be captured from various angles. When a group of people arrived at the door, Zhang Yi noticed a person taking out a few shiny metal tools from his pocket. Subsequently, he aimed these tools at the keyhole of his security door, attempting to pry it open. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, but did not feel worried. He had full confidence in his security door because if it were so easy to pry open, there would be no need for the professional staff of the War Dragon security company. This door not only ranked top in security level, comparable to a bank vault door, but also had 5 additional defense layers. To open the outermost lock, only a world-class locksmith would have a chance. Not to mention the physical levers installed inside. Usually, the more complex something is, the simpler the method of unlocking it, and vice versa. Just like Zhang Yi's door. Since he had no intention of going out at first, he simply secured the door bolt with a 10-centimeter diameter steel rod. It could not be opened by human force unless a car kept ramming into it. Furthermore, Zhang Yi had anticipated that someone would try to pry the door open, so he had intentionally installed an additional special protective measure. Zhang Yi watched the surveillance footage, then took out his phone, opened the control software of the safe room, and lightly pressed a button. Instantly, a powerful electric current flowed through the security door. Lu Dao, who was focused on picking the lock, let out a scream of agony as the electric current ran through his body. The people nearby turned pale and quickly retreated. "Help! Help!" Lu Dao pleaded in pain to his companions. The electric current gripped him like a pair of pliers, making it impossible for him to break free. Feng Yuqing and Zhou Peng, among others, were stunned, as they had not expected this situation and did not have suitable insulation tools. Before long, smoke rose from Lu Dao's body, permeated with the smell of burnt flesh. Boom! He fell to the ground, his clothes torn to shreds, his arms and face charred. Obviously, he could not escape the calamity. "Oh!" Feng Yuqing, Lin Caning, and others screamed. Witnessing someone die on the spot was undoubtedly a huge shock. Inside the room, Zhang Yi's lips curled up slightly. Inexplicably, he felt somewhat satisfied. But who could they blame? Daring to provoke Zhang Yi, simply unforgivable. Wang Min and others felt a chill in their hearts, as their plan to pry the door had completely failed. Sun Jichao and Lu Dao had been good friends for many years. Watching their brother die tragically, flames of anger burned in their eyes. "Zhang Yi, you despicable guy, come out and face me." He picked up a shovel and smashed it against Zhang Yi's big door. The banging sound echoed throughout the building, yet the huge iron door remained unharmed. After the exterior paint peeled off, it revealed the sturdy alloy material underneath. Zhang Yi walked to the door, hands in his pockets, and said with a smirk, "Trying to break my door? Isn't that seeking death?" He shook his head and sighed. "Ah, isn't it good to be alive?" Hearing Zhang Yi's mocking voice, the people outside were both surprised and angry. Wang Min roared in anger, "Zhang Yi, we originally intended to discuss the matter of living together amicably. Why did you resort to violence? You are even more sinister than Chen Zhenghao, you are simply a demon." Upon hearing a female voice, Zhang Yi realized that the person outside the door was not Chen Zhenghao. However, he felt no remorse for killing Lu Dao, as he believed that such a person deserved to be punished. Upon second thought, he understood who the person in front of him was. It must be Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning's group coming over. Only they knew how comfortable Zhang Yi's home was. With a dark expression, Zhang Yi bluntly reprimanded, "What are you pretending for? Clearly, you broke into my house, trying to take my property. You deserve to die, yet you have the nerve to shout here, it's ridiculous." Sun Jichao pretended to remain calm. "Zhang Yi, we mean no harm, just want to talk. But you killed our good brother Lu Dao without a word, It's too much. Don't you plan to give an explanation? Zhang Yi laughed. Just want to talk? Coming uninvited. Breaking into my home, is that talking? HMPH. After breaking in, the next step might be to kill me, or drive me out to fend for myself. Then you all can enjoy the safe house I prepared so painstakingly, right? The group looked at each other. This was indeed their original intention. Sun Jichao frowned, deeply disgusted with Zhang Yi. But now, the key was how to break in. He took a deep breath and shouted, Zhang Yi, this is your last chance. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Feng Yuqing also spoke from outside. Zhang Yi, we won't harm you. Just want to face the disaster together with you. Don't misunderstand our good intentions. Lin Caning followed. Yes, when the time comes, we'll let you have the master bedroom and prioritize the supplies for you. They were extremely excited because their paradise was just a wall away, and they had been waiting for it for a long time. Zhang Yi sneered at their words. Are you all out of your minds? This house was originally mine, yet you are dividing it up like masters. If you have the guts, bring it on. See if you can break in. As he spoke, Zhang Yi busied himself with bullets, gripping the hand crossbow tightly. The hunt was about to begin. Through the surveillance, he could clearly see everything outside, even hear their whispers. Sun Jichao and the others discussed their next move. Among them, the timid Zhe Jialiang nervously asked, what do we do? Lu Dao is dead, and no one has the key. Sun Jichao cursed, what are you afraid of? This is the 24th floor, they'll be exhausted coming up. If they want to kill someone, they'll start with the lower floors. Wang Min said seriously, Zhang Yi is indeed not easy to deal with. His performance is as if he knew the end of the world was coming, and he is very well equipped. In this cold post-apocalyptic world, people are struggling with hunger and cold, facing difficult lives. However, Zhang Yi is living a carefree life, even installing a fireplace and sturdy security door in the city of Tianhai in the south, clearly being prepared. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and accused, Zhang Yi is despicable. He knew the blizzard was coming, but only cared about himself and didn't warn the neighbors in advance. He was full of resentment, not forgetting to criticize Zhang Yi. Wang Min and others frowned in silence because they also knew that at this time, the priority had to be themselves and their families. What should they do next? Wang Min looked at Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Zhe Jialiang, the mainstays of their team. The group whispered to each other and then left the stairs. Zhang Yi saw them leave through the surveillance camera, holding a gun and a crossbow, quietly observing. Although he could have taken them down, he deliberately waited, craving some excitement. He wanted to see what these people were up to. This was also to prepare for facing stronger opponents in the future. Shortly after, they came back, carrying a huge piece of wood, obviously torn from a bed. Several women held umbrellas, guarding against Zhang Yi's cold water attacks. The three men raised the wood and forcefully slammed it into the door, making a huge impact sound. The walls were shaking, but Zhang Yi was not worried because the 20-centimeter steel plate on the door was enough to withstand their impact, unless there was a green giant on the other side. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Zhe Jialiang desperately hit the door, while Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, watching their performance, monitoring the house situation through a mobile app. This app was specially designed for users to check the house dynamics at any time. He held the weapon steady and would act if he sensed anything wrong. However, after half a day of hitting, the door remained unbreakable, not even a dent. The group was stunned, marveling at the thickness of the door. Sun Jichao and the others fell into despair, roaring in anger, expressing their inner unwillingness and despair. But Zhang Yi, watching this scene, smiled slightly, more confident in the quality of his safe house. All right, it's time to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi stood up, put the gun back in his pocket, and opened an iron box. In the iron box lay 20 crossbow bolts, covered in patches of rust, giving off an eerie vibe. These arrows had been deliberately treated to rust, appearing as if they had weathered the test of time. Although alloy bolts are not prone to rust, Zhang Yi intentionally let them rust, as any skin contact would lead to tetanus, posing a threat. In the absence of medical facilities, tetanus wouldn't be immediately fatal, but would gradually spread after infecting the wound, leading to abscesses and ulcers. This knowledge came from Zhang Yi's learning from Chen Zhenghao. Despite Chen Zhenghao's crippled leg, he had managed to survive. But another arrow strike would be disastrous. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a devilish grin as he decisively climbed to the shooting position. Feng Yuqing and the others held umbrellas, unable to see clearly below. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi aimed his arrow beneath the umbrella. Their fate was in their hands. Life or death was their decision. The arrows whistled through, piercing the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream. Zhang Yi swiftly loaded a second arrow. No need to aim as they were huddled together. The second arrow shot out, followed by another scream. Zhang Yi quickly switched crossbows, pulling the bowstring taut. Only then did the crowd realize the danger, fleeing in terror. Zhang Yi calmly aimed, focusing on shooting their arms and thighs, avoiding fatal areas as much as possible. 3 out of 6 were hit. One person struck twice. However, due to the slow reloading speed of the hand crossbow, Zhang Yi couldn't shoot again as they had escaped into blind spots. Zhang Yi shrugged, unconcerned. Those people were already doomed, destined to depart in extreme agony. As for the rest, he had plenty of time to enjoy this game at his leisure. Time always favored him. Zhang Yi chose to act cautiously, never striking rashly, not even risking a 1 in 1,000 chance. However, the issue of arrow consumption also troubled him. Frowning, Zhang Yi began contemplating the future. He had purchased 300 crossbow bolts and 300 arrows but couldn't easily retrieve them due to circumstances. Despite abundant stock, a lack of foresight would lead to imminent troubles. After careful consideration, Zhang Yi had a sudden inspiration, opening a dimensional space and finding a solution. The warehouse was stacked with mini marbles for hand crossbow shooting, including glass marbles. Though less powerful than steel bolts, they still packed a punch when fired from a professional hand crossbow. Even if arrows were scarce, metal products in the warehouse could be transformed into weapons. Satisfied, Zhang Yi knew he could handle any situation with these resources. While he might feel comfortable, others were plunged into despair. Feng Yuqing and the other 6 companions originally had ill intentions, trying to intimidate and seize Zhang Yi's property. However, their plan backfired. Not only did one person lose their life, but 3 others were also shot with crossbow bolts and had to flee in embarrassment. They didn't even dare to retrieve the body of Lu Dao. Feng Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and others hurried back to the room like dogs who had lost their home. After closing the door, they were covered in cold sweat, gasping for breath with pale faces. Several injured people curled up in pain on the sofa, gritting their teeth. Zhang Yi's arrows hit Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Jie Jialiang, as they were the main attackers standing in front of Zhang Yi's house. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning, having witnessed Zhang Yi's methods, intentionally stood behind, avoiding the danger. As a result, 4 out of 7 people either lost their lives or were injured by arrows. Initially, they did not feel extreme pain, only a chill running through their bodies. However, upon returning home, they had to endure the cold, gritting their teeth as they unbuttoned their clothes. Upon seeing the wounds, everyone's faces change. If the arrows were normal, they could be pulled out, disinfected, and treated with anti-inflammatory drugs. But the arrows were rusted. Without antibiotics, once infected, they could only wait for death, a very miserable way to die. No, no, Sun Jichao's pupils contracted, knowing full well that the shadow of death was looming. Smack! Wang Min, furious, slapped Feng Yuqing heavily. All the injured were her relatives and friends, and all this happened because Feng Yuqing instigated the robbery of Zhang Yi's house. How could she not be angry? You fools, it's all because of you. You said his house only had a sturdy door. How could there be arrows? Did you know in advance and fled? Why are you unharmed? Wang Min was tall and towering over Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning. This slap made Feng Yuqing tremble in fear. Feng Yuqing covered her face, tears of grievance falling. I didn't know either. He didn't shoot arrows last time when I went there. Zhou Peng was shot with an arrow, and seeing his lover being scolded by his cousin, he hurriedly stepped forward to protect her. Cousin, please calm down. I can testify that Yuqing really didn't know. Wang Min saw her cousin's ignorance and was burning with anger. Pointing at Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning, she questioned why the 2 of them were unscathed. HMPH. I saw with my own eyes that they were hiding far away. Lin Canning muttered discontentedly, you didn't get hurt either? Yet you blame us. Wang Min couldn't contain her anger and scolded, I was just lucky not to get shot. Now we are all injured because of you. Leave this place quickly. Sun Jichao reached out to stop Wang Min, his eyes warning. Now that everyone is injured, someone must take care of them. He whispered. He didn't want to die and had to remove the arrows, pray to avoid infection, in order to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently, glaring angrily at Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning. Why aren't you helping yet? Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning lowered their heads, a flash of resentment in their eyes. In the end, they went to deal with the wounds of the injured. As they undressed and inspected the arrows, their faces instantly turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbow arrows are all professional grade, capable of hunting wild boars and wild wolves. Once they hit the body, the arrowhead will deeply embed into the skin. In this place where there are no professional medical personnel and equipment, handling it is very tricky. A slight mistake could lead to death due to excessive blood loss. Wang Min fell into contemplation and ultimately decided to seek the help of Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou is actually Zhou Kei'er. Previously, she had saved Lin Xiaohu's life when his liver ruptured in a critical moment. Wang Min walked to the side and dialed Zhou Kei'er's phone number. Soon, Zhou Kei'er hurried over. Wang Min approached, excitedly grasping Zhou Kei'er's hand. She nervously said, Dr. Zhou, we are relying on you now. Zhou Kei'er was dressed in a black knee-length down jacket, wrapping herself up tightly, but her tall and slender figure was still clearly visible. She carried an iron medical kit on her shoulder. Upon entering the room, she glanced at the injuries of the people and furrowed her brows. She asked in confusion, another arrow wound? Wang Min, are there others who have been shot with arrows? A hint of unnatural expression flashed across Zhou Kei'er's face. She replied, no, it's from previous hospital patients. Wang Min felt somewhat strange, but at this moment, she had no time to think further. She urgently requested Zhou Kei'er's help in treating the injured. Zhou Kei'er did not say much, walking towards the wounded to carefully examine them. By now, their faces had turned pale and alarming. As the arrowheads couldn't be pulled out and the bleeding couldn't be stopped, the situation became extremely critical in temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees. Zhou Kei'er examined the injuries, frowning and saying, the injuries are too severe. Without professional equipment, I dare not act rashly. Wang Min hurriedly said, Dr. Zhou, the situation is urgent, you must perform surgery. We trust you. Zhou Kei'er shook her head. The arrowheads have already rusted, and pulling them out could cause infection. She said, I can only remove the arrows, but without antibiotics, infection is inevitable. Everyone present understood the consequences she didn't explicitly mention. In such conditions, once infected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Min's tears overflowed. Sun Jichao and others were all her close friends, and Zhou Peng was even her cousin. In the end times, people already lacked a sense of security. Losing so many loved ones and friends in one day was enough to make someone collapse. That Zhang Yi is too ruthless. He must have done it on purpose. How could he be so heartless? Even if we took over his house, he shouldn't want our lives. Wang Min angrily scolded. Mentioning Zhang Yi, Zhou Kei'er also recalled him. She remembered him as a sunny and handsome man, but due to her own cold personality, she didn't have frequent contact with him. In any case, without medication, simply removing the arrows still posed a great risk to life. I hope everyone can understand that, Zhou Kei'er said calmly. Now, she no longer avoided the cruelty of the end times. Everyone must be prepared to face death. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing seemed to remember something. She excitedly said, medication? I remember Zhang Yi has some at home. Wang Min and Sun Jichao heard that Zhang Yi might have medicine, and they were immediately excited. In moments of despair, people always cling to any glimmer of hope. Sun Jichao struggled to ask, is this true? Does Zhang Yi really have medicine? Wang Min also stared at Fang Yuqing, pleading with her not to lie. Because of Fang Yuqing, they all suffered serious injuries. Even now, the mention of Zhang Yi still filled their hearts with fear. Fang Yuqing explained that about a month ago, Zhang Yi's behavior became abnormal. He started hoarding supplies like crazy. Almost every day, there were trucks delivering goods to him. One time, I saw a pharmaceutical company's truck enter the neighborhood, and Zhang Yi personally accepted the delivery. Afterwards, they moved 2 large boxes of goods home, which must have contained medicine. Zhou Kei chimed in, saying that antibiotics are not rare. If Zhang Yi knew in advance that a disaster was coming and hoarded medicine, he must have a large amount of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. As a doctor, Zhou Kei firmly believed in this. Sun Jichao saw hope, his eyes flickering with a hint of madness. He urgently said, "Hurry and find Zhang Yi. Ask him for medicine to save our lives. He caused my injury. He has a responsibility to save me." Wang Min gritted his teeth, his face showing a hint of hesitation. But the recent events made him disgusted with Zhang Yi. How could he possibly bring medicine to help them? Zhe Jialiang was in unbearable pain, lying on the sofa groaning continuously. He begged bitterly, "I feel like I'm not going to make it. You must find a way. Go beg Zhang Yi. You must save us." Feng Yuqing also said, "We have not harmed him, and we even planned to leave supplies for him after breaking in. Instead, he didn't appreciate our kindness and turned against us. We are on the side of justice. We have nothing to fear." Zhou Kei listened to their arguments and understood, but she chose to remain silent. She opened the medical kit and took out gauze to stop their bleeding. There was not much left in the box. The medicines she had prepared were only for emergencies, and the quantity was limited. Plus, helping neighbors these past few days had depleted her stock. If Wang Min and the others couldn't find medicine, she could only assist with pulling out arrows and simple bandaging, at least to alleviate their pain. The group debated vigorously, still firmly believing in their innocence. They were just trying to survive. What was wrong with that? They thought the only mistake was Zhang Yi being too selfish. Why should he enjoy the good conditions alone? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Feng Yuqing and said, "You handle this matter. I know that Zhang Yi once pursued you, so you are the most suitable person to go." Sun Jichao and Zhe Jialiang also agreed, weakly expressing their support. After all of this was because of Feng Yuqing. If she hadn't revealed Zhang Yi's situation to them and insisted that the Zhang family was unprepared, they wouldn't have taken such risks. Zhou Peng hesitated in his heart, but the intense pain in his arm and the danger to his life forced him to stand by Wang Min's side. He said to Feng Yuqing, "Yuqing, we are a team and we need your help. We are counting on you this time. Our survival depends on your joining us." Feng Yuqing looked conflicted, feeling very reluctant inside. She had been insulted by Zhang Yi before, but now she had no choice but to rely on Zhou Peng's relationship to join the team. In the apocalypse, besides being cute and beautiful, women lacking skills appeared particularly vulnerable and helpless. Other teams would not accept her, and even if they did, she might end up as a plaything. Zhou Karen picked up the surgical knife. The conditions were harsh, and disinfection was difficult. Without medication, the disinfection work seemed meaningless. She asked Sun Jichao to bite down on a towel and began to remove the arrows. Without anesthesia, the operating room echoed with heart-wrenching screams, and Sun Jichao bit the towel so hard it was almost shredded. Everyone was horrified and urgently urged Feng Yuqing to ask Zhang Yi for medicine. Feng Yuqing reluctantly dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. The phone rang, and Zhang Yi was having a meal at home. Despite his first kill, he was unusually calm inside, without fear, but rather excited for the success of revenge. In the quest for survival in the apocalypse, this mindset was crucial. The phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw that it was Feng Yuqing calling. A surprised smile flashed in his eyes. He answered the call, eagerly preparing for lunch. He gently asked, "What's up?" Although his tone was gentle, Feng Yuqing and the others felt a chill. Feng Yuqing turned on the speaker and pleaded with Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, Lu Dao is dead. Zhou Peng is injured. They are in a bad way." She sobbed, trying to win Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi responded indifferently. "Death is inevitable, sooner or later." He held the knife close to the microphone and whispered, "In this snow disaster, do you think you can survive?" His voice seemed to come from hell, sending shivers down the spines of Wang Min and the others. Zhang Yi revealed their deepest fears. The heavy snow has sealed off the city. The building they are in has become an isolated island. Although she is still struggling to survive, the supplies in front of her are quickly running out. Whether she ends up as a soul lost under Chen Zhenghao's sword or dies in misery from hunger and cold, the outcome seems inevitable. Feng Yuqing's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, Zhang Yi, I deeply regret my mistakes, filled with remorse for not accepting your warmth in the past. Now, I am willing to change. Can you forgive me? Zhang Yi lightly retorted, what do you think? Beside her, Wang Min and others pushed her, urging her to bring up the matter of medicine. Feng Yuqing sniffled and tearfully said, Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng and the others were shot by you, and their injuries are very serious now. There are no medicines at home, and they may die from infection. Didn't you buy a lot of medicines before? Please lend us some. I promise we won't bother you again in the future. Zhang Yi was cooking, but upon hearing Feng Yuqing's words, her hand trembled involuntarily, troubled by Feng Yuqing's logic. Feng Yuqing, don't you understand my purpose of shooting them with rusty arrows? I want them to suffer and die after infection. How dare you come to me for medicine? Are you insane? Zhang Yi scolded with a laugh. Feng Yuqing and the others knew the truth, but at this moment, they had no other choice. If they didn't muster the courage to ask Zhang Yi for help, they would have to watch their companions die. And Zhou Peng and the other two men were their hope for the future survival. Feng Yuqing cried and said, Zhang Yi, we were wrong. Please spare them. We promise we won't bother you again. In such difficult times, we should help each other. Please don't be so cruel, okay? Will you be happy if they die? Before Feng Yuqing finished speaking, Zhang Yi decisively said, yes, I am very happy now. Feng Yuqing was speechless at Zhang Yi's response, feeling extremely helpless. Wang Min hurried over and said to Zhang Yi, I am Wang Min. Do you remember me? I invited you to dinner before. Zhang Yi rolled her eyes. Wang Min had asked him for help before, getting goods at a low price from the warehouse. Zhang Yi had eaten her meal, but later also helped her make a lot of money. Do you find this amusing? Zhang Yi asked coldly. Wang Min gulped, hearing Zhou Peng's screams of agony from the living room. Zhang Yi's face showed a satisfied expression upon hearing it, regretting that she couldn't witness their miserable scene with her own eyes. Wang Min said, Zhang Yi, we are all on the brink of death now, and the tyrant Chen Zhenghao is rampant. Leaving a glimmer of hope, perhaps we will need help in the future. If you give us the medicine this time, I, Wang Min, will remember your kindness and will definitely repay you. Zhang Yi disdainfully said, kindness? Do you think I'm stupid? I hurt those guys, and someone died here at your place. No matter what I do, this hatred won't stop. Helping you will only invite future retaliation, right? This is hilarious. Wang Min wanted to explain, we are not those kind of people. Zhang Yi interrupted her, stop talking. It's pointless. Zhang Yi clicked her tongue twice. Whether you are those kind of people or not, it doesn't matter to me. What matters is, I don't believe you are, so I won't lend a helping hand. Helping those who threaten oneself. That's not a saintly act. No matter how appealing the other party's words are, Zhang Yi will not waver. Seeing Zhang Yi unmoved, the group of people were in a panic. Wang Min, upon seeing the situation, furrowed her brows and her tone became sharp. Zhang Yi, don't push us too far. If you want to push us to a dead end, we might not just sit back and do nothing. Facing Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi disdainfully smiled, have you already done everything you can? If you really had the ability, you would have broken into my house, taken me out, and taken everything from me. I'm not easily scared. Your tactics won't work on me. Feng Yuqing snatched the phone, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Zhang Yi and said, Zhang Yi, do we really have to come to this point? We had such good times in the past. Why can't we put aside our differences and start anew? You've always been in my heart. At this moment, in the next room, Zhou Peng was undergoing surgery. Upon hearing this conversation, his eyes widened and his crying became more intense. Facing this astute woman, Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire her decisiveness. His thick skin was thicker than a city wall. In this environment, Zhang Yi was practically a tycoon, while this materialistic woman's relentless pursuit was truly impressive. Suddenly, Zhang Yi came up with a plan, realizing that others were nearby and Zhou Peng could also hear their conversation. So, he intentionally said, Hey, Yuqing, I still have feelings for you in my heart. It's just that you hurt me too deeply in the past, making it hard for me to let go. These words were like a match, igniting hope in Feng Yuqing's heart. Ignoring the angry glares around her, she trembled with excitement and said, Zhang Yi, I always knew you still loved me. You're so silly, my favorite person is you. Everything before was just my test. How can you not understand my heart? The people present were starting to feel nauseous, and Zhou Peng was almost passing out from anger. But everyone knew that only by getting Feng Yuqing and Zhang Yi together could they have a chance to share his wealth. So, everyone remained silent. Zhang Yi, let Qing'er move into your house. From now on, Qing'er is your woman, obedient to your commands. Feng Yuqing jumped up excitedly, as thrilled as if she had just drunk a large bowl of soy milk. Lin Canning anxiously pleaded, take me with you, take me with you. Feng Yuqing gave her a cold look and sneered inwardly. At this moment, Zhang Yi's cold voice sounded again. Yuqing, I only love you. Everyone else, you better keep your distance. In this difficult situation, we don't need extra baggage. Do you understand? Hearing this, the people present all turned pale. They had hoped Feng Yuqing could restrain Zhang Yi and benefit everyone together, but now they heard Zhang Yi drawing a clear line with them. And at this moment, Feng Yuqing was so excited that she was at a loss, nodding eagerly. Okay, I'll listen to you for everything, I'll do everything you say. She couldn't wait to go over. Feng Yuqing exclaimed excitedly, I'm coming right away, brother, wait for me. A flush of excitement rose on her cheeks, filled with anticipation and excitement. Thinking about escaping from the hellish life she was currently living, her heart was instantly intoxicated, and all worries dissipated. Without hesitation, Feng Yuqing dashed towards the door, angering Wang Min and the others, who were filled with fury. Lin Canning hurriedly reached out to grab her, trying to stop her. Feng Yuqing turned around, her face contorted, and roared, get out of my way. Don't stop me from finding Zhang Yi. I've had enough of this torment. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Min suddenly raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap to her face. He scolded, you shameless and despicable woman. You've caused us to be trapped, and now you want to escape scot-free. There's no way out. Wang Min and the others are extremely excited now. It's all because Feng Yuqing lured everyone to attack Zhang Yi's family in the first place, and now we have casualties. But Feng Yuqing wants to enjoy happiness alone? How can this be allowed? Zhou Peng, who is undergoing surgery, is burning with anger when he hears that Feng Yuqing wants to go find Zhang Yi. Yuqing, how can you treat me like this? Didn't you say you hated Zhang Yi the most? And promised to be my woman? Feng Yuqing was slapped by Wang Min. She covered her face, but firmly said, is there anything wrong with pursuing my own happiness? Being with everyone is just temporary. Do we have to wait until the supplies run out to regret it? Zhang Yi's family conditions are so good. What's wrong with me going to find him? She looked at the pained Zhou Peng with a hopeful expression. Zhou Peng, you are a kind person. You were good to me before. But loving someone means wanting her to be happy, isn't it? Although you helped me, can you give me what Zhang Yi can give me? Zhou Peng's face turned pale, speechless. Zhou Keir frowned and said to him, don't move. Otherwise, you will cut the major artery, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Wang Min became nervous and quickly went forward to hold Zhou Peng down. Little cousin, don't be angry for this despicable woman. Saving your life is the most important thing. She took a deep breath, stared at Feng Yuqing and said, Feng Yuqing, if you want to leave, then leave. But Zhang Yi has to bring medication to exchange for your freedom. Lin Canning stood at the door, raised his neck. Feng Yuqing, if you leave, I will leave with you. Feng Yuqing glared at them, helplessly said to Zhang Yi, big brother Zhang Yi, they won't let me go. Can you give them some medicine? Zhang Yi coldly watched from the kitchen. Hearing Feng Yuqing's request, he smiled and said, medicine is precious. How can we be sure they are not playing you? Maybe they are threatening you, using you to threaten me, constantly demanding medicine. Qing'er, we can't be fooled. Because of the external sound, everyone heard it clearly. Zhou Peng shouted excitedly, Yuqing, don't believe them. They are just playing with you. This is what outsiders think. But in this environment, Feng Yuqing's mind has already become somewhat abnormal. Zhang Yi gave her a glimmer of hope, and she clung to it like a drowning person grabbing onto the last straw. Even though she knew it couldn't save her, she held on tightly. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, big brother Zhang Yi, you're right. After saying that, she rushed towards Lin Canning like a madwoman. You stinky woman. Get out of the way. Don't block me. The two women immediately started fighting. Completely losing her sanity to find Zhang Yi, Feng Yuqing's eyes were bloodshot. She desperately pulled Lin Canning's hair, bit Lin Canning's arm with her teeth. Lin Canning was in pain, also acting like a madwoman fighting back. The two fell to the ground, like two crazy women. Wang Min was in a state of extreme urgency, with several patients still undergoing surgery in front of her. She realized the urgency of the situation and knew she had to stop this. She made a resolute decision to join the battle, working together with Lin Canning to finally subdue the out-of-control Feng Yuqing. At this point, Feng Yuqing had already descended into madness, continuously shouting, "Let me go, let me go." Her voice was sharp and desperate, as if trapped in a crazy abyss. Wang Min furrowed her brows and without hesitation, raised her hand and gave Feng Yuqing several slaps in quick succession. This sudden blow instantly brought Feng Yuqing back to her senses. Wang Min coldly stated, "Trying to escape? Dream on." She picked up Feng Yuqing's phone and dialed Zhang Yi's number. "Zhang Yi, Feng Yuqing is now under our control. If you want to save her, bring the medicine to exchange." Zhang Yi shrugged and with a slightly timid voice said, "There are too many of you. I'm afraid of getting hurt by you. Rain, although I really want to be with you, it's not possible now. Don't blame me." These words were overheard by Feng Yuqing, who howled in pain, her eyes filled with resentment. Zhang Yi cunningly hung up the phone, a hint of evil smile playing on his lips. The cruelest thing in the world is to give a glimmer of hope to the desperate, only to ruthlessly destroy it. He had no intention of actually saving Feng Yuqing. He just wanted to disgust everyone and might even let Feng Yuqing die. Feng Yuqing continued to cry and eventually turned into helpless sobbing. However, she didn't resent Zhang Yi but directed her anger towards Zhou Peng and Wang Min. In her eyes, if it wasn't for them stopping her, she would have been enjoying Zhang Yi's warmth and good food. Wang Min looked disdainfully at Feng Yuqing, then glanced back at the outstanding performance of Lin Canning, feeling quite satisfied with her. At least she wouldn't be with Feng Yuqing. Truly a good girlfriend, trusting each other in times of danger. She coldly reminded Lin Canning that this woman was only thinking of herself and didn't care about others. "If you want to stay in our team, make sure to keep an eye on her and don't let her escape." Lin Canning nodded firmly, indicating she would follow Wang Min's instructions. "Wang Jia, I will remember your words." She looked at Feng Yuqing, with a glint of resentment in her eyes, and firmly declared, "I will not let her escape alone. Suffering should be shared. Why should you enjoy it alone?" In the living room, Zhou Kei'er hurriedly performed a simple surgery for the three of them. Due to a lack of sterilization and anesthesia conditions, they could only hastily remove the rusty wind arrow and stop the bleeding with crude gauze. It was sad that even disinfectant cotton balls were scarce, and medical alcohol had frozen due to the cold weather. The only fortunate thing was that the low temperature prevented them from fainting in pain. However, under extreme low temperatures, the body is prone to necrosis, with a high risk of subsequent infections. After organizing the surgical tools, Zhou Kei'er told Wang Min and the others, "We can only provide temporary treatment for now, there are no medications, and the risk of infection is very high. Be prepared mentally." Wang Min and their eyes were filled with helplessness and anxiety. Zhang Yi ignored them completely, leaving them feeling helpless and unsure of how to obtain the medicine. Faced with this dilemma, they felt powerless and discouraged. Just then, Wang Min suddenly came up with a crazy idea. Zhou Kei'er reached out her hand to signal Wang Min. She knew very well that this kind of help couldn't come for free. Wang Min also understood the rules of exchange and handed her a packet of biscuits as a return. Although the quantity was not large, as long as she ate sparingly, it would be enough to sustain her for 2 days. Zhou Kei'er felt content and then left the room. As soon as she left, the atmosphere in the room became extremely heavy. The pain from the wound continued to throb, causing the three men to curl up on the sofa, wrapping themselves tightly in blankets, unwilling to move. Zhou Peng stared at Feng Yuqing on the floor, his eyes filled with sadness. The eyes of the others, however, were full of hostility. Sun Jichao took a deep breath, firmly believing that they couldn't just sit back and wait for death. They had to get the medicine from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if the wound got infected, they were destined to die a horrible death. He turned to Wang Min and Lin Canning, and said in a deep voice, "You should understand that in this apocalypse, survival will be extremely difficult without men to protect you." Wang Min and Lin Canning's faces turned grim. They understood that Sun Jichao's words were not unfounded. Otherwise Wang Min wouldn't have chosen to travel with them in the first place. However, dealing with Zhang Yi seemed to be impossible. Wang Min took a deep breath, looking helpless. Even a forced attack had failed. What else could they do? Sun Jichao clenched his teeth. The pain all over his body made him disregarding everything and suggested, "I have an idea, maybe we can give it a try." Everyone's eyes lit up, all looking at Sun Jichao. "What's the plan? As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we're willing to give it a shot." "That's right, waiting to die will only lead to a miserable end, so why not give it a try?" Sun Jichao said. "Zhang Yi has a fireplace at home, which means he has a large stockpile of fuel. And according to his videos, the food reserves are also very abundant. At the moment, only a few of us know this information. However, obviously, we can't overcome Zhang Yi's defense with our strength alone. Why not leak this information out and let everyone in the building know?" Sun Jichao's eyes were as sharp as a cobra. "The few of us are struggling to deal with him. Can't hundreds of people handle him? Besides, there's that mad dog Chen Zhenghao with a gun. That group of people has committed many crimes. They even dare to kill. They will definitely go after Zhang Yi. By then, we just need some medicine and food. It shouldn't be a problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhe Jialiang excitedly expressed his support. "This is a good idea, I support it." The others also nodded without hesitation. After all, at the moment, they had no other choice. However, Fang Yuqing suddenly scolded everyone angrily. "You are too despicable. How can you do this? I want to live with Zhang Yi in the future. You have ruined him. What should I do?" Wang Min coldly walked up and slapped her hard, causing Fang Yuqing's face to swell instantly. Wang Min grabbed her hair, ignoring Fang Yuqing's screams, and dragged her into the bedroom. Then Wang Min shouted to Zhou Peng, "Zhou Peng, come over and deal with her." Zhou Peng's injury was not severe, just his arm was injured. Because Zhang Yi didn't target vital organs at the beginning, he wanted these people to die from infection. So, after removing the arrow, Zhou Peng could still move freely. When Zhou Peng heard Wang Min's words, he was shaken and hesitated, showing a conflicted expression on his face. He hesitantly said, "Cousin, is it really a good idea to do this? I truly like her. How can I cause her harm?" Meanwhile, on the bed, Fang Yuqing trembled and begged for mercy, her voice filled with fear and helplessness. "Please don't do this. You can't treat me like this. Zhou Peng, didn't you say you love me the most?" Wang Min disdainfully spat out, mockingly saying, "Little fox spirit, causing us trouble and only asking you to spend one night with my cousin is already a favor to you." She coldly looked at Zhou Peng and continued, "Naive little brother, don't be deceived again. This woman is despicable to the extreme. Probably has no idea how many people she has slept with. In the end, don't you just want to be intimate with her? This time I'm giving you a chance to fulfill your wish. Let's see if she can continue deceiving you after this." Wang Min understood women's minds well. She knew how to deal with Fang Yuqing. As long as Zhou Peng and her had a night together, his infatuation with her would greatly diminish. Enraged, Zhou Peng roared and charged into the bedroom, but pushed Wang Min away. "I won't allow you to speak of her like that. Rain is my true love. I will never force her," Zhou Peng firmly declared. Wang Min glared angrily, pointing at Zhou Peng, too furious to speak. "You useless slave." She underestimated the power of loyalty. Zhou Peng replied firmly, "No, I'm not a slave. Rain, she is the woman who truly cares for me. I believe that as long as I take the time to win her over, she will eventually fall in love with me." With a confident smile, Zhou Peng turned to Fang Yuqing. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He remembered his loneliness and helplessness when he first arrived in this city. Only Fang Yuqing gave him a warm smile, even asking for help with moving. When he needed care the most, Fang Yuqing gave him trust and support. He would rather hurt himself than hurt Fang Yuqing. Even though Fang Yuqing said those words, he still believed it was Zhang Yi's fault and she was just deceived. Yes, as long as he patiently waited, Feng Yuqing would eventually realize he was the best man for her. Watching Zhou Peng's innocent smile, Feng Yuqing felt relieved. Although letting him get a little closer was not a big deal, she still found his behavior repulsive and disgusting. The others in the room were speechless about Zhou Peng's actions. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on uniting the whole building against Zhang Yi. Therefore, they no longer cared about Zhou Peng's attitude. Wang Min and the others decided to inform everyone about Zhang Yi's wealthy situation in order to break into Zhang Yi's residence with everyone's help. Only then could they find the medicine to save Sun Jichao and the others' lives. So, Wang Min posted videos and photos of Zhang Yi's previous life in the owners group. She said in the group, "Dear neighbors, I just found out that there are people living such a happy life. This selfish behavior is simply intolerable." These videos were taken at Zhang Yi's house in the past few days. These days have been really tough, especially for him. Everyone is discussing how to deal with this situation, filled with doubts and confusion. Normally, few people speak in this group, only Chen Zhenghao occasionally threatening the neighbors. However, when Wang Min posted so many videos and pictures, it caught everyone's attention. Neighbors clicked on the videos one after another, seeing the beautiful life presented in the images, almost driven to madness with excitement. Wearing pajamas indoors? And here our temperature has dropped to over -70 degrees. How do they keep warm in their house? Their house is brightly lit at night. Is there no issue with their electricity supply? Were the videos recently shot or from before? Some people started to question. Right now, everyone is enduring hunger and cold, unable to imagine that someone can actually enjoy hot delicious food, living in a warm and comfortable house. It's simply unbelievable. Wang Min immediately stated, "I assure you all that these videos were recorded recently." Zhang Yi had prepared various supplies long ago, whether it was food or fuel. Therefore, he is now living a life like paradise. Lin Caning also chimed in, "Exactly, I can attest to that. When he went shopping at the supermarket, I helped him out." Later, their family purchased a large amount of supplies. Does everyone forget about that? Lin Caning's words triggered memories in many people. Yes, Zhang Yi's family used to live in luxury. I didn't even know what he was up to. Did he know in advance that there would be a blizzard? It's too much. Not telling us at all. Zhang Yi is really unethical. How could he do such an immoral thing? We are all neighbors, living together for many years. He's too selfish. Everyone was indignant, blaming all their suffering on Zhang Yi. However, they never considered, even if Zhang Yi had told them that the end of the world was coming, would they believe it? Of course, they didn't consider this. They just felt that Zhang Yi owed them. Someone immediately said, "Zhang Yi must take responsibility for this. Yes, why are we living so hard, and he's living comfortably? His family has plenty of food, medicine, and energy. He must share with us. If we are not living well, he must bear the main responsibility." All the neighbors were furious. They couldn't tolerate this situation. If everyone was living very hard, it would be fine. Why are we living in misery while you enjoy? No, either we live together or die together. Chen Zhenghao and others also saw the videos in the group. Chen Zhenghao's eyes turned red in an instant. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, living so comfortably. Chen Zhenghao's one leg is already disabled, all thanks to Zhang Yi. Therefore, in the whole building, he hates Zhang Yi the most." The reason why he didn't take action later was partly because Zhang Yi's house was difficult to break into. He suffered losses. Unless forced, he wouldn't go after Zhang Yi. On the other hand, he had no idea that Zhang Yi's house had so many resources. Otherwise, even if he tried his best, he would continue to attack Zhang Yi's house. The chat records in the group quickly exceeded 100 messages. Many people started tagging Zhang Yi, asking him to explain. At Zhang Yi, we are all living so badly now, almost freezing and starving to death. Your house has so much food and fuel for heating. Please share some with us. Yes, we will remember your kindness. Hope you can be reasonable. Zhang Yi, we have been neighbors for many years. You can't just stand by. Zhang Yi, I'm Aunt Wang from the 20th floor. I even lent you 2 spring onions before. We have a good relationship. You should share some supplies with us. Zhang, I'm your brother Lu Wencheng. We are real brothers. Otherwise, let me move to your place. The situation is critical now. I'll come over to protect you. moral coercion, pleading, reasoning. All kinds of people have come, but the core idea is the same, asking Zhang Yi to take out the supplies from his home and distribute them to them. The messages kept popping up, and Zhang Yi naturally saw them. In the group, people were clamoring for help from Zhang Yi, but he remained calm and observed quietly. He wanted to see how interesting these people's true faces were. Aunt Lin appointed herself as the director of the neighborhood committee, thinking highly of herself and considering herself as an elder. She threatened, "These supplies must be distributed by me." Then, Mom Xie Lime pleaded, "Zhang Yi, my baby and I are starving. You once praised our baby as cute. Can you help us now? I can let the child call you godfather, or even, if you have any other requests." Next, the rich second-generation Shu Hao tempted, "Zhang Yi, as long as you let me move into your house, I'm willing to offer all my assets, even hand over billions of family fortune to you." Zhang Yi looked at this scene and calmly wrote down a word, "Oh." This word immediately stirred up emotions among the crowd. The voices of moral coercion and begging were heard one after another. After a while, Zhang Yi asked calmly, "Are we familiar with each other? Why should I distribute our family's things to you all?" At this point, the crowd fell into despair. Zhang Yi understood that arguing with them was meaningless. At the critical moment of survival, they would abandon all moral principles. Zhang Yi decided to play with these pitiful yet despicable people, feeling a hint of evil pleasure in his heart. He recalled the experience of his past life, once kindly opening the door, but was betrayed and treated cruelly by neighbors. He vowed to seek revenge, so now he enjoyed toying with these pitiful people. Someone in the group couldn't wait to say, "Zhang Yi, your words are too harsh, aren't they? We've known each other for many years and helped each other, shouldn't we help each other now? What's the point of living alone? You young people always think of yourselves, not understanding the meaning of dedication. If you hadn't hidden information and hoarded supplies, how could we have fallen into such a predicament?" The crowd criticized Zhang Yi one after another, demanding his repentance. Zhang Yi responded calmly, "Oh, and then what?" Then, a wave of prayers, threats, and curses flooded in. They were like passengers on a sinking ship, in despair, surrounded by dangers. Suddenly, they saw a small boat. The people on it were enjoying hot pot, singing songs, leisurely sailing. They desperately swam towards the boat, hoping for salvation. Between despair and hope, people's minds are easily shattered, and their true faces become even more distorted. Zhang Yi watched their twisted expressions, smiling as he took out a bottle of top-notch Australian yellow kangaroo tail liege level red wine from the temperature-controlled wine cabinet, and served a portion of top-notch French foie gras. He savored the delicacies while admiring the neighbors' performance. Receiving a constant influx of private messages and voice calls, Zhang Yixing eagerly opened each one to read. Stay-at-home mom Xie Lime reached out to him for help, her tone filled with desperation. "Zhang Yixing, please save me and my baby. I'll do anything if you let me move into your house. You can treat me however you want." Another college student, Zhang Sayu, also messaged him, "Brother Zhang Yixing, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Please take me in. Just give me something to eat." In addition, many female residents sent private messages, including some who were already married. They were well aware of the current market situation and understood that money couldn't sway Zhang Yixing. Therefore, they all made the same proposition, offering their bodies in exchange for his protection, at the very least for some food. Zhang Yixing felt deeply perplexed, facing these desperate pleas, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Zhang Yi held an indifferent attitude towards the news from those female homeowners. He felt that most of these messages were meaningless, just some boring trivial matters. Some women were open-minded and directly sent him intimate selfies, but Zhang Yi just casually flipped through them without sparking much interest. He thought these women were too confident. Although a few of them were decent-looking, most of them were just average. Compared to the professional training of the female anchors on Muzzy TV, they had no highlights at all. Are men really only attracted by this kind of temptation? Some male residents were simpler, either calling him brother or requesting his help in a moralistic way. What's even more annoying, there was even a homosexual. As for his requests, Zhang Yi didn't even want to think about them. After reading these messages, he felt extremely bored. So, he fetched a phone stand, placed the phone on the table, hoping for some creative ideas to emerge. Then, he lazily lay on the sofa, savoring red wine and foie gras, while admiring the beautiful snowflakes falling outside the window. As time passed, the snow outside still fell incessantly. The entire city was covered with thick white snow, and according to Zhang Yi's memory, after a month of heavy snowfall, everything below the 4th floor was submerged. He was not sure how long this snow would last, but he was certain that he didn't need to go out now. The outside world was full of uncertainties, while he was safe and worry-free here. Propping his chin, Zhang Yi muttered lazily to himself, "It's quite boring to stay at home every day. How about going out for a walk sometime? When most people in this building have left, he could consider going out." Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he had a few snowmobiles in his warehouse, originally intended to be transported to a nearby city for use in the artificial ice and snowfield. With these snowmobiles, even if there were 10 meters of snow outside, he could still venture out. Although he couldn't leave the house at the moment, with this plan, he could go out for a breath of fresh air in the future under safe conditions. Zhang Yi felt a hint of excitement. When bored at home, going out for a walk was not a bad idea. He had professional-grade cold-resistant clothing, coupled with snowmobiles. Even minus 70 to 80 degrees Celsius wouldn't be a problem. Zhang Yi continued to browse through the messages from the neighbors, and one message piqued his interest. The message from Zhou Kei'er was neither showing off nor sending private photos, but very calmly requesting to exchange resources with Zhang Yi. The message read, "Mr. Zhang, our food and medicine are running out, and we hope you can provide assistance. In return, I can offer you medical help." Zhang Yi pictured Zhou Kei'er in his mind. She was a 26-year-old female doctor at Tianhai City First People's Hospital, tall and slender, at least 175 centimeters tall. What impressed Zhang Yi the most was not her cool demeanor, but her striking 36D figure. Especially when she wore a black sweater in winter. Her upright figure made Zhang Yi couldn't help but sneak a few more glances every time he met her in the elevator. As a doctor, Zhang Yi displayed a very rational attitude, not choosing to grovel, but proposing an exchange instead. He admired Zhou Kei's behavior. In the Doomsday world, only those who are valuable can survive. And Zhou Kei has shown her outstanding medical skills, which is exactly where her value lies. After all, to work at the Tianhai City First People's Hospital, one must have certain abilities. In the Doomsday world, medical skills are especially important. Although Zhang Yi has a large supply of medications and has been studying medical knowledge, he is not arrogant enough to believe he can cure all diseases. Having a doctor by his side will provide great security for his future survival. What's crucial is that Zhang Yi sees the humanity in Zhou Kei'er. In the previous life, one of the reasons Zhou Kei'er died was because she gave food to Xie Laimei. Whether it's complete despair or genuine kindness, at least Zhang Yi sees the spark of humanity in Zhou Kei'er. Adjusting his posture, Zhang Yi placed his left hand on his thigh and supported his chin with the other hand, muttering to himself, "Why not leave her here to take care of me and my good brothers? Although I'm living comfortably now, my brothers are struggling, which is a problem." As a passionate young man, Zhang Yi doesn't shy away from this issue. Especially in a post-apocalyptic world where morality and etiquette have collapsed. There's no need for people to live too repressed. Just be honest about their desires. Ha ha. Zhang Yi suddenly burst into laughter, clapping the armrests, saying, "It's a bit tempting, but alas, alas." He looked up at the ceiling and said leisurely, "I'm very afraid of death. Although Zhou Kei'er is a possible choice, I can't fully control her, so I can't let her in. Well, let's see later. There will definitely be survivors in the future. With such good conditions, am I still worried about not finding a good doctor and a good woman?" Zhang Yi is very open-minded. Truly a person who has experienced death once. He replied to Zhou Kei'er, "I am very healthy now and don't need a doctor's help. But I have plenty of medications at home, and food is not lacking. If you want to trade, you have to offer something useful to me. No matter what kind of beautiful female doctor you are, you can't freeload on me." Lao Zhang never makes losing deals. After a long silence, Zhou Kei'er replied to Zhang Yi. She hesitated and shyly said, "Can the advance medical fee be used? I really can't hold on anymore." It can be seen that unless there is no other choice, she will not easily seek help from a man she is not very familiar with. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi said to her, I can provide you with food and medication. But you also need to do me a favor. What favor? Zhou K'er asked. Zhang Yi replied, these neighbors may come after me. If you find out about their plans, let me know. Zhang Yi knew that these crazy neighbors would definitely attack his house, but he was not afraid. When he built this steel fortress, he spent a lot of money and personally selected various functions. The long-awaited day has finally arrived. At this moment, his home was like a slightly weakened fortress in a war, impregnable. Even a group of armed soldiers trying to break in would not be able to do so without heavy weapons. Not to mention those neighbors who have been enduring hunger and cold for half a month, barely clinging on to life. He proposed these conditions not out of ulterior motives, but simply to give Zhou Ke a pretext. Having an insider could also add an extra layer of security, allowing him to prepare in advance. Anticipating the arrival of this moment, he was filled with determination and resolve. After much hesitation, Zhou Ke finally made a brave decision. She stuck to her moral bottom line and refused to stoop to the level of despicable people. However, she felt outraged by the neighbors' malicious acts of robbery out of jealousy. Therefore, she resolutely chose to support Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi provocatively said, let me see the useful information you provide first, and then decide whether to meet your demands. Zhou Ke firmly responded, okay, I will do my best. She was kind and intelligent, never foolishly demanding Zhang Yi's unconditional assistance. Their conversation ended there. Zhang Yi glanced at the group gathering messages, where people kept mentioning him, trying to pressure him with moral coercion and threats. Suddenly, someone impatiently shouted, Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you? Give an account and hand over the supplies or not. Zhang Yi smirked slightly, sensing they were ready to break into his residence by force. Do as you wish, he casually replied. Instantly, the group erupted in curses and vulgar language. However, Zhang Yi didn't care, taunting, come on if you dare. Now ruthless and unburdened by killing, he didn't mind adding a few more enemies. Alright, Zhang Yi, you brought this upon yourself. Someone angrily rebuked. Don't blame us for showing no mercy, you selfish, despicable scoundrel. As the condemnations faded, it could be imagined they were planning to deal with Zhang Yi just like they did with Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with nervousness and excitement, his body trembling slightly. Despite knowing his stronghold was impregnable, facing hundreds of people's siege, a hint of nervousness was clearly false. However, the excitement ignited his blood, as he longed to personally punish those who betrayed him. A flash of white light in his eyes, his weapons swiftly arranged in the living room. 5 stainless steel crossbows, 3 advanced compound bows, nearly 300 arrows, 300 bowstrings, 2 large iron boxes, machetes, large pry bars, baseball bats, hunting knives, all deadly weapons neatly lined up on the table. In addition, there were wolf repellents, stun guns, gasoline, various chemical agents, and dozens of homemade Molotov cocktails. Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with cold light, fearless, ready to meet the enemy's arrival. As he expected, the neighbors realized that Zhang Yi would not yield, and the group's anger surged. Sun Jichao opened a new group, inviting all surviving homeowners except Zhang Yi, including Chen Zhenghao. Seeing Chen Zhenghao, everyone couldn't help but shiver. However, Chen Zhenghao took the lead, saying, everyone, our top priority is to deal with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's inventory seems to be richer than everyone else's combined. As long as he can be defeated, a large amount of resources can be obtained. Therefore, there is no need to worry, currently he won't harm anyone else. However, in this operation, he demands half of the spoils. Chen Zhenghao has suffered losses under Zhang Yi before and knows well that Zhang Yi's family has powerful defenses and crossbows. Therefore, he dares not fight alone and decides to lead everyone in the building to go together. He believes that a group of over 100 people is enough to break through Zhang Yi's defenses. Zhang Yi, how many weapons do you have in your hands? How many people can you shoot down? There are over 100 people in the whole building, while Chen Zhenghao and his group only have 6 people, yet they propose to take half of the spoils. However, no one thinks it's unfair, but rather considers Chen Zhenghao a generous person. Clearly holding weapons, he is willing to share equally with everyone, which is truly admirable. Sun Jichao agrees and says, yes, we should temporarily set aside our grievances. The primary goal is to break into Zhang Yi's house and recover the resources belonging to the group. These two leaders are chanting slogans, and others are responding one after another. Seeing the affluent life of Zhang Yi's family, their jealous eyes turn red, eager to get rid of Zhang Yi immediately and enjoy such a life. With knives in hand, follow me. Eliminate Zhang Yi. Seize the resources. Defeat that selfish and shameless guy. The crowd roars fiercely. Only a few people remain silent, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Kei. Others, even those who have a good relationship with Zhang Yi and have received favors from him, have put these behind them. Nothing is more important than survival, and in order to survive, they can abandon all moral principles. Zhang Yi is wiping the firearms in his home. Such things are not unfamiliar to him, as he often used them at the shooting club before. And a month before the apocalypse, he even underwent enhanced training. Hitting a target at close range poses no pressure for him. Just then, Zhou Kei sent a message. They plan to come and attack your home. After seeing the message, Zhang Yi replied with a simple, "Oh, got it." Sitting on the sofa at home, Zhou Kei looked at Zhang Yi's calm reply and couldn't help but frown. It should be the case that every household has experienced this. They have seen your videos and are already burning with anger. Have you considered finding a solution? Zhou Kei believes that in this situation, the most sensible thing to do is to hand over some resources to appease the anger of the crowd. Otherwise, even the most powerful individual will find it difficult to resist a large group of people. Over 100 people, demolishing a building is not a difficult task. Zhang Yi smiled and did not explain much. He just said, "Remember, this time you must not come, I'm only reminding you once. Then, just wait and see what happens." Zhou Kei frowned, full of curiosity. She couldn't understand where Zhang Yi's confidence came from to single-handedly confront over 100 people in the entire building. This is not a joke. Once the house is breached, the frenzied crowd will surely take his life. Could it be that he is a madman? Zhou Kei murmured to herself. However, this is Zhang Yi's own choice, and she is powerless. Despite this, she did obey Zhang Yi's words and did not follow the group to attack Zhang Yi's home. She is someone who firmly holds onto her moral standards and would never eat those blood manto, whether they are made by Zhang Yi or other neighbors. In her view, ethics and principles are one of the most important pillars in life. For someone who sticks to their principles like her, no matter what temptations she faces, she will choose to stand firmly on the side of morality. Zhang Yi sat at home, anxiously waiting for the arrival of those fervent neighbors. His face looked serious, and the table was filled with various weapons. Suddenly, he received a message from the security guard Uncle Yu. "Xiao Zhang, you need to escape now. They are coming for you with weapons." Zhang Yi felt touched by the kindness of people in the world. He smiled and replied, "Uncle Yu, don't worry, I can handle it." Uncle Yu fell silent for a moment, realizing that there was no escape at this moment, only resistance. He said, "Xiao Zhang, I hope you stay safe. I'm sorry, this time I may not be able to help you." Uncle Yu felt guilty, knowing that it was Zhang Yi who reminded him to stock up on instant noodles, ham sausages, and other food. Now he was living a decent life, but seeing Zhang Yi about to be surrounded by the crowd, he felt powerless. Zhang Yi said calmly, "Your decision not to get involved already shows your kindness. It's okay, I'll handle it myself." Uncle Yu's decision was wise, as coming to help Zhang Yi now would probably anger more than 100 neighbors. After a brief conversation, Zhang Yi was also cautious not to reveal details about his home. He took precautions, not trusting anyone completely, no matter who they were. Shortly after, Zhang Yi felt the ground slightly shaking. There was a rumbling noise outside. "They're here," Zhang Yi said calmly. He knew it was the sound of hundreds of people rushing up the stairs. However, Zhang Yi lived on the 24th floor. With the elevator out of service, those who could only climb the stairs would definitely be exhausted. Of course, not only the people downstairs were coming. At least, through the surveillance screen, Zhang Yi saw the neighbors from 2402 next door also coming out with kitchen knives and wrenches. It was a young couple, with the woman hiding behind the man holding the knife. Jealousy flashed in their eyes as they looked towards Zhang Yi's door. Knowing that their neighbor was living a nearly heavenly life, they were burning with jealousy. The crowd kept pouring in, crowding the entrance of Zhang Yi's home. Some people held umbrellas to avoid being splashed with cold water by Zhang Yi. Soon, someone couldn't help but rush forward and bang on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yi, come out now if you want to live. It will be too late once we break in. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi did not see the figures of Sun Jichao and others, nor did he see Chen Zhenghao. The action of banging on the door confirmed one thing for him. Sun Jichao, Chen Zhenghao, and others did not inform the other neighbors of the true situation at his home. In other words, they wanted the other neighbors to act as cannon fodder, to bear Zhang Yi's attack first. Zhang Yi showed no mercy, as he had more than enough resources in his hands and didn't care about a little electricity. He directly pressed the high voltage button. The young man who once angrily smashed the door was suddenly seized by a strong electric current, his face contorted in pain. What was even more terrifying was that due to the crowded crowd, the entire corridor became a mess. When he was shocked, the group of people behind him were also affected. Oh, that's high voltage. Get away quickly. The shocked people were like being attacked by fierce beasts, quickly letting go and dodging. If they were not wearing thick clothes, they would have had no chance of survival. Everyone was hit by the electric current, their muscles spasming in unbearable pain. The man who knocked on the door and the 7 or 8 people next to him suffered the most, as they couldn't escape and were directly burned by the electric current. Others looked on in horror, but no one dared to come forward to help. Moments later, Zhang Yi cut off the current. 9 people were smoking, lying on the ground, charred all over, their lives hanging by a thread. But everyone present understood that even if these people had a breath left, their lives were on the line at this moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed, witnessing the tragedy in front of them. They had not expected so many people to die instantly, let alone in front of their own eyes. The faces of the fatally shocked people were twisted, their eyes bulging. Several women couldn't bear it, screaming and bending over to vomit. However, their stomachs were empty, only bile coming out. Some people felt scared and tried to escape, but when they reached the stairs, they found that Chen Zhenghao and his men had sealed off the corridor. What do you want? Get back, Chen Zhenghao said coldly, holding a gun. The corridor was their only way out, and Chen Zhenghao was blocking them, intending to force everyone to fight to the death with Zhang Yi. It's better if they die, so I can rightfully take their resources. Sun Jichao and his companions also joined in. They looked at the 9 bodies, expressionless. Obviously, they had a tacit understanding with Chen Zhenghao. Seeing the fear in the crowd, Sun Jichao shouted, "That damn Zhang Yi, he's a beast. Daring to harm our neighbors. Brothers and sisters, we must avenge them. Don't be afraid. Use the wood to break the door, don't touch the door leaf. He can no longer do harm. As long as we break through this door, we can get warmth and food." Sun Jichao's words ignited the crowd's fighting spirit, their eyes turning red. Struggling in hunger and cold for half a month, willing to give everything for a mouthful of food and a bit of warmth, they were ready to act. Immediately, someone brought wood, seemingly taken from a wardrobe or bed. "Brothers, break it open. Get rid of that damn Zhang Yi." The crowd wielded the wood, aiming at Zhang Yi's door, and began to frantically strike. Bang, bang, bang. The intense impact made the water cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table tremble. However, Zhang Yi felt that this was far from exciting enough. He took out a huge Sennheiser speaker from a different dimension and connected it to his phone. As he played his favorite music, his mood lifted, as if he were immersed in an endless ocean of music. Meanwhile, outside the door, people were desperately pounding on it, only able to hear the cheerful melodies coming from inside, fueling their anger even more. They shouted loudly, "Zhang Yi, you arrogant scoundrel, we will make you pay very soon. Today, you will be locked up, buying time for our brothers." They picked up wooden stakes and slammed them against the door, increasing the force with each hit. However, after dozens of strikes, they were surprised to find the door completely unscathed. Despite the combined strength of over a dozen strong men exerting thousands of pounds of force, the door only showed a few small white marks and barely noticeable dents. The neighbors felt a chill in their hearts. How strong was this door? How much time would it take to break it down? Everyone was panting. enduring the freezing temperatures of over -70 degrees and struggling due to lack of food. Many had weak legs and had to ask others to take over. At the current rate, everyone might collapse from exhaustion. Just then, a person approached, staring at the door for a long time before exclaiming, This is the vault door of a bank." It was a bank employee who, upon careful observation, immediately recognized the door's mystery. The surrounding people became even more hopeless upon hearing this. Did this mean the door couldn't be broken down at all? The bank employee shook his head bitterly and said, "Even if you use explosives, you can't blow open this top-tier vault door. Without the key, only a world-class locksmith could possibly open it." At that moment, Zhang Yi raised his crossbow, standing by the shooting hole. The crowd outside was discussing their next move, but Zhang Yi paid no attention. Since they threatened his life, Zhang Yi saw no need to be polite. He raised his crossbow and began shooting without mercy. Soon, several people fell to the ground from being shot by the arrows. The people outside finally realized Zhang Yi's strength and started to panic. Zhang Yi, unfazed, continued to shoot relentlessly. The whistling of the arrows sounded like the whispers of death, sending shivers down everyone's spine. More people became terrified and tried to escape, but the narrow hallway and the crowded conditions made it impossible. Fear drove them to keep falling in the chaos. Zhang Yi, however, remained focused on his crossbow, showing a stark contrast between his calmness and fierceness, instilling fear in the hearts of others. Chen Zhenghao stood at the stairs with a gun, blocking those attempting to flee. His cold gaze and the dark barrel of the gun intimidated those who wanted to escape. Chen Zhenghao's goal was to wear down Zhang Yi's defense and prevent anyone from running away. Meanwhile, Sun Jichao and others stayed far away, avoiding getting shot. Zhang Yi shot dozens of crossbow bolts, with nearly every shot hitting the mark, spreading fear among the neighbors. However, in the face of adversity, they displayed a strong potential. Some discovered the location of the shooting holes and immediately tried to block the holes on the door. At the same time, others attempted to throw objects towards Zhang Yi's room. Calm and composed, Zhang Yi quickly closed the iron door behind the shooting holes and locked it. This facility could only be opened from the inside and was impervious to external damage. This move allowed Zhang Yi to easily take out dozens of opponents. The neighbors realized that Zhang Yi had stopped shooting arrows, and their fear subsided slightly. The ground was chaotic, with many people severely injured and some dying on the spot, which was heart-wrenching. Seeing the rusty arrows, the neighbors felt a heavy heart, understanding the dire fate of those hit. Some lost their loved ones, filled with grief and anger towards Zhang Yi. They loudly condemned and provoked him. However, inside the house, cheerful music played, sharply contrasting the anger outside. This provocation was Zhang Yi's response to everyone. Feeling a bit tired after shooting dozens of crossbow bolts, Zhang Yi went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, took out a bottle of cola, and took a sip. He continued to watch the screen, monitoring every move outside. Seeing that the door of Zhang Yi's house was impregnable, the neighbors were filled with anxiety and despair. Suddenly, Sun Jichao shouted, "Don't worry, I have a solution." Everyone turned to look at him, only to see Sun Jichao struggling over, clutching his injured leg. Pointing at the wall of Zhang Yi's house, he smiled and said, "If the door won't open, isn't that wall just made of bricks and cement? We can smash it down." The crowd's eyes sparkled with intelligence upon hearing this, and they all agreed. They realized that they could use their collective strength to destroy the wall, since the door couldn't be opened. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow upon hearing the sudden cheers from the neighbors. Although he didn't know what they were celebrating, he remained calm. Confident in his impenetrable fortress, built with a month's worth of effort, he was not worried about their methods, as they couldn't match his defense. The neighbors quickly formed a line, wielding tools and swinging hammers and axes at the wall. Bang! A strong man exerted all his strength, the hammer hitting the wall hard, causing cracks to appear and white dust to fly everywhere. Excited by this sight, they found a breakthrough. They continued to strike the wall even harder. However, when the strong man swung the hammer again, a metallic clang was heard. Thud! The strong man let out a cry of pain as the hammer fell heavily to the ground. He staggered back a few steps, falling to the ground, his hands split open, blood gushing out and quickly freezing into ice, looking extremely frightening. The crowd exclaimed in confusion, wondering what kind of wall could withstand the impact of a hammer. Someone went over to sweep away the dust, shocked to find steel inside the wall. Everyone gathered around to see, uncovering the thick black metal after removing the outer layer of dust. The material was the same as the door. Someone couldn't help but shout, "How was this house built? Who uses steel plates to build walls?" In despair, someone raised the hammer again, hoping to find a weak point. However, no matter from which angle they looked, all they saw was the sturdy steel wall. In the living room, Zhang Yi just sneered. He had long anticipated their actions, as all the walls in his house were made of 20 cm stainless steel, impervious to any attack. Zhang Yi was not afraid of the power of shells. How could he be afraid of these broken hammers and axes? Zhang Yi's proudest quality was his courage to face death, so he was well prepared for any potential problems. During the house inspection, he meticulously checked every inch himself, even repeatedly hitting with a hammer until he was sure there was no room for error. The painful experiences of invasion and division in his past life had wounded his soul, so he was extremely vigilant about any safety hazards. The continuous knocking from outside disturbed Zhang Yi, so he turned on the room's noise-canceling device to prevent external noise from being used as an attack method. After a long 20 minutes, the sound outside finally disappeared without a trace. The owners of the whole building stared blankly at the metal wall in front of them, feeling colder inside than the harsh cold outside. This wall was like an unforgiving rampart, cutting off their last hope of accessing survival resources. They all wondered why someone would build such a sturdy house. Some covered their faces and shouted in despair. Zhang Yi's neighbors, a couple, also felt deeply moved, saying that when they first heard about his renovation, they never expected it to turn out like this. In this world, probably only a few normal families would build such an impregnable abode. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Jie Jialing's eyes were bloodshot. If today the people in the entire apartment building could not break into Zhang Yi's home, they were destined to be caught with no way out. Sun Jichao clenched his lips, even unconsciously biting his skin. Pointing at Zhang Yi's residence, he angrily questioned. Zhang Yi knew there would be a blizzard attack. Everything he did was for self-preservation. The neighbors glared at Sun Jichao, scolding Zhang Yi with a mix of grief and anger. The despicable scoundrel Zhang Yi only cares about himself without considering us. If we all perish, what meaning does your survival alone have? Alone in this world, don't you feel lonely? One day, you will blame yourself endlessly for not warning or helping us, sinking into endless regret. Can you sleep peacefully at night? Aren't you in pain inside? Some people, seeing that they couldn't deal with Zhang Yi, began to self-soothe and numb themselves. HMPH. The heavens will punish you, Zhang Yi. If someone dies because of you, you will live in eternal guilt and unbearable pain. However, how could they understand how happy Zhang Yi was in his own home? And how could he care about these strangers with whom he had little connection? Chen Jinhao had been monitoring with a gun from behind all this time. Now, when he saw that all-metal wall, he felt the dilemma as well. At this moment, he had lost interest in others, with capturing Zhang Yi's residence being his only pursuit. What are you panicking about? It's just the beginning. Even if their wall is impregnable, what about the ceiling? The floor? I don't believe he has wrapped the whole house in iron. Chen Jinhao said coldly to everyone. Zhang Yi heard Chen Jinhao's words and couldn't help but nod in admiration. This man's mind was truly sharp. He sighed and shook his head, saying, "Unfortunately, I'm not a fool." Upon hearing Chen Jinhao's words, the neighbors rushed upstairs and downstairs in Zhang Yi's house. They used hammers, axes, chisels, and sticks. They tried every method they could think of. Their hope for survival was now just a mere 20 centimeters away. Their goal was to break through this 20-centimeter iron box. However, soon they felt the abyss of despair. They found that the iron box where Zhang Yi's family was located was so strong. From top to bottom, from left to right, even from front to back, every corner was sealed with thick iron plates. In this pitch-black environment, they had no power tools available. To break through these walls, they would have to chisel and hammer for a whole year without eating or drinking, to have a slim hope of success. In this desperate situation, they felt unprecedented challenges and pressure. Chen Jinhao and the others spent a busy morning around Zhang Yija, desperately knocking down walls. However, when they uncovered the wall, floor, and ceiling, they found a thick steel plate blocking their way. For them, this 20-centimeter thick steel plate seemed like an insurmountable chasm, plunging everyone into despair. In the extreme cold, they didn't have enough energy to overcome this obstacle, only able to watch hope fade away. Many were exhausted, lying on the ground unable to move. Their stomachs growled, hunger almost uncontrollable. However, their food supply was running low. Some caught a glimpse of the neighbors' snowy white flesh through the gaps in their clothes. A terrible thought suddenly invading their minds. Could this be the answer? Fear made them tremble, desperately trying to banish this evil idea. Yet, once this idea took root, it inadvertently led them down a path of no return. They knew deep down that if pushed to the brink, cannibalism would inevitably occur. Was there really no way out? Sun Jichao, his face contorted in pain, felt his arm starting to inflame and fester. Without antibiotics, not even basic anti-inflammatory drugs could help, let alone effectively clean the wound. The wound still had a lot of rust residue, almost sealing his fate. Sun Jichao roared in anger, despair twisting his innermost being. Just then, Zhang Yi's neighbor suddenly appeared before them. Perhaps you can try going through the balcony. Their balcony had been converted into floor-to-ceiling windows with a large glass area. There might be a chance to break through. Other residents couldn't see behind Zhang Yi's house, but the neighbor could. Some floors of Building 25 had balconies, and the 24th floor where Zhang Yi lived happened to have a small platform. Normally, he grew flowers and dried blankets there. Hearing this suggestion, a group of desperate people lifted their heads. Windows? Yes, as long as there are windows, there is hope. Without hesitation, the group rushed into Zhang Yi's house. There was only about 15 centimeters between the two balconies, with a fence in between. But for the frenzied crowd, these obstacles were nothing. Unlike the enclosed corridors, the outside wind howled, snow fluttered, freezing people in a matter of hours. However, Chen Zhenghao and the others paid no attention to this. As long as they could break into Zhang Yi's house, they could get everything. The group of people howled like madmen, charging onto the balcony. Zhang Yi naturally noticed this scene. Their eyes meeting, sparks flying in an instant. The neighbors waved their tools wildly, smashing towards the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi calmly dragged his white recliner to the window, lay down leisurely, and poured himself a steaming cup of coffee. The small balcony was soon crowded with over a dozen people, their faces pale and contorted as if they were undead, completely devoid of human features. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think that if there were really zombies, they would probably look like this. The continuous banging on the windows was accompanied by a deep clinking sound. This group of frantic individuals desperately hammered the glass in the snowstorm. Even if they accidentally injured their hands, they remained indifferent, allowing the blood to flow freely, eventually freezing into ice. Initially, their desire to break the wall didn't seem so strong, but now, with only a layer of glass separating them, they became acutely aware of the luxury of Zhang Yi's life. Inside the house, the fireplace was blazing. Zhang Yi was lightly dressed, reclining comfortably on the chair like a landlord. The coffee cup beside him steamed, the foam floating, resembling a cappuccino. The coffee table was filled with various weapons, but what truly caught the eye were the half-eaten snacks piled under the table. Chips, burgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, roast duck, and even oil-splashed noodles. These delicacies drove the neighbors on the balcony completely out of their minds. Just half a month away from these foods, they were as excited as if they had met a long-lost relative. They roared, screamed, even forgot their language, only able to express their inner excitement through crazy actions. They hammered the windows even harder. Zhang Yi lifted his coffee cup, quietly enjoying the spectacle. He said lightly, "Who says glass is always more fragile than metal? The material of this wall is invaluable. For the sake of living quality, I refused the security company's suggestion to use metal and instead spent a fortune to customize a floor-to-ceiling bulletproof glass window." The manager of the security company, Wu Weiren, once said that such a thick wall isn't for bullets, but for shells. The bulletproof glass used in the cars of Western leaders is made of this material. However, the thickness of these glasses is not even half of this wall. Indeed, after these people hammered for a while, they began to realize something was amiss. They thought a little force would shatter the organic glass, but over a dozen people couldn't even create a crack. What kind of glass is this really? Is it bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? A man hoarsely asked, filled with despair as if from the depths of hell. If it can withstand shells, can't it withstand your hands? No, I don't believe it. A young man roared towards the sky. I control my own destiny. I refuse to believe I can't break it. Once I break it, the fireplace and food inside will be mine. I must break it. All, in the extreme cold, hope and despair intertwined, causing everyone's thoughts to become chaotic. They abandoned rationality, exerted all their efforts, and were determined to create a brand new future. Zhang Yi watched their hard work and was deeply moved. However, he realized that his stomach was feeling a bit hungry. So, he took out some delicious food from the space, such as fragrant sauce-flavored pork elbow, tempting caramelized bananas, and added some snacks. He tasted the pure cocoa butter chocolate, and his mood also became joyful. Through the heavy window, people outside are struggling in the snowstorm. They are trying to hit the glass hard, with contorted expressions and eyes full of jealousy and anger. Meanwhile, inside, Zhang Yi is lying comfortably on the recliner, enjoying delicious food. This stark contrast is driving the neighbors outside crazy with jealousy. They curse incessantly, their voices hoarse and eyes bloodshot. They wish to shatter the glass, vowing to make Zhang Yi pay. Zhang Yi, just you wait, I will make you regret it soon. Once the glass breaks, you're done, you selfish jerk. Your arrogance won't last long. Today is your doomsday. Those delicacies and that cup of hot coffee should belong to us. They are filled with despair, but watching Zhang Yi's comfortable demeanor, their jealousy makes it hard to give up easily. After a while, the people outside begin to feel powerless. Being on the 24th floor, with the biting cold wind and heavy snow, their body temperature rapidly drops. They have to take turns, but after half an hour, there are only faint scratches on the glass. They feel hopeless, but the fire of jealousy still burns, unwilling to give up. Suddenly, Zhang Yi spots Chen Zhenghao's lackeys in the crowd. Obviously, Chen Zhenghao cannot ignore this. Zhang Yi knows the time is right, so he gets up from the recliner, walks to the coffee table, and picks up a container. The neighbors outside see a layer of frost covering the glass, puzzled until they see Zhang Yi take out a lighter and ignite the contents of the container. Then, a crack appears on the glass, and a fireball flies out. In retaliation, several gunshot holes appear around Zhang Yi's house. The container draws an elegant arc, hitting the ground with a crisp sound, then the flames spread. This is Zhang Yi's homemade Molotov cocktail, burning gasoline even in extremely low temperatures, releasing intense heat energy. Gasoline splashes around, instantly igniting a large flame. Zhang Yi smirks mischievously and continues to light another Molotov cocktail, throwing it outside. Oh, it's on fire. Over a dozen people are crowded together, trapped by the balcony partition, unable to escape easily. They are engulfed by the flames, their bodies writhing in agony. Some try to roll on the ground, attempting to smother the flames with snow, but to no avail. Gasoline still burns in contact with water. Others try to climb towards the neighboring homes, but lose balance in haste and fall from the 24th floor. With a long, agonizing scream, a loud bang. Whether the snow below can cushion the impact from the 24-story height remains unknown. According to the principles of physics, even if he hadn't died, he would suffer from fractures and internal injuries, as if he were already facing death. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "At least falling to death is better than being burnt to death, right?" Suddenly, a twisted and terrifying face pressed against the glass, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yi. In extreme pain, he cried out for help to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi picked up his coffee cup and saluted him, saying, "I won't save you. Go die, you trash." The man let out a desperate cry and was eventually consumed by flames. Others on the balcony witnessed this hellish scene, their faces pale and filled with horror. "Help, please save me, I don't want to die." The person engulfed in flames tried to crawl over for help, grabbing the railing with both hands, only to be ruthlessly kicked by a man. He gritted his teeth, kicking the man's hand with force, even breaking his fingers. Eventually, the man fell in despair in front of the railing, the familiar smell of burnt flesh lingering in the air, like the scent of a summer street. The fire raged on, and more than a dozen people fell one after another. Some could have escaped but were blocked by neighbors, afraid of the flames spreading. Some couldn't bear the pain and chose to jump off the building to end their lives. The flames brought a hint of warmth, and people stretched out their hands to warm themselves, wearing smiles of fear of being discovered. After the fire, the neighbors looked at the bodies, their hearts filled with fear. In order to fight against Zhang Yi, they had sacrificed dozens of people. They were at a loss, not knowing how to seize Zhang Yi's resources. The air was filled with despair, but another kind of atmosphere was gradually thickening, and the neighbors' eyes began to look strange. Hungry, they were unwilling to admit their crazy thoughts, their throats constantly squirming. Suddenly, a woman cried out loudly, "I can't take it anymore." Their efforts for the day failed to breach Zhang Yi's house, with the walls and French windows intact. A woman suddenly ran to Zhang Yi's balcony, kneeling in front of the glass, begging, "Zhang Yi, I'm starving, please save me. Even a piece of bread will do." More people came, kneeling before Zhang Yi, pleading for food. It was heartbreaking, tears streaming down like rain. Most of the people kowtowing are women, trying to win the sympathy of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is a gentle and kind young man, always treating others with kindness. When faced with these kowtowing women, he feels a bit helpless, yet also with a hint of sympathy. These women may be acting out of helplessness or out of respect for him, but either way, Zhang Yi always tries his best to understand them with a tolerant heart. He knows deeply that everyone has their own hardships and struggles in life, so he chooses to respond to these kowtowing gestures with kindness and tolerance. In his view, treating others with sympathy and understanding is an important part of building genuine connections between people. Therefore, despite feeling a bit awkward with these kowtowing women, Zhang Yi always maintains a gentle heart, willing to use his kindness to warm every corner of the world. Outside the window came the sound of wailing, continuous and heart-wrenching. The women outside were knocking their heads against the ground, blood staining their foreheads. The scene was extremely tragic. Zhang Yi sighed, walked to the window, his tone filled with heartache and helplessness. "Please, everyone, don't do this, it's heartbreaking to watch." With that, he held a steaming bowl of noodles. Whenever he felt down, he would seek out food to fill the void in his heart. Slurping a mouthful, Zhang Yi ate the noodles heartily, making the neighbors outside envious and longing. The cries and head-banging outside became more melodious, the knocking more fervent. The neighbors outside begged, "Zhang Yi, we were wrong, we just want to survive. Please give us some food so we can keep going. We are willing to follow your arrangements." Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued to enjoy the noodles. In times of hunger, savoring delicious noodles was such a blissful experience. After finishing half a bowl of noodles, he casually placed the rest by the window for the neighbors to see but not touch. Like hungry dogs, everyone pressed against the glass, hoping to reach the noodles. They couldn't blame him for not giving them a chance. After all, no one wanted to risk taking on Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi didn't pity these people, but their daily noise-making and window-breaking were indeed annoying. Therefore, letting them turn on each other was the most interesting thing to do. Zhang Yi announced this in the group chat, informing everyone in the building. The neighbors outside hesitated upon hearing this. Chen Zhenghao, holding a gun, wanting his head, might put them in danger. But dealing with Chen Zhenghao was not easy. Could they handle Zhang Yi? With 30 to 40 bodies in front and back of Zhang Yi's house, it was proven that he was more difficult to deal with than Chen Zhenghao. At this moment, Chen Zhenghao stood on the next balcony, observing the changes here. Although he didn't hear clearly what Zhang Yi said, he frowned, pondering his next move. This time, 2 of his men had died too. If he wanted to continue controlling the entire building, he needed to recruit more hands. While contemplating, Chen Zhenghao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, his hair standing on end. He turned around abruptly, raising his gun, only to find the strange looks in everyone's eyes. He roared, "What do you want to do?" Seeing the gun, the people showed a hint of fear and backed away. Chen Zhenghao shouted, "Get lost, all of you." The strange looks in their eyes persisted, as if they were observing him like food. Chen Zhenghao felt a chill in his heart and quickly left with his men. Sun Jichao asked, "What about Zhang Yi's house?" Chen Zhenghao cursed and replied with lingering fear, "Can't break in. We have to figure out another way. With that, he left in a rage. The two groups outside the window, begging and attempting to break the window, unable to withstand the harsh cold wind and snow, eventually chose to leave. Zhang Yi lay in the warm room, quietly waiting for the situation to unfold. This time, the building lost about 40 people, a truly lamentable outcome. Almost everyone participated in the invasion of his home, causing a huge physical toll. This made resources even scarcer, and the competition between people became more intense. Soon, Zhang Yi received many private messages again. After this battle, the neighbors were completely defeated. Their physical strength was almost depleted, and they could no longer launch large-scale attacks on Zhang Yi's home. Faced with the all-encompassing defense of Zhang Yi's home, they also felt hopeless. Therefore, many people began to beg Zhang Yi to pity them or propose exchanges of benefits. For example, the rich second-generation Xu Hao. He took pictures of his girlfriend all over and said to Zhang Yi, I can give you my woman. Just please give me some food, okay? She is a famous car model in Tianhai City. Look at her appearance and face, they are all top-notch. I promise you will like her, please help me. Zhang Yi naturally recognized that model. Xu Hao bought a house here just to keep her. She always dressed seductively, like a charming fox, emitting a seductive aura at all times. In the past, she looked down on the men around her. Faced with Zhang Yi, she always had a proud attitude. But now, Xu Hao was willing to sell her for a few meals. And this woman looked much haggard now, seeming very willing to be exchanged. At least, she knew there was a lot of food in Zhang Yi's house, so she was very cooperative during the shoot. She is just a worthless commodity. Zhang Yi sneered. It has to be said that this female model has a full figure and outstanding looks. But Zhang Yi would never let such shameless woman into his home. Maybe one day, when he was asleep, she would stab him and take over his home. Women who can sell their bodies for money have no moral bottom line. Zhang Yi disdainfully watched her video 5 times, then contemptuously closed the chat box. There were other conversations below. Men contacting him were relatively few. After all, they didn't have the capital to exchange food with Zhang Yi. Only Uncle Yu congratulated Zhang Yi happily for repelling the enemy. But there were more women looking for him. For example, Feng Yuqing excitedly said, Zhang Yi, you're so amazing. I knew you would be fine. I can't get away now. They are so despicable, always locking me at home. Don't worry, I will definitely come to see you soon. Zhang Yi sneered and ignored her. The sky darkened quickly, and now it gets dark around 5 o'clock every day, with short days and long nights. At night, the temperature drops another 10 degrees. On TV, the few remaining channels are still broadcasting programs. With the official efforts, the snow disaster situation in our country is improving. Please don't worry, the problem will be solved soon. The weather is cold, so please don't go out casually to avoid frostbite. Please help those in need. Let's unite and overcome the current difficulties. Tomorrow will surely be better. Zhang Yi found the current news more interesting than skits. But he was also curious. Where did these TV stations move to? And how did they manage to keep operating? While listening to the interesting news, Zhang Yi flipped through the chat records. Neighbors' angry curses, cries, and pleas for mercy amused Zhang Yi greatly. Almost all of those who cursed him had recently lost a family member. Zhang Yi, in a remarkably good mood, even offered them his blessings. Congratulations on the death in your family. You can have a barbecue funeral and mix the ashes with rice. Zhang Yi teased them, provoking even more anger from the neighbors. However, suddenly, he noticed some commotion on the balcony. Curious, Zhang Yi walked up to the window. Outside, the bright light reflected off the snow. He saw some people secretly moving the charred bodies. They were tightly wrapped up, and when they realized Zhang Yi had spotted them, they jumped in surprise. Zhang Yi, we're not here to cause trouble for you, please don't misunderstand. We're just here to handle the bodies, they said, their voices trembling and eyes avoiding his gaze. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Oh, handling bodies? Are you relatives? If you want to bury them, just throw them down. Are you planning to build a tomb in your house? The people were left speechless by his questions. Anyway, you don't need these bodies. Go on, you don't have to worry about us. They nervously left, dragging the bodies away. Zhang Yi waved his hand towards the glass window. You're really heartless, to end up like this in the end. In the early morning of the next day, Zhang Yi heard 2 gunshots coming from the hallway. Bang! Bang! The sound was as deafening as a big firecracker. He immediately realized that it was an attack initiated by Chen Zhenghao. Obviously, Zhang Yi's threat from yesterday had worked. When struggling on the edge of life and death, people's fear of death gradually faded. The promise of a week of free noodles from Zhang Yi was irresistible to them. Zhang Yi walked to the monitor and witnessed the whole process of the conflict. 2 men lay on the ground, holding a wrench and a kitchen knife, their blood staining the entire hallway red. However, Chen Zhenghao was not at ease either. Leaning against the wall, he held a gun with a lingering fear on his face. They planned to ambush those who came to fetch water here, but they did not expect others to fight back. Chen Zhenghao ordered his men to drag away the 2 bodies, and he hurried back to his residence. The handgun in his hand became his last resort. The bodies were dragged into the house, and Chen Zhenghao gestured for his men to drag the bodies to the back of the kitchen. Sitting on the cold sofa, Chen Zhenghao felt a chill. Yesterday, when he returned and learned that Zhang Yi had put a bounty on him, it ignited his anger. He saw himself as the hunter, and Zhang Yi was just the prey. How could the prey fight back against the hunter? However, he underestimated the madness of people in desperate situations. In the early morning, 2 desperate young men came to put him in a desperate situation. Chen Zhenghao felt the crisis, but he became even more frantic. Die, I will kill you all! Chen Zhenghao roared. After calming down, he felt some pain in his back and immediately called his men to check. With a look, his men exclaimed, Brother Hao, you've been stabbed. Chen Zhenghao's down jacket had a 30-centimeter gash from the kitchen knife, and blood could be faintly seen on the black down jacket. Previously, due to the cold and excitement, adrenaline secretion made him not feel the pain. Now, hearing his men's reminder, he groaned in pain. These 2 animals dared to ambush me. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and he called Zhou Kei'er. Dr. Zhou, I'm injured, come and bandage me quickly. Shortly after, Zhou Kei'er arrived at Chen Zhenghao's house with a medical kit. She looked at this ruthless villain, filled with disgust. But for survival, she could only treat his injuries. In fact, Chen Zhenghao's arrow wound was able to heal thanks to her treatment. Reluctantly, but under the threat of the villain, she had no choice. I won't help you for free, Zhou Kei'er said coldly. Chen Zhenghao grinned and pointed to the kitchen. You'll have a share of the food later. Zhou Kei'er shook her head vigorously. Only then did she smell the pungent smell of blood. Her face changed. Having worked in the hospital for years, she was all too familiar with that smell. Zhou Kei'er suppressed the feeling of nausea and coldly rejected Chen Zhenghao's proposal, saying, No, I don't need it. Chen Zhenghao smirked and teased, At this time, Dr. Zhou is still so arrogant. One day you will change your mind. Not eating is equivalent to giving up on life. Zhou Kei'er frowned and firmly replied, I would rather choose death. Chen Zhenghao sighed, saying, I can't bear to lose you. The importance of having a doctor in this world is self-evident. If it weren't for Zhou Kei'er helping him with the wound on his leg, he might have lost more than just a leg, even his life. He stared at Zhou Kei'er, his eyes flickering with warmth. He had long been fascinated by this stunning beauty. If she didn't have any use at the moment, he would have made a move long ago. Zhou Kei'er remained silent and began to treat his wound. Soon, the wound was simply bandaged. Zhou Kei'er picked up the medical kit preparing to leave, but was blocked by Chen Zhenghao's men. Surprised, Zhou Kei'er asked, What are you planning to do? Chen Zhenghao calmly said, Nothing, my wound has not healed yet, you cannot leave. At this moment, Chen Zhenghao was also filled with fear, not knowing how many people wanted his life, and lacking medication. With a doctor by his side, he felt reassured. Ignoring Zhou Kei's resistance, he forcibly detained her. Shortly after, his men brought a pot of well-cooked food. Zhou Kei'er almost vomited at the thought of what it might be. Fortunately, working in a hospital, she often dealt with death and was not easily frightened. Chen Zhenghao invited her to eat together, but she firmly refused. Chen Zhenghao sneered and paid no attention to her, believing that Zhou Kei'er was just putting on airs, and he was sure she would eventually be forced to eat. He realized that this situation could not continue, as the imprisoned people were starting to resist, which was very unfavorable for him. Only by getting rid of Zhang Yi, occupying their house, could safety be ensured. Their house was like a fortress, with abundant supplies enough to sustain them for months. Perhaps by then, the blizzard would gradually pass. Therefore, the immediate concern was how to deal with Zhang Yi. Chen Zhenghao said to his men. The men looked at each other. Brother Hao, we have attacked Zhang Yi's house many times, but failed each time. Their house is like a strong fortress, we cannot break in. Chen Zhenghao said, I don't believe there are no weaknesses in their house, and I don't believe he will stay indoors all the time. Let's move in next door to his house, take turns monitoring him. Once we find an opportunity, we'll take care of him directly. And living in a high-rise residential building is safer. Everyone understood tacitly, and Chen Zhenghao's plan was unanimously agreed upon. Zhou Kei'er overheard this and took the opportunity to send a message to Zhang Yi while going to the bathroom, informing him of everything. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, smiled indifferently. It was absolutely impossible for him to leave easily. He decided to wait for the right moment, offering a reward that would surely lead someone to kill Chen Zhenghao at any cost. Chen Zhenghao and Zhou Kei'er packed their bags and arrived on the 24th floor together. The young couple living on the same floor heard that Chen Zhenghao was visiting and felt very frightened. Despite Chen Zhenghao's good intentions, bringing Zhou Kei'er to visit, the neighbors felt fearful and uneasy for some reason. The entire floor seemed unusually quiet, as if hiding some unknown secrets. They knocked on Zhang Yi's door, but there was no response. A tense atmosphere surrounded them, making everyone feel uneasy. Suddenly, a strange sound came from Zhang Yi's apartment, making everyone present feel nervous. Chen Zhenghao decided to take the initiative to open the door and find out what was going on. He took a deep breath, pushed the door open forcefully, and everything inside seemed incredibly eerie. A thrilling and suspenseful story was about to unfold. Chen Zhenghao stood outside the door, his voice demanding and threatening as he insisted on entering the house, even threatening to shoot. Inside the room, a young couple huddled together in fear. They were anxious, worried that their house would be taken away, and they might even lose their last bit of food. The wife, with despair in her eyes, gazed at her husband, a clerk with glasses. The husband comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, we'll be fine. If they want this house, let's give it to them. Quick, hide the remaining food." The couple hid the last bit of food in their clothes, trembling as they opened the door. Outside, the menacing Chen Zhenghao and his men came into view. The man swallowed hard, bowed, and said, "Brother Hao, this house is yours from now on. We'll leave right away." However, as they took a few steps away, Chen Zhenghao's henchman suddenly sneered, raising a steel pipe and striking. Bang! The man fell to the ground unconscious. As he fell, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why they would attack him when he had obediently given up the house. The woman watched in horror as her husband fell and couldn't get up. Suddenly, another stick came crashing down on her head. The helpless couple could no longer speak. Zhou Kei'er covered her mouth, completely shocked. It was her first time witnessing a murder, and even with a strong mind, she couldn't stay calm. Chen Zhenghao just glanced coldly at her, a smirk on his lips. They will eventually die in this cold weather. Dr. Zhou, you have to get used to all this. With frequent killings, Chen Zhenghao had lost his reverence for life. Yet, he refused to admit that a seed of fear had been planted in his heart after the attack. To suppress the homeowners, he had to resort to even more brutal methods. Zhou Kei'er suppressed her nausea and remained silent. Chen Zhenghao swaggered into the house, ordering his men to deal with the couple. Over the next few days, Zhang Yi always heard clinking sounds from the next room. He knew it was Chen Zhenghao's men searching for flaws in his room. They took turns watching the front door and back window of Zhang Yi's house, waiting for the opportunity to kill him and take everything. However, they didn't expect that Zhang Yi had a huge storage space and water source was not a problem. Still, Zhang Yi dared not casually open the window to dispose of trash, as Chen Zhenghao was armed, and he didn't want to take any risks. For the homebody Zhang Yi, having a bit more trash at home was not a problem. In his spare time, he played games or watched pre-downloaded TV shows and movies. Every day, The pleas and angry curses of the homeowners echoed in his ears. Zhang Yi was harshly criticized by his neighbors, feeling extremely wronged. He could have been more generous and let everyone enjoy a delicious meal, but he chose to be selfish. He live-streamed his dinner in the group, seemingly trying to make up for his mistake in this way. The neighbors watched him bring out the braised pork, with envy and anger flashing in their eyes. They kept shouting for greasy food, as if they had forgotten their dignity. Zhang Yi knew deeply that high-fat food had an irresistible temptation for hungry people. His actions seemed to make the neighbors smell the aroma of the braised pork, but unfortunately, he made a mistake in cooking. He put too much soy sauce, making the whole pot of meat hard to swallow. Zhang Yi had no choice but to pour the food out, full of regret and remorse. The neighbors impatiently expressed their disappointment and anger, as if they saw the moment of hope being shattered. They were deeply angry at Zhang Yi's wasteful behavior, believing that he had recklessly wasted valuable food. In the cold winter days when the gas was cut off, braised pork became a symbol of luxury, yet Zhang Yi casually discarded it. His luxurious dinner was laid out on the table, full of tempting colors, flavors, and aromas, making people drool. Zhang Yi enthusiastically introduced each dish, as if he were showcasing his culinary skills to the world. He enjoyed the food like a gourmet live streamer, making people unable to resist joining his feast. The neighbors in the community were filled with anxious cries. Zhang Yi sat at the dining table, enjoying his meal while listening to the neighbors' pleas. They begged Zhang Yi to share a bite of food with them, even just a fishtail would do. Some even kept calling Zhang Yi's phone, hoping to get his attention. However, Zhang Yi ignored them, feeling even more pleased. Watching the neighbors' anxious and restless expressions, Zhang Yi secretly rejoiced in his heart, feeling that the meal tasted especially delicious. The behavior of Zhang Yi, showing off his wealth, is making the other owners in the building extremely distressed. Now, the garbage water poured out by Zhang Yi's family is considered a delicacy to them, but Zhang Yi turns a blind eye to it. As for Sun Jichao and others, since their last failed attempt to raid Zhang Yi's house, their hope of obtaining antibiotics has been shattered. Just 2 days later, the after-effects began to show. The 3 injured individuals felt their wounds unusually itchy and painful, with strange yellowish bloodstains appearing around the wounds. Sun Jichao couldn't help but peel off the gauze to check the injuries, only to find that the wounds had started to fester. A nauseating stench hit them, like the smell of decaying animal carcasses. "No, I don't want to die yet." Sun Jichao was scared to tears. Zhou Peng and Zhe Jialiang were also shocked. They too peeled off the gauze covering their wounds, silently praying not to get infected. Unfortunately, reality was cruel and unforgiving. If it were just minor injuries, there might still be a chance of recovery. But they had suffered penetrating wounds, with rusty crossbow arrows deeply embedded in their flesh. The wounds became infected with bacteria, coupled with the lack of nutrition and medication, worsening their conditions inevitably. The few of them let out mournful cries, as if in a frenzy of madness. Inside the room, Feng Yuqing trembled uncontrollably. She picked up her phone and messaged Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, they've all gone crazy. Qingqing is so scared. Please come and save Qingqing, can you? Qingqing will do whatever you tell her to do." Moments later, Zhang Yi replied, "Qingqing, seeing you like this breaks my heart too. But I can't go out. Chen Zhenhao is right next to me. Why don't you come over? Be careful on the way, don't let them find you. My neighbors next door were all killed by them yesterday. You are as delicate as a flower and may become their next target." Zhang Yi's words were mocking. For this weak woman like Feng Yuqing, he only had one thought in mind, which was to torture her and let her die in pain. Upon hearing that Chen Zhenhao was next door to Zhang Yi, Feng Yuqing hesitated. Chen Zhenhao had committed numerous crimes, and she didn't dare to take the risk. "Zhang Yi, Qingqing is so scared. Can you come and pick me up? Don't you have weapons?" Zhang Yi self-mockingly thought. "How naive, me go pick you up. I wish I could, but I was a bit unsettled by them a few days ago. Let's leave it at that, I'm feeling a bit tired. Bye." Listening to the screams outside, Feng Yuqing's face turned pale, but when she tried to message Zhang Yi again, he no longer responded. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi lived a luxurious and leisurely life. No need to work, sleep whenever he wanted, get up whenever he wanted. No need to hustle for a living, and no need to care about others' opinions. If someone annoyed him, he would just roar back, living freely and at ease. Next door, Chen Jinhao was constantly thinking about how to eliminate him and take over his residence. However, for several days in a row, Zhang Yi was nowhere to be seen. If Zhang Yi doesn't take the initiative to appear, then he will have no chance to deal with Zhang Yi. On the contrary, he himself feels uneasy because of Zhang Yi's bounty. He even began to suspect his subordinates, holding a gun every night before going to sleep. Soon, his nerves began to break down. After careful consideration, Chen Jinhao finally found the next course of action. Zhang Yi closely monitored the movements of the entire building through surveillance, and no one could escape his eyes when entering or leaving the hallway. In recent days, he discovered that Chen Jinhao seemed to be planning something. People kept entering Chen Jinghao's residence, all of them young and strong, living alone. Some came voluntarily, while others were threatened and forced by Chen Jinghao. Gradually, Chen Jinghao's team expanded to 10 people, more than before. Zhang Yi gradually understood the truth of the matter. Chen Jinghao began to feel scared, so he wanted to use his subordinates to avoid being assassinated for the bounty. But in Zhang Yi's view, this approach was just a drop in the bucket. Over 40 residents in the building had already been killed by Zhang Yi, leaving about 70 people. According to past experience, most families had very little supplies left, and the only option was to turn to a food source. Chen Jinghao gathered a group of subordinates and would soon start slaughtering others. However, this also meant that Chen Jinghao needed to provide food for 10 people. In this way, even if they resorted to cannibalism, they couldn't sustain it for long. Moreover, everyone had their own ulterior motives now. Chen Jinghao, the cripple, barely maintained his authority with a gun. But he probably only had a few bullets left. Zhang Yi contacted Zhou Keir to inquire about the situation on Chen Jinghao's side. Zhou Keir replied to Zhang Yi after a while, "They have gone crazy, all the food is gone, and they have started cannibalism. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days, and I feel like I'm starving to death." This situation did not surprise Zhang Yi. If one day he fell into hunger and could only prolong his life by cannibalism, he might also choose to die rather than surrender. Of course, now that Zhang Yi could eat and drink to his heart's content every day, he naturally had such thoughts. If one day he also faced a shortage of food, he was not sure what choice he would make. Zhou Keir continued to inform Zhang Yi that they had been constantly going out to find targets these days. As long as they found a place with people, they would break in and kill them. Everyone was already short of supplies, which was both funny and sad. The dozens of people previously killed by Zhang Yi actually extended the survival time of others. However, they also encountered resistance, and the survivors had begun to unite, with casualties on both sides. After a while, Zhou Keir sent another message. "Zhang Yi, can you still save me?" Seeing this message, Zhang Yi felt the helplessness of this aloof female doctor. She didn't seem to hold much hope. After all, the situation was now precarious, and who had the extra energy to care about the life and death of others? After careful consideration, Zhang Yi finally made a decision. "Zhou Keir, this woman is still useful, and I can't let her die easily. In this city, it's really not easy to find a surgeon in a top-tier hospital, let alone one who truly understands the root of the illness. However, for the protagonist, finding such a doctor is crucial. He urgently needs help. He needs a skilled and experienced doctor to save his life." The protagonist has always been an optimistic and strong person, but facing the torment of the disease, he feels unprecedented helplessness and fear. Under the torment of illness, he becomes thin and pale, with a hint of despair and hopelessness in his eyes. Yet, even though his body is weak, his heart still burns with a desire for life and hope for the future. After twists and turns, the protagonist finally learns about a highly respected lead surgeon in a top-tier hospital. Without hesitation, he decides to seek medical help because he knows that only this doctor has the possibility to save his life. During the waiting process for the consultation, the protagonist's mood is extremely anxious, constantly praying for everything to go smoothly. Finally, the protagonist meets the skilled lead surgeon he has been longing to see. The doctor smiles gently, inquiring about the protagonist's condition and carefully listening to his description. Under the professional and confident gaze of the doctor, the protagonist feels an inexplicable sense of reassurance. After a thorough examination and diagnosis, the doctor provides a treatment plan and schedules the surgery. The protagonist feels the doctor's dedication and responsibility, fully aware that he is in a life and death battle. However, it is his desire for life that firmly convinces him that this doctor will help him through this ordeal. During the surgery, the protagonist tightly grips the blanket, filled with anticipation and prayers. Every minute feels like an eternity, anxiously waiting for the doors of the operating room to open. Finally, with the doctor's excellent skills and the team's coordination, the surgery is successful. When the protagonist wakes up, he sees the doctor's smiling face and feels the gradual return of strength in his body. He sincerely appreciates the doctor because it is he who has given him a new lease on life. Now, the protagonist is determined to cherish every hard-won tomorrow, deeply understanding the value of life and the doctor's life-saving grace towards him. Zhang Yi was considering whether to accept Zhou Kei'er, but the condition was that she must be prepared. Zhang Yi's requirements were clear. She must have achievements, not pose a threat, and most importantly, not pretend to be a saint. Zhou Kei'er seemed to be able to meet the first 2 points. However, what Zhang Yi wanted to test was whether Zhou Kei'er could act decisively in critical moments. Therefore, he gave Zhou Kei'er a task. Zhou Kei'er did not respond immediately, indicating that she was struggling internally. Zhang Yi was anxious, but he knew time was on his side. If Zhou Kei'er couldn't pass the test, Zhang Yi would not hesitate to give up on her. After all, Zhang Yi was healthy and the likelihood of him suffering from an acute illness was very low. He also rarely went out to avoid the risk of injury. However, the length of Zhou Kei'er's life was an unknown variable. The next day, Zhang Yi didn't get up until 10 o'clock in the morning. He slowly lifted the soft blanket and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Then, he changed into sportswear and started exercising on the treadmill. In the apocalypse, having a good physical condition was crucial. Only with a strong physique could one better cope with dangers and prevent diseases. He ran on the treadmill, sweat pouring down like rain. After an hour, he stopped and took a hot shower. While showering, Zhang Yi felt a sense of pride. He knew that, at present, this kind of enjoyment was a luxury for many people. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, quickly wrapped himself in a towel, and walked out of the room. He soon heard Zhou Peng's roar. Zhang Yi opened the monitor and saw Zhou Peng wielding 2 kitchen knives, crazily hacking at his door. Zhang Yi, come out. Hiding in your room all day, you're just a coward, a useless waste. Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly. You're right about everything you said. What's next? He sneered. It's ridiculous. A dying waste like you trying to provoke me? Now it seems like you're the one in a hurry, right? Zhang Yi noticed that when Zhou Peng smashed the door, he clearly used force with his left hand, while raising his right hand was very strenuous. He immediately realized that Zhou Peng's arm was infected. Upon closer inspection, he could even see the swelling. Zhang Yi walked up to the door, hands in his pockets, and calmly said, Zhou Peng, the taste of infection isn't pleasant, is it? I remember in biology class, the teacher talked about the consequences of wound infections. Once tetanus bacteria invade the wound, it's like maggots on a corpse, breeding madly. Your wound is at least 10 centimeters deep. Outside is freezing, but your wound is scorching hot. Bacteria are desperately multiplying there, eroding your flesh and blood. The wound starts to suppurate, oozing pus. The bacteria keep multiplying, and the wound expands. Eventually, it spreads throughout the body. Zhang Yi vividly described, making Zhou Peng feel even more pain in his arm. He broke out in a cold sweat, as if his whole body was engulfed by bacteria, ready to devour him. Although he understood that Zhang Yi was deliberately intimidating him, the fear in his heart was uncontrollable. Oh, Zhang Yi, I'll kill you. Zhou Peng had descended into madness. His arm was already rotten, knowing that his death was imminent. Zhou Peng, clinging to his last glimmer of hope, decided to make a final attempt, but his efforts were doomed to be in vain. In the next room, Chen Zhenghao's men heard Zhou Peng's furious shouts and began to ask if they should end his life. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhenghao said, Haven't you heard that he's already infected and on the brink of death? Would you dare to eat meat from a pig that died of disease? The group exchanged glances and ultimately decided not to take the risk. Zhou Peng pounded on the door and shouted for a while, but eventually exhausted himself, collapsing in front of Zhang Yi's door, begging for mercy. Zhang Yi calmly said, "Your wound is festering. It's already in the late stage, there's no turning back. Why not do something you wouldn't dare to do while you're still alive?" Tears shimmered in Zhou Peng's eyes, and after hearing Zhang Yi's words, he fell deeper into despair. Was he destined to face death? Fear surged like a tide, engulfing him. But following that, came anger, a lawless rage. I'm already at death's door, what is there left to fear? He struggled to stand up, kicked fiercely at Zhang Yi's iron door, intending to rebuke loudly, but the pain almost made him faint as the door was too solid. Ignoring the pain, Zhou Peng staggered back up the stairs. Back at his residence, he looked dazedly at Sun Jichao, who was busy heating a knife with a candle and then searing his own wound. With a sizzle, the sound of burning oil accompanied by smoke filled the air, and Sun Jichao's pupils dilated. Though he bit down on a blanket, he let out painful cries. Perhaps he believed this would kill all the bacteria. Ignorant and pitiful, Zhou Peng's cousin, Wang Min, watched him, her heart aching, unable to offer comfort. She knew that Zhou Peng was at death's door, with the smell of decay lingering in the room every day. To rot before death, what profound suffering, beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Zhou Peng, seemingly indifferent, charged straight into the room where Feng Yuqing was held. Feng Yuqing, upon seeing Zhou Peng, screamed in fear. Zhou Peng, what are you going to do?" Zhou Peng stood in front of Feng Yuqing, his eyes bloodshot, fixed on her. "Yuqing, will you marry me?" This pitiful lapdog, on the brink of death, had his greatest wish to unite with Feng Yuqing. At the end of days, such a request seemed absurd and pathetic. Feng Yuqing frowned, her eyes filled with disgust. Instinctively pinching her nose, she said, "No, I do not want to." Zhou Peng's heart shattered. Having sacrificed so much for Feng Yuqing, even risking his life, yet Feng Yuqing remained unmoved. "No, you love me, you must love me. Before I die, you must be my woman." Zhou Peng lost his sanity, unwilling to have given so much and received nothing in return. Since he couldn't have her, he would destroy her. Outside, the others heard commotion inside, but no one went to investigate. To them, Feng Yuqing was the culprit who had led them to their current plight. She should die. "No, get away, you're too foul, too disgusting." Feng Yuqing cursed angrily. "How dare you call me foul?" Zhou Peng, consumed by rage, ripped off the bandage on his arm. The wound was now swollen, festering, turning black, and oozing pus, a horrifying sight. He made a despicable move out of the blue, ruthlessly grabbing the rotten wound and forcefully stuffing the decaying flesh into Feng Yuqing's helpless, open mouth. Feng Yuqing felt nauseous and kept retching, but Zhou Peng showed no mercy, shoving the putrid flesh into her mouth. With a sinister smile on his face, Zhou Peng looked down at the goddess he was humiliating, feeling an unprecedented sense of pleasure surging within him. Zhou Peng roughly tore off Feng Yuqing's clothes, even though the room temperature had dropped to more than 60 degrees below zero. Feng Yuqing was powerless to resist, only able to lie there with wide eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Zhou Peng took off his pants, but found himself unable to lift his head. Not only because the extreme cold had severely weakened his physical strength, but also because he felt utterly helpless at that moment. No matter how desperately he urged, how anxiously he shouted, Feng Yuqing seemed to have completely lost consciousness. Feng Yuqing looked at Zhou Peng's anxiety and sneered mockingly, "You are such a waste." Zhou Peng roared in despair, his voice echoing in the room like a desperate teddy bear trapped in a lychee shell. After a night of deep contemplation, Zhou Keir finally made a firm decision. She understood that this was Zhang Yi's test for her. Despite the great danger, if she did not do this, she would eventually be at the mercy of Chen Zhenghao and others, with a bleak future. That night, Chen Zhenghao and others sat in the living room, with a henchman sent to the kitchen to cook. Zhou Keir watched from the corner and suddenly stood up, saying, "I'll help." Chen Zhenghao looked at her coldly, with a somewhat chilling smile. "Haha, I knew you couldn't resist." Zhou Keir felt her blood almost congeal. Chen Zhenghao continued, "No one can endure 2 days without eating. Dr. Zhou, There's no need to feel ashamed for survival. Zhou Keir bit her lip and said firmly, "You're right. I don't want to die. I want to live." Chen Zhenghao thought she had come to a realization, nodded in agreement. "That's the best choice. You still have some value to me now, and I don't want to see you leave so soon." Zhou Keir took a deep breath, silently turned and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with bloodstains, and even with her nose blocked, she could still smell the pungent odor. She endured the discomfort and walked up to the henchman, who had a blank expression, only pointing to the axe and damaged furniture nearby, indicating for her to chop firewood. Zhou Keir obediently followed suit. With the shortage of resources, only furniture could be burned for warmth. A makeshift stove was set up in the kitchen, with an iron pot on top. The fire burned fiercely, melting the snow into water, but the water appeared murky and impure. However, having food to eat now was already a luxury, and no one cared about such details. Zhou Keir kept a close eye on the henchman while also paying attention to the movements outside the kitchen. Beads of sweat dripped from her palms, as being discovered would lead to a terrible fate. After a moment, the henchman threw the ingredients into the pot and added seasonings haphazardly. "Watch it," he coldly remarked before leaving. Zhou Keir waited a moment to ensure safety, then took out a small bottle from her pocket. Nervously unscrewing the cap, she hurriedly poured the white powder into the pot. Only after completing all this did she feel her heart beating as rapidly as a single-cylinder engine, her legs trembling from tension. She furrowed her brow, feeling a hint of unease in her heart, but still resolutely picked up the spoon and stirred the powdered medicine evenly. The whole process was tense yet smooth, with no unexpected incidents. Real life didn't unfold like a movie drama, as everyone had become numb in this harsh environment. They never expected Zhou Keir to poison the food. During lunch, Zhou Keir brought out a large pot of food, and they eagerly rushed forward with red eyes. To gain their trust, Zhou Keir also brought a bowl of soup and quietly retreated to her room. No one paid attention to her. At this moment, everyone just wanted to fill their stomachs. Here, hot food meant survival, and every bite was to live a little longer. Zhou Keir returned to her room, holding the soup while sitting on the bed, waiting quietly for the right moment. She had added a sedative to the pot, a whole half bottle. This drug acted swiftly, putting a person to sleep within 30 minutes of ingestion. Especially after a meal, when blood was concentrated in the stomach, making one more easily drowsy. With such a large dose, even an elephant would succumb to a sleepy fate. As a doctor, Zhou Keir knew how long this dose would keep them asleep. Without extreme stimulation, they wouldn't wake up for a short period. Before long, Zhou Keir heard varying degrees of snoring coming from the living room. She cautiously walked to the living room and saw everyone asleep on the sofa and chairs. She took a deep breath and messaged Zhang Yi. "I've given them a large dose of sedatives, and they are all in deep sleep. What's the next plan?" Zhang Yi's place was separated by a wall. He had been waiting for Zhou Keir's message to confirm her capabilities. Only by proving her worth could she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's hands. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and instructed, "Drag them to the balcony. I won't go over myself to avoid falling into their trap." Zhou Keir bit her lip but eventually nodded in agreement. Most people might have been terrified, but as a professional doctor, Zhou Keir knew the effects of the drugs like the back of her hand. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she dragged Chen Zhenghao and the others to the balcony. Even in the bone-chilling wind outside, they wouldn't wake up for a short while, falling into a deep coma. The cold weather would help lower the body temperature and prolong their lives. Every move of Zhou Keir was observed by Zhang Yi through the window. He knew the number of Chen Zhenghao's men and nothing could escape his surveillance. Seeing Zhou Keir laboriously moving them outside, he nodded in satisfaction. "What's next?" Zhou Keir asked with a trembling voice. "That's it. Wait for me a moment," Zhang Yi said, putting down his phone and walking back to the bedroom. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a thick thermal suit from another dimension and put it on, tying 10 thick ropes. With a high-quality crossbow arrow in his left hand and a sharp machete on his back, Zhang Yi felt the world around him was full of danger. However, he realized that such precautions were far from enough. So, he took out a handgun that had been idle for a long time, released the safety, and held it in his hand. Finally, A strange sense of security surged in his heart. Zhang Yi walked to the French window, the first time after the apocalypse. He reached out to unlock the complex door lock on the French window, which included fingerprint, electronic, and physical triple insurance. After unlocking it, he walked to the balcony, the chilling wind blowing through, feeling a cold sensation even in his cold-proof clothing. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Professional-grade cold-proof clothing was indeed extraordinary. By the window, Zhou Keir shivered with her arms crossed, her eyes revealing fear. She trembled and asked, Are you going to kill them? Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly, raising the gun in his hand towards the thugs on the ground, also slightly aimed at Zhou Keir. He casually threw the rope at Zhou Keir's feet, coldly saying, Not me, it's you. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, leaning against the window, ready to return to the room at any moment. Chen Zhenghao and his men on the next balcony were unconscious. Zhang Yi hesitated, unsure if the other party was pretending to be asleep to lure him in. The two balconies were separated by more than 10 meters, with slippery railings. If he crossed over rashly, he might be ambushed by the other party. Therefore, he could only point at Chen Zhenghao and the others on the ground, ordering them to be tied up with their hands behind their backs. At this moment, Zhou Keir looked helplessly on, having not eaten for 2 days, her strength depleted. She saw Zhang Yi being cautious and reluctant to come over to help, so she could only bite her lip in dissatisfaction. You are too cautious. Zhang Yi calmly responded. Zhou Keir reluctantly followed Zhang Yi's request and securely tied up the people. When she took out a gun from Chen Zhenghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's gun was also aimed at her. Zhou Keir hesitantly asked, How can I trust you? What if you change your mind? Zhang Yi calmly said, You can only trust me to survive in this harsh environment. Zhou Keir understood that she had no choice but to trust Zhang Yi. Following his instructions, she removed the gun magazine and threw it at Zhang Yi's feet. After confirming the authenticity of the gun, Zhang Yi let Zhou Keir return to the room. Zhou Keir was nervous, realizing she had no other option. Upon returning to the room, Zhang Yi did not immediately go to the balcony but picked up Chen Zhenghao's gun. After inspection, he stored the gun in a different space, took out a water hose, and aimed it at the people on the balcony. To avoid alerting others, he chose to water them down, splashing water and soaking Chen Zhenghao and the others. From a cozy indoor temperature of over 20 degrees to an outdoor temperature of over -70 degrees, the almost 100-degree temperature difference is unbelievable. The hot water column that was originally jetting out suddenly condensed into ice in the air. Zhou Keir witnessed this scene in the room and couldn't help but hug her arms tightly. Being frozen to death is just too cruel. Under the washing of the icy water, these people gradually regained consciousness. Their whole bodies soaked in icy water, making them feel extremely cold. Oh, little Karami's lips turned purple from the cold, emitting a terrified scream. He tried to stand up but found his hands tightly bound behind his back. The thick layer of ice on the ground made him slip constantly, making it impossible to stand up. Chen Zhenghao was awakened by the icy water, looking bewildered, then realized he had been drugged. However, at this moment, he had no time to investigate who drugged him. Because his whole body was constantly washed by the icy water, making him feel like falling into an ice cellar, every pore stinging as if thousands of needles were piercing him. Everyone screamed in terror, struggling to stand up but failing. 10 people crowded on the balcony, interfering with each other. Chen Zhenghao saw Zhang Yizheng on the next balcony spraying water towards them, roaring in anger. Zhang Yizheng finally walked out of the room and opened the unbreakable window crack. Unfortunately, his hands were bound, and his life was in danger. You've had enough. It's time to end this, Zhang Yizheng said coldly. Chen Zhenghao and his gang almost slaughtered nearly half of the neighbors in the building, almost catching up with Zhang Yizheng. Leaving them to continue would inevitably lead to a battle with Zhang Yizheng. Although Zhang Yizheng was not afraid at all, for safety's sake, it is best to finish them off. Zhang Yizheng never joked about life. Besides death, what could be safer? Chen Zhenghao and the others struggled and roared with all their might. However, they couldn't stand up. The icy water poured on their faces, into their mouths, and collars. Their clothes were soaked, turning into hard ice blocks. 2 minutes later, they lay on the ground unable to make a sound, their bodies bluish and purple, convulsing constantly. 3 minutes later, they couldn't move, becoming 10 huge blocks of ice. 5 minutes later, these ice blocks merged into one, forming a solid block of ice. To conserve water, Zhang Yi stopped spraying water. If they continued to freeze like this without modern medical treatment, they were doomed to not survive. Zhang Yi returned to the room and locked the floor-to-ceiling window. Taking off his heavy winter gear, he called Zhou Kei. "You passed the test, you can come over now." In the next room, Zhou Kei heard Zhang Yi's voice, finally feeling relieved. Trembling, she said, "Okay, I'll be right over." Grabbing the medical kit, she hastily opened the door, leaving the hellish room behind. Zhang Yi opened the heavy security door, took 2 steps back, raised his right hand high with a gun aimed at the door. He turned to glance at the monitor, confirming that Zhou Kei was in good condition, before using the mobile app to open the final electronic door lock. "You can come in now," he said gently. Outside the door, Zhou Kei heard his voice, lifted her cold, pale hand, and pushed the door with all her strength. The door was unusually heavy, and she struggled to open it just a crack. However, a warm rush of air immediately flowed in, wrapping around her like a gentle embrace. Excitement sparkled in Zhou Kei's eyes, the warmth making her heart surge with emotion as if she were already far away. She pushed the door open with force and stepped into the room. The moment she entered the space, she felt as if she had stepped into another world. The previous sensation of being covered in cold gradually faded, replaced by an intoxicating warmth, as if bathing in a hot spring. Gradually, she even began to feel an unbearable heat. Clad in 6 layers of clothing, she could hardly bear the high temperature in this 27-degree warm space. Ignoring Zhang Yi's handgun, she hastily removed her clothes. The room was unusually hot. Zhou Kei felt like she was in a furnace wearing a down jacket, extremely uncomfortable. Despite Zhang Yi pointing a gun at her, she quickly took off her thick down jacket, craving for a bit of coolness. She gasped for breath, tears welling up in her eyes, her heart filled with excitement. This warmth was just too comfortable. Such a cozy temperature is the best environment for human survival, and she had long missed enjoying this simple happiness. "Have you forgotten? This is my home. You have not yet passed my test," Zhang Yi coldly reminded her. It was then that Zhou Kei realized the man in front of her. Zhang Yi kept the gun steady, while Zhou Kei tried to force a smile. "You are too cautious. I have followed your instructions, eliminated your enemies. Isn't that enough to gain your trust?" Zhang Yi replied indifferently, "Eliminating them was not just for me, you also need to survive. It's just to prove your worth, a basic requirement as my assistant. Next, you need to prove your harmlessness." Zhang Yi pointed out the issue concisely. In the hardships of the apocalypse, he did not easily trust anyone, because in this era, human nature could disappear. He only trusted himself. That was his rule for survival in the apocalypse. Zhou Kei felt somewhat helpless. She had acted according to Zhang Yi's instructions, but didn't know how to earn his trust. However, she was unwilling to leave this warm place. "Then how can I prove that I am harmless to you?" Zhou Kei pleaded, staring at Zhang Yi with eyes full of earnestness and longing. Zhang Yi asked cautiously, "You don't have any hidden weapons on you, right?" Zhou Kei raised her hands helplessly. "Look, how could someone like me possibly conceal dangerous weapons?" Zhang Yi's expression was cold as he waved the gun in his hand. "Hands up." Zhang Yi wanted to frisk her, making sure Zhou Kei had no weapons on her. Zhou Kei felt a bit embarrassed, but understood she had no right to argue. Zhang Yi's home was just too warm. It was like heaven compared to her past living environment. If one wants something, they must pay the price. She knew this well. "Okay, I understand." Zhou Kei gathered her courage and complied with Zhang Yi's request. She smartly knew that one must give in order to receive. Zhang Yi stared at her intently, in case she suddenly pulled out a deadly weapon. It was for safety reasons. He was an upright person. Zhou Kei slowly raised her hands, standing by the door as Zhang Yi carefully searched her. "Can I go now?" Zhou Kei asked after Zhang Yi confirmed she was not carrying any weapons. Zhang Yi glanced at the medicine box on the ground and gently said to Zhou Kei, "I suggest you take a bath first." Zhou Kei's cheeks turned even redder. She realized that she hadn't bathed for a long time, and there might be a slight odor on her body, but it was understandable. Feeling shy, She hurried into the bathroom as if to hide. Zhang Yi found some women's clothing in the alternate space and gently threw it outside the bathroom. There's a clean set of clothes here. You can change into them yourself. He selected a set of clothing according to Zhou Kei's size. Try it on and see if it fits. If not, I'll find something else. Zhang Yi, who had long managed the warehouse, had developed a pair of sharp eyes. He could tell Zhou Kei's clothing size at a glance. In the bathroom, Zhou Kei softly responded. Then the sound of water splashing filled the room. Zhang Yi walked to the medicine box, carefully opened it, and checked inside. He found that there was very little left, just a few rolls of gauze that were almost used up and 2 unopened syringes. After some thought, Zhang Yi picked up the syringes and put them into the alternate space, then gently closed the medicine box. He sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for Zhou Kei to finish her bath, preparing to continue the conversation with her. In the bathroom, Zhou Kei turned on the shower, and hot water streamed down from above. Tears glistened in her excited eyes. People often only cherish what they have lost. Before the Doomsday arrived, she had never realized the importance of the trivial details in daily life. The progress of human civilization had made life more convenient and therefore more precious. Due to not bathing for half a month, Zhou Kei washed particularly carefully this time. After half an hour of washing, she suddenly realized that this was Zhang Yi's home, so she sped up the bathing process. After all, water resources were extremely precious now. Zhang Yi did not complain or urge her, as he had a very ample water supply. Even in extreme situations, there was plenty of ice and snow outside that could be utilized. Human activities had temporarily ceased, and the natural snow water was crystal clear and even drinkable. The door clicked open. Zhang Yi looked towards the door and saw a steaming hand reaching out from inside, picking up the clothes he had placed outside. Soon, Zhou Kei came out wearing pajamas. Her wet hair hung loose behind her, exuding a thrilling beauty. Zhang Yi held a gun and ignored this beauty, his gaze still cautious. Until he was sure this woman was reliable, he dared not let down his guard. In the moment of Doomsday, both seemingly fragile women and children could pose a deadly threat. Zhou Kei said somewhat embarrassedly, "Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't bathed in a long time. I wasted your water, and aren't you mad at me?" In a stranger's house, she was cautious, especially towards the enigmatic man Zhang Yi. In such a situation, it was always wise to be cautious and respectful. She didn't want to provoke Zhang Yi and get kicked out. Once you've experienced the comfort of a safe house, who would want to go back to the icy wilderness? Zhou Kei looked at Zhang Yi, who still remained vigilant, secretly admiring his composure in surviving the apocalypse. Zhang Yi gestured for her to sit down, pointing to the sofa next to him, with the gun already in his hand. Zhou Kei obediently sat down on the sofa 2 meters away from Zhang Yi, crossing her hands on her knees like a well-behaved child. Zhang Yi coldly told her, "I let you stay here because you have some value to me, but remember, this is my territory. You can stay here out of my kindness. You must strictly obey my orders, or I will not hesitate to kick you out. If I find any suspicious behavior from you, I will not hesitate to get rid of you." Zhou Kei listened to Zhang Yi's ruthless words and sighed inwardly. He is truly ruthless. She understood the reason behind Zhang Yi's actions, but perhaps a little kindness from him would have touched her. She didn't know that Zhang Yi had been gentle before, only to end up betrayed. Zhang Yi pointed to a room. Besides his master bedroom, there were 2 guest rooms. He told Zhou Kei, "You will stay in that room. But be aware, the whole house is under surveillance, you have no privacy. The door is a security door, only I have the key. You can only go out during the allowed time. If you have any objections, you can leave now." How could Zhou Kei leave? Despite the harsh conditions, this place was a paradise compared to the cruel outside world. She nodded and promised, "I will follow your arrangements." Zhou Kei's obedience pleased Zhang Yi greatly. He praised, "You are a smart woman. It's easy to get along with you. If it were soft girls like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, they would probably cry and make a scene. They brought it upon themselves, dying in the apocalypse." Zhang Yi put down the gun, softened his tone slightly, and said to Zhou Kei, "You are smart. It will be easier for us to get along in the future. The outside world is hell. Only by relying on me can you have a chance to survive. I will tell you a secret. You must listen carefully. Zhou Kei looked at him in surprise. A secret? You are willing to tell me? She felt that for someone as cautious as Zhang Yi, there must be a profound reason behind sharing a secret with her. Zhang Yi said, I'm telling you this secret to ensure your loyalty to me. If it leaks out, I'm not afraid. This world is difficult to survive in. No one can threaten me. He shrugged. The people who wanted to harm me before have all been taken care of by me, as you have seen. Zhou Kei nodded, gazing at him earnestly, eager to hear the secret. Zhang Yi calmly continued. The cause of this snow disaster, as you may have seen online, was due to a gamma-ray burst triggered by a supernova explosion. This type of radiation may have certain effects on the human body, even leading to mutations. Therefore, Zhang Yi possesses a superpower, which is having an independent alternate space. Unaffected by Zhou Kei's surprised gaze, Zhang Yi continued to explain, the reason I can live so freely and happily is because my space stores a large amount of supplies. Otherwise, this house alone wouldn't be able to hold so many supplies, as you can see. So, it's because I'm alive that you can share these supplies. Only then do we have food to eat and hot water for bathing. If I die, this house will soon become as ordinary as the others. You will also go hungry. Although Zhang Yi doesn't fully trust Zhou Kei, even though he knows she is a kind person, he only believes in interests, not in humanity. Because humanity can be twisted, sometimes without much effort. Only by telling Zhou Kei, I am alive, so you can survive, will she become completely part of his interest community. To gain Zhou Kei's trust, Zhang Yi took out a long sandwich from the alternate space and threw it to Zhou Kei on the spot. Watching Zhang Yi seemingly perform magic to produce bread from thin air, Zhou Kei's surprised expression finally showed a hint of trust. Superpowers? Do they really exist? Looking at the bread in her hand, she swallowed nervously, not daring to eat it immediately, but waiting for Zhang Yi's instructions. This piece of bread is so big that it's enough to feed 2 families for a big meal. Not to mention she hasn't eaten for 2 days. Zhang Yi gently said, go ahead and eat, it's for you. Zhou Kei couldn't hold back anymore and took a big bite. Seeing her eating hurriedly, Zhang Yi worried she might choke, so he poured her a glass of water. Zhou Kei devoured the bread. A fast food she used to look down on, now moved her to tears. Oh my, why is this piece of bread so delicious? Zhang Yi then softly told her the rules here. I don't trust you enough, so you must learn to discipline yourself. Cleaning, cooking, these things don't need my special instructions. The sewer is frozen, so when you go to the toilet, use a special plastic bag and throw it out of the window from the hidden compartment. From now on, this will be your responsibility. In other words, you'll be my maid. You'll exchange labor for a comfortable living environment and food. Remember that? Laziness is not tolerated in my house. After Zhou Kei finished eating hastily, she nodded repeatedly, I understand. Master. She shyly addressed him. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. This girl knows how to play the part. No wonder she became a chief physician at such a young age. Watching her eat and drink to her heart's content, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Leaning on his chin, his gaze rested on her fair neck. You know, among all the people in this building, you and I are not the most familiar, yet I chose you. Zhou Kei pursed her lips. Because I am a doctor. Even though you lack nothing, you can't guarantee that you won't get sick or injured. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. That's one reason. Despite being healthy, one must always be prepared for the unexpected. He took out a half bottle of red wine from under the coffee table, as if performing magic, and produced 2 tall glasses. After filling both glasses with red wine, he pushed one towards Zhou Kei. Do you know what this moment is for? Zhou Kei took the glass of wine, hesitated for a moment, took a sip, and a hint of insight flashed in her eyes. She understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As a woman, especially a woman as beautiful as she was, she knew this well. Zhou Kei gently placed the glass on the table and slowly stood up. In front of Zhang Yi, she confidently untied her bathrobe. Zhang Yi, without any hesitation, had been suppressing too much negative energy for the past half-month and was in desperate need of release. So today, they finally decided to let go and free themselves. The long night made Zhou Kei find it difficult to fall asleep. Finally, she found a warm and comfortable room that allowed her to rest peacefully for the first time after the apocalypse. Zhang Yi locked the door from the outside and kept the only key safe. He knew that even though Zhou Kei was a kind person, he had to stay alert and make sure she wouldn't pose any threat to him. After taking a shower, he returned to the bedroom to rest. Upon waking up, Zhang Yi felt refreshed and his eyes brighter. Having a woman by his side added a touch of joy to his life. He realized that being alone in the apocalypse could lead to mental breakdown as humans are social animals. However, Zhou Kei had to be obedient and harmless. Glancing at the monitor and seeing Zhou Kei still asleep, he decided to wake her up. Due to exhaustion, Zhou Kei was in a deep sleep and didn't wake up. Zhang Yi got dressed, tidied up, and went to the living room to prepare breakfast. He took out food from another dimension and placed it on the coffee table before knocking on Zhou Kei's door. Despite having control over everything in the room, he remained polite. Zhou Kei softly responded, saying she would be right there. Zhang Yi picked up a beef and cheeseburger and walked to the window. The large chunk of ice next door had grown even bigger overnight, covered in a layer of snow white with 10 twisted bodies faintly visible inside. Zhou Kei stepped out of her room, seeing Zhang Yi, her face slightly blushing. As a medical doctor, she always maintained elegance and kept a certain distance from men. However, in the apocalypse, she unexpectedly found herself exchanging her body with a stranger. Looking at Zhang Yi's handsome and calm appearance, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Zhang Yi was fond of Zhou Kei, who wouldn't appreciate a beautiful and graceful woman. But love takes time to cultivate. Perhaps they would develop feelings for each other slowly after establishing trust. In the apocalypse, people needed emotional support to sustain themselves. Zhang Yi gestured for Zhou Kei to enjoy the breakfast on the table, which turned out to be steaming hot burgers, fried chicken, and fries that Zhang Yi had pre-ordered from a fast food restaurant before the apocalypse. Fortunately, the preservation function of another dimension kept them warm and fresh. Zhou Kei felt a wave of hunger rushing through her. Unable to resist, she swallowed her saliva and headed straight for a hamburger, devouring it with great relish. Fast food that she used to look down upon was now incredibly delicious, almost bringing tears to her eyes. In less than 10 minutes, she had polished off the meal. Zhou Kei lay back comfortably in her chair, satisfied and let out a contented burp. She noticed Zhang Yi looking at her with a hint of mockery in his smile. Blushing with embarrassment, she covered her mouth, her face turning red. However, Zhang Yi seemed unfazed. He asked, "Are you full?" Zhou Kei tilted her head and replied earnestly, "Not yet. But eating too much at once can cause stomach problems. Let's finish up quickly and then I'll come help." Zhang Yi gestured towards outside. Zhou Kei obediently walked over. Zhang Yi took out 2 sets of cold weather gear from the space. Zhou Kei widened her eyes. Although she had seen it before, she still found it amazingly magical. Her determination to follow Zhang Yi grew stronger. In a world where only a few survived the apocalypse, following someone strong could increase her chances of survival. Zhang Yi handed Zhou Kei a set of cold weather gear to put on, and he also got dressed. Curiously, Zhou Kei asked, "What are we going to do?" Zhang Yi pointed to a block of ice on the balcony and said, "Go smash that block of ice." Zhou Kei couldn't help but shiver. The bodies of those people had already merged with the ice. Smashing the ice would also mutilate their bodies. They were already dead, so why do this? Zhang Yi shrugged. "Maybe I just simply dislike them." Seeing Zhou Kei's surprised expression, Zhang Yi explained with a smile, "Almost everyone in this building wanted to harm me, trying to take my room and supplies. I have to let them know, I'm not someone to mess with. Even though they think I'm just a coward hiding at home. I don't care what they think, but it doesn't hurt to leave an impression on them." Another reason Zhang Yi didn't mention was that he was a person who sought revenge. Chen Zhenghao had tried to harm him multiple times, and Zhang Yi was furious. But he thought simply letting them freeze to death was too easy on them. Zhou Kei seemed to sense something. Pointing at herself, she asked, "Are you going to make me do it again?" She felt speechless. It seemed that from beginning to end, the responsibility of tricking Chen Zhenghao fell on her alone. Now that Chen Zhenghao was dead, why was Zhang Yi still so cautious? Zhang Yi said seriously, "This is called being cautious." Zhou Kei rolled her eyes, unable to help but cry out in exasperation. She silently complained. How could there be such a cautious person in the world? She was not a fool. Why would she do something that harmed others and not herself? But Zhang Yi didn't mind, indicating for her to pick up a baseball bat. Zhou Kei noticed that when Zhang Yi handed her the baseball bat, his body was clearly in a defensive stance. She was extremely annoyed, feeling speechless about Zhang Yi's excessive caution. Although she acted reluctantly, her body language undeniably showed her honesty. She took the baseball bat, climbed over the fence, and arrived at the neighboring balcony. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi took out his phone and started recording a video. At that moment, she displayed bravery and determination, even though she might have felt a bit nervous inside. Her actions were full of adventurous spirit and curiosity about the unknown, making one can't help but admire her courage and determination. Zhou Kei raised the baseball bat in her hand, staring at the huge block of ice in front of her, determined to smash it without hesitation. As a woman who had studied medicine before, she didn't have a strong aversion to handling corpses. Crack, the ice shattered as she brought the bat down with force. Her palm stung from the impact, making her suck in a breath of cold air and reluctantly release the bat. Frowning slightly, Zhou Kei rubbed her palm, marveling at the hardness of the ice block. Without waiting for Zhang Yi to speak, she walked into the room and emerged with a heavy iron hammer in her hand. This is much better, she declared firmly. Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment, realizing he may have underestimated this woman before him. Zhou Kei raised the hammer and struck down fiercely. With not much water sprinkled and the ice layer not too thick, plus Zhou Kei's strength, a large chunk of ice indeed shattered. Zhang Yi recorded the scene with his phone. After Zhou Kei smashed the hammer down for the first time, her courage grew and she no longer felt fear. With a series of cracking sounds, the lump of ice was now completely shattered. Inside the ice block, the colorful fragments scattered on the ground. However, only Zhang Yi knew the true significance of this. After completing Zhang Yi's request, Zhou Kei struggled to climb back up. What's the point of recording this video? Zhou Kei asked curiously as she changed clothes. Zhang Yi smirked and sent the video to the homeowners group. Zhou Kei suddenly realized, so you want to establish your authority in the homeowners group so they won't dare to disturb you? Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Not only that, I also want to replace Chen Zhenghao in their hearts. The neighbors feared Chen Zhenghao more than they feared him because Chen Zhenghao had guns and had broken into their homes, stealing their supplies. Even if Zhang Yi killed more people, they still saw him as a creepy and weak guy. Zhang Yi wanted to take control and be prepared to leave this place in the future. Zhou Kei nodded in support of Zhang Yi's actions. As Zhang Yi rested on the sofa, he checked the chat group's updates. Zhou Kei obediently leaned against Zhang Yi, like a cute little cat. Her head rested on Zhang Yi's shoulder as they observed the reactions in the homeowners group together. Their interaction seemed like that of a couple deeply in love. Zhou Kei's feelings for Zhang Yi stemmed from her dependence on him, a natural aspect of female nature. However, for Zhang Yi, she was more like a loyal servant at the moment. As for their feelings, they would address them later, and if genuine emotions arose, he wouldn't reject them. But emotions wouldn't become everything between them. Recently, there seemed to be some issues with the internet. It took a long time to upload a 1-minute video. It appeared that the heavy snow had affected the nearby base stations. However, as a world-renowned infrastructure powerhouse, Wagwo still led the world in the field of communications. Therefore, communication was not completely interrupted, only remote communication was somewhat disrupted. The neighbors clicked to watch the video out of curiosity. Seeing the miserable fate of Chen Zhenghao and others, many couldn't help but burst into laughter with tears streaming down their faces. Chen Zhenghao has finally left this world. Xiaoqui, you can rest assured now. Finally, he's gone. We can go out again. That despicable guy has finally received his due punishment. Ha ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, sigh. Chen Zhenghao has left a deep hatred in the hearts of the neighbors. If it weren't for him triggering a series of tragedies, the people in this community would not have suffered such great harm. They lost their loved ones, close friends, and partners, all because of Chen Zhenghao's cruel actions. The depth of this hatred is beyond words. Zhang Yi posted a message in the social group, announcing that Chen Zhenghao had passed away, and the culprit was him, Zhang Yi, who personally killed him. Zhou Kei looked at him with a hint of resentment, thinking to herself, isn't this what I should have done? Zhang Yi continued, saying that from now on, he would be in charge of managing this community. The neighbors then remembered that the video was posted by Zhang Yi, and Zhou Kei also appeared in the video. Zhang Yi, you killed Chen Zhenghao with your own hands? You're amazing. Thank you for helping us get rid of that hateful demon. Zhang Yi, do you have any food left at home? I'm starving. I've lost my son, and my daughter is gone. But, I still want to live. Zhang Yi, do you have any leftover food at home? Please give me some. I'm willing to do anything. The neighbors saw Zhang Yi and immediately started pleading. In their eyes, the name Zhang Yi equated to abundant resources, a guarantee for survival. Zhang Yi felt somewhat helpless looking at them, seemingly not afraid of himself. He turned to Zhou Kei and asked, I killed Chen Zhenghao, why aren't they afraid of me? Zhou Kei replied without hesitation, because compared to that madman Chen Zhenghao, you are a kind person. Zhang Yi pointed to himself in a puzzled manner, am I really a kind person? Don't praise me too much. However, Zhou Kei earnestly said, in my eyes, you are a kind person. Because you have never actively harmed others. As for Chen Zhenghao, he deserves it. Zhang Yi smiled wryly, not considering himself a kind person, but at least not a bad person at the moment. This was because he had not been pushed to the brink, still retaining a basic moral bottom line. Just then, someone sent a voice message. Zhang Yi, has Zhou Kei moved into your house? Why is it only Zhou Kei who can enter your house? Why not let me in? They found a blind spot. That Zhou Kei in the video seemed to be helping Zhang Yi. So, they suspected that the two might be involved. Many people felt angry. They dreamt of entering Zhang Yi's house. They heard there was a fireplace, a warm and cozy place. The house was filled with various supplies, enough to last for years. In the past, they had tried to force their way in, but all ended in failure. Zhou Kei's actions gave them a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi, I can do what Zhou Kei can do, and even better. Please let me into your house too. Zhang Yi, I've actually liked you all along. Can you be my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, even though I'm a man, for you, I'm willing to. Zhang Yi and Zhou Kei were both shocked and felt a sense of crisis at the same time. As a doctor and a woman, Zhou Kei is not an indispensable presence. Especially in terms of love, she clearly lacks experience. She began to worry. If Zhang Yi meets someone better, will he abandon her? Zhou Kei made up her mind to show her worth and rely closely on Zhang Yi. The neighbors around envied, jealous, and hated Zhou Kei, all requesting Zhang Yi to play with them. Especially Feng Yuqing. When she heard the news, she almost went crazy. Feng Yuqing is now in a messy room, looking like a madman. Despite Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Zhe Jialiang having passed away for many days, Feng Yuqing still holds hope in her heart. She believes that one day she can go to Zhang Yi's home and enjoy a good life. Trembling hands, she typed with cracked fingertips on the keyboard, sending a message to Zhang Yi. Brother, since Chen Zhenghao has passed away, can Qinger be with you now? You promised to let Qinger live a happy life, don't you dare change your mind. Everything of yours belongs to me. Zhang Yi was surprised to find out that Feng Yuqing was still alive. He coldly asked, you're not dead yet? A glint flashed in Feng Yuqing's eyes. So Zhang Yi thought I was dead. That's why he let Zhou Kei into his life. Now that he knows I'm still alive, he will definitely abandon her. Excitedly, she said to Zhang Yi, brother, Qinger is still alive and well. You used to love Qinger so much, you won't change your mind, right? Don't let Zhou Kei stay by your side, let me go instead. I am the one who loves you the most. Just then, Wang Min and Lin Caning noticed Feng Yuqing's abnormality. They saw the glint in Feng Yuqing's eyes and immediately understood that she was communicating with Zhang Yi. They hurried over, their faces contorted, and said to Feng Yuqing, don't think you can live a good life alone. We are here waiting for you. The three of them fought over a cell phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Caning said, Zhang Yi, what Feng Yuqing can do, I can do, even better. I am more considerate than her. I won't treat you as a backup plan. Wang Min also joined in. Zhang Yi, even though I'm a bit older, I know how to cherish someone. Young girls don't understand tenderness. Please give me a chance. Zhang Yi listened to their argument and laughed. Meanwhile, Zhou Kei felt even more nervous, clinging tightly to Zhang Yi's arm, afraid he would leave. Zhou Kei took the initiative to approach Zhang Yi, filling him with a sense of happiness and warmth. Although Zhang Yi was not easily swayed by women, he also yearned for tenderness and affection. Zhou Kei's beauty undoubtedly had a fatal attraction to him, and he was immersed in the sweet process of her approaching him. A hint of teasing emerged in Zhang Yi's heart. He couldn't help but imagine how furious Feng Yuqing would be if she saw him and Zhou Kei being so intimate. So, without hesitation, he picked up his phone and took a selfie of the two of them. In the photo, Zhou Kei was leaning against him, holding onto his arm tightly. He then sent the photo to Feng Yuqing. "Qinger, you have a kind heart. But unfortunately, you came too late. I have found someone more suitable. You will bless us, won't you?" Feng Yuqing desperately tried to regain control of the phone. Ding! The three of them looked at the message prompt on the phone screen simultaneously. For them, each message from Zhang Yi was a lifeline. However, they saw the intimate appearance of Zhou Kei and Zhang Yi, clearly becoming a couple. Zhou Kei's education, talent, and appearance all made them feel inferior. Feng Yuqing, with a low education background, was just a warehouse clerk. Compared to high-quality beauties like Zhou Kei, she felt inadequate. Jealousy burned in her heart, consuming all reason. "Brother Zhang Yi, no. You can't treat me like this. Qinger deeply loves you, she is sincere. She must be deceiving you, she doesn't truly like you. Please give me a chance. I will prove that I am the one who truly loves you." Zhang Yi sneered, "No need. Kei and I are in love. She is much better than you. How could I give her up for you? Do you think you are qualified? So, it's best for us not to contact each other in the future. I'm afraid she will misunderstand." Zhang Yi knew his words would surely enrage Feng Yuqing, as he understood that he was her last hope in the apocalypse. To personally strangle all hope of a person, how wonderful it was. Especially in this way, Feng Yuqing considered herself a goddess, believing she only belonged to the role of being pursued by men. However, today, another woman had taken away the man she thought she owned. Moreover, that woman was indeed more outstanding and beautiful than her. The pain and despair were overwhelming. She regretted not marrying an excellent man like Zhang Yi. Sure enough, Feng Yuqing was on the verge of collapse, letting out hysterical screams. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Zhang Yi, you were clearly my admirer. You worshipped me for 2 years. Why now that I take the initiative, you no longer serve me? That despicable woman. Why did she take away my things? You all deserve to die." Lin Caning and Wang Min saw Zhang Yi's message, pointing at Feng Yuqing and laughing heartily. "Haha, this self-righteous fool. This is the retribution you deserve." Her former best friend Lin Caning gritted her teeth and condemned, her eyes full of disdain. Feng Yuqing's eyes were filled with tears as she thought about sending a message to Zhang Yi, only to discover that she had been blocked by him. This undoubtedly meant that Zhang Yi had resolutely chosen to have no further interaction with her. Soon, she would perish in the apocalypse, while Zhang Yi's satisfaction came from her pain and humiliation. Putting down his phone, Zhang Yi's face was filled with a happy smile. The more she suffered, the more pleased he felt. Zhou Kei leaned against him, curiously looking up at him. Zhang Yi turned his head, and their eyes met in the air. His brows furrowed slightly as he tightly held her delicate hand. "Do you think I'm cruel?" Zhou Kei's breath suddenly became rapid, her face showing a nervous yet excited blush. You must have your reasons," she stammered. Zhang Yi's gaze became profound. Flashes of being betrayed by Feng Yuqing in the previous life crossed his mind. Giving everything for her, only to be betrayed and surrounded by neighbors and killed. The bone-deep pain was indescribable. As long as you understand, Zhang Yi didn't want to explain further, as that past had nothing to do with Zhou Kei. After getting rid of Chen Zhenghao, the surroundings finally became much quieter, at least no longer disturbed and monitored every day. Chen Zhenghao didn't know that Zhang Yi's main reason for deciding to kill him was simply because he was too annoying. The atmosphere slightly eased, no longer as oppressive. Zhang Yi understood that this was just a surface phenomenon, as human nature became distorted with the approach of the apocalypse. Even without Chen Zhenghao, those already addicted to cannibalism might still harm each other. But what did that have to do with him? One morning, after getting up, Zhang Yi went to Zhou Kei's door and helped her open it. Blushing, Zhou Kei went to wash up, then busied herself preparing breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her cooking skills were average, but still better than Zhang Yi's. Occasionally, when Zhang Yi wanted home-cooked meals, he would let her cook. Of course, before eating, Zhang Yi would always let Zhou Kei taste it first before using his chopsticks. During meals, Zhang Yi would check WeChat and some remaining news apps. Nowadays, the few remaining operating apps were mostly official. In the harsh climate, most people struggled to survive. However, the higher-ups had long had disaster response plans in place to ensure the survival of certain so-called important figures. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face in the WeChat group. It was the troublemaker, Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, the snow disaster is about to pass. My brother is an official in Jiangnan province, and he told me, "You all need to listen to me, or I will make you all perish. Do you understand? Bring me food now." However, no one in the group paid any attention to her. She had gone mad, but the fact that she had survived until now was truly a miracle. "I remember Chen Zhenghao initially targeted her," Zhang Yi said indifferently. Sitting across from him, Zhou Kei couldn't hide her sadness. When the master went to visit Lin Xiaohu, who was seriously ill, he felt deep sympathy for the helpless patients in the hospital. Therefore, he generously donated some essential items for daily life. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhou Kei upon hearing her words. Worried that Zhang Yi might misunderstand her, Zhou Kei quickly explained that when the snow disaster had just begun, she had thought it would end soon. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, placed his phone on the table, and crossed his hands in front of his chest. "The issue is not about that," he said. "You must have run out of supplies you received a while ago, right? What has been supporting you until now?" With a piece of rib still in her mouth, Zhou Kei heard Zhang Yi's question and quietly put the rib back into the bowl. "Lin Xiaohu left us about 10 days ago due to a lack of medicine." Zhang Yi nodded. "That makes sense." He suddenly chuckled, remembering how Lin Chunxiao always used to say Lin Xiaohu was her precious gem, wanting to keep him close. It seems like she has achieved that now. Zhou Kei couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, giving Zhang Yi an annoyed glance. "I'm still eating," she said with a laugh. Seeing his prank successful, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh too. He suddenly realized that living with a woman made life more interesting. At least there was someone to chat with, making life less boring. As they were conversing, they suddenly heard shouting. They turned to look out the window of the 18th floor where they lived. About 40 meters away, a naked man stood on the balcony, arms raised, shouting into the wind. Then, he seemed to dive down like a swimmer. Zhou Kei frowned slightly and sighed. How long will this snow disaster last? In the apocalypse, suicide due to the lack of hope for the future was not uncommon. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? The changes in nature far exceed the current technological level of humanity. As long as we are alive, that's enough. Just then, Zhang Yi's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Uncle Yu, the security guard. Based on his past experience, in this life, Zhang Yi only trusted two people, Uncle Yu and Zhou Kei. They both sacrificed for others, always adhering to human moral standards. That's why he allowed Zhou Kei into his life to be his partner. Uncle Yu, on the other hand, had the second most abundant supplies in the building after Zhang Yi. To this day, his supplies were still relatively sufficient. A single man in his 40s, childless, chose to be a security guard. To save living expenses, his home was always stocked with cheap instant noodles and sausages. Zhang Yi answered the phone. "Hello, Uncle Yu." Uncle Yu stuttered on the other end. "Zhang Yi, are you okay?" Zhang Yi had known him for many years and understood that this was usually a sign of him needing help but feeling embarrassed to ask. After some consideration, if Uncle Yu needed supplies, he could consider providing some. After all, this guard had served in the army for 5 years and was agile. In the future, if needed, he could ask him for help, like defending against dangers. So, Zhang Yi was willing to offer him some assistance. "Uncle Yu, I'm fine. It's just that there's one more person in the house, so the supplies are running out a bit faster," he said, glancing at Zhou Kei. Zhou Kei's cheeks blushed slightly as she continued to focus on eating, constantly pushing the rice around in her bowl. Uncle Yu's voice gradually softened, and he hesitantly opened up about his concerns. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up, Zhang Yi, I want to ask you for help. Zhang Yi interrupted with a smile, Uncle Yu, don't be shy. As long as I can help, I will do my best. Uncle Yu hesitantly continued. Here's the thing, Xie Limei's daughter, Tang Bao, has a fever, and we're out of fever medicine at home. She's burning up, and both her mother and I are extremely worried. Do you have any medication available? As Uncle Yu's voice trembled with anticipation, Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Xie Limei to turn to Uncle Yu for help. Her insight was truly sharp, being able to accurately select one of the top candidates among the many bachelors in the building, second only to Zhang Yi. However, thinking of Xie Limei's situation in the previous life, Zhang Yi suddenly felt relieved. Despite appearing fragile and pitiful, she had lived longer than Zhang Yi, indicating that she was not as simple as she seemed. Xie Limei was not yet 30 years old, of average appearance, but with a full figure due to childbirth. Uncle Yu, a lifelong bachelor, found it hard to resist the temptation of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi decided not to meddle in other people's private affairs. If Xie Limei could get the big grump to help take care of the child, it was her skill. Zhang Yi casually said, I see, Uncle Yu, congratulations. Uncle Yu replied somewhat embarrassedly, congratulations for what? It's just living together. You know my situation. If it weren't for the current snow disaster, I wouldn't have found a wife. Zhang Yi smiled and said, I have a few boxes of medicine here. Come over later to pick them up. Although Zhang Yi's tone was indifferent, the mention of a few boxes hinted at a crucial piece of information. She actually didn't have a lot of fever medicine on hand. Yet, even in these harsh conditions, she unhesitatingly gave some to Uncle Yu. Just think about how righteous Zhang Yi is and how kind she is to others. Uncle Yu was so moved that he couldn't find the words to express his gratitude. He stammered, Zhang Yi, how can I thank you for this? You've helped me out twice already. You, bow here that I will not refuse if you need anything. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Uncle Yu, you're being too polite. We've known each other for many years, and to me, you're like family. Don't be shy. Come get the medicine soon. Across the table, Zhou K'er pouted, mischievously looking at Zhang Yi and even making a funny face. She then realized that beneath Zhang Yi's calm and serious demeanor, there was such a cunning side. After hanging up the phone, Zhou K'er curiously asked, Is your relationship with Uncle Yu really that good? Zhang Yi picked up her chopsticks and casually replied, Relationships between people are often built on mutual benefit. Uncle Yu is a kind and capable person, and having him owe me a favor might come in handy in the future. When mentioning this matter, Zhang Yi paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and then said, Deep down, I also don't want to see that light of humanity on him dimming in this apocalyptic world. It's such a precious quality. The look in Zhang Yi's eyes revealed his longing for and cherishing of the goodness of human nature. After a moment, Zhang Yi heard knocking at the door. Uncle Yu's voice came through. Zhang Yi, it's you Jigwang. Are you home? He habitually checked the surveillance footage. But soon, Zhang Yi frowned. It wasn't just Uncle Yu at the door, there was also a woman holding a child. Despite her thick down jacket, Zhang Yi immediately recognized the mom, Xie Limei. What was she here for? Although Zhang Yi had a good impression of Uncle Yu, he was not familiar with Xie Limei. His past experiences made him wary of this lady. Standing up, Zhang Yi walked to the door. Zhou K'er just glanced over. After all, in this house, Zhang Yi was the host. He didn't open the door, instead asking, Is it Uncle Yu? Uncle Yu confirmed and nodded. At this point, Xie Limei interjected, Zhang Yi, our little sugar is running a high fever that won't go down, please help us. Her voice was teary. Zhang Yi took out the prepared medicine and handed it to her. Quickly give the child the medicine. Being sick is no small matter. Uncle Yu hastily picked up the medicine, thanking profusely. Thank you so much. Xie Limei took the medicine and suddenly requested, Zhang Yi, I have a request. Can the baby stay at your place for a while? Your house has a fireplace, warmer than ours. I'm worried the baby might catch a cold. Uncle Yu was a bit embarrassed, as he was unaware of this before coming. Xie Lime's request put him in a dilemma, but looking at her pleading eyes, he couldn't refuse. In the room, Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Taking advantage, he calmly said, "Sorry, it's inconvenient to accommodate right now. Plus, the heating in the house is insufficient, not much warmer than outside." He wasn't swayed by emotions. Xie Lime may have had good intentions for the child, but Zhang Yi was not willing to take on extra responsibilities. Uncle Yu quietly advised Xie Lime. "Zhang Yi has already been very considerate. Let's go back and wear more clothes, don't catch a cold." Xie Lime wiped away her tears and lamented, "How would a man like you understand? The baby is so small and very fragile." She turned to Zhang Yi. "I know this request is a bit much, please forgive me." Cheryl was in a panic, knowing she had no other options left. She decided to make a bold request to Zhang Yi, hoping to stay at his place for a while. Knowing Zhang Yi's kind heart, she didn't hesitate to ask. Uncle Yu was also involved, as Cheryl carefully planned to start with a small request before making a bigger one to touch Zhang Yi's heart. However, she underestimated Zhang Yi's stubbornness. Standing at the door with his arms crossed, Zhang Yi firmly refused Cheryl's request. He explained that in this apocalyptic moment, he was already scared enough and couldn't risk letting strangers into his territory. Uncle Yu nodded silently, looking gratefully at Zhang Yi, feeling guilty and unwilling to cause him more trouble. Cheryl couldn't argue with Zhang Yi's firm attitude, only tearfully expressing her helplessness. Despite Cheryl's reluctance, she knew Zhang Yi's bottom line. Uncle Yu realized they couldn't push further, so he took Cheryl aside and sternly told her not to bother Zhang Yi anymore. Seeing this, Cheryl quickly put on a look of grievance, trying to ease the tension. Uncle Yu apologized to Zhang Yi, expressing gratitude. Zhang Yi understood their predicament and showed a supportive attitude. Watching Uncle Yu and Cheryl leave through the surveillance cameras, Zhang Yi returned to the table to talk with Zhou Ke. He mentioned Cheryl's troubles, and Zhou Ke nonchalantly responded that such people were not uncommon. Zhang Yi agreed but was concerned that Cheryl might disrupt their relationship. He didn't want Cheryl's presence to affect the rapport between him and Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi was cautious about Cheryl and didn't want her to cause more trouble in his life. At the very least, she harbored a covetous desire for Zhang Yi's house and possessions in her heart. Uncle Yu returned home with Xie Lime and the child. After closing the door, he frowned and said, "What's the meaning of what you just said? How can you let others help take care of the child? The situation outside is chaotic now, and no one can be sure of others' true identities. Giving the child medicine shows that he is a trustworthy person. Why are you still so greedy?" Xie Lime sat on the bed holding the child, feeding the child medicine and unbuttoning her shirt to help the child swallow the medication with breast milk. She didn't argue with Uncle Yu, but softly said, "Isn't everything I do for the child? You also know that the only motivation in my life now is this baby. If something happens to the child, what meaning is there for me to live on?" Tears streamed down her face again. Uncle Yu turned to see her snowy chest, feeling soft yet firm in his heart. His tone softened, saying, "I do understand your thoughts, but as a person, at least one should know how to be grateful. Think about how Zhang Yi helped me twice. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have thought of preparing supplies in advance, and it would have been difficult for me to survive until now. I, Yu Jigwang, must find a way to repay this great favor." Just then, Xie Lime spoke softly. "Actually, I think you don't need to be so grateful to Zhang Yi. At least he still has some guard against you, doesn't he?" Uncle Yu was taken aback, saying excitedly, "What are you talking about?" Xie Lime continued calmly, "Think about it, if he really trusted you, he should have opened the door when we arrived and let us in to sit for a while. But the medicine was thrown out of the window, giving no face. Isn't he warning you?" Uncle Yu was a bit displeased. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't twist people's good intentions into something else." Xie Lime continued calmly, "I'm not making things up. I think he may have helped you, but didn't ask for much in return. Maybe he just deliberately gave you some benefits, hoping you can serve him in the future. If he is a good person, would he use such ruthless means to kill countless neighbors? Unless he is willing to let us move into his house, then I will believe he is genuinely kind. Furthermore, his house is spacious, and our family of 3 is not too many. What's wrong with that?" Before Xie Lime could finish her sentence, Uncle Yu angrily interrupted her. "Enough. Uncle Yu's face turned red, staring angrily at her, startling her. The child in her arms also started to cry. Xie Laimei quickly hugged the child tightly, softly saying, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. What I said just now was also for your own good. At times like this, it's always better to be extra cautious." Uncle Yu coldly said, "Don't say such things in the future. I, Yu Jigwang, can still distinguish clearly. If even doubting one's benefactor, am I still considered human?" Although Uncle Yu was simple and straightforward, simplicity and foolishness are not the same. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi helped him with ulterior motives, what harm is there? In this world, there are no good deeds without a reason. He has lived for more than 40 years, worked as a security guard for more than a decade, and has seen and experienced a lot. Teresa understood Uncle Yu's anger well and knew that provoking him further would only add fuel to the fire, so she chose to remain silent. However, she did not give up on persuading Uncle Yu. The warm home of the Zhang family had always been her long-awaited dream. She looked down at the 8-month-old baby in her arms and made a firm decision. "I am willing to pay any price for the survival of my son and me." As night fell, the bright moonlight sprinkled over the silver-white land, carrying a hint of desolation and loneliness. The heavy snow had been falling for a month, sometimes heavily, sometimes with smaller snowflakes, but it remained undisturbed. The snow in the Yulu residential area had piled up to the height of the 4th floor, creating a silver-coated world. As usual, most people had already sunk into their dreams at this time. However, the entrance of Building 25 was blocked by tens of thousands of tons of snow, completely sealed off. Suddenly, the snow at the entrance seemed to loosen, and a few ice chips fell to the ground. Then, a large chunk of snow was pushed aside, revealing a shovel. Subsequently, a group of slender, not very tall individuals emerged from the opening, holding shovels, steel bars, and axes. The leader, despite looking frail, had sharp and piercing eyes. Once inside the corridor, he whispered, "Let's go, upstairs." The group cautiously climbed towards the upper floors with their tools in hand. They formed a neat formation, with some using wooden boards and frying pans as shields. When they reached the 10th floor, they coincidentally encountered a resident preparing to go downstairs to fetch snow. Without a word, a burly man struck him on the head with a shovel. Puff, blood gushed out, and the man fell to the ground without even a cry. The burly man looked at the body and asked the frail second uncle, "What should we do?" The second uncle coldly replied, "Leave him here for now, deal with it later." Following orders, the group continued their ascent towards the 2401 room on the 25th floor. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi slept soundly, while Zhou Kei'er was locked in the adjacent bedroom. The group of visitors silently reached the 24th floor, seemingly undiminished in strength despite climbing so high. Clearly, they were not ordinary people, they must have had a special status. Upon arriving at Zhang Yi's door, no one rushed to break in. The leading second uncle gestured for everyone to stop and quietly shouted behind them, "Old donkey, come here." From the back of the line, a middle-aged man wearing a gray knitted hat and carrying a gray backpack on his back walked over. The second uncle pointed at the door of the Zhang family and said, "Open the door." Old donkey nodded, skillfully took out various tools from his backpack, the most prominent of which was a rectangular object wrapped in yellow tape. After a brief flurry of activity, everyone quickly retreated into the corridor. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the entire building, waking everyone up from their dreams, including Zhang Yi. As the explosion sounded in front of him, his ears were still ringing, and his eardrums were in intense pain. The sudden roar seemed like a sharp blade piercing his eardrums, causing waves of piercing pain. His thoughts became chaotic in that moment, as if the whole world was trembling. Despite being in a nightmarish reality, he struggled to stay calm, trying to control the fear within. The uncertainty and sense of danger made his heart race, but he knew that only a calm mind could help him get through the current predicament. Amidst the explosions, he felt the challenge of life and death, but he firmly believed that he had enough courage and wisdom to overcome the difficulties ahead. Zhang Yi reacted exceptionally quickly, leaping out of bed in his pajamas and grabbing his pistol from another dimension, safety off and ready in hand. He picked up his phone and checked the external surveillance footage. The living room was undisturbed, but in Zhou Kei's room, she looked terrified, tightly wrapped in a blanket, trembling in the corner. Everything was calm inside, and Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to the monitor outside. A quick scan revealed a dozen or so suspicious-looking individuals. They were armed with various tools like shovels, steel bars, wooden planks, and axes. One particular wooden plank caught Zhang Yi's attention, as it was a familiar red 3-layer board commonly used at construction sites. He distinctly remembered that there were no construction workers in their building. However, next door at 26#, there was a group of over 20 workers from a nearby construction site, residing in company-rented housing. As the smoke cleared, these people hurried to the door to check the explosion's effect. They clearly had premeditated the attack and aimed directly at Zhang Yi. His gaze turned icy as he realized that news of his wealth had already spread. Outside, Uncle and the others were dumbfounded to see the heavy metal door unscathed. "Old donkey, why did you have to create such a mess? You can't even blow the door open." The nearby workers angrily questioned Old Donkey. Old Donkey hadn't anticipated this outcome. "This doesn't make sense. There's nothing wrong with the explosives I prepared. Maybe they got damp." Old Donkey was the explosives expert in the construction team, but he used rudimentary methods. Therefore, despite the grandeur of his explosives, they were far less powerful compared to those made by professional explosives technicians. Otherwise, even if he couldn't blow open Zhang Yi's door, he could destroy the surrounding walls. In short, the threat was minimal but highly intimidating. Zhang Yi confirmed through a mobile app that his house was unharmed, finally relaxing. However, the fire of anger in his heart burned fiercely. These people wanted to put him in a life-threatening situation. So, he would let them taste death first. Outside, the crowd continued to complain, with some attempting to break the door with shovels. Unnoticed by them, a small window suddenly opened at the top of the metal door. Zhang Yi lit a Molotov cocktail and threw it outside. The flames blazed instantly. Still seething with anger, Zhang Yi retrieved several bottles of white liquid from another dimension, nearly transparent white phosphorus dissolved in sulfur dioxide. These were simplified versions of white phosphorus grenades. White phosphorus grenades, known as the fire of hell, burn at temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius, capable of destroying all living organisms within a certain range. The explosion of white phosphorus grenades produces intense light and splashing flame fragments that are difficult to remove from the skin, causing horrifying wounds. Not only do they have a terrifying killing power, but they also inflict immense psychological shock. Internationally, the use of white phosphorus grenades is prohibited. However, Zhang Yi paid no attention to these regulations. As long as it effectively eliminates the enemy, he has no reservations. The Molotov cocktail hit the ground, the flames burning brightly, despite their limited lethality. After crossing the snow-covered road, their clothes were soaked with snowmelt and hard to ignite. However, when the Molotov cocktail ignited on the ground, sulfur dioxide evaporated rapidly, causing the white phosphorus inside to burn. In an instant, temperatures soared to over 1000 degrees in the air. Flames splashed onto their clothes, and no matter how hard they tried to put them out, it was futile. In the blink of an eye, the corridor turned into a sea of fire. Zhang Yi's actions caught everyone off guard, leaving them unable to react in such a short time. Many were troubled by the flames ignited by the white phosphorus. The down jackets and cotton clothes they wore became fuel. "Oh, please save me." The piercing screams sounded like they were from hell, burning alive, undoubtedly the most painful way to die. Even an ordinary person would feel intense pain if their fingers were burned by a match, let alone every inch of their skin being engulfed by flames. Zhang Yi felt frustrated and pulled out his gun again, firing continuously outside. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, shooting like fireworks. Soon, bodies fell one after another. Among the attackers, only 8 bodies were left in the end, with only 5 or 6 lucky enough to escape. Zhang Yi didn't pursue them, sticking to the principle of safety first. After confirming their deaths, he closed the shooting holes and then activated the air filtration system to prevent thick smoke from entering the room. Zhang Yi glanced at the gun. The bullets were all spent. He couldn't help but shake his head. This thing was really not durable. Fortunately, he didn't buy a machine gun, or all the bullets would have been used up in one go. It seemed he needed to consider getting more firearms. Before this incident, he didn't have a full understanding of the danger. But today, the workers on these floors reminded him with explosives. In the apocalypse, surviving people are not simple. The people he will face in the future will also be tough characters. If one day, an engineer carrying a large amount of explosives comes, maybe his building will be blown up. Of course, this is an exaggeration. After all, that level of explosives is not something an ordinary person can get. But this also prompted Zhang Yi to be prepared. I will definitely take care of these guys. Zhang Yi cursed through gritted teeth. He walked into Zhou Kei's room and pushed the door open. Zhou Kei was curled up in the corner, burying her head between her legs. It's okay now, Zhang Yi said to her. Zhou Kei heard Zhang Yi's voice and felt a sense of relief. Although this man was overly cautious and always seemed indifferent, at this moment, he was the warmest presence in Zhou Kei's heart. She raised her head, looked at Zhang Yi, and explained, I'm not scared, just thought there might have been an earthquake, so hiding in the corner felt safer. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly but didn't say anything. On the 24th floor, if there really was an earthquake, no matter where you hid, you would be flattened. Zhou Kei stood up and asked, what exactly happened just now? Zhang Yi sat on her bed. Before Zhou Kei moved in, this room seemed dull and even lacked bed sheets. But since she moved in, there was a touch of warmth in the room. Pink velvet blankets, yellow bed sheets. On the windowsill hung her freshly washed ink black lace lingerie and velvet-like black stockings, emitting an elegant fragrance. These details reveal her delicate attitude towards life and love for herself. The entire house, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, is meticulously cleaned by her every day, exuding a fresh scent. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling deeply moved by having such a considerate woman by his side. In this post-apocalyptic era, being able to have such a virtuous partner is truly a blessing. He knows full well that in these difficult times, a woman as virtuous as her would not have married a man like him, let alone requiring him to pay such a hefty dowry of 18.88 million. Zhang Yi told Zhou Kei about what had just happened. The group of workers were staying in the neighboring Unit 26 because there is a new development nearby, which is why they chose to rent in this area. Zhou Kei was quite curious, as our community is considered upscale. Would they really be willing to spend money renting here? Zhang Yi chuckled and said, there are 10 of them crammed into one room. How expensive do you think it would be? Zhou Kei suddenly realized and expressed her understanding. She then had a serious look on her face. In this case, they are actually more dangerous than Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenghao is just a hoodlum. In the past during peacetime, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke him, which is why he acted so arrogantly. But now, with people feeling anxious, if he didn't have a gun in his hand, he would have been taken down long ago. However, those workers are different. They do physical labor every day, have superior physical fitness, and even stronger combat capabilities than ordinary people. Moreover, they know each other. With strength in numbers, they are adept at whatever they do. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and sighed. Luckily, I took care of that fat guy who likes to play with explosives yesterday. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to sleep soundly at night. Zhou Kei asked, what should we do next? Should we seek revenge? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Of course, we should seek revenge. But I can't go in person. It's too risky to invade their territory. Look, I've already taken care of most of them, and they all know each other. Going back to find them would be walking into a trap, wouldn't it? Zhou Kei said speechlessly, but you have a gun. Even if I have a gun, what's the use? Zhang Yi said confidently, even if I take them all out, if I get hit by a shovel, I would feel like I've been taken advantage of. Zhou Kei rolled her eyes at him, you're just too cautious. But if you don't take the initiative, how can you get revenge? They don't seem to fear death at all, they're like desperados. After all, who would blow up a building in a residential area? A little carelessness could result in self-injury. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, already planning in his mind. It seems necessary to find some scapegoats for a peaceful life. He thought for a moment, picked up his phone, and opened the owner's group chat for Unit 25. At this moment, because of the recent explosion, the neighbors were all frightened and discussing in the group chat. What was that loud noise just now? Was it an earthquake, or was it under attack? The sound came from downstairs. Could it be a meteorite falling? It's possible. Otherwise how could there be such an abnormal temperature? Perhaps humans will become extinct like dinosaurs. Various speculations flooded in. Zhang Yi said, "Just now, those workers from Unit 26 broke into our building, attempting to rob us. Luckily, I found out in time and drove them away. Zhang Ming from the 16th floor has already been killed by them." The neighbors became nervous after hearing this. What? Just dealt with Chen Zhenghao, and now the gang of thugs from next door are back. They are really ruthless. I heard that fights are common at their construction site. How did the people from Unit 26 get in? Zhang Yi explained. They dug a tunnel and came up from the first floor. When someone nervously suggested sealing off the tunnel and locking the door, Zhang Yi remained calm and said, "It's useless, that kind of door can be easily broken down. Even if we block it, they can still climb in through the windows on the 4th floor." The neighbors were horrified to hear this. On that night, if Zhang Yi hadn't stepped forward to drive those people away, they might have already broken into the house and put him in mortal danger. Faced with the situation, everyone felt powerless to resist these formidable enemies. The people in the building suffered heavy losses, and the survivors were mostly the elderly, weak, women, and children. Those who used to be able to step up were almost all lying near Zhang Yi's home. Just when people were falling into despair, someone suddenly said, "Thank goodness we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you are amazing, driving away so many people all by yourself. With you here, our safety is guaranteed. You are our hero." These words made others realize the truth. At this moment, Zhang Yi became the most powerful force in their building, and he still had weapons in his hands. Letting him deal with the workers in the neighboring building was undoubtedly the best choice. Zhang Yi felt 1,000 emotions in his heart. Previously, they had always cursed and accused him in the group, calling him selfish and shameless. Many families had lost loved ones at the hands of Zhang Yi, and they hated him to the core. Yet now they were seeking his help, praising him as a hero. Did they think Zhang Yi was a fool? Zhang Yi smiled faintly and said, "I have used up a lot of weapons to fight them, and now even self-preservation is difficult. Good luck to everyone. Why should I protect you? What does your life and death have to do with me?" After saying this, Zhang Yi fell silent. The people in the group were excited, begging Zhang Yi to help. They pleaded, "Zhang Yi, you can't just watch us die. If we all die and only you two are left, you will be lonely. When we are all gone, how many people will be targeting you?" Zhang Yi looked at these words with indifference. The words made sense. How many eyes were watching him right now? After all, the video Zhang Yi posted in the group had already been spread by the neighbors. People from the outside might just be jealous, but the people in the surrounding units might seize the opportunity to rush to Building 25 and seize everything from him. However, Zhang Yi chose to remain silent. Instead, Uncle Yu sent a private message to Zhang Yi, asking if he needed help. He said, "I know those guys in Building 26. I even drank with them before. These guys actually have their eyes on you. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Zhang Yi, whatever your plan is, just tell me, I will help you deal with them." Zhang Yi smiled. Uncle Yu said, "There are quite a few of them. They originally had over 30 people, but recently, more than 10 of them have died, so there are probably only 20-something left. I know their leader, Huang Tianfeng. We've had some communication before. But these guys have gone too far, causing the death of many people in Building 26. I will never associate with these people. Uncle Yu and those workers are all from the countryside. However, the workers mix in society, while Uncle Yu spent many years in the military. Their ideological levels are simply not on the same level." According to Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi had some understanding of those workers. These workers worked under a construction company called Tianhe Group, not as formal employees, but taking on contracted work from a middleman. They worked alongside the middleman but referred to themselves as employees of Tianhe Group to save face. Therefore, they called themselves the Tianhe Gang, with the leader being the short and skinny Huang Tianfeng. Uncle Yu asked Zhang Yi if he had any plans against them and offered to help. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, knowing that it wouldn't be easy to attack the so-called Tianhe Gang. His biggest reliance was the iron fortress he was in. Once he left this safe place, facing Huang Tianfeng and others, even with weapons in hand, would be dangerous. Therefore, he told Uncle Yu that for safety reasons, He had no plans for retaliation at the moment. His own strength, even with Uncle Yu's assistance, couldn't guarantee a win. Unless he could rally the neighbors in the building to act together, there would be a chance. Uncle Yu understood Zhang Yi's intention and suggested uniting like Huang Tianfeng's group to face external threats. Zhang Yi agreed, thinking it was a good idea. So, Uncle Yu decided to propose this idea in the group to see how many people would be willing to join. However, Zhang Yi told Uncle Yu with a smile that there was no need to rush. They could wait because they had enough resources. The Tianhe gang might come for the first time, but there would surely be a second time. They had killed so many people, they would inevitably face retaliation. By then, the neighbors in the building would naturally seek their help. Uncle Yu sighed and said Zhang Yi was really smart. So, they reached an agreement to temporarily ignore the existence of the Tianhe gang. In the homeowners group, the neighbors hoped Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu would take the lead in eliminating the Tianhe gang. They praised Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as good people in a morally coercive way. However, Zhang Yi felt it was mocking and simply ignored these shameless neighbors. He knew that when the knife fell on them, they would regret it. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Yi started gathering intelligence from the outside. He wouldn't personally investigate because the resources at home had attracted too much attention, and the information obtained could be false. He asked Zhou K'er and Uncle Yu to help gather intelligence. Zhou K'er was a doctor, and Uncle Yu was a security guard, both with wide social connections. Zhang Yi wanted to know which people in Building 30 of Yuelu District posed a threat to him. This information was not hard to obtain. Just understanding whose influence was the greatest and who had the strongest combat capability would suffice. Zhou K'er diligently recorded and helped Zhang Yi compile a report detailing the enemy's force size and weapon equipment. After reading this article, Zhang Yixin felt a bit relieved. After all, Yuelu District is relatively high-end, and evil forces are not common. According to the intelligence provided by Zhou K'er and Uncle Yu, the main problems stem from two forces. The first is the Tianhe gang in Building 26. They are formed around a small construction team under the Tianhe group, with strong combat power. They mainly use shovels and steel bars instead of firearms. The bomb used against Zhang Yixin last time was made by a worker in their company who understands explosives, with limited power. However, this worker has been burned to death by Zhang Yixin and can no longer make homemade bombs. Nevertheless, it is still unknown whether they retain other weapons. Zhang Yixin decided to send some people to probe the situation and deplete their stock. In addition to the Tianhe gang, another force that caught his attention is the Crazy Wolf gang in Building 21. This is a team of young people who call themselves the Crazy Wolf gang. Although the name sounds childish, their strength should not be underestimated. According to Zhou K'er's investigation, these people include students and some idle street thugs. Most of them are around 20 years old, with about a dozen people in the team. Leaders Wang Cheng and Xiao Lu are well-known troublemakers in Yuelu District. After graduating from a third-rate university, they relied on their families for a living. Although not rich second generation, they can be considered middle class. They have always relied on their families for living because they are unwilling to work outside. Over time, they formed alliances with certain people in society. Although they were not as good as Chen Zhenghao before, they were able to grow stronger because there was no tough guy like Zhang Yixin in the building. In Zhang Yixin's view, only these two forces pose a certain threat to him. The number of residents in other units has decreased, with some unable to bear the fear of Doomsday and choosing suicide. Or they kill each other in the case of scarce resources to seek an end. Zhang Yixin told Zhou K'er to continue collecting intelligence, make sure to clarify the situation, and minimize the danger. Especially, it is crucial to find out if they possess firearms. Zhou K'er nodded gently and picked up her phone to continue gathering information. In the following days, Zhang Yixin and Uncle Yu reached a consensus and decided not to go out anymore. The Tianhe gang harbors resentment towards Zhang Yixin after their last defeat. They lost more than 8 years of brothers, and the remaining people were severely burned by the fire, with 2 of them dying due to serious injuries after returning late at night. This kind of loss is unprecedented for the Tianhe gang. They vowed to avenge their brothers and bloodbath Building 25 to end Zhang Yixin's life. However, the situation has changed. They hate Zhang Yixin the most. and they also fear him the most. After experiencing Zhang Yi's methods and feeling the defensibility of Zhang Yi's home, they dare not make any rash moves for the time being. Faced with Huang Tianfeng's crazy threats, Zhang Yi felt helpless and fearful. His neighbors became the targets of Huang Tianfeng's revenge, innocent lives facing great danger. Huang Tianfeng's words pierced Zhang Yi's heart like a sharp blade, leaving him feeling unprecedented despair and guilt. In this critical moment, Zhang Yi's inner conflict weighed heavily on him. He knew he couldn't face Huang Tianfeng's brutality alone, let alone protect his neighbors from harm. Huang Tianfeng's threats caused Zhang Yi immense pain, leaving him unsure of how to deal with the crisis. As Huang Tianfeng's conspiracy escalated, not only posing a threat to Zhang Yi but also involving his neighbors, the bloodstains in the hallway at night seemed to mock Zhang Yi's weakness. Faced with such cruel retaliation, Zhang Yi's heart was shrouded in endless guilt and fear, trapped in an unbreakable cycle of terror. However, just when Zhang Yi felt hopeless, a glimmer of determination quietly emerged in his heart. He realized he couldn't continue to passively endure the attacks. He had to stand up and protect himself and his neighbors. So, when Huang Tianfeng launched another attack, Zhang Yi resolutely stepped forward, joining his neighbors in resisting the rampant evil forces. He was determined not to be bound by fear and guilt anymore, striving to secure a chance for himself and his neighbors, no matter how challenging the road ahead may be. Huang Tianfeng, considering himself a master strategist, ruthlessly took the lives of 25 people, attempting to force Zhang Yi to show up. If this plot happened to the leading lady in a movie, she would have probably couldn't resist confronting Huang Tianfeng long ago. However, Zhang Yi felt no guilt, but rather elated. His only purpose was to let Huang Tianfeng continue his evil deeds, create more panic, and compel the neighbors to ask for his help. Indeed, just 2 days later, the neighbors couldn't bear it anymore. They saw the bloody marks left by Huang Tianfeng when he left, unanimously believing that only Zhang Yi in person could solve the current crisis. Therefore, the group started various fierce attacks on Zhang Yi, with continuous private messages and voice calls. Zhang Yi opened the group chat and looked at the neighbors' accusations. Zhang Yi, the trouble you caused, you should solve it yourself. The people from Tianhe gang were attracted by you and eliminated by you. What does it have to do with us? That's right, you reap what you sow. You can't expect us to bear the consequences for you, right? They are right. As long as you don't show up, the killings won't stop. Zhang Yi, if you have a bit of conscience left, take responsibility yourself. Can you bear to watch us die for you? After reading these messages, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. He wasn't angry because he knew the true nature of these neighbors. He casually replied a few messages in the group. It's not like I invited them. How come they came to take my life, got defeated by me, and then blamed me? You couldn't defend yourselves. Why bother me? You even admitted those people are too dangerous. Since that's the case, I won't show any weakness. My home is the safest place. Haha. After that, Zhang Yi sent a smiling face emoji. This made the neighbors in the building furious. Zhang Yi, you're safe now, what about us? You've put us in danger. Why should we bear the consequences for you? Do you still have a conscience? Facing the neighbors' accusations, Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He knew very well about their despicable nature. He coldly retorted, what does it have to do with me how you handle it? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Don't talk to me about conscience. When you invaded my home back then, which one of your homes didn't get involved? Luckily, I was tolerant enough not to break in with a gun. You all brought this upon yourselves. What are you complaining about now? Are you even qualified to talk to me about conscience? His tone was icy. Do you think I won't deal with you? Zhang Yi's last words left many speechless. They realized that Zhang Yi was not someone to mess with. Chen Zhenghao's death, being frozen into ice and then shattered, was all Zhang Yi's doing. Zhang Yi said no more, sending a message to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it's your turn to step up now. Uncle Yu replied, don't worry, I'll handle it. The owners in the group were so infuriated by Zhang Yi's words that they couldn't contain themselves. The moral coercion failed, and the negotiations broke down. They knew deep down that they would soon face the deadly attacks from the Tianhe gang. In the fierce battle, the men from Unit 25 suffered heavy casualties, Now only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu could hold their ground. Feeling helpless in the face of this dilemma, they had thought Chen Zhenghao's death would ensure their survival, only to find out that the Tianhe gang was even more ruthless. Chen Zhenghao killed for dominance and survival, while people like Huang Tianfang used revenge as an excuse, showing no mercy. They could meet misfortune at any moment. Why was this world so cruel? Has brutal reality become the norm? Shrouded in despair amid the raging snowstorm, they felt that the hope of survival was slim. However, at this critical moment, the usually reserved Uncle Yu stepped forward. He calmly said, "Don't panic, the Tianhe gang is just a few dozen people. If we unite, we have the power to resist." Uncle Yu's appearance ignited hope among the group because he had always given a sense of security. "Uncle Yu, we're so glad to have you. Your presence reassures us. Uncle Yu, whatever you decide, we support you." The group expressed their support, but Uncle Yu frowned. He said calmly, "I alone am not enough. The food at home is running out. I haven't eaten for days, and hunger has weakened me. Everyone else is probably in a similar situation. How can we confront the Tianhe gang in this predicament?" Some remained silent, while others who had recently enjoyed a plentiful meal of roasted meat hesitated. "Uncle Yu, what should we do? We lack food and can't offer help." Once promised support, now hesitant. After a moment of thought, Uncle Yu said, "We must rely on Zhang Yi and others from different floors to confront them. He has weapons, food, and warm clothing, making him the best candidate." The group exchanged glances, filled with doubts. They had just had a falling out with Zhang Yi, and now they had to rely on him to lead them. Could this work? Despite Zhang Yi's refusal to help, they could enforce him. But if he agreed to lead them, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. Despite their dislike for him, they had to admit his strength. Half the people in the building had perished under his command. What did a brutal thug like Chen Zhenghao matter in comparison? Uncle Yu proposed, "I'll go talk to Zhang Yi, see if I can persuade him to join us." The crowd expressed their trust and reliance on Uncle Yu, gratefully saying, "We really depend on you." Uncle Yu smiled slightly, feeling a sense of responsibility and mission surging in his heart. He knew that the current task was no small feat, but he was determined to give it his all and not let the people down. The conversation in the group seemed diverse in Zhang Yi's eyes. Uncle Yu turned to Zhang Yi in a private message, asking what to do. Zhang Yi calmly replied, "The time is almost here. When the time comes, you have to support me and make sure they listen to me. Only by using both kindness and severity can we ensure everyone's safety." Although Zhang Yi was not sure if the neighbors would actually be safe, he knew he would be safer. Among these neighbors, many would be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. Many of their families were killed by Zhang Yi himself, and they would surely seek revenge. Therefore, it was wise to take action against them. After the discussion, Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi returned to the homeowners group. Uncle Yu insincerely mentioned Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, everyone needs you now. Even if your family is the only one left in this building, you wouldn't feel lonely, right? Please lend a helping hand now, and we will be truly grateful." Other neighbors immediately expressed their support. "Yes, as long as you can save us, we will be forever grateful. We will follow your lead, Zhang Yi. Our family's fate is in your hands." The sweet words kept coming. Zhang Yi sneered, "I'm only here to give Uncle Yu face. I don't care about you at all. I'm doing just fine on my own. Why bother risking your life going out and working hard?" The more Zhang Yi said this, the more uneasy the neighbors felt. "Zhang Yi, please don't be like this. We will follow your orders, okay?" Despite the hardships, they still hoped to survive and were unwilling to give up the last glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi asked coldly, "Oh, really? Whatever I ask you to do, will you all agree?" The neighbors hesitated for a moment. Someone said, "As long as it's not a suicide mission, everything else is fine." Zhang Yi asked, "If I ask you to take up arms and fight against the Heavenly Alliance, are you willing?" The group fell silent. No one dared to speak, all waiting for someone else to speak up first. Zhang Yi laughed. "You want me to risk my life, don't you? Well, then I won't bother with you anymore. Deal with it yourselves when Huang Tian and his people come. Goodbye." Uncle Yu panicked. "Zhang Yi, please don't be like this. We all listen to you. It's risky, but there's still a chance. I support you." He started to rally others, asking what they were hesitating for. Unity and taking a chance together were the only way out. Do we have to wait until they come to kill us one by one? Uncle Yu's encouragement had an effect. Everyone expressed their support, agreeing to follow Zhang Yi's command. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu took control of the whole building together. He calmly declared, "From now on, everything will be arranged by me. The situation is dire. The enemy could launch an attack at any moment. Any negative behavior will be seen as betrayal. Don't blame me for taking direct action when the time comes." His gaze swept across the list of group members. Zhang Yi stood in the homeowners group, his brows furrowed, his eyes revealing a sense of determination and resolve. As he looked at the people in the group, he felt a strong sense of responsibility and leadership. He was acutely aware that now was the time to unite and defend against external threats. Some people were hiding in the corners, refusing to face reality, but he vowed to find them, not letting a single one slip through the cracks. With a firm tone in his voice, Zhang Yi seemed to be issuing a warning to those who were avoiding the situation. Taking stock of the group, with only about 20 people actively participating in the discussion, while others remained silent, seemingly waiting for their fate. Their selfish and cowardly behavior filled Zhang Yi with anger. When he issued a challenge, some neighbors who agreed to follow him in the fight against the enemy also began to express their discontent. They started calling out those who were hiding in the shadows, urging them to come forward and face reality. With red eyes, they tagged those attempting to evade responsibility, firmly stating that no one would be allowed to hide and remain silent. "Fang Lin, Liang Yulu, stop hiding. We will find you." Zhang Yi's voice exuded determination and indifference, forcing those uneasy individuals to reluctantly show themselves. They made excuses to justify their silence, trying to conceal their fear and unease. Faced with the hesitant and cowardly, Zhang Yi mercilessly applied pressure, declaring that only by following his command could they survive. His words showed zero tolerance for betrayal, sending chills down the homeowners' spines. Those who were reprimanded by him knew that he had the power to lead them to their demise, making their souls shudder at the thought. After brandishing the big stick, Zhang Yi calmly contemplated the next steps. He decided to offer a glimmer of hope to those accused, stating that as long as they followed his arrangements, there would be food and supplies provided. This decision was not impulsive but rather a well-prepared move. He realized that they might face even more formidable enemies in the future, requiring someone to gather information outside and even risk sacrificing themselves. Living on the 24th floor, although his house was sturdy, he understood that a collapse below could pose a threat to him. Therefore, he thought about raising a group of cannon fodder to be responsible for guarding and scouting below. To sustain their survival, he resolved to go out and search for more supplies and weapons. Faced with the harsh snowy environment outside, Zhang Yi thought of his snow vehicle garage. He owned 5 snow vehicles, including 2 snow cars with cabins and 3 snow motorcycles. In this snow-covered city, while others struggled to travel, he could freely navigate between locations. The homeowners group erupted in discussion, with many questioning Zhang Yi's plan. Despite the harsh external conditions, he displayed determination and confidence, asserting his ability to find the necessary supplies. His actions showcased his decisiveness and courage, instilling confidence in those around him. The neighbors seemed to have found a savior. Even those who had once felt hopeless, wrapped in blankets waiting to die at home, now had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. "Zhang Yi, are you really willing to go out and search for supplies? If so, we have a chance to survive." Despite the city being blocked by snowstorms, the goods produced in society over the past few decades are enough to sustain us. "Zhang Yi, I am truly grateful. We were too indifferent to you before, but you still." Some people were too overwhelmed to speak. In the past, almost every household in their neighborhood had someone die under Zhang Yi's hands. But now, the hatred in their hearts seemed to dissipate, leaving only gratitude. Zhang Yi solemnly stated that as the head of the building, he had to take responsibility for everyone. And with his family's supplies running out, going out to find resources was the only way out. The neighbors felt reassured. When Doomsday comes, those who consider themselves to be do-gooders are often seen as hypocritical. But if the do-gooders also have their own interests at stake, people find it only natural. After all, it has been nearly a month since the apocalypse, and many neighbors have lost loved ones due to starvation. Therefore, they believe that even if Zhang Yi's family hoards more supplies, they will eventually run out. Moreover, now that there are only 2 people in their household, the consumption of resources is even faster. The neighbors were grateful to Zhang Yi, almost praising him as if he were a deity. Even Zhou Kei'er joked, saying that if he established a cult at this time, he might become a founder. In disasters, religions often develop rapidly because people always need a spiritual reliance. Zhang Yi just smiled, thinking that there was no need to complicate things with a group of cannon fodder. He said that even a piece of moldy steamed bun could win their hearts closer than their biological fathers. Zhou Kei'er curiously asked, "Are you really going out?" There was a hint of worry and guilt in her eyes. Zhang Yi understood that she might think his family had limited supplies and was afraid of becoming a burden to him. He gently patted her rosy cheek and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, the supplies in my house are enough to support you. I just want to take the opportunity to go out and see the situation outside." Normally, Zhang Yi dared not go out easily, fearing attacks from the crazy neighbors. But now, he had become the hope for everyone's survival, so he didn't need to worry about being attacked. Zhou Kei'er nodded, "Then I'll go with you." She knew that Zhang Yi didn't completely trust her, so she volunteered to accompany him. Zhang Yi's deep gaze met hers, and he shook his head slowly but decisively. "We have built trust between us. Do you think I would still doubt you? Women should stay at home and wait for the men to return." Zhang Yi stood up slowly. Zhou Kei's eyes showed a touch of moved emotion. However, this emotion didn't last long, as Zhang Yi soon stored the remaining food and coal in the space. "I trust you 100%, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhou Kei'er looked puzzled. Just moments ago she was moved, but now he had reverted to his usual self. Zhang Yi disdainfully ignored Zhou Kei's sad expression and went straight back to his room to change clothes. This was the first time he had stepped out of the apartment building since the apocalypse. The city was covered in heavy snow, quiet but relatively safe. Despite this, Zhang Yi still put on a sturdy leather jacket, thick enough to resist a knife stab. After careful consideration, he found 2 frying pans in a parallel dimension, one placed in front of him and one behind. This way, even if confronted by a gunman, a regular handgun wouldn't be able to cause him fatal harm. Finally, he put on his winter gear. Though he looked bulky, he felt secure. Zhang Yi picked up a lever over a meter long, testing its weight. In actual combat, this heavy lever was more practical than a machete. A knife wound wouldn't immediately incapacitate someone, but one strike with the lever would bring down an opponent. Holding the lever and loaded gun magazines in his pockets, he armed himself before stepping out. The cold wind outside pierced through, even with his professional-grade mountaineering outfit, but the chill wouldn't affect him much. His body would quickly warm up after being outdoors. Gripping the lever, he descended the stairs slowly, always observing his surroundings carefully before leaving. Cautious and thorough, he encountered no disturbances, as daredevils were few and far between. Zhang Yi arrived on the 4th floor. Due to the actions of organizations like Tianhe Gang, most residents had moved to higher floors, leaving the lower levels deserted. Pushing open the door, he found a mess inside, with windows smashed and even security bars pried open. The howling wind entered the building through the broken windows. Zhang Yi carefully climbed out through the hole. The snow reached his knees, but the compacted snow prevented him from sinking. Walking on such snow was challenging. Surveying the silent Yulu community, he detected no prying eyes. Retrieving a snowmobile from the parallel dimension, it was already fueled up. After a brief study and manual consultation, he mastered the driving skills. Riding the snowmobile, he sped towards the outskirts of the community. As he left, he sensed someone watching through a window. Not surprising, as there were hardly any human figures outside, and the noise of the snowmobile was loud. It seemed that someone had set their sights on the snowmobile for future use. Zhang Yi smirked coldly. He wasn't worried about the snowmobile being exposed. There were too many people trying to get the upper hand, especially now when they would take risks for a piece of bread. In Zhang Yi's words, they had too many debts to repay in full. The heavy snowfall blanketed many small houses in a silver-white world, with the streets covered in thick snowflakes, resembling a maze leading to the unknown. However, for Zhang Yi, who has lived here for more than 20 winters and summers, he can accurately navigate even when the roads are snowed in, relying on his familiarity with the towering landmarks. Getting lost in the snow has never been a problem for Zhang Yi. He seems to be a part of this city, blending seamlessly with the cold winter days. In the cold and silent city of Tianhai, heavy snowflakes were falling, covering the entire city in a silver-white world. Zhang Yi rode his motorcycle, speeding through the snow. It was the first time in a month that he had left home and self-isolated. The wind whistled past his ears, bringing a long-lost sense of exhilaration, causing Zhang Yi to involuntarily shout out a few times. The roar of the motorcycle sounded particularly loud in the silence, attracting some human figures to flash behind the glass of the tall buildings. Even in the apocalypse, the vitality of humanity remained strong, like locusts. Despite the extreme cold brought by the disaster, the surviving humans were gradually adapting. Zhang Yi tightly held the gun in his pocket, feeling a sense of security welling up. In this city, every survivor could potentially become a threat. In the apocalypse, suspicion and vigilance were more important than blind trust. Zhang Yi was not heading to the nearby supermarket but directly to the Tianhai City Police Station because he knew there must be stored weapons there. He remembered that all fears stemmed from insufficient firepower, and weapons were always indispensable for survival. After over half an hour of driving, Zhang Yi finally arrived at the Tianhai City Police Station. It was already buried in deep snow, with only 3 of its original 6 floors visible. Fortunately, the police station was a standalone building, taller than others. Otherwise, just a few days later, it might have been completely buried. Zhang Yi parked his motorcycle in front of the 4th floor window, took out the key, and smashed the toughened glass with a crowbar. He took out the gun and walked into the building. Darkness was not a problem for Zhang Yi. He took out a miner's lamp from his pocket to light up the surroundings. Not knowing the layout of the police station, he could only search room by room. When he pried open a locked room, the scene in the snow-covered room on the 2nd floor touched him deeply. 7 or 8 police officers were huddled in a corner, wrapped in thin blankets, paler than the snow. Looking at these officers who had once fought for the city's peace, Zhang Yi felt an indescribable sadness welling up inside him. They must have frozen to death. Zhang Yi thought about giving them a peaceful burial, but then realized that perhaps being buried in the land they had protected for years was a kind of rest for them. He silently paid his respects to these people who had silently contributed to the city, then continued searching the police station. The cluttered items made the search time-consuming, but Zhang Yi did not lose heart. Zhang Yi felt exhausted and pulled out a piece of pure cocoa butter chocolate from his pocket. He ate it quickly to regain some energy before continuing on his way. Nearly 2 hours later, he finally found the armory, only to discover that the door was securely locked. Zhang Yi tried to pry it open with all his strength but failed, so he sighed and decided to find the key. Luckily, he knew the key must be in the guard room, so finding it was not difficult. With the key in hand, Zhang Yi successfully unlocked the door to the armory. As the door swung open, he was greeted with a sight of various firearms piled inside, handguns, rifles, and even a giant sniper rifle. Although these weapons were unfamiliar to him, Zhang Yi didn't mind and decided to take them with him to study later. Especially the sniper rifle. It was an excellent weapon for covert attacks. Even if he wasn't skilled in marksmanship, at least he could use it to intimidate others. Zhang Yi felt he had a talent for gunfights, almost like a semi-professional player, especially skilled in using handguns. After his rebirth, perhaps due to his firmer mindset, his shooting became more decisive. When dealing with the Tianhe gang before, almost every bullet pierced the target. "I'm practically a shooting genius." Zhang Yi smiled proudly, with a hint of self-deprecation. In the armory, he also found over 1,000 rounds of ammunition and some old handguns, their ability to still fire unknown after years of dormancy. But Zhang Yi didn't mind and collected them all. This time, Zhang Yi truly hit the jackpot. In addition to weapons and ammunition, he found over a dozen bulletproof vests, as well as a complete set of riot gear like bulletproof helmets, shields, and batons. These would be enough to assemble an exceptionally powerful team. Zhang Yi was ecstatic and stored these items away one by one. Just finding these treasures made today's gains incredibly rich. In the police station, Zhang Yi's harvest was bountiful, confirming his belief that there was still a large amount of supplies outside. After all, The heavy snow that fell on the night of December 12 had accumulated to a depth of 1 meter by the next morning, with temperatures plummeting to tens of degrees below zero. As a result, most people were not aware of the apocalypse and had not yet begun to frantically stock up on supplies. It wasn't until later that they realized the crisis and were unable to venture outside. After finding the items he wanted, Zhang Yi left the police station. The snow had already piled up thick on his motorcycle. Zhang Yi realized that he had been out for quite some time. I need to get some food for those bastards at home. He thought of those cunning neighbors. He wandered around and found a supermarket that had not been completely buried, then entered through a broken window. However, once inside, he found the supermarket almost empty, with shelves clean as if just renovated. There were some frozen vegetable scraps scattered on the floor. This is close to the residential area, a convenience store, so it's not surprising it's been looted, Zhang Yi said, stroking his chin. But there must be plenty of resources in the city and large malls in the suburbs. In Tianhai City, Zhang Yi is a man working in warehousing. He knows well that large shopping malls often choose locations far from residential areas to avoid high land costs. Therefore, when he decided to go to the economic development zone, he was well aware that the Wanda Mall there would be far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Zhang Yi stepped over the thick snow, rode a snowmobile, and headed towards the distance. The Wanda Mall in the economic development zone emerged 2 years ago, with the nearest residential buildings being at least 3 kilometers away. This means that the mall will not easily be crowded with people, making him feel relaxed and at ease. Zhang Yi entered the Wanda Plaza in the economic development zone, only to see a roof in front of him. He systematically broke the glass, put on a climbing rope, and bravely crawled in. The former bustling scene of the mall still retained a trace. In the circular shopping mall, exquisite goods were displayed in various shops. The precious clothing, shoes, and various daily necessities seemed worthless at the moment, easily accessible. Zhang Yi carefully selected some practical items, clearing out the entire store. The supermarket was located on the basement floor. After looting the supplies, he headed straight to the negative first floor. Sure enough, this place, far from the crowd, was still full of goods. However, the quality of the goods was truly astonishing. Part of the mall was destroyed by a blizzard, and cold air invaded, covering the shelves with frost. The cold air destroyed all the food here. Some snacks and biscuits were even covered with ice. Especially the vegetable area, although not rotten and smelly, had dehydrated severely, probably losing its taste. The meat section was relatively better, all frozen into blocks of ice, turning into authentic zombie meat. As for the fish tanks for raising fish, they cracked after freezing, making eating fish a luxury. In short, during normal times, the food here might only be discarded or processed into pre-made dishes at the food factory through connections. Zhang Yi shrugged, not even willing to take these foods for free. He was too lazy to put them into his own dimensional space. After all, he didn't lack supplies, so why bother with these inferior goods? However, these were not important. For the neighbors who hadn't tasted normal food for a long time, these foods were precious delicacies. Zhang Yi took out 2 large duffel bags and casually stuffed some rotten vegetables and zombie meat, along with damp and swollen bread and biscuits. Soon, the 2 bags were filled. He didn't plan to take anything else, just left them there. Perhaps they could save other people's lives in the future, but he didn't need them. After doing all this, he glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. This cold-resistant watch could still operate normally at extremely low temperatures. The time might not be very accurate, but at least it could give a rough estimate. The Rolex showed it was 3:30 in the afternoon. It would take about an hour to return to the Yulu residential area from here. Zhang Yi decided not to waste any time. He would have more opportunities to come out again, and no one was competing with him. He left the supermarket with the looted supplies, rode his snowmobile back home. By the time he returned to the Yulu residential area, it was already getting dark. Roar! The roar of the motorcycle echoed in the quiet neighborhood. As soon as he returned, heads crowded the windows of each building, staring intently at him and the shiny new snowmobile. On the 15th floor of Building 26, Huang Tian, the leader of the Tianhe gang, squinted his eyes, staring at the shiny snowmobile. The side of his face that had been burned by the fire now looked even more fierce and terrifying. On that night, although they had managed to escape, his face had been lightly licked by the flames, leaving behind this disfigured appearance. Can you believe there's a machine that can speed across the snow like that? With such a treasure, they could go out and find food instead of eating the stale rations. A burly man by his side looked on and said, Uncle, I know what that is. Over in our place, we call that machine a crawler plow. It's an electric crawler plow. Huang Tianfeng stared intently at Zhang Yi's snowmobile and said in a deep voice, whatever it is, we need to figure out a way to get our hands on it. Not only Huang Tianfeng thought so, but everyone watching Zhang Yi felt the same way. After more than half a month of isolation, many of them had already gone mad, and the rest were just a matter of time. They needed to escape this place, to find food and living space. The thick snow that had covered everything had left them helpless. But Zhang Yi's snowmobile rekindled their hope. Zhang Yi could feel the greed and hostility in the many eyes fixed on him. However, with his hand on his waist where the gun was, and thinking about the large number of weapons and equipment they had found today, he felt reassured. Dismounting from the snowmobile, Zhang Yi looked up to find the neighbors from Building 25 also excitedly watching him. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 bags he had brought back. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, pretending to drive the snowmobile into the underground garage. Avoiding the eyes of the crowd, he parked the snowmobile inside the garage. Then he carried the 2 bags back to the room. The bags were not light, leaving deep footprints and causing excitement among the neighbors from Building 25, with some even kneeling at the window screaming. Next door, Huang Tianfeng and the others were also eagerly watching. The burly man excitedly pointed at Zhang Yi and asked, Uncle, is that food? Huang Tianfeng roared, nonsense. At this moment, we're not looking for food, are we looking for women? The group of workers from Tianhe gang around him swallowed their saliva, their eyes shining, and surrounded him. Is there food? Did he find food outside? Great, there's still food outside, we're saved. What are we waiting for? Grab it, and his car too. The group of people shouted with envy. Huang Tianfeng pondered for a moment and said coldly, don't be hasty. This guy should be Zhang Yi who killed Chen Zhenghao. This kid is ruthless. Last time he killed so many of our brothers, we need to be careful. Besides, I heard he has a gun. Even if we have to deal with him, we have to be careful. Huang Tianfeng was extremely cautious. Although the 2 buildings were adjacent, there were tens of meters of distance between them. Crossing the thick snow was equivalent to exposing themselves to risks. Therefore, despite their desire for the supplies Zhang Yi brought back, they dared not act rashly. But among the calm, there were impulsive individuals. Several workers were dissatisfied with Huang Tianfeng's arrangement. After discussing, they believed that if they didn't take action now, when Zhang Yi returned to the room, they would miss their chance. So, they quietly pocketed knives and wrenches and went downstairs. Carrying the heavy supplies, Zhang Yi walked into the corridor with snowflakes swirling outside the window. She called Uncle Yu to inform him that she had returned and requested him to come pick her up. Uncle Yu didn't need her to say it, as he had already heard the sound of the snowmobile in the distance. Hurrying to the scene, Uncle Yu saw Zhang Yi holding 2 full large bags, expressing his surprise and admiration. In such heavy snowfall outside, most people wouldn't be able to find their way home. At that moment, Uncle Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Yi, you managed to find so much stuff. It really goes to show that professional tasks should be left to the professionals. Zhang Yiqing whispered, it's really hard to find supplies outside. As soon as I stepped out, I visited all the nearby supermarkets and malls that I remembered. But everything had been looted, nothing was left. However, I didn't give up because I knew everyone was waiting for me. In order to make sure everyone could eat their fill, even if I had to search the whole city of Tianhai, I had to find food and bring it back for everyone. Unfortunately, I had to wander around the city, and finally managed to get these supplies from a mall. Zhang Yiqing handed the 2 bags to Uncle Yu and went back to open the door for Zhou Kuer, walking down the stairs with her. Then he sent a message in the group, calling on the neighbors to come and collect the food. Soon, those neighbors flocked over. The stairs were crowded with people, these thin and hungry neighbors staring at the luggage in front of Zhang Yiqing with anticipation and greed in their eyes. Some people were restless, even planning to snatch the food. But when they saw the dark iron lump in Zhang Yiqing's right hand, they became afraid again. Zhang Yiqing smiled and squinted, saying, "It took a lot of effort to find these supplies for everyone." He gestured for Zhou Kuo to open the bags. Zhou Kuo obeyed, unzipped the bags, and emptied the contents on the ground. Clatter! A pile of food appeared in front of everyone. There were vegetables, meat, bread, and biscuits. Although the quality looked questionable, most of it was stuff even dogs wouldn't eat. But now, these hungry neighbors, seeing them, were so excited that their eyes were glowing. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, "Long live Zhang Yiqing! Long live Zhang Yiqing!" The neighbors immediately understood, and quickly shouted along with raised fists, "Long live Zhang Yiqing! Long live Zhang Yiqing! Zhang Yiqing, you are our great hero. Brother, from now on, you are my real brother. Please accept my bow." Now, even if Zhang Yiqing asked them to crawl over like dogs, they would obediently comply. The temptation of food was just too great. In the crowd, Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning struggled to squeeze out. The two of them looked very disheveled at the moment, with greasy and messy hair, like two mad women. Seeing Zhang Yiqing bring back so much food, Feng Yuqing waved excitedly and shouted, "Zhang Yiqing, I'm Qinger." She looked at the heroic Zhang Yiqing, feeling very pleased. She still felt that Zhang Yiqing loved her very much. Even though Zhou Kuo was by his side, he must still think of her constantly. So with so much food, he would definitely give her more. Lin Caning followed beside her, pleading bitterly, "Qinger, we are good girlfriends. When it's time to eat, help me ask Zhang Yiqing for more." Feng Yuqing disdainfully pushed Lin Caning away. "Get lost, you despicable woman." The commotion here made Zhang Yiqing frown. Someone immediately lowly growled at them, "Don't cause trouble. Listen to brother Zhang Yiqing." The people around stared at Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning, and the two of them immediately became much more obedient. Feng Yuqing muttered softly, "Why are you being mean? Do you know what the relationship between me and brother Zhang Yiqing is?" Zhang Yiqing saw that everyone had calmed down, and then said, "It took me a lot of effort to go out this time and find these supplies. The intention was, of course, to share them with everyone." His tone suddenly turned cold, but in the current crisis, he would not tolerate laziness. Food could only be exchanged for picking up weapons to fight the enemy. He swore to make anyone who dared to eat but not work, eat until they vomited. Zhang Yi held a gun, with food at his feet, and everyone nodded under the stern pressure of Zhang Yi. "All right, let's distribute the food," Zhang Yi said, preparing to call out names. Just then, two arms suddenly reached out from the window on the fourth floor. Several workers from Tianhe gang broke into the room. They saw the food on the ground, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Zhao Zhe, so much food, we can share it," one worker exclaimed excitedly. The four workers immediately drew their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi. They behaved extremely ferociously, not caring even when faced with many people, because they saw through that the others were weak and easy to bully, and there were few truly powerful people. Zhang Yi's pupils contracted, instinctively pulling out his gun and aiming at them. But suddenly, he changed his mind. Instead of shooting, he took a step back and shouted loudly, "This food is for you, don't let them take it away. I will reward 5 portions of food for solving one person's problem." With these words, the neighbors who had only wanted to escape stopped in their tracks. Yes, this food was brought to them by Zhang Yi. Once it was taken away, they would not be able to survive. Food is life. How can one survive without food? Moreover, Zhang Yi promised a reward of 5 portions of food for solving one person's problem. The neighbors looked around. There were dozens of them. What was there to be afraid of? Several young people gritted their teeth, took out their weapons, and charged forward. Everyone carried weapons when they went out, which was very convenient. Zhang Yi retreated to the back, aiming his gun forward, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos and grabbing the food. The 4 members of the Tianhe gang were caught off guard, thinking that these weak people would be scared off, but they did not expect them to rush forward like they were on fire. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was in a melee. The space on the 4th floor was cramped, dozens of people crowded together, shovels, steel pipes, and kitchen knives clashing. For the food, people were ruthless, and coupled with the freezing weather, They didn't even have time to care about injuries. Soon, people were injured and fell to the ground, but before they fell, they still waved their weapons desperately. Uncle Yu became the main fighting force, holding an iron rod, majestic and roaring, smashing away. The 4 members of the Tianhe gang, though fearless, were unable to withstand the onslaught of the crowd. Soon, they were all knocked down. The air was filled with angry shouts, a release of emotions. After all, in the past days, they had been living under the shadow of death, attacked by the Tianhe gang every day. Therefore, cleanly resolving the 4 members of the Tianhe gang made them feel relieved. Their fear of the Tianhe gang was also reduced a lot. After the battle, 6 people lay on the ground, 2 neighbors from upstairs in addition to the 4 members of the Tianhe gang. Zhou Keir frowned slightly at the scene. As a seasoned lead surgeon, she is well aware of the possibility of saving the 2 patients in front of her. However, to achieve this, it would require state-of-the-art surgical facilities, a large quantity of medications, and blood transfusions. In the current harsh survival environment, this task is almost impossible to accomplish. She feels overwhelmed by the situation, lamenting, "Is this a world full of disappointments?" Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors in front of him with satisfaction and nodded. After solving the problem, these neighbors had become reliable comrades and solid supporters. Dealing with attacks from other buildings in the future would also be a piece of cake. All he needed to give was some low-quality food and a promise on a piece of paper. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi applauded with a smile. Well done. Did you see that? As long as we unite, what do these people have to fear? Zhang Yi turned and beckoned to the 2 most hard-working young men. You 2, come here. The 2 young men, full of joy, quickly walked over to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi reached out and grabbed a large handful of food from the ground, then stuffed it into one person's arms. If one handful is not enough, then here's another. Bloated bread, moldy biscuits, dried up vegetable leaves, and a large piece of pale zombie meat. These were all precious delicacies. The other neighbors watched with envy, wishing that the food belonged to them. Zhang Yi stuffed the 2 men with food and patted their shoulders. Well done. As long as you keep up this effort, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. The 2 young men were trembling with excitement. This food would be enough for them to eat for several days. Tears welled up in their eyes. It had been a long time since they had tasted the flavor of normal food. Big brother Zhang Yi, we will follow you and work hard in the future. We will definitely listen to you. You are our leader. The 2 young men, named Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei, shouted excitedly. At this moment, they were full of gratitude. And the other neighbors saw hope, feeling a slight regret in their hearts. Why didn't they work harder just now? This was exactly what Zhang Yi had hoped for. After rewarding the 2 most outstanding young men, Zhang Yi said to the others, now, it's time to distribute the food. Come one by one. Zhang Yi watched, giving more to those who performed well and less to those who did not. Most people ended up with just a piece of bread or 2 small bags of biscuits. Zhang Yi had raised dogs before and understood a principle. If a dog eats too much every day, it will become lazy and less obedient. Therefore, the best way is to keep it hungry but not starve it. Only in this way can the dog remain obedient. The same goes for people. Although the neighbors had little food in their hands and may have felt disappointed, they dared not complain. Because Zhang Yi showed them 2 examples. If you complain that the food is not enough, then blame yourself for not working hard enough. Look at Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei. Why is their food so abundant? Instead of blaming others, reflect on yourself more. Xu Hao. Zhang Yi pointed at the rich second-generation Xu Hao, who quickly walked over and reached out his hands. Where's my food? Zhang Yi looked at him disdainfully, then casually kicked the ground a few times and handed him a piece of candy. This is your share. Laughter echoed around. Even those who received less food felt much more balanced at this moment. Xu Haohao was filled with helplessness and shame as he looked at the only candy in his hand, feeling humiliated. He angrily questioned, is this a joke? Why is there only 1 candy? Zhang Yi sneered and replied, are you even worthy to complain? Clearly, while others were engaged in intense confrontation, you were just watching from the sidelines. I only gave you this candy out of pity. Xu Haohao was cunning and calculating, loudly proclaiming his intention to fight, but quietly stepping back, never engaging in combat. He played games with others in front of Zhang Yi, thinking he was clever. Xu Haohao tried to explain, there were too many of them, I never had a chance to step forward. Zhang Yi, indifferent, said, I only care about the result, not the process. Xu Haohao retorted angrily, this is unfair. You are clearly targeting me. Zhang Yi coldly laughed, fair? Are you even worthy to discuss fairness with me? I command you to obey, understand? Zhang Yi gestured to Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei beside him. How should we deal with people who do not obey orders and have no discipline? Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei had become loyal followers of Zhang Yi. With a command from Zhang Yi, they put down their food and started to beat Xu Haohao. Xu Haohao tried to defend himself, but was hit hard, unable to bear the pain. Trying to reason in the apocalypse is utterly foolish. Xu Haohao was beaten to a severe injury, until Zhang Yi signaled to stop. Although Xu Haohao was weak and incompetent, he could still be used as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi pointed at Xu Haohao, warning everyone, this is the consequence of disobedience. I am absolutely fair. Those who do not obey can leave. The crowd fell silent. Food was crucial to them. Zhang Yi cruelly stepped on Xu Haohao's hand, making him groan in pain. His eyes were filled with despair, with only that candy as a possible lifeline. Zhang Yi heartlessly kicked away the candy, saying to Xu Haohao, I hope you will be more obedient in the future. Zhang Yi is a strict leader who does not tolerate any slackers. Once he shows his authority, everyone obediently follows. They quietly wait for Zhang Yi to distribute food, without a hint of complaint. Soon, the food is all distributed, with only a few people missing out on their share. This situation satisfies Zhang Yi, as only through such strict allocation can the team become more united. The supplies have all been distributed, and Zhang Yi asked Zhou Keir to pack the remaining items into bags. However, suddenly, an anxious shout came from the crowd. Feng Yuqing urgently said, Brother Zhang Yi, I haven't received mine yet, I haven't. She always thought that Zhang Yi would take special care of her and give her the most food. However, she waited eagerly for half a day but still didn't receive anything. Lin Caning stood beside Feng Yuqing, equally anxious, and said, Brother Zhang Yi, have you forgotten about me? Zhang Yi looked at them teasingly and said with a smile, I haven't forgotten about you too. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning were delighted, thinking that Zhang Yi would take special care of them and purposely left them for last. However, what Zhang Yi said next left them feeling as if their hearts had sunk into an ice cave. He calmly said, you two were never included. Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning were stunned. Their eyes widened as if they couldn't believe their ears. Lin Caning couldn't help but say, why? Everyone else has received something. Why not me? Feng Yuqing found it even harder to accept this fact. She burst into tears and rushed to Zhang Yi, asking in grievance, Brother Zhang Yi, are you joking with Yuqing? This can't be true. You wouldn't treat me like this. You said you liked Yuqing, didn't you? Zhang Yi shrugged, raised an eyebrow, and casually said, I did say I liked you. But, you took it seriously, right? I treat many girls this way, we all know the deal. I've lost interest in you now, please don't bother me in the future. I already have a girlfriend. With that, he deliberately put his arm around Zhou Keir. Zhou Keir and Feng Yuqing stood together, forming a stark contrast. One was a top student from a prestigious university, a chief doctor at a top hospital, perfect in appearance and demeanor. The other was an employee at a small company, often flirting with various men and partying every night. The choice was clear to everyone. Especially at this moment, Feng Yuqing looked disheveled and miserable, while Zhou Keir was meticulously dressed, looking bright and beautiful. The two of them, side by side, were like a fairy and a beggar. Feng Yuqing couldn't bear such humiliation. Her pride in her looks and charm was being trampled under Zhang Yi's feet. She cried and pointed at Zhang Yi. No, this can't be happening. Just a while ago, you invited me to stay at your place. Why has it changed now? Zhang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't you understand yet? I was just teasing you. Look at how silly you look now. It's quite amusing. He turned to Wang Min and Lin Caning, saying, does she always tell you that I like her? And that I would accept her? Wang Min and Lin Caning nodded quickly. Yes, this woman is always delusional, doesn't understand her situation, and even caused the death of my cousin, despicable. Zhang Yi publicly humiliated Fang Yuqing, pulling down her pants. Everyone's eyes were filled with disdain. Fang Yuqing's face turned pale. She covered her head and said, "Please, stop it. Please stop." However, Zhang Yi ignored her pleas and continued. This kind of woman still thinks she's a fairy, always fantasizing about marrying a rich man. But she doesn't know that in the circle of rich second generation in Tianhai City, she has already gained a notorious reputation. Zhang Yi's icy gaze swept across Fang Yuqing, filled with disdain. Xu Hao's voice trembled as he forced out that piercing nickname, universal socket, bus, Russian roulette. Laughter and teasing comments echoed around. Fang Yuqing felt extremely ashamed, the cacophony of mocking voices making it hard for her to breathe. Unable to bear it any longer, she let out a heart-wrenching scream and hurriedly fled the scene. Zhang Yi calmly took out a bag of cookies and tossed it at Xu Hao's feet. "Good boy, this is your reward," he explained calmly, like training a stubborn dog. Xu Hao's eyes lit up with joy as he realized he had regained access to food. Despite being just beaten up, the hatred in his heart faded away. He began to see Zhang Yi as a fair leader and felt he should not resist him. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you, brother Zhang Yi, I will behave well." At the same time, Lin Caning also spoke up. "Zhang Yi, even though Fang Yuqing has offended me, we have no conflicts. Can you give me more food?" Zhang Yi coldly replied, "No." Lin Caning was furious, sharply protesting, "Why? You're pursuing her, not me." Zhang Yi calmly responded, "I really dislike you, so no." Lin Caning was speechless, tears welling up in her eyes. Unmoved, Zhang Yi and others showed no sympathy. Li Qingbin and Zhang Le wisely drove Lin Caning away to prevent further trouble. After distributing the food, Zhang Yi began discussing how to strengthen defense. Xie Laimei frowned and whispered to Uncle Yu, "Why didn't we get our share? We killed 2 people, we should have more food." Uncle Yu reassured her, "Zhang Yi won't forget about us, just hold back for now." Displeased, Xie Laimei glanced at him and muttered a few complaints. Zhang Yi stated clearly, "Aside from the children who can't take action, we have 47 people in our building. Excluding me, Zhou Kei'er, Uncle Yu, and Xie Laimei, there are 43 people left, divided into 6 groups of 7 to 8 people each. Rotate shifts 24/7 to prevent attacks from people in other buildings. If enemies are spotted, immediately alert everyone by banging on the staircase railings or metal objects. People on other floors should do the same to notify those above." With his hands in his pockets, Zhang Yi continued sternly, "The rewards I mentioned earlier still stand. Killing an enemy earns you 5 portions of food. If you have no achievements, just being on duty will earn you 1 portion of food per day. However, the quantity and choice of food will be decided by others, so it's not guaranteed." Zhang Yi smiled and made a request to Uncle Yu, "Uncle Yu, I entrust this matter to you. Please take charge of arranging it." Uncle Yu showed a determined expression, nodded, and said, "All right, I will take care of it." Zhang Yi trusted Uncle Yu's abilities and believed that he would successfully complete the task. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, the neighbors fell into contemplation, pondering the pros and cons. Suddenly, someone raised a question. "Zhang Yi, I understand why you and Zhou Kei'er don't have to take shifts, but why doesn't Uncle Yu have to either? He's clearly the strongest combatant." Zhang Yi gazed at him and slowly replied, "Precisely because Uncle Yu is a crucial force for us. We need to conserve our strength and wait for the critical moment to strike." Understand? This explanation may have seemed forced, but no one dared to question Zhang Yi's decision. In reality, Zhang Yi's goal was to ensure Uncle Yu's safety. The others were all on the front lines, bearing the brunt of the enemy attacks on other floors, acting as cannon fodder. Uncle Yu, agile and kind-hearted, was the most outstanding assistant in Zhang Yi's eyes, so he naturally wanted to keep him safe for future service. After arranging everything, Zhang Yi sent the neighbors home and left only those on duty near the 4th floor. Regardless of how the enemies attacked their building, the 4th floor was a bottleneck that had to be defended to detect any intruders in time. After everyone else went upstairs, Zhang Yi left with Zhou Kei'er. He wouldn't entrust his back to those he didn't trust. At this moment, there was no one else around. Xie Laimei couldn't help but ask, "Zhang Yi, did you forget the food for our family?" Zhang Yi looked up at her, a hint of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. Uncle Yu quickly grabbed her arm to stop her, but Xie Laimei continued, Uncle Yu has contributed the most, yet gained nothing in return. Isn't that too? Zhang Yi calmly stated, the supplies I brought back are not just these. The good stuff is kept for later. He paused, adding, Uncle Yu, come to my place later. Upon hearing this, Xie Laimei smiled brightly. I knew you wouldn't let him work in vain. Uncle Yu gave her a look and said, I've told you before, Brother Zhang Yi is a trustworthy person. Zhang Yi smiled and said nothing. Back at home, he took out a box of instant noodles from the spatial pocket, placed it at the door, and told Uncle Yu to come pick it up in 10 minutes. Entering the room, he quickly took off his winter coat. Clang! The frying pan in the jacket fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Zhou Kei'er picked up the pan, chuckled, and said softly, There's probably no danger outside, you're too cautious. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and said, I probably won't need this from now on. I found a better replacement. The police bulletproof vest is both snug and safe. The sense of happiness in Zhang Yi's heart grew stronger in the warmth of his home. The extreme cold outside was unbearable. Even with the winter coat on, the icy chill still seeped in. Especially riding a motorcycle, it was even more so. Zhang Yi took out some food from the spatial pocket and placed it on the table. Zhou Kei'er had been hungry all day. Zhang Yi had taken all the food before leaving, and now both he and Zhou Kei'er were hungry. They sat down to enjoy the meal. Curiously, Zhou Kei'er asked, How is it outside? Zhang Yi replied, The city is snowed in, with the lower buildings completely covered. Even though the heavy snow has stopped and the temperature has returned to normal, it will still take another half a month for the snow to melt. Zhou Kei'er nodded in understanding, but she realized that as winter approached, the temperature would further drop. Such conditions were not easy for them. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and pointed out that they needed to deal with humans at the moment. In a post-apocalyptic world, humans were scarier than demons. After dinner, Zhou Kei'er snuggled up to Zhang Yi, wrapping her arms around his shoulder. Zhang Yi glanced at her and asked why she was doing this. Zhou Kei'er blushed and said with a smile that it was to keep warm. She even took advantage of her curvaceous figure to get closer to Zhang Yi. Since joining hands with Zhang Yi, Zhou Kei'er seemed to have a new lease on life, clinging to Zhang Yi every day. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was strong and energetic, and most people would probably find it hard to resist. Zhang Yi smiled and patted her perky bottom, indicating that he didn't have time to accompany her now, asking her to go take a shower and rest. Zhou Kei'er gave Zhang Yi a flirtatious look and obediently went to take a shower. What made Zhang Yi able to resist the allure of beauty? Of course, it was their common interest as men. Zhang Yi took out the firearms he had collected today from another dimension. He had some knowledge of firearms, having previously joined the shooting association in Tianhai City and practiced frequently at the shooting range. The performance of police firearms far exceeded those he had purchased from the black market. Therefore, Zhang Yi replaced his original firearms with 2 police pistols loaded with ammunition. He also took out gun holsters and armed belts to hang conveniently around his waist. Subsequently, Zhang Yi began studying rifles and a sniper rifle. Although the shooting range in Tianhai City provided rifles, they didn't have sniper rifles. Fortunately, with the advanced network, all kinds of firearms information were readily available. Zhang Yi quickly found relevant introductions on his phone. He marveled at how the network servers were still running. Indeed, large companies were extraordinary. Despite the apocalypse, many internet companies closed down, and software ceased operation, but a few large enterprise servers were still running, preserving a glimmer of hope for humanity to rebuild. Zhang Yi hurriedly studied the instructions for using firearms and made rapid progress due to his experience. At least he mastered the skills of shooting and reloading, enough to deter others. Firearms themselves were the most powerful deterrent. Zhang Yi decided to load the firearms, release the safety, and place them in another dimension for emergencies. However, he couldn't bear to part with the sniper rifle. Firearms were a man's romance. Zhang Yi raised the rifle, looked through the scope at the building across the street. The unit building 50 meters away. The window of the opposite house was clearly visible, and he could even see the lock on the window. He decided to seize the opportunity to try out this rifle. After all, it was the sniper rifle's artifact. A smile played on Zhang Yi's lips. Avoiding conflict is his preference. He doesn't like confronting it head-on. He would rather hide in the shadows, quietly waiting for the right moment to catch his opponent off guard and strike decisively. It is in these moments that he feels most satisfied. Zhang Yi held a sniper rifle in his hand, feeling unusually excited as he carefully observed the movements in the entire residential area through the scope. As night fell, most residents had turned off their lights, and the apartment building was pitch black. However, under the reflection of the snow, the outdoors were still wrapped in a silver blanket, with some faintly visible scenes. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's gaze froze. When his eyes fell near the garage, he noticed two black dots moving. Garage, someone was there. It seemed their target was his snowmobile parked there. A smirk of contempt appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Pretending to hide the snowmobile in the garage during the day had indeed attracted someone to sneak around at night. Unfortunately, their efforts would be in vain. Soon, Uncle Yu walked over. He saw a whole box of unopened instant noodles placed at the door, his eyes moist with excitement. Unexpectedly, it was a white elephant. Zhang Yi was truly touching. This box of instant noodles would be enough for the three of them to eat for a week. Uncle Yu was deeply moved and thought about how there were not many instant noodles at Zhang Yi's home, with only over 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. Zhang Yi himself had never used a pack because there were always various delicacies cooked by hotel chefs at home. Who would want to eat instant noodles? Uncle Yu picked up the instant noodles, gently knocked on the door, and said, "Zhang Yi, I'm taking these instant noodles." "Thank you." Zhang Yi put down the sniper rifle and walked to the door, saying, "Uncle Yu, don't mention it. Be generous to others, let them eat their fill. Only then can you continue to be my right-hand man, even a human shield. I don't want to see you in any danger." Uncle Yu scratched his head, silly smiling, and said, "Yeah, I got it. Don't worry too much about what Sherry May said during the day." Zhang Yi lowered his eyes, smiling, and said, "I'm not the kind of petty person who argues with a woman. But, Uncle Yu, are you really planning to help raise someone else's child?" With a hint of probing in his tone, he didn't like Sherry May, but he didn't want to fall out with Uncle Yu either. So, he could only carefully sow discord. Uncle Yu smiled and said, "It's not easy to find a woman like that these days." Zhang Yi nodded, "You're right. But, Sister Xie is actually pretty good, looks good, and can bear children. I don't mean anything else, I just think you're underestimating yourself. Nowadays, strong, skilled and fighting men are a rare breed. It's not excessive to joke about dating a female celebrity." Uncle Yu was pleased to hear that. "Am I really that good?" Zhang Yi continued, "Look at the current situation. Those playboy types who can sing, dance, and rap are useless. They can't even support themselves. Men like us can provide women with a sense of security. However, Sister Xie is indeed good." Uncle Yu felt a strange taste in his heart, as Zhang Yi's words stirred up his deep-seated hesitation. Although Xie Laimei made his heart flutter, her voluptuous figure and superb skills made him yearn for her. The less than one-year-old child brought him endless troubles. Taking care of this child, Uncle Yu was often disturbed in the middle of the night, unable to rest properly. He secretly complained in his heart, after all, this child was not his own, and raising her was always a bit of a chore. He began to realize his selfishness, although he had been enduring without contemplating it deeply. Xie Laimei's words kept echoing in his mind. She advised him to treat this child as his own daughter, believing that she would be filial to him when she grew up. Uncle Yu was gradually persuaded and started helping to raise the child sincerely. Zhang Yi's words made him enlightened. He realized that he needed to change some of his thoughts. Although he dared not consider having children now, it wouldn't be too late to think about it when things settled down in the future. Uncle Yu suppressed the conflicting emotions in his heart, smiling to express his thoughts. Zhang Yi quickly intervened, saying, "I was just talking casually, Uncle Yu, no need to take it to heart. I really respect you and Sister Xie, and sincerely hope you both will be happy." Uncle Yu nodded and said, "Then I'll take my leave. Feel free to find me anytime." Zhang Yi watched Uncle Yu leave, then put the sniper rifle magazine back into the alternate space. These weapons would become his secret weapons. After a while, the sound of water stopped in the bathroom. Zhou Ke, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out. Her fair skin was even more alluring against the pink towel. her slender legs showing an elegant line under the light. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, rubbed his temples, and lazily said, "I'm a bit tired today, come and give me a massage." Zhou Ke nodded, walked to his side, and gently started massaging him. That night, the Tianhe gang, having lost 4 gang members, attacked 25 again. Their previous success made them pay no attention to anyone in Unit 25 other than Zhang Yi. However, this time, they encountered unexpected resistance. Huang Wei, Huang Feng's nephew, led 8 men in a night raid, but as soon as they reached the stairwell, they were attacked with bricks. The duty personnel immediately fought back, using their weapons to block the Tianhe gang's attack and grabbing stones, bricks, and other items to throw at the enemy, buying time. They also pounded on the stairs and windows, attracting neighbors to help. Soon, all the residents of the building were awakened. Huang Wei and the others were eager for revenge, and with limited resources, they chose to launch a strong attack. However, their numbers were too few. Despite their strong combat capabilities, they found it difficult to fight against the numerous people. Zhang Yi lowered his head in contemplation, watching the hurried escape of the members of the Tianhe gang below, a cold and ruthless thought surging in his heart. At this critical moment of life and death, their bounty was equivalent to the food supply for 5 people. This made the neighbors seem like they had been injected with chicken blood, eagerly rushing to fight for these heads. The brief battle only lasted a few minutes, with blood and flesh flying, leaving behind 3 cold bodies at the scene. Huang Wei and the others sensed the danger and quickly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" They hurriedly fled the scene, while the neighbors from number 25 behind them cheered and shouted, determined to chase them down. A slower worker failed to climb out of the window in time and his buttocks were fiercely struck by a cleaver, narrowly avoiding being cut half an inch deep. He groaned in pain and struggled hard to get out of danger. The neighbors did not pursue further. After all, it was late at night and the situation outside was unpredictable. However, at that moment, Zhang Yi was awakened by the noise. He walked to the balcony, gazing at the fleeing criminals below, a wicked thought emerging in his mind. At this distance, would a sniper rifle be enough to take them down one by one? When a man encounters a woman with outstanding looks, he is always filled with a desire and curiosity, eager to engage in deep conversations with her and explore her inner world. Similarly, when possessing an excellent weapon, men always want to personally test its power, like finding a good bamboo stick as a child and swinging it as if it were a sword. For Zhang Yi, he didn't just get an ordinary weapon, but a sniper rifle, which is extremely precious in the current post-apocalyptic world, something ordinary people dare not even touch. His mind was filled with curiosity and a desire to personally verify the power of this sniper rifle. Taking the sniper rifle from a different dimension, Zhang Yi arrived on the balcony of the 24th floor, gazing down at the scene below, aiming at his target. Through the 8-fold scope, what seemed tiny like ants when viewed from a tall building was now clearly visible. Holding his breath, he tried hard to prevent his breath from fogging up the scope. The 7 fleeing figures slowly moving on the snowy ground became his targets. Zhang Yi's emotions surged as he aimed at a figure's back and gently pulled the trigger. In the moment the bullet left the barrel, he felt a strange power, as if the bullet was destined to hit the target. The gunshot rang out, piercing the silent night. The sound woke countless people from their sleep, leaving them uneasy. Through the scope, Zhang Yi saw the person fall to the ground, blood staining the snow. He was secretly surprised. Could it be that he was a natural sharpshooter? How could his marksmanship be so accurate? Zhang Yi was both amazed and excited. He had only wanted to test the gun's performance, but he didn't expect to achieve such astonishing results. That strange feeling surged in him again, catching him by surprise. As the gunshot alarmed the surrounding crowd, they hastened their escape. Zhang Yi quickly changed the magazine, preparing to aim at the next target. As he focused on aiming, that special feeling came over him once more. Another gunshot, and another person fell. Zhang Yi realized that his ability to shoot enemies from a high building was not accidental, but an innate talent. Speaking to himself, he realized that his abilities were not limited to the different dimension. This undiscovered potential was intricately linked to space. This made him a natural sharpshooter. Previously, when using crossbows and pistols, he was unaware of this ability, just feeling a good sense of shooting. Now, with the sniper rifle, This feeling became clearer. Zhang Yi was thrilled. Having an additional ability in the post-apocalyptic world meant an added guarantee of survival. He changed the magazine again, aiming at the next target's head. Gunshots echoed through the night sky, and the person's head instantly exploded, blood mist splattering. Indeed, it was a powerful and precise shooting ability. Zhang Yi was overjoyed, consecutively targeting other individuals. The gunshots continued, leaving several people defenseless, falling on the roadside one after another. 7 bodies lay in the snow, their blood staining the white ground, a stark contrast. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smile, feeling pleased. From now on, he could hide in the shadows and become a top assassin, specializing in covert operations. Downstairs, the neighbors heard gunshots and saw Huang Wei and others falling one by one, their eyes wide with shock. The gunshots came from upstairs. There was no doubt that it was Zhang Yi's doing. At such a distance, using a handgun was impossible. It must have been the deadly accuracy of a sniper rifle. Goodness, with such precision, Zhang Yi was indeed a marksman. The onlookers were stunned and terrified. Thinking of Zhang Yi's skill, they realized how easy it would be for him to deal with them. They couldn't help but imagine various terrifying scenarios, thinking that Zhang Yi might be a hidden martial arts master in the city. Otherwise, how could he have such exceptional marksmanship? It seemed best to obey Zhang Yi's commands in the future. Yes, they were still alive because Zhang Yi hadn't attacked. People's imaginations were terrifying, and at that moment, their awe of Zhang Yi reached its peak. Moreover, the midnight gunfire woke up the entire neighborhood. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle didn't have a silencer, and anyone with a basic knowledge of firearms could tell that it wasn't a handgun. In an era where a handgun could dominate, the consequences of someone having a more powerful rifle or even a sniper rifle were unimaginable. Zhang Yi put away the sniper rifle and rubbed his sore shoulders. The continuous shots made his shoulders ache. Fortunately, his physical fitness was excellent. Otherwise, his shoulders would have been sore for days. This night, many people would probably have trouble sleeping. Uncle Yu sent a message asking if the gunshots came from Zhang Yi. Uncle Yu had military experience and immediately recognized it was a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi didn't hide it and replied, "I got it from the police station today." Curious, Uncle Yu asked, "Have you served in the military? What's your military designation?" Zhang Yi's marksmanship was too exceptional, and Uncle Yu could tell he was undoubtedly the sharpshooter champion in the military. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Just a bit of talent, haha." Thinking Zhang Yi didn't want to talk more, Uncle Yu didn't press further. "As long as it's you firing the gun, it's fine. If it's someone else, we might be in danger." Zhang Yi casually replied a few words, then returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep on the warm, soft bed. The next day, he woke up after 9, washed up, and let Zhou Kei'er out of the room. "Let's prepare something to eat. I feel like having some oil-splashed noodles," Zhang Yi said to Zhou Kei'er. Zhou Kei'er smiled and said, "My cooking may not be as good as the restaurants." Zhang Yi shrugged, "Just practice more. We have plenty of time. Eating restaurant food all the time can get boring, so it's nice to change to home-cooked dishes occasionally." Zhou Kei'er obediently went into the kitchen and soon came out with 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles. Zhang Yi took a bite and found the taste quite good. Zhang Yi, who has surveillance devices installed throughout the house, including the kitchen, to provide ingredients for Zhou Kei'er. On Zhou Kei'er's first day entering the house, she underwent a comprehensive physical examination by Zhang Yi, from head to toe, inside and out, with every detail carefully scrutinized. Now, Zhang Yi meticulously checks Zhou Kei'er's body every day, leaving no corner unchecked, to ensure the elimination of any possibility of Zhou Kei'er poisoning him. It is because of this that Zhang Yi can enjoy the food served by Zhou Kei'er with peace of mind. Zhou Kei'er sat at the table, curious, and asked, "I heard gunshots yesterday. Was it you shooting on the balcony?" Zhang Yi turned his head and smiled, saying, "All right." He slowly ate the noodles. Even though Zhou Kei'er's cooking skills were average, making noodles was not difficult. It was something he found when he went out. It was a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi's tone was calm and composed. Excitement sparkled in Zhou Kei'er's beautiful eyes. "A sniper rifle? Can you use it?" "Not only can I use it, but I'm very good at it," Zhang Yi said, pointing outside the window. "Last night, I eliminated 7 people with 7 bullets. He felt proud of this, as men always like to boast about their achievements to women. Zhou Kei looked at Zhang Yi with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Following such a man, her safety was more assured. Zhang Yi, you're really amazing. She held her chin in her hands, looking at Zhang Yi admiringly. Don't you want to know how I learned to use a sniper rifle? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Zhou Kei shook her head. What does it matter to me? Even if you were a murderer or a psychopath in the past, I still choose to follow you. She thought for a moment and said, it's safer than being alone outside, right? Zhang Yi nodded. You're really smart, unlike some silly women who keep asking questions without end. 26 Tianhe gang is here. It wasn't until the morning that Huang Tianfang discovered the bodies of Huang Wei and the others. After hearing gunshots last night, he felt that the situation was not good. Out of caution, he did not bring anyone to check, but he knew in his heart that Huang Wei and the others were unlikely to come back alive. In the morning, they saw the 10 bodies piled outside, causing Huang Tianfang's pupils to shrink, feeling intense anger but more fear. Now, Tianhe gang was left with only 9 people, greatly reducing their strength. Even if they forced the owners to join, they could not fill the gap in the workers' combat power. If a battle occurred with other floors at this time, they would be at a great disadvantage. They had guns in their hands, and not just ordinary ones, probably rifles or sniper rifles. The dense bullets shot last night indicated that they had sufficient ammunition. Such opponents were really hard to deal with. Huang Tianfang's expression was serious. His men were also full of fear. Boss, what should we do? Dewey and the others are all dead, and our numbers have been reduced by half. Should we continue? Huang Tianfang looked darkly at building 25 next door, gritting his teeth. Continue? They have guns. What can we use to fight back? His men were getting anxious. But if we don't take their food and supplies, the owners of our building will starve in a few days. After a moment of silence, Huang Tianfang said in a deep voice, go tonight, steal Dewey and the others' bodies back. The crowd looked at each other, a struggling expression flashing on their faces. They had been brothers for many years, sharing weal and woe. Now they had to. Everyone felt heavy-hearted, but no one spoke. They knew that, compared to other things, survival was the most important. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kei finished dinner, he stood up, I'm going out for a bit. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kei quickly stuffed a bag of chips into her pocket. Zhang Yi didn't say much. This time he didn't put away the 2 boxes of ingredients in the kitchen. In life, Zhang Yi firmly believes in Zhou Kei's intelligence and talent. Only when a more powerful presence appears will Zhou Kei not act against Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi walked out of the building, the few people on duty straightened up immediately upon seeing him. Big brother Zhang, are you going out? Zhang Yi glanced at them, and the awe in their eyes was evident. Zhang Yi's strength had earned the respect of everyone. He nodded, keep up the good work. He climbed out of the window on the 4th floor, took a moment to think, and then pretended to take a detour to the back of the garage. Shortly after, he rode his motorcycle out of the community. Figures appeared in front of many windows, gazing at the departing Zhang Yi. Their expressions varied. Some were excited, some envious, and some malicious. The 21st floor is now managed by an organization called the Skywolf Gang, whose members are young people around 20 years old. The leader of the Skywolf Gang, Wang Cheng, stood by the window holding a bloody, slightly rusty machete. He frowned as he saw Zhang Yi leaving the community. Where did he hide his motorcycle? Last night, he sent someone to steal Zhang Yi's bike. His deputy Xiao Lu said, our community is too large. He must have hidden it very well, hard to find. Wang Cheng snorted, arms crossed. In any case, this bike must be under the control of our Skywolf Gang. With the snowmobile, we can go out to find supplies. By then, expanding the team and establishing a strong gang is within reach. Xiao Lu also nodded seriously. That's right, heroes arise in troubled times. This era is an opportunity for us brothers. He gazed in the direction Zhang Yi had left, bloodshot eyes filled with determination. Now, let's get some cigarettes first. I haven't smoked for half a month, I'm going crazy. Residents of other units were also discussing how to deal with Zhang Yi's arrival. For them, Zhang Yi having firearms, especially large firearms, was a crisis. But it was also an opportunity because Zhang Yi had a snowmobile to go out and find supplies. Some wanted to resist, some wanted to cooperate, but it was undeniable that they would soon come into conflict with Zhang Yi. This was inevitable. This time, Zhang Yi first went to a nearby supermarket to check the situation. Unfortunately, several nearby supermarkets were not tall, some even only had one floor, all covered with thick snow. It seemed that unless the heavy snow melted, the only places to get food would be those few independent large supermarkets and warehouses. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered his previous workplace. In the southwest direction of the economic development zone, there used to be a barren land that was later developed for various companies to build factories and warehouses. Due to the cheap land prices, most of the city's warehouses were concentrated there. Although Zhang Yi had already emptied the Walmart warehouse, there were still goods from other companies stored there. Medical supplies, food, cars, toys, you name it. He made up his mind, turned the car around, and headed towards the warehouse area. The warehouse is only about 10 kilometers away from here, and Zhang Yi drove there in less than 20 minutes. The place seemed particularly desolate, with the tall factory buildings not covered by the heavy snow like in the city, creating a starkly different scene. As Zhang Yi arrived, he could see the tops of some factory buildings faintly visible, as if they were reaching out to touch the sky. This sight made him feel a hint of loneliness, but at the same time added a touch of mystery. Zhang Yi was familiar with this area like the back of his hand, as all the warehouses of hundreds of conglomerates in Tianhai City were concentrated here, ranging from large to small. If all the supplies could be gathered in one place, not only could they be self-sufficient, but they could even feed thousands of people. However, the biggest problem at the moment was whether these supplies were still here or not. Zhang Yi took out his pistol and crowbar, and went to investigate the warehouse of the nearby RT Mart. He swung the crowbar mercilessly, smashing the windows. However, when he peeked inside, he found the entire warehouse empty. Had it been moved by someone? Despite his early hunch, Zhang Yi still felt somewhat disappointed. He continued to other warehouses, with the same result. Medical equipment, daily necessities, food, even snacks and pet food warehouses had been emptied. Everything was just as he had expected. When disaster strikes, official experts will definitely report the situation first, and the upper class will certainly prioritize moving supplies. That's why Zhang Yi had already emptied the Walmart warehouse a week ago. He understood that when disaster strikes, those in power will only consider their own interests, disregarding the life and death of others. However, Zhang Yi did not give up the search. There were hundreds of warehouses here, and perhaps there were still overlooked items that could be of help to him. Sure enough, hard work pays off. After some effort, Zhang Yi found a warehouse storing cars. The warehouse covered an area of 1 million square meters, incredibly spacious. Cars were neatly arranged on steel racks, including many luxury cars worth millions before the apocalypse. But now they had become scrap metal, showing no practical value. Faced with this scene, Zhang Yi felt somewhat helpless. He frowned and contemplated for a long time, finally made up his mind. Since there was still plenty of space, he decided to temporarily store them. Maybe they would be useful in the future. Men all have a fondness for cars. Looking at so many expensive vehicles, Zhang Yi felt the urge to collect them. Even though he couldn't drive them at the moment, at least he could appreciate them. Just treat them as high-end collectibles. So he selected a dozen of his favorite cars and put them into his own pocket dimension. Next, Zhang Yi busied himself in this warehouse area for a whole day. Most of the warehouses had been emptied, and what was left were large-scale machinery or batches of construction materials that were not easy to move. However, he did not find any food or daily necessities. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and searched like picking up scraps. Heavy-duty trucks, excavators, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, bulldozers. Maybe they would be useful in the future. He reassured himself. Then he felt that this idea was somewhat absurd, as in this snowy wasteland, these vehicles would be of no use even if driven out. Fortunately, the pocket dimension was spacious enough to accommodate these vehicles while still feeling roomy. After finishing the organization, Zhang Yi felt it was almost done. There was no need for further exploration in this area, and he currently did not need anything else urgently. He took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket dimension and quickly swallowed it. Braving the cold wind, Zhang Yi's mouth was filled with a bone-chilling cold, making him feel uncomfortable. Although he wanted to drink hot water to warm up, the hot water would quickly cool down once the lid was opened. He had no choice but to pick up a handful of snow and stuff it into his mouth, trying to make himself feel better. Then, he remembered a place he needed to go. Since he had collected a lot of gasoline and diesel, he started thinking about their daily use. However, he recently needed a large amount of fuel to drive the snowmobile as the main mode of transportation. This made him start worrying about whether the fuel he had stored before was enough. To be on the safe side, Zhang Yi decided to go to the gas station to see if he could get more fuel. Riding the snowmobile, he headed towards the largest gas station in Tianhai City. Shortly after, he arrived at his destination, but the sight in front of him shocked him. The huge gas station was covered with thick snow, and he could only judge its location by the surrounding buildings. Although mentally prepared, this scene still disappointed him. Without a towering gas station, he seemed unable to find a place to refuel. Frowning, Zhang Yi felt somewhat helpless in this situation. Considering the current thickness of ice and snow, digging by manpower was almost an impossible task. Moreover, it was impossible to determine how long the future snow disaster would last. Would they have to conserve oil? Based on the fuel inventory in his alternate space and the fuel consumption of the snowmobile, it might only last about 20 years. This was definitely not good news for him. The power of humans was indeed insignificant, if only large mechanical equipment could be used for excavation. Zhang Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just as he was about to start the vehicle and leave, suddenly a bright idea struck him. Excavation equipment. Would an excavator work? He had found several construction vehicles, including excavators, in the warehouse before. At that time, he just thought they were worth collecting, but he didn't expect to use them so soon. It should be a piece of cake to use an excavator to dig in the snow. Although this was rare on the former planet, Zhang Yi believed that this idea was definitely feasible. The snow accumulation was less than a month, and the ice layer had not formed too hard, so the excavator should be able to handle it. The snow was only a dozen meters deep at most. As long as he dug to the entrance like a door or window, he could easily enter. Therefore, it would not take too much time. Deciding to act immediately, Zhang Yi directly took out a large excavator from the alternate space. Bang! The nearly 20-ton excavator landed heavily and sank more than a meter deep. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. This is good, saves me the effort of digging. The snow on the surface is still relatively thin and can't withstand such a heavy machine. But the snow below should be more solid. Although he had never operated an excavator before, he was not bothered. During his time working in the warehouse, he operated cranes, forklifts, and large trucks, so he was no stranger to these mechanical equipment. With a little thought, he quickly grasped the essentials of driving this new gadget. While modestly claiming his skills were not exceptional, he was at least proficient in operating it. In his mind, his courage and determination to take on new challenges had never diminished. The operation of the excavator is very simple, requiring only the manipulation of two control levers and the bucket control lever. Zhang Yi located the fuel tank, took out a barrel of diesel from another dimension, and poured it into the tank. Then, he climbed into the control room, inserted the key, and started the excavator. It roared to life. Fortunately, the low temperature did not have much impact on this new mechanical beast, as it continued to function normally. Zhang Yi skillfully maneuvered the excavator, beginning to toss the thick snow in front of him to the sides. Initially slow, the speed gradually increased. Half an hour later, he had dug a hole 3 meters deep, with the excavator's tracks slowly moving along. Luckily, the excavator had a track design at the bottom, and Zhang Yi even had a hunch that in special circumstances, this machine could also be used as a means of transportation. Although a bit slow, the excavator had no trouble driving on the snowy ground. Even through muddy swamps, it could easily pass through, truly powerful. With his still inexperienced skills, Zhang Yi worked diligently for nearly 2 hours, finally digging up a solid structure. Overjoyed, he quickly cleared the snow around the building, gradually revealing the huge roof platform of the gas station. After finding the gas station building, the next step was to clear the snow in this area. Due to his lack of skill, Zhang Yi spent nearly 5 hours digging up to the window of the convenience store at the gas station. Thankfully, it was the excavator doing the digging, Otherwise, he would have been half dead from exhaustion. Zhang Yi got off the excavator, retracted it into another dimension, then smashed the window glass and jumped into the store. At first glance, he was taken aback. The snow had already burst through the door, almost filling the store. Fortunately, he could still see the door behind him. Trudging through the snow, Zhang Yi needed to find the oil storage facilities first. The gas station's tanks were usually buried underground to avoid the risk of being buried by snow. Before long, Zhang Yi found the entrance to the oil storage room. Although the gas station looked massive from the outside, the interior space was actually limited, making it not difficult to find the entrance. He used a crowbar to open the iron door, turned on a mining lamp, and illuminated 4 huge oil tanks with a total capacity of about 200 cubic meters. This spectacular sight gave him a chill down his spine. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yi carefully walked in, first removing any static electricity from his body. The gas station had ceased operations, and the interior was pitch black. He turned on the mining lamp, blocked the oil pipes, wrapped the pipe mouths with plastic wrap and cling film to prevent leaks, and then took all 4 huge oil tanks into another dimension. Typically, with these 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel, he wouldn't have to worry about refueling when driving in the future. However, wait a minute. A light bulb went off in Zhang Yi's mind as he suddenly realized an important fact. If he could use the excavator to dig through snowdrifts, wouldn't that mean he could also uncover other snow-buried places? This way, the whole world could become his treasure trove, a treasure trove that would be exclusively his to enjoy. Excited at the thought, Zhang Yi's heart raced with anticipation. The heavy snow was falling, covering the entire neighborhood as if hiding countless treasures waiting to be unearthed. Zhang Yi's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement because he knew he no longer had to worry about shortages of supplies. He believed that this vast world would provide him with everything he needed. Following the traces left by the excavator, Zhang Yi climbed up the snow and rode the snowmobile. Although it was already late, today's adventure had to come to an end. He made a stop at the supermarket in the Wanda Plaza on the way back, bringing home 2 bags of snacks. As soon as he drove out of the neighborhood, many people immediately gathered at the windows to peek. Zhang Yi parked the motorcycle behind the building and pretended to put it in the garage before carrying the snacks back to Unit 25. Without him saying a word, the neighbors had already gathered there. Only Feng Yuqing did not show up this time. It seemed she understood that Zhang Yi would no longer provide food. However, Lin Caning still came with a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi ignored her presence. Everyone had worked hard, and the food today was a reward for everyone who dealt with the intruders yesterday. According to the previous rules, food would be distributed based on the amount of contribution. In short, with limited food, those who did more work would get more, and those who did less work shouldn't expect to get much. Due to the deterrence of the sniper rifle, people were even more in awe of Zhang Yi and dared not say much. They all knew very well that Zhang Yi had eliminated the most enemies. Because Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei did not take turns on duty last night, they could only get 1 portion of food. Zhang Yi's so-called 1 portion was not enough to satisfy hunger. The 2 of them looked disappointed. Li Qingbin said to Zhang Jie, "Are we just going to wait like this? What if they don't come over? You've eliminated so many people, maybe they won't dare to come again." Young people are always impatient. Zhang Yi touched his nose and smiled, saying, "Opportunity favors the prepared mind. I said, for every enemy killed, there will be a reward of 5 portions of food. But I didn't say we can only passively defend." Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. "Are you saying we can take the initiative to attack? Killing people from other buildings can also get rewards?" They were extremely excited. They urgently needed food and also longed to show their strength in the team, becoming Zhang Yi's trusted assistants. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. Currently, apart from the Tianhe gang in Building 26-, no other building had made a move against Building 25-. But no one could guarantee what might happen in the future. Especially after Zhang Yi exposed his snowmobile, more people might covet it. Zhang Lei and Li Qingbin's proposal intrigued Zhang Yi. These people were originally the cannon fodder he recruited. If they wanted to take risks, then let them go ahead. After all, these snacks were not valuable to Zhang Yi. His face immediately lit up with an approving smile and nodded, "Of course. The ones outside are all enemies. Taking them out will ensure the safety of our group. Faced with the cold weather and heavy snow, they had no choice but to stay in the buildings nearby. The first target, naturally, was Building 26 of the Tianhe gang next door. Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei cheered excitedly, as if welcoming the arrival of victory. The expressions of the others varied, hiding their own thoughts. However, some began to waver, perhaps driven by greedy desires. After all, who wouldn't want to have more food? In this cruel world, survival is already the greatest challenge, and they have to make difficult choices for their own and the collective interests. After the food distribution was completed, Lin Caning found himself in trouble again, being beaten up badly by Zhang Lei and Li Qingbin. Zhang Yi ordered them to disperse. Zhou Kei'er stayed by Zhang Yi's side and whispered to him, "The atmosphere in the neighborhood seems a bit strange today." Zhang Yi gently pushed away her arm and asked, "Oh, what happened?" Zhou Kei'er realized immediately that Zhang Yi didn't like to be restrained. It might be fine at home, but outside, Zhang Yi always remained highly vigilant. She sighed, "I always feel like there are many eyes watching us. The feeling is unusually strong." Zhang Yi calmly smiled, "That's not surprising. The appearance of a snowmobile is bound to arouse jealousy in others. After all, such a means of transportation is extremely rare in the South. Owning it means being able to go out and look for supplies. It also represents hope for survival. Who wouldn't crave survival?" Zhou Kei'er expressed her concerns. "Do you think people from other units might also launch an attack? It could be very dangerous." After looking around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, Zhang Yi lowered his voice and said, "But we have plenty of cannon fodders. Even if they are powerful, it would be difficult for them to break into our home." Zhou Kei'er smiled in understanding, "But people tend to do unexpected things in desperate situations." Zhang Yi nodded, "You're right." As they talked, Zhang Yi habitually glanced around, as their conversation was best not overheard by others. However, it was this glance that made him suddenly see a black crack in the corner of his eye. They were passing the 13th floor at that moment, and the iron door in the stairwell was slightly ajar, with a blood-red eye staring at him. Who was it? Zhang Yi's muscles tensed instantly. Despite being brave, this sudden situation still made him nervous. The door in the stairwell slammed open, and a disheveled woman screamed and rushed out, wielding a blood-stained kitchen knife towards him. "Oh!" Zhou Kei'er screamed. Zhang Yi quickly pushed Zhou Kei'er aside, causing himself to lean to one side due to the reactive force. The knife fell empty in midair, not harming anyone. But the woman, like a madwoman, continued to swing the knife at Zhang Yi. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi rolled down the stairs. Despite wearing heavy clothing and a bulletproof vest, it was only after rolling down several flights of stairs that he managed to steady himself. It was then that he saw clearly that the woman was none other than the long-lost Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin angrily raised the knife, her eyes bloodshot, shouting at Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, I want you to pay with your life for my grandson's life." "You damn old man." Zhang Yi regained his composure, took out a thick and long pry bar from another dimension with his right hand, and directly smashed it towards her. The stairwell was narrow, and Aunt Lin had nowhere to dodge. Her swinging knife couldn't even touch Zhang Yi. Faced with the pry bar, she instinctively tried to avoid it, but in the end, she was only hit on the shoulder, not the head. With a crack, Zhang Yi heard the sound of bones breaking, and the old man felt a sharp pain in his old arms and legs. Aunt Lin was viciously knocked down on the stairs. She lost all resistance but still tightly gripped the blood-stained kitchen knife, her eyes filled with hatred. "I will kill you. I will avenge my grandson." Zhang Yi looked down coldly at her, raising the pry bar and hitting her hand hard. In the cold weather, the human body was surprisingly fragile. This blow sent 3 of her fingers flying and the knife thudded to the floor. "Oh!" Her piercing screams echoed in the stairwell. Members of the patrol team rushed over at the sound, seeing Zhang Yi and Aunt Lin. They couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Zhang, what happened?" Zhang Yi coldly replied, "This old lady tried to kill me." The team members condemned in unison, "This old woman deserves to go to hell. Big brother Zhang is the hope of our entire building now. She actually tried to harm you. Just get rid of her. She's gone mad. Keeping her alive will only bring trouble." Aunt Lin had indeed descended into madness. Her words in the group chat had been cryptic. Zhang Yi told the team members, "You guys go back. I'll handle this here. The few men dared not disobey and left the scene obediently. Zhou Keir stood on the stairs, looking at Zhang Yi with worry. Zhang Yi, are you hurt? Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and said coldly, she can't hurt me. Aunt Lin stubbornly raised her head, glaring at Zhang Yi with resentment. Zhang Yi, you deserve to die. You should go to hell. You killed my grandson. You will be punished. Zhang Yi didn't rush to act, instead calmly asked, I'm not the one who killed your grandson. Why are you seeking revenge on me? Aunt Lin's timing was extremely precise. Obviously she had planned it in advance. She knew that Zhang Yi would return at this time, so she hid behind the door waiting for the opportunity to strike. And Zhang Yi happened to be distracted while talking to Zhou Keir, giving her a chance. Otherwise, with Zhang Yi's caution, he wouldn't have noticed the issue with the door crack. At this moment, Zhang Yi wanted to know why this crazy old woman was targeting him. Aunt Lin glared angrily, gritting her teeth, saliva flying, like a rabid mother dog. You killed my grandson. You deserve to die, to receive the harshest punishment. I want to drink your blood, eat your flesh, and bite you into pieces. Zhang Yi still maintained a calm expression. But I don't remember killing your grandson. In fact, I can be considered your savior. It was Chen Zhenghao's men who killed your grandson, and I helped you deal with Chen Zhenghao. You should be grateful to me. Aunt Lin hesitated for a moment, but then became even angrier because she found Zhang Yi's words to be true. But how can a stubborn and unreasonable woman admit her mistake? Don't pretend to be a good person here. My grandson was still alive at the time. It was lack of medical treatment that caused him to suffer to death. It's you refused to lend me medicine. That's why he died. You are the culprit. Aunt Lin's saliva was flying, her eyes even more swollen from excitement, like a fierce evil spirit. Zhang Yi finally understood the truth this time. So that's how it is. He nodded in realization. However, could there be a misunderstanding in this matter? He looked down at Aunt Lin, facing her eyes filled with hatred. Then, Zhang Yi said softly, actually, I may talk tough, but I have a soft heart. How could I bear to watch a child suffer and die? That's why I went to your house to deliver medicine. Aunt Lin widened her eyes and said in confusion, you're talking nonsense. No, I'm not talking nonsense. Think carefully. I did visit your house, Zhang Yi said with a hint of regret. At that time, Xiao Hu was still alive. I clearly saw him breathing. But why did you sigh? He had a chance to survive, but you took away his chance to live. You are such a good grandmother. Zhang Yi's eyes turned gloomy, his tone indifferent. Aunt Lin, who was already mentally unstable, became even more confused upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Could Xiao Hu still be alive? Did she accidentally cause his death? No, it's impossible. Xiao Hu had already passed away at that time. It was you who caused his death. Zhang Yi smiled, pointing at Dr. Zhou Keir, saying, if you don't believe me, you can ask Dr. Zhou. Is there still hope for Lin Xiao Hu? Aunt Lin turned her head in confusion, gazing at Dr. Zhou Keir. Dr. Zhou Keir, seeing Zhang Yi's cold smile, felt a chill in her heart. It turned out that Zhang Yi did not directly kill Aunt Lin, but wanted her to die in extreme pain. Dr. Zhou Keir whispered to Aunt Lin, Lin Xiao Hu actually had a chance of survival. I contacted Zhang Yi at that time, and he agreed to deliver the medicine. But you didn't wait for him to arrive, mistakenly believing that Xiao Hu had already passed away. If you had waited a little longer, maybe he could have survived. Dr. Zhou Keir didn't say the last few words, because she felt it was already hurtful enough. Aunt Lin covered her face in despair, wailing in sorrow. No, it's not possible. I didn't know he was still alive. Her mind had long been shattered, her memory confused, sometimes even at a loss. She had been living on hatred, but the conversation between Zhang Yi and Dr. Zhou Keir made it difficult for her to distinguish reality. Could it be that the child's relative was not Zhang Yi, but herself? Suddenly, Zhang Yi shouted loudly, haha, so that's it. The good grandmother of the Lin family, claiming to love her grandson, but causing the death of her own grandson. You really love him enough. Can you face your son and daughter-in-law who entrusted their grandson to you? Aunt Lin's eyes were blank, covering her head as she let out painful wails. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. It is. Aunt Lin wailed in despair. Zhang Yi stood by, smiling, holding a knife to help her out of the predicament. Zhou Kei felt a chill creeping over her. Zhang Yi was definitely someone not to be messed with. His treatment of others was simply terrifying. Suddenly, Aunt Lin let out a scream and then slammed hard into the wall. She had completely collapsed, losing the will to live. For her, death was the only release. However, at a crucial moment, Zhang Yi showed a different side. His kindness was touching. How could he just watch the neighbor pass away like that? Zhang Yi shouted loudly, "No," and then kicked Aunt Lin away. Thud! Aunt Lin fell to the side and rolled down the stairs to the floor below. Zhang Yi looked at Aunt Lin and said with deep concern, "Aunt Lin, look forward, don't give up easily. After all, how will your family face it if you leave? You have to live for the sake of your grandson." Aunt Lin's mouth was bleeding, unable to speak, but her eyes were full of pleading towards Zhang Yi. She couldn't speak, only express herself with her eyes. At this moment, neighbors from several floors nearby heard the commotion and came to watch. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and said loudly, "Come and see, Aunt Lin wants to end her life." How strange, how did she hold on until now? The neighbors, upon hearing this, showed disgust on their faces. They might do anything to survive, but they would never do such a thing to their loved ones. This was their moral bottom line. Aunt Lin, being stared at by everyone, completely collapsed mentally, spitting out blood, struggling and in pain. She was on the brink of death, only able to hold on for half an hour before freezing to death. Zhou Kei walked to Zhang Yi's side and whispered. Zhang Yi's actions had already caused her severe internal injuries. Freeze to death? Zhang Yi frowned in thought. He couldn't bear such a cruel method. In this cold weather, letting her freeze to death was something he couldn't ignore. The neighbors looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Was he going to spare Aunt Lin? Only Zhou Kei, who knew Zhang Yi well, looked at him helplessly, asking about his plan. Zhang Yi sighed and said, "The old lady has had a hard life. Let her be a little warmer before she passes away." He reached into his clothes, pretending to take something out, but actually took out a bottle of alcohol from a different space. Opening the bottle, click, the alcohol spilled on Aunt Lin. Seeing this scene, the neighbors finally understood Zhang Yi's intentions. Although they were speechless, they also found this action quite reasonable. After all, this was Zhang Yi. After pouring the alcohol, Zhang Yi quickly stepped back, lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then threw the cigarette towards Aunt Lin. In an instant, flames ignited. Soon, the stairwell echoed with a tragic scream. Zhang Yi turned and walked away without looking back. The other neighbors made way for him in fear, their eyes filled with dread. After returning to the room, Zhang Yi and Zhou Kei took off their winter coats and sat on the sofa together. Zhang Yi cursed the annoying old lady, expressing his anger. He lay back leisurely on the sofa. Zhou Kei went into the bathroom and soon came out with a basin of hot water. She smiled and knelt in front of Zhang Yi, gently washing away the tiredness from his feet. She softly asked, "Were you scared just now?" Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa and casually replied, "Not really. After the apocalypse, I've seen all sorts of absurd things. In chaotic times, anything unimaginable could happen. Even though I was wearing a bulletproof vest, unless the old lady was a skilled assassin, she couldn't harm me. But I'm not a puppet, of course I would dodge." Curiously, he asked, "What happened in the neighborhood while I was away? Especially in the other units, any commotion?" Zhou Kei nodded. "I was just about to tell you." Zhang Yi sat up slightly, curiosity and vigilance flickering in his eyes. "Oh, what happened?" Zhou Kei massaged his feet and softly said, "Unit 9 is now managed by Chen Lingyu, who was my former patient. She contacted me today, hoping I could introduce you to her friend and discuss some matters with you." Zhang Yi furrowed his brows slightly. Unit 9, Chen Lingyu? The name is unfamiliar to him. Although Yulu community is not large, Unit 25 where he lives and Unit 9 are 500 meters apart, and they usually have no intersection. He asked, "What does she want to talk to me about?" Zhou Kei shook her head. She only said she wants to cooperate with the building manager of Unit 25. The specific details will have to be discussed by you. Zhang Yi sneered. "Cooperate? I lack nothing now. They can only wait to die. Why should I cooperate with them?" Zhou Kei looked up with a hint of a smile and said, "Should I tell her you don't want to talk to her?" Zhang Yi waved his hand. No rush. Tell me, what kind of person is she? How is Unit 9 doing? Zhou K'er detailedly introduced the situation to Zhang Yi. Chen Lingyu is the owner of a $2 billion beauty and cosmetics company, actually a micro-business enterprise. She is 38 years old, above average appearance, strong-willed, and a competent female entrepreneur. She and Zhou K'er only met because of a previous visit to the hospital. Their relationship is average at best. As for Unit 9, it is currently under her and her subordinates' control, well managed, with only 10 deaths. After listening, Zhang Yi lightly pinched his fingers and nodded. At this time, a woman can actually manage an entire building. This Chen Lingyu is indeed extraordinary. Zhou K'er also sighed with emotion. Zhang Yi smiled gently, but deep down he felt uneasy. In this world, there are always people who can manipulate others' thoughts with their eloquence and skills. He knew well that the most terrifying thing about such people is their ability to ignore family and friends, even disregarding their loved ones. Zhou K'er nodded in understanding upon hearing this. Her impression of that woman was not good either, as the sudden visit after a long period of no contact raised suspicions. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi knew that his snowmobile had already stirred jealousy among other residents in the community. They were all coveting his property and trying to find ways to obtain his snowmobile. Zhou K'er nodded silently, understanding Zhang Yi's worries. In that case, do you plan to talk to her? Zhou K'er asked with concern. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and then nodded. Let's chat and see. I also want to know what the residents in the other units are thinking. We can't let things escalate. Otherwise, if all 29 buildings' residents are hostile towards me, that won't be a good situation. Although Zhang Yi could stay at home without going out, he was well aware that the outside world held great opportunities and dangers. He needed to venture out constantly to find the supplies he needed for survival. Therefore, he had to handle things carefully to avoid conflicts with other residents. While enjoying Zhou K'er's gentle massage, Zhang Yi opened WeChat on his phone. He noticed a friend request from Chen Lingyu, the CEO of a Fortifying group, at the top of the list. Chen Lingyu was dressed in a women's suit with a white shirt, crossing her arms and wearing an exaggerated smile, a typical image of a micro-business. Just as Zhang Yi was about to accept her friend request, he suddenly noticed another familiar profile picture below. Business professionals usually used personal photos as their WeChat avatars, so Zhang Yi immediately recognized him, Li Jian, the financial director of Walmart's South China region. Zhang Yi had seen him at the company's annual meeting, but they had no direct contact. Glancing at the time of the friend request, he realized it was shortly after he left the community. It seemed that Li Jian was looking for him for a similar purpose. With a clear understanding in his mind, Zhang Yi decided to accept both of their friend requests at the same time to understand their respective intentions and then deal with the actions of other residents. Soon, Chen Lingyu and Li Jian replied almost simultaneously. Mr. Zhang, hello, I am Chen Lingyu from Building 9, currently in charge of managing Building 9. I hope to have a conversation with you. Mr. Zhang, hello, I am Li Jian from Building 18. Thank you for accepting my friend request. On behalf of the residents of Building 18, we hope to discuss cooperation matters with you. Zhang Yi first opened Chen Lingyu's chat box, ready to start the conversation. Chen Lingyu quickly requested a voice call, but Zhang Yi politely declined. Sorry, I'm not available for a call at the moment. Chatting through text will do. He has a deep understanding of women engaged in dry goods e-commerce. His eloquence is like a fully fired machine gun. Once given the opportunity to express, he can continuously pour out. He prefers direct and concise ways of expression for anything. He is inherently impatient and loathes long-winded nonsense. Zhang Yi showed his strong side to Chen Lingyu, making her deeply aware of his power. In room 9 hash, Chen Lingyu paced back and forth, not because she was nervous, but because the weather was too cold, and moving around could provide some warmth. She was wearing multiple layers of clothing, trying to make herself look elegant, even wearing a coat with a fox fur collar. After receiving Zhang Yi's cold message, she took a deep breath and muttered to herself, indeed remarkable. Cannot take it lightly. Facing Zhang Yi, Chen Lingyu was actually very nervous and even fearful. After all, Zhang Yi's legendary deeds were well known. Single-handedly, he had eliminated the neighbors in half of the building. And he had various weapons, even sniper rifles and other terrifying equipment. All kinds of rumors made people who had heard Zhang Yi's stories full of awe. Chen Lingyu calmed herself and typed out the words she had repeatedly pondered in her mind. Mr. Zhang, I have heard of your great reputation. We have long been eager to meet you. Knowing that you have a snowmobile to search for supplies, we in Room 9 hope to collaborate with you. Zhang Yi glanced over and sneered. Collaborate? What can you offer me? Collaboration requires equal conditions. You should be clear about that. Chen Lingyu immediately replied. We in Room 9 have not suffered much loss and have an ample workforce. Now that you have a snowmobile to leave the community and broaden your horizons, we can provide 76 manpower, all of whom are the best labor force. The outside world is frozen in heavy snow, and order has already become chaotic. In other words, everything buried under the snow and ice will belong to the discoverer. You have transportation and weapons. We have family members who obey orders and commands. As long as we work together, we will surely achieve great success. Zhang Yi scratched his ear. It sounds a bit exaggerated, all empty words. Now people don't even know how they will survive tomorrow, and you're talking about development. Chen Lingyu swallowed her saliva. Of course, we need your help to gather food and ensure survival. Regardless of your plans, our people are the most competent labor force. Zhang Yi shook his head disinterestedly. It's fine to deceive desperate homeowners if you're running a pyramid scheme, but I'm not interested. He didn't bother typing and sent a voice message. I have no interest in what you're talking about. Goodbye. Chen Lingyu became anxious after hearing this. You have become the envy of the entire community. Just by providing food, at least we can maintain neutrality. You wouldn't want us to become your enemies, would you? Seeing this message, Zhang Yi's expression finally became slightly serious. The conversation between Chen Lingyu and Zhang Yi began. Chen Lingyu knew that Zhang Yi was not easily weakened, but she had to express her sincerity. She tentatively said, Zhang Yi, you are intelligent and wise. You should understand the situation we are all in. Thousands of people in the entire community are trapped here, and can only stay at home waiting for hunger to come every day. Only you can go out on a snowmobile to find food. If it were you, would you envy this kind of freedom? The reason why no one has taken action is just weighing the pros and cons. However, it's only a matter of time before action is taken against you. We just hope that you can ensure our basic food supply, so that the residents of Unit 25 will definitely not pose a threat to you. Hearing this, Zhang Yi frowned slightly. He sensed a hint of threat. He coldly asked, are you suggesting that if I don't agree, Unit 9 will launch an attack on Unit 25? There was a hint of killing intent in Zhang Yi's voice. Chen Lingyu also felt a tremor, but she still firmly said, I believe you wouldn't make that choice. Being our enemy, even if you win, there will be no benefit. Moreover, the distance between Unit 25 and Unit 9 is far. If you lead people to attack, it will be a dead end. In addition, people from other units may also take advantage of the situation. We only need some food, no other requests. With my strategy and your strength, we can easily dominate the entire community, Chen Lingyu said somewhat excitedly. Zhang Yi's lips curved into a disdainful smile. I have never seen such a bold beggar, he said. Chen Lingyu gasped in disbelief. This is about cooperation. Zhang Yi replied indifferently. I will consider your proposal and get back to you later. With that, he closed the chat window, unwilling to continue the conversation with Chen Lingyu. Zhang Yi placed his phone on his lap, pondering the next move. He didn't care much about Chen Lingyu. Just a Unit 9, wanting to confront him, no matter how many people, was not a threat. They had no idea how many guns and bullets Zhang Yi had. If they really attacked, with his precise shooting skills, he could eliminate them all with just an assault rifle. However, the problem was that Chen Lingyu was not the only one in the entire community with such thoughts. The residents of the other 29 units also coveted his snowmobile. Some restless individuals, running out of supplies, were also willing to take risks. If they united and attacked Unit 25 together, Zhang Yi would have to fight continuously. He looked up at the safe room in his house. The aerospace alloy shell could withstand bullet attacks. Even if the entire community rushed in, they couldn't destroy it. Unless they could destroy Unit 25, Zhang Yi was almost invulnerable. How likely was that to happen? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow as he contemplated. If the residents of the 29-unit building worked together, such a scenario might be possible. However, due to limitations in the power supply, they are unable to use high-power electrical appliances such as jackhammers and drills. Therefore, it is almost impossible to demolish a building solely by manpower. Especially in the current extremely low temperatures, coupled with a shortage of food to provide sufficient energy, this task is absolutely daunting. Considering their current physical condition, even walking a short distance outside would be unbearable due to the cold. In such circumstances, how could they possibly have the strength to break down walls? After careful consideration, Zhang Yi came to a satisfactory conclusion. He firmly believed that as long as he stayed in Building 25 and utilized the firepower at his disposal along with the sturdy safe house, even if the residents of the other 29 buildings united, they would not pose a threat to him. In the current situation of extreme food scarcity and cold temperatures, braving the freezing wind for a few steps outside was torture for anyone. 20 people would also struggle to accomplish what one person could do before. Zhang Yi was well aware that his safety was secure. Even if things took a turn for the worse, he could always ride his motorcycle out of trouble and engage in guerrilla warfare with the weapons in his hands, gradually weakening their strength. However, this approach was too cumbersome, and he did not want to keep fighting with the residents of the other 29 buildings. But if he did not eliminate them, they would sooner or later launch an attack. Zhang Yi carefully weighed his options in his heart. Should he spend time and energy eliminating all those in the community who posed a threat to him, or should he look for another solution? For now, Zhang Yi had not made a decision. He looked at his phone and decided to have a chat with Li Jian. He needed to find out if other building owners shared the same thoughts. Zhang Yi opened the chat window with Li Jian. He did not immediately reply, but Li Jian enthusiastically introduced their situation to him. Li Jian said, "Mr. Zhang, I come with sincerity, hoping that we can cooperate to build a harmonious home, a post-apocalyptic utopia. So far, only 5 elderly people from our building 18 have passed away due to complications caused by extreme cold. We have been distributing resources fairly and living in harmony. I believe this is the best way to survive in the apocalypse, preserving the spark of human civilization and helping with the reconstruction after the snow disaster. Currently, we lack effective food sources. I hope we can cooperate. We can provide manpower and resources to meet your needs as much as possible. At the same time, we can coordinate our relationships with other buildings to avoid conflicts." After reading Li Jian's introduction, Zhang Yi felt relieved. Li Jian, as the financial director of a large group, had much higher emotional intelligence than the micro-business owner Chen Lingyu. His expression was clear, his statement of interests was concise and clear, and his tone was neither submissive nor arrogant. However, what Zhang Yi cared about the most was the harmonious home that Li Jian mentioned. The apocalypse had been going on for more than 20 days, and yet no one had died due to conflicts. Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Ke, who was massaging his feet, and asked, "Ke, do you know about the situation in Building 18? Zhou Ke pondered for a moment and replied, "I have heard some things. Their building leader is very charismatic. After the apocalypse, he successfully united all the residents and implemented a system of uniform resource distribution, allowing most people to survive to this day." Zhang Yi sighed. Li Jian's approach is indeed the most sensible. In comparison, for example, Building 25 where I am located, has wasted a lot of resources due to internal conflicts and consumption. In theory, if a person does not engage in any physical or mental activity, they consume very little energy in a day, just one meal is enough. Li Jian is a talent. Zhang Yixin felt a myriad of emotions in his heart, knowing full well that surviving for a long time in the apocalypse was almost impossible. Li Jian, with his ability to establish order, had united everyone early on through his influence in Building 18. However, what would happen when faced with an external threat? Those who were used to comfort, once encountering villains like Tianhe Bang or Chen Zhenghao, would probably only meet a cruel end. This situation was somewhat similar to the ancient Central Plains civilization repeatedly falling to nomadic civilizations. Without the protection of force, all peace and harmony were fragile. Zhang Yixin asked Li Jian what he would do if he disagreed. After careful consideration, Li Jian replied that he would extend a friendly invitation for cooperation. Even if rejected, he would feel regret, but that didn't mean he couldn't change his mind in the future. He still looked forward to the opportunity for future cooperation. Zhang Yi smiled, feeling comforted by this formal response. He asked, "Don't you consider attacking our Building 25? Or would you not join in when attacks occur in other units?" Li Jian's answer was candid and clear. They would only use force for self-defense and never provoke others. It wasn't that they lacked strength, but they understood that pointless infighting would only result in both sides getting hurt. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire Li Jian's honesty. Despite some timidity, he insisted on speaking with righteousness. In general, Building 18 had peacefully spent half a month in the apocalypse, lacking the courage to fight with others. Li Jian was a wise man, understanding that even if Zhang Yi were to be involved in conflict, they wouldn't benefit from it. Therefore, he chose to wait and see. After sending the message, Zhang Yi began to look for other people in his friend request list. Previously, too many people wanted to add him as a friend to ask for supplies, causing him to ignore all requests directly. However, now, people from every building in the area wanted to talk to him, asking for help in gathering supplies. Sure enough, Zhang Yi added several more building leaders. Their requests were almost indistinguishable from those of Chen Lingyu and Li Jian, all hoping to cooperate with Zhang Yi to seek the necessary supplies for survival. However, what they could offer was extremely limited, only labor, women, and a promise not to betray in conflicts. The only difference was in their attitude, which was inconsequential. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, murmuring softly to himself, "There are only two choices now, to fight or to make peace. If I choose to fight, I must eliminate those who pose a threat to me. It's not impossible, just too time-consuming and resource-draining. To eliminate the residents of 30 buildings, his stockpile of ammunition would quickly run out. The ammunition he obtained from the police station was limited, just over 1,000 rounds. This was under the most ideal circumstances. Even if they came to attack, he could eliminate them all, but if they stayed hidden in the buildings, he didn't dare to act rashly. Although Zhang Yi has no psychological shadow about killing, he is not a sadistic butcher. Most residents in the neighborhood do not have deep hatred towards him. If he were to eliminate them all, it might make him feel remorseful. Thinking about this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but rub his temples, realizing that wiping out the entire neighborhood was not a wise choice. It would be too troublesome and could potentially bring him mental distress. Zhou Kei'er listened to Zhang Yi's soft whisper, but felt a sense of horror and unease in her heart. At this moment, the whole community seemed to be on the edge of hell, with people struggling frantically from side to side. Life and death hung in the balance, all depending on Zhang Yi's whim. Fortunately, Zhou Kei'er felt extremely lucky to have chosen to follow him. Suddenly, Zhang Yi turned to Zhou Kei'er and patted the sofa beside him, gesturing for her to come and sit down. Zhou Kei'er walked over and sat down beside him. The temperature in the room rose, and the two of them were usually dressed in casual home clothes. The outfit Zhou Kei'er was wearing was picked out by Zhang Yi, very cute and complimenting her beautiful figure. Sitting close to Zhang Yi, Zhou Kei'er was as gentle as a Siamese cat. Zhang Yi picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and then asked Zhou Kei'er, "Kei'er, do you think we should fight or seek peace?" Zhou Kei'er thought Zhang Yi was going to say something private, but she didn't expect him to ask for her opinion. This trust made her feel comforted, though a bit regretful, but also happy that Zhang Yi valued her opinion. Zhou Kei'er's eyes twinkled as she replied, "If we fight, can you withstand the attacks from the residents of the other 29 buildings?" "Of course, no problem," Zhang Yi answered confidently. In fact, he had a slight hesitation in his heart. With only a 99.99% certainty, there was still a 0.01% uncertainty. He couldn't guarantee that there were no explosives hidden in the other buildings. But this probability was similar to the probability of being hit by a nuclear bomb. Things that were unavoidable, he chose not to consider. Zhou Kei'er looked at him in surprise, expecting him to say it was impossible, but she didn't expect him to be so sure. After all, Zhang Yi had never disclosed the extent of his weapons and supplies to her. However, Zhou Kei'er thought that with Zhang Yi's superpowers, he could do anything. She took a deep breath and continued to ask, "Then, if we choose peace, You have to provide the livelihood data of the entire community of 1,500 people? Zhang Yi laughed, confirming that their demands were indeed as stated. Zhou Kei immediately objected, that's too unrealistic. The livelihood data of 1,500 people requires a large amount of resources. It's almost impossible for you to do it alone. Zhang Yi waved his hand, explaining, the conditions they offer are often higher than actual needs, waiting for me to negotiate. And these people are not good people. Those who control a building have their own small groups and prioritize their own needs. The others are just stockpiling food, not worth wasting resources on. Zhou Kei agreed with Zhang Yi's point of view and nodded. Handling the supplies for 30 buildings would indeed bring Zhang Yi a lot of trouble. With a smile and a nod, Zhang Yi acknowledged the challenge ahead. Yes, this was definitely going to be troublesome. If he wanted to solve this problem, the only way was either to eliminate them, although it was a convoluted, troublesome, and somewhat dangerous process, as he would have to confront them and leave the safe house. Rubbing his temples, he pondered if there was a way to deal with them without causing a disturbance and getting rid of the trouble. Zhou Kei lowered her head in deep thought, while Zhang Yi held her slender waist in his arms, already brewing various plans in his mind. After a moment of silence, Zhou Kei reluctantly said, this puzzle seems unsolvable. You are their only hope. If you don't help them, they will surely come looking for trouble with you. Pausing for a moment, she added, although there is an evasion theory, putting it into practice is not realistic. Arching an eyebrow, Zhang Yi inquired, oh, what theory is that? Zhou Kei chuckled. Evading may be shameful, but it is also a coping strategy. You can choose to leave this community, live elsewhere, and get rid of their entanglement. Zhang Yi stared at Zhou Kei wide-eyed. Initially, he found her suggestion somewhat ridiculous and even baffling. After all, he had put a lot of thought into building the safe house. How could he just leave the community like that? But suddenly, a new idea flashed through his mind. Could he store the safe house in his own space and then move away? Although he had tried to collect large items before, they had to meet the condition of independent existence. And his safe house was already integrated into the building structure, requiring dismantling before moving. But how to dismantle it? With what tools? If the neighbors could dismantle it, they would have done so already. This idea, though bold and challenging to implement, brought a new revelation to Zhang Yi. Perhaps there would be a chance to try it in the future. However, at the moment, it was not a viable option. Watching Zhang Yi's serious contemplation, Zhou Kei couldn't help but laugh. I was just talking casually, don't take it seriously. Zhang Yi playfully pinched her nose and asked, so, what do you think we should do? Pouting, Zhou Kei helplessly indicated she didn't know. With a deep gaze, Zhang Yi reassured, then let's not rush, let's wait a moment before making a plan. After all, time is on our side, and I have the initiative. Currently, the only thorny issue for Zhang Yi was the other 29 buildings uniting against him. In the post-apocalyptic era, there was a lot of scheming between people. Within this community, the 30 buildings had formed various types of groups. Zhang Yi and the Tianhe gang, the Crazy Wolf gang, had gained dominance through force and slaughter, while Chen Lingyu controlled a building's residents through brainwashing and hypnosis. Li Jian created a harmonious home through scientific management. These organizations had different ideologies and stances, distrusting each other and could easily turn into enemies. Uniting them was not an easy task. Zhang Yi planned to continue observing their movements before making a decision. After all, he held the initiative, possessing many heavy weapons and precise shooting skills, unafraid of group battles. Zhang Yixin, determined, chose to observe the situation first. However, he was well aware that those people would eventually lose patience and try to deal with him. Therefore, recently he paid extra attention to safety issues. He wore a police helmet and put on a bulletproof vest to protect his body. Zhang Yixin examined his legs, frowning. Although he had a bulletproof vest, he didn't have bulletproof pants. After some thought, Zhang Yixin came up with an idea. He took out a bulletproof vest from another dimension and handed it to Zhou Kei. Is this for me? Zhou Kei asked happily. Help me pick apart its seams. I need it, Zhang Yixin said. Zhou Kei's mouth twitched with a hint of disappointment, but she still obediently took the bulletproof vest and cut open the seams on both sides with scissors. The threads of the bulletproof vest were exceptionally tough. After all, They were made of special materials designed to withstand great impact. Zhou Kai'er exerted a lot of effort and finally dismantled the bulletproof vest. So, the bulletproof vest turned into 2 pieces of cloth. Zhang Yi took them, gestured on his legs, and nodded in satisfaction. Wrap it around your legs, then put on a winter coat. Isn't this a pair of bulletproof pants? The arteries in the legs are important too, can't overlook them. After preparing the equipment, Zhang Yi contemplated for a moment, realizing that he couldn't let the neighbors in the building get too comfortable. He had to make them feel the crisis and then induce them to go out on their own to cause trouble. After all, when Zhang Yi organized them initially, it was as cannon fodder, not as pampered individuals. Other buildings sent signals, he had to respond. So, Zhang Yi posted a message in the homeowners group, informing everyone of the current situation. Dear brothers and sisters of Unit 25, dear family, we are facing a major crisis right now. Someone is attempting to steal our food. Some nearby buildings are jealous that we can go out to find food, so they threaten to attack our building unless I share food with them. As soon as these words were spoken, the homeowners group instantly boiled over. The neighbors had just seen a glimmer of hope for survival, and now they relied on Zhang Yi to go out every day and bring back some food to sustain their lives. Now that other buildings are envious and want to snatch, they will never agree. What are these guys thinking? If they have the guts, they should go find it themselves. Let's fight them, swear to guard our food, not giving them even a single grain of rice. Yes, with Zhang Yi around, if it comes to a fight, they don't stand a chance. However, some expressed concerns. But our building only has 30 to 40 people now. If other buildings come to attack, can we really hold on? That's indeed a bit difficult. Then can we try to negotiate with them? Ask them not to cause trouble? Do you think that's possible? Everyone is fighting desperately for food now. Who will listen to reason? Then what should we do? Dying of hunger is also a way to die. The neighbors argued incessantly. They were indignant, but also filled with fear. If they were to confront all the other buildings in the neighborhood, wouldn't they be making enemies with over 1,000 people? It was no different from seeking death. At this moment, Zhang Yi timely sent a message to let everyone understand the situation outside. The heavy snow has submerged various low-rise buildings, including most of the supermarkets. In such circumstances, finding supplies has become extremely difficult, almost entirely dependent on luck. Thousands of people have gathered outside, and if all the food is distributed to them, then one would be left starving. The protagonist, Zhang Yi, knowing full well that his supplies can last for a few more days, decided to leave the decision to everyone. Whether to keep the food for themselves or give it to others in exchange for peace, this decision was to be made collectively. The choice presented by Zhang Yi was like pointing a gun at someone's head, forcing them to make a life or death decision. However, in reality, it was not a true choice. When the neighbors heard this, they realized they had no way out. Without food, they were doomed to struggle for survival. Only by taking a chance, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. So, they decided to act together with the protagonist. The food belonged to them. Why should they give it to others? Let those incompetent people find their own demise. They themselves had no ability to obtain food, yet they wanted to rob others, which was truly despicable. The protagonist, Lu Chang, was deeply disgusted and repulsed by such behavior. Watching the neighbors gradually getting agitated, Zhang Yi decided to say, "All right, we can't let them look down on us. We must make them understand our strength. Tonight, Li Qingbin, Zhang Lei, you lead the charge into Building 26. The few remaining members of the Tianhe gang, take them out. This is not only to avenge our lost family members but also to sound the alarm for other units." Li Qingbin and Zhang Lei responded, "Sure, Zhang, we got it." Zhang Yi looked at them and continued, "As for me, I've been busy outside all day today and feeling a bit tired. I won't go with you this time, but next time for sure." Li Qingbin quickly said, "We understand, Zhang. You've worked hard today." Zhang Lei also agreed, "Zhang, you've done the most. We can't let you handle everything on your own, right everyone?" The crowd echoed in agreement, "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Yi smiled slightly and said, "Good brothers, you guys go ahead." After the arrangements were made, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, threw away his phone, and then embraced Zhou Keir. Zhou Keir let out a surprised scream, her face beaming with a smile. An hour later, Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, cigarette in his mouth, while Zhou Keir nestled in his arms, her face filled with a satisfied smile. The sound of a WeChat message notification came from his phone, and Zhang Yi picked it up to find a message from Zhang Lei. Zhang, those old guys from the Tianhe gang are quite tricky. Zhang Yixing's lips curled up slightly. Of course, it's tough. If it were easy, I would have stormed in and wiped them all out. The Tianhe gang members are skilled in combat, have strong bodies and endurance, and are familiar with utilizing the terrain. Zhang Lei and the others going in for the attack would inevitably suffer heavy losses under the preparedness of the Tianhe gang. However, since they were cannon fodder, their sacrifice didn't pain Zhang Yi, and he was even somewhat pleased. After all, most of these neighbors had once received his favor. Zhang Yi pretended to ask with concern, "How is the casualty situation on our side?" Zhang Lei replied, "We lost 8 people, while they only had 3 casualties." This result left Zhang Yi quite satisfied. The Tianhe gang members were already few in number, and they were all elite fighters. With 3 of them dead, Huang Tianfeng had practically become a lone wolf. Zhang Yi asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zhang Lei was surprised that Zhang Yi cared so much about his well-being and quickly replied, "Just a scratch, I'm fine." Zhang Yi immediately exclaimed with a tone full of anger and sorrow, "These days the thugs from the Heaven Alliance almost harmed one of my capable generals. Zhang Lei, you can take a day off tomorrow, no need to be on duty." Then, he announced to the crowd, "Everyone performed exceptionally well tonight. Tomorrow, those who performed well will be rewarded. Those who participated in the attack on the Heaven Alliance will receive at least 2 portions of food each." Zhang Lei bravely got injured and deserves everyone's respect, so he will rest tomorrow. In addition, there will be a reward of a large portion of braised pork rice. Hearing Zhang Yi's inspiring words, the neighbors were thrilled. Despite the loss of 8 neighbors, at this moment, losing 1 person seemed insignificant. They had become numb. The most enviable thing was Zhang Lei, who could enjoy braised pork rice at such a moment. Although they had ingredients, they lacked seasonings and were reluctant to make a fire. They could only eat whatever was available each day, almost forgetting the taste of braised pork rice. Zhang Yi is amazing. It's great. Following Zhang Yi is indeed a wise choice, with meat to eat. Darn it, I didn't get the head this time. The braised pork rice will be mine next time for sure. Many people were determined to fight harder. The next morning, Zhang Yi put on his full gear and left home with peace of mind. He planned to go to nearby large malls and hotels to find useful supplies. When he climbed out of the window on the 4th floor, he saw a large area of snow had been trampled on, with bloodstains. Zhang Yi felt a little sad, realizing that many battles had taken place here recently. He immediately cheered up, took out the snowmobile stealthily, and drove out of the community. The sound of the motorcycle rang out, bringing back that familiar feeling. The feeling of being watched. Although he couldn't see the people behind the windows, he knew that many people were watching him. Zhang Yi looked up, coldly scanning building after building. These people might become his enemies in the future, and then die at his hands. As his gaze shifted from far to near, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Number 21. The prominent red number 21 on the wall caught his attention, reminding him and causing a strong sense of unease. 21. The Wild Wolf Gang. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows slightly, pondered for a moment, and his gaze became sharper. Something was off. The 21 where the Wild Wolf Gang was located wasn't far away. However, so far, even knowing that Zhang Yi had a lot of supplies and a snowmobile, they hadn't made a move. In the past, he thought they were cautious and feared him. But now, this situation was too bizarre. Even if they were cautious, they were still a group of young, hot-blooded youths. Faced with the tempting snowmobile, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. In this neighborhood, Zhang Yi felt a sense of isolation that was different from the others. The owners of the other buildings all came knocking on his door to discuss cooperation, but the members of the Wild Wolf Gang remained silent and never reached out to Zhang Yi. This indifferent attitude made Zhang Yi feel unusually uneasy, even a bit ominous. He knew deep down that some dogs never bark easily. They choose to silently maneuver in the dark, preparing for a sudden attack. Zhang Yi tightened his grip on the handgun in his pocket, recalling the big guns filled with bullets in the alternate dimension, which brought him great comfort. Quickly taking out his phone, he sent a message to Uncle Yu and Zhou Kei, reminding them to lock their doors and be cautious of potential attacks from other residents on different floors. He then stuffed his phone back into his pocket to prevent it from freezing. Zhang Yi started his snowmobile and drove forward. As the snowmobile reached the edge of the neighborhood, a sudden change occurred. Snowflakes on the ground suddenly splattered in all directions, and a door panel stood vertically in front of Zhang Yi's vehicle. Unable to brake in time, Zhang Yi had to swerve urgently. Bang! The snowmobile collided with the door panel, and the two people hidden in the snow were thrown off. It turned out that the two had been hiding in the snow, tying the door panel with a rope to use it as a trap. Unfortunately, the door panel was too light and thin to trip Zhang Yi. Instead, it flew out. This scene proved that the plots in TV dramas should not be easily imitated. Zhang Yi immediately realized that he had fallen into an ambush. Without hesitation, several people climbed out of the snow, armed and roaring as they rushed towards Zhang Yi. Taking a deep breath of the icy air, Zhang Yi's mind cleared. He quickly drew his gun, released the safety, but the opponents had already charged up to him. Zhang Yi raised his gun and fired. Bang! 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 When an ordinary person faces such a close-range attack, even with a weapon, it is difficult to escape misfortune. However, Zhang Yi's precise shooting skills and spatial control abilities ensured that his bullets hit their targets without fail. 3 shots hit 3 people, each shot a lethal headshot. Before catching his breath, several others wielding machetes approached to within a meter. The machete was poised to strike down. At the critical moment, Zhang Yi adjusted the gun's aim. Before the machete could fall, his gun was already aimed at the enemy's head, almost entering his mouth. The opponent stood frozen for a moment, as if wanting to speak but hesitating. Bang! A shot rang out, leaving a hole in his head. This shocking scene stunned the other few people. They had never seen such a ruthless gunman who took down each person with a single shot, and all 4 fell to the ground in an instant. Could he be the legendary sharpshooter Yan Xuanying? Without giving them a chance to catch their breath, Zhang Yi fired several shots in succession, taking down 2 more. The remaining 4 were finally terrified and quickly turned to flee. Zhang Yi aimed his gun at their backs as they ran desperately in the snow, suddenly feeling a pang of mercy. He clenched his jaw, started the snowmobile, and chased after them. The few men struggled to run in the snow, almost crawling forward. Suddenly, the deafening sound of a motorcycle engine rang in their ears, causing several people to be scared out of their wits, some even involuntarily losing control. Zhang Yi was chasing the last fleeing person, and the motorcycle rushed forward fiercely. His body half suspended in the pristine snow. Zhang Yi's motorcycle forcefully knocked down his upper body, then mercilessly began to crush him. What would it feel like to be crushed by a 400-plus kilogram vehicle and a person together? The man let out a piercing, pig-like scream as his spine was directly fractured, the motorcycle rolling over his back and then his head. The people in front, hearing this heart-wrenching scream, turned even paler, gritting their teeth and desperately fleeing forward as if there were truly an evil demon chasing them relentlessly from behind. Zhang Yi rode his motorcycle past the man, then glanced back. Despite his seat being covered in white snow, the pressure of over 400 kilograms made him taste blood in his mouth. Without hesitation, he pulled out his gun and ended the man's suffering, then continued to slowly pursue. He wanted to find out where these people came from, and if they intended to harm him, they would have to pay the price. The fleeing man headed towards Building 21, the territory of the Wolf Gang. At this moment, on the 7th floor of Building 21, the leader of the Wolf Gang, Wang Cheng, and the deputy leader, Xiao Lu, witnessed everything, feeling heartbroken. For today's robbery, they had planned for days, carefully studied Zhang Yi's itinerary and schedule, and sent out 10 men to set up an ambush. They thought victory was in their grasp, but they did not expect Zhang Yi's superb marksmanship. What's more, to their surprise, Zhang Yi had such a rich supply of bullets. They failed to eliminate Zhang Yi, instead suffering heavy losses and being chased by him. The situation became precarious. Wang Cheng ordered, "Immediately gather everyone at the entrance, set traps, and be cautious of his gun." Xiao Lu nodded. We have set up a perfect layout in the corridor. As soon as he breaks in, we will deal with him here. The result will be the same. Despite their tough talk, both of them took steps back at the same time, not daring to approach the window. They knew that Zhang Yi was armed, and even had a sniper rifle, a weapon of great destructive power. Exposing their heads would be courting death. The members of Building 21, the Wolf Gang, hid in the corridor, feeling uneasy, praying that Zhang Yi would not break in. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Yi calmly continued to chase down the few Wolf Gang members who were fleeing. Along the way, he effortlessly dealt with one enemy after another. The last person watched as he almost reached the entrance of Building 21, but before he could step in, the roar of Zhang Yi's motorcycle sounded in his ears. Zhang Yi glanced at the dark room, realizing that the Wolf Gang members must be lying in ambush. He put down his gun, took out the huge Damascus steel hunting knife he had purchased earlier. This knife was originally used for hunting wild animals, extremely sharp, yet Zhang Yi had never thought of using it to kill. In an instant, the blade cut across the man's neck, surprisingly smoothly. The sound of blood splattering was as loud as the wind. A head flew high and then landed heavily. The Wolf Gang members hiding in Building 21 saw this scene and felt a chill down their spines. The 10 brothers they sent out were all wiped out by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stopped the snowmobile, picked up the head, and threw it into a room on the 4th floor. The head rolled on the ground for a few rounds before stopping, with hollow eyes staring at the people in the room. The room fell silent, the Wolf Gang members feeling cold all over. They understood that once Zhang Yi broke in with a gun, there would be a fierce battle. Many lives would be lost here. Yet Zhang Yi stood outside Building 21, not entering. The internal situation was unknown, but it was definitely full of traps and ambushes. Being wise to protect himself, he would not put himself in danger. After letting the Wolf Gang go, Zhang Yi started to feel that he had been too lenient with these people. Suddenly, gunshots shattered the peaceful neighborhood, alarming everyone, including the residents of Building 25. At that moment, Uncle Yu and Li Bin arrived with their men armed, to support Zhang Yi. With anger in his eyes, Uncle Yu stared at Zhang Yi and questioned, "Zhang Yi, what happened? How did you get involved in this battle?" Zhang Yi looked calmly at them and replied softly, "They ambushed me, I just fought back." Along the way from outside the neighborhood to Building 21, 10 bodies lay on the ground, blood flowing like a river, a shocking sight. Uncle Yu couldn't contain his anger and said, "These cunning bastards." He turned to the people behind him and said, "If anything happens to Zhang Yi, our food supply will be cut off, and none of us will survive." The crowd was shocked to realize the seriousness of the situation. Zhang Yi waved for them to go back and then gathered everyone. They quickly returned to Building 25 and summoned all the homeowners. Zhang Yi's face was stern, his mood extremely bad, almost indescribably so. He was not afraid of being attacked because in the post-apocalyptic world, such situations were inevitable. He was well prepared, fully armed with an assault rifle. A dozen or so people could not pose a threat to him at all. His anger stemmed from the fact that there must be someone among the residents of the 25th floor who had informed the Wolf Gang. He understood that this was for safety reasons. His daily outings were unpredictable, and he didn't want to be used. An ambush was impossible. The heavy snow blocked the roads, and even with thick clothing, it was difficult to stay in the snow for half an hour. Yet today, they had set up an ambush in the snow. This coincidence was incredible and could only mean that someone inside had leaked the information, informing the Wolf Gang. Despite being betrayed, Zhang Yi was not angry because he understood that these neighbors were also untrustworthy. Betrayal was unavoidable when the stakes were high enough. He just wanted to find out who leaked the information, but it was difficult to discern. In that case, he would treat everyone equally. Building 21 was heavily guarded by the Wolf Gang, and a direct attack would surely come at a heavy cost. Zhang Yi decided to let them turn on each other, and he didn't care who died. His cold gaze swept over the crowd, and they felt fear in their hearts under his gaze. They knew the feeling of being ambushed was unpleasant. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi calmly said, "The people from Building 21 have already attacked me. If I die, you will not escape death either. They want me, but in reality, they want all of you. We must eliminate them all. Uncle Yu, come with me." The others will be led by Li Qingdan to officially attack Building 21. I will reward 10 portions of food for each person killed. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the crowd was stirred, many regretting missing the chance last night. Some questioned the plan, suggesting that it might not be wise to act now as they may already be prepared for retaliation. It might be better to wait until nightfall to proceed. Zhang Yi glanced over and saw a burly Mediterranean man named Guo Dahai. Pointing at you, he said, "You is our mainstay. If we are to launch a strong attack, it's best to have him stay here." Upon hearing Guo Dahai's suggestion, the others thought it made sense and began murmuring among themselves. Indeed, even for retaliation, a nighttime stealth attack may be more prudent. At this moment, has anger clouded Zhang Yi's judgment? He needs to calm down. You, with strong combat capabilities, should be the main force to deal with the situation.